Chapter 1 After Rebirth, Obtain the System. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts so much. Shenyu closed his eyes and kicked the woman on top of him away with a left kick. Ah! The woman held her stomach and sat on the ground in pain. When Shenyu heard the scream, he suddenly opened his red eyes and gasped for breath. He subconsciously touched his body and suddenly froze. What happened? Wasn't I killed by those people? Shenyu didn't come to his senses until he heard the woman on the ground yelling and cursing. After sitting up and seeing the woman's appearance clearly, he felt a little dazed. Isn't this Jiang Shuer who set up a honey trap for herself before the end of the world? Shenyu looked down at his clothes. It was the classic yellow battle robe. I quickly pulled my phone out of my pocket and checked the time. July 10, 2036, 11:57 a.m. Shenyu immediately understood that he was reborn. And he was reborn 3 minutes before the end of the world. He was suddenly speechless. What can you do with just 3 minutes? At this time, Jiang Shuer, who was lying on the ground, walked over angrily. You stinky delivery guy, how dare you kick me? Shenyu came back to his senses and couldn't help but look carefully at Jiang Shuer in front of him. At this moment, she was wearing a black hollow pajamas, revealing patches of snow-white skin without any hesitation. The curvy figure was perfectly outlined by the pajamas. Shenyu snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "Sister, your trap is too obvious." First, he asked me to deliver the takeaway to his house on the pretext that he was injured. Then pretend that you can't walk and let me put the food next to your bed. Finally, when I wasn't paying attention, she deliberately threw herself into my arms. If I'm not mistaken, your friends have been guarding outside the door, right? Only a fool would be fooled by your little tricks. Of course, in his previous life, Shenyu was the kind-hearted idiot that he himself described. Jiang Shuer was obviously surprised after hearing this. Does this guy have a third eye? How come he knows everything? However, she recovered quickly. She stood up and walked in front of Shenyu, bringing her delicate face closer to him. Little brother, even if you know, what can you do? As long as I insist that you molested me, who would believe your one-sided statement? You don't want to get involved in a lawsuit at such a young age, do you? As she spoke, Jiang Shuer had already pulled down part of the hem of her pajamas, revealing her two thighs wrapped in white silk stockings. Unexpectedly, Shenyu was not panicked at all, but rather a little excited. The end of the world is just a few minutes away. Are you still afraid of morality and the rule of law? Not to mention doing something to Jiang Shuer in front of him, even if he killed her or did something even more outrageous, who would care? Jiang Shuer seemed to see the murderous intent in Shenyu's eyes and couldn't help but take a few steps back. He calmed down and said calmly, "Little brother, I won't make things difficult for you. Give me 20,000 and I'll let you go immediately. Otherwise, you can expect to be sued." Shenyu jumped off the bed and said jokingly, "I don't have 20,000, but do you want a 200 million yuan cooperation project?" Jiang Shuer was stunned for a moment, then realized what cooperation meant. "Kid, don't make me angry. If I don't see the money within a minute, I'll call for help. Of course, if you don't have any money, give me your phone and I'll help you apply for a loan." Shenyu took out his cell phone, but did not hand it to Jiang Shuer. Instead, he looked at the time. It's 5 seconds until 12 o'clock. He couldn't help but think back to his previous life. At exactly 12 o'clock on July 10th, the blue planet was covered by a mysterious cosmic ray. Under the influence of the rays, a considerable number of people turned into zombies. Shenyu and Jiang Shuer luckily escaped the disaster, but the people outside the door turned into zombies, which caused considerable obstacles for the two to go out. Shenyu came to his senses and walked quickly towards the door. Jiang Shuer saw Shenyu was about to leave and hurriedly shouted, "Hey! Stop right there! Don't worry, you can't leave. There are people guarding the door." Jiang Shuer had already communicated with the people outside in advance. Whenever she shouted help, people outside would rush in with cameras and start taking pictures. However, before she could shout out, a heart-wrenching cry for help came from the door. Jiang Shuer just stood there in a daze. What the hell? Shouldn't we be the ones shouting for help? Why are people outside shouting first? While Jiang Shuer was stunned, Shenyu had already locked the door. Jiang Shuer came back to her senses and shouted, "What do you want to do? Why did you lock the door?" Shenyu ignored her and turned on the monitor at the door. This monitor is connected to the camera outside the door. Through the display, you can observe the situation outside very well. At this time, two men at the door were working together to bite another man. The bitten man could not break free and kept shouting. Chunyu took a look and shook his head helplessly. It seems that the scene before my eyes is exactly the same as in my previous life. Seeing that Chunyu ignored her, Jiang Shuer ran straight to the door and prepared to open the security door. Chunyu raised his right hand and slapped Jiang Shuer hard. If you don't want to die, stay in the house. Jiang Shuer was stunned by Chenyu's sinus hit. She covered her cheeks and followed Chenyu's gaze towards the monitor. However, he froze in place the next second, his pupils suddenly contracting. Because she saw one of her friends having his throat bitten by two other friends. Blood gushed out like a fountain, all over the corridor. Even the camera was stained with blood. What is going on? Why did they become like this? Jiang Shuer asked tremblingly. Chenyu turned around and said in a deep voice, the three people outside the door have turned into zombies. If you are bitten by them, you will become a monster like them. Then what should we do? Jiang Shuer's hair stood up. You ask me, who should I ask? After hearing this, Jiang Shuer was so scared that she collapsed to the ground. Chenyu looked at the zombies outside the door and couldn't help but frown, thinking about how to escape from here. At the same time, the scene in his previous life where he was killed by his goddess Xia Cheng and his classmates reappeared before his eyes. Previous life. After hiding in the house for a few days, Chenyu received a message from Xia Cheng in the classroom. She told Chenyu that many of them had formed a survival team in the classroom and invited him to join with food. Chenyu knew that it would be extremely difficult for him to survive alone in the apocalypse, so he risked his life and ran into the classroom. As a result, as soon as he entered the classroom, everyone in the room saw that Chenyu had no food with him, so they mistook him for food. Countless stools fell on Chenyu. He could vaguely hear those people discussing how to divide him up. Ha, don't hit me on the head, I want to eat my brains. Hey, the thigh belongs to me. I eat arms. Then leave that place to Xia Qing. He instantly understood that these people had deliberately tricked him into coming here and had no intention of teaming up with him. On deathbed. Chenyu hated those who killed him, and he hated Xia Qing even more. If he could live his life again, he would definitely make those people pay the price 100 times. After collecting his thoughts, Chenyu became much calmer. You have to survive before you can take revenge. Just as Chenyu was racking his brains to think of a solution, a pleasant lowly voice suddenly rang in his ears. The end of the world has been detected and species on Blue Planet are facing extinction. The host has successfully bound to the species rescue system. You will get system rewards for each person of the opposite sex you save. Please host, contribute your strength to the continuation of Blue Star civilization. After listening to this, Chenyu was a little confused. He didn't even get this system in his previous life. What kind of perverted system is this? Do I need to use this method to get rewards? However, what's wrong with sacrificing oneself for the continuation of human civilization? Thinking of this, Chenyu set his gaze on Jiang Shuer. Chapter 2. Jiang Shuer was so hungry that she had to throw herself into his arms. Zombie reference pictures. Jiang Shuer felt creepy when Chenyu stared at her. She swallowed, stepped back and asked, "What do you want to do?" Chenyu smiled evilly, "I want to. Although a forced melon is not sweet, it quenches thirst." However, this cannot be blamed on Chenyu. If you want to blame someone, blame Jiang Shuer for asking for trouble. Chenyu was originally a college student at a nearby school. His parents died unexpectedly half a year ago, so he worked part-time as a food delivery man to earn tuition. As a result, he unexpectedly encountered a shameless person like Jiang Shuer, who took advantage of Chenyu's kindness to deceive him. Thinking of this, Chenyu had that idea. Of course, in order to obtain the system reward, he chose to wait a little longer. After all, if he can't become stronger, rebirth will only give him a few more days of survival experience, which is useless. Maybe you will be bitten to death by a zombie as soon as you go out. Jiang Shuer saw Chenyu coming forward, and while stepping back, she bravely said, "Classmate, I see you are still young, so please don't go down the path of breaking the law and committing crimes." Chenyu glanced at Jiang Shuer and was speechless. In my previous life, I was talking to you reasonably, but you acted like a hooligan. Now it's finally my turn to act like a hooligan, and you're starting to talk sense again. Everyone outside has turned into zombies. It's useless for you to scream at the top of your lungs. It will only attract more zombies. If the zombies break into the house, they will tear you apart alive. Chen Yu's words served as a reminder to Jiang Shuer that no one could save them now. Jiang Shuer glanced at the monitor and couldn't help swallowing. I saw several people outside the door, their bodies covered in scarlet blood, their eyes wide open, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets in the next second. At this moment, they were scratching the iron gate with all their might, making a sound that irritated the periosteum. It looks exactly like the zombies in the movie. Jiang Shuer instantly fell into deep despair, thinking to herself, there are zombies in front of me and wolves behind me. This is really the end. Seeing that Jiang Shuer already knew his situation, Chen Yu went straight to the kitchen. Of course, he wasn't going in there looking for food. Because he knew there was no food inside. The only useful thing was a Wang Mozi brand kitchen knife. Chen Yu put the kitchen knife on his belt and walked out of the kitchen. Jiang Shuer saw the kitchen knife on Chen Yu's waist and asked fearfully, "You, what are you doing with a kitchen knife? Keep it for self-defense." Chen Yu glanced at Jiang Shuer and couldn't help but complain, "How come you don't even have a refrigerator?" Jiang Shuer blushed and said weakly, "I don't usually live here. I'm just short of money lately, so I came here to scam people." "Brother, I really know I was wrong." "Humph, I don't think you know you're wrong, but you know you're going to die." Chen Yu ignored Jiang Shuer and walked straight to the dining table and picked up the takeaway bag on it. Jiang Shuer was stunned, then she shouted, "Hey! I bought that takeout." "Oh, really?" Chen Yu pointed at the takeaway with a joking look on his face, "Come and get it if you can." Although Jiang Shuer was afraid of Chen Yu, she was more afraid of not having food to eat in the next few days, so she immediately ran forward to grab the food. "Give me back my takeaway. How dare you, a grown man, snatch my takeaway from a weak girl like me?" When Chen Yu saw Jiang Shuer running towards him, he swung his arm and slapped Jiang Shuer in the face. Bang! This slap almost twisted Jiang Shuer's mouth, and her black hair was blown to the side by the wind from the palm. She covered her face and cursed angrily, You dare to hit me?" Bang! Before Jiang Shuer could finish her words, Chen Yu slapped her on the other face. "It's the end of the world, who would still pamper you? Not to mention beating you, even if I cut you into pieces or chopped you up, what would happen?" After being slapped twice in succession, Jiang Shuer's delicate face swelled up like a pig's head in an instant, and her nose began to bleed slowly. "Just wait, I'm going to call the police and have you arrested." Jiang Shuer covered her face and shouted loudly. At the same time, he took out his cell phone and entered the number dialing. However, after calling several times, no one answered the phone. Jiang Shuer stood there at a loss. What on earth is going on? Why is no one answering the phone? Chen Yu sneered. "Don't waste your energy. The person on the other end of the phone might have already turned into a zombie. It's over, I'm going to die here. I'm still young and haven't lived enough. I don't want to die." Jiang Shuer couldn't control herself anymore and burst into tears. Chen Yu impatiently took out the kitchen knife from his waist, pointed at Jiang Shuer and said, "Shut your stinky mouth. If you attract more zombies, I'll throw you out here to feed them." After hearing this, Jiang Shuer covered her mouth tightly to make her voice quieter. Seeing Jiang Shuer stop crying, Chen Yu waved the kitchen knife and continued, "I'm going to rest. If you dare to disturb me, I'll chop you into food." After saying that, Chen Yu carried a large bag of takeout into the master bedroom and locked the door. I put the takeaway on the bedside table and then sat on the soft big bed. He glanced at the takeaway bag beside him and shook his head helplessly. There were 3 servings of braised pork rice and 1 serving of big plate chicken in the bag. If he eats sparingly, it will barely be enough for him to eat for 3 days. But in this life, that magical system might make him stronger. It seems that we can only pin our hopes on that system. Of course, the key to activating the system is these takeout meals. Chen Yu took a look at the takeaway and felt much more at ease. First, I took a bowl of braised pork rice, put a few pieces of chicken on it, and started eating it happily. After eating, he gulped down a whole bottle of Coke and then lay comfortably on the bed. The next period of time was to quietly wait for Jiang Shuer to come to the door. In the ancient times, years are not counted in the end of the world, days are not counted. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Jiang Shuer was so hungry that her chest was sticking to her back. For the past 2 days, she just drank some tap water and didn't eat a single bite of food. Originally, she didn't dare to disturb Chen Yu. But at this time, hunger overcame everything and he had to knock on Chen Yu's bedroom door. Chen Yu opened the door with a kitchen knife in hand. "Are you looking for death?" Did I ever tell you not to bother me? Unexpectedly, Jiang Shuer knelt on the ground with a plop and said weakly, Brother, please give me something to eat. I haven't eaten for more than 2 days. What does it have to do with me whether you eat or not? Chen Yu said calmly. I'm really starving. Please be kind and give me a bite of food, even just one bite. Jiang Shuer looked at Chen Yu expectantly, blinking her big eyes. The corners of Chen Yu's mouth curled up involuntarily. Well, since you're so pitiful, I'll give you half a portion of rice. But you have to agree to one condition. What conditions? Chen Yu didn't say anything, but looked Jiang Shuer up and down. Jiang Shuer certainly knew what Chen Yu meant. She suddenly became angry and shouted. What are you thinking? How could I possibly stoop to you for a meal? Really? Then I'll see how you climb into bed on your own initiative. Chen Yu slammed the door shut. Half an hour later, there was a knock on Chen Yu's door again. Chen Yu opened the door a crack and said sternly. What's going on? Jiang Shuer shuddered with fright. She suppressed the fear in her heart and said carefully. As long as you give me food, I will agree to your conditions. Even. In order to please Chen Yu, she bit her lips and pretended to be gentle. Those charming big eyes were filled with crystal clear tears. It seemed as if tears would burst out in the next second. After hearing this, Chen Yu slowly opened the door. Come in. There's half a portion of braised pork rice without meat on the table. Chapter 3 Jiang Shuer compromised and receives system rewards. I have a picture that can open the gate of heaven. According to the rules of the underworld, one should hand over the food with one hand and the goods with the other. However, judging from Jiang Shuer's expression, it would probably end before it even started. Chen Yu asked her to eat something first to fill her stomach, which would at least provide energy for the exercise later. Jiang Shuer staggered towards the table, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. It looked like a she-wolf. Without even bothering to use chopsticks, she grabbed the spoiled rice and stuffed it into her cherry-like mouth. This rice is so delicious. Jiang Shuer stuffed rice into her mouth frantically, no longer looking like her former self. In a short while, he had eaten up all the spoiled rice. Then she squatted on the ground again, picked up the lunchbox that had fallen on the ground, and licked it clean with her pink tongue. He even looked at the chicken bones in the trash can. Chen Yu looked at Jiang Shuer and said coldly, Okay, we've finished our meal. I don't need to teach you anymore, right? No need to teach, I know what I should do. As she spoke, Jiang Shuer bit her red lips lightly and slowly walked in front of Chen Yu. But having said that, her face had already turned red to her ears. Even his frail body began to tremble slightly. She had never experienced romance before and was somewhat afraid and embarrassed about what was to come. Even though she knew the end of the world had come, she had to do something if she wanted to survive. But she was still struggling deep down. After Chen Yu looked at Jiang Shuer carefully, he said lightly, Jiang Shuer, you have to finish the path you chose even if you have to kneel. You deceived me first, so don't blame me for being rude to you. After saying that, he grabbed her. Jiang Shuer was caught off guard and her body trembled. The scent of shower gel on her body drifted into Chen Yu's nose. Chen Yu thought to himself, this woman is quite sensible, she even knew to take a shower first. And the shower gel is also jasmine scented, which is diffuse but not pungent. After Jiang Shuer calmed down for a while, she raised her head and said tearfully, Well, I know it's useless to say anything now. Later, I just ask you to be gentle. Are you teaching me how to do things? Chen Yu interrupted Jiang Shuer's next words. Now that the advantage was on his side, of course he would do whatever he wanted. Okay then. Jiang Shuer simply gave up struggling and closed her eyes obediently. Chen Yu smiled slightly and slowly moved closer. An hour later, the familiar lowly voice sounded in Chen Yu's ears. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing a girl. You will receive the following rewards. 1. Spatial ability. There is an infinite space in the host's body, which can be upgraded after receiving the next reward. 2. Increase the main physical attributes by 50 points. 3. Zombie favorability plus 1. Can make zombies stop attacking you, the current probability is 1%. 4. Controllable zombie quantity, 1. You can select a zombie to bind to the system, and the overall physical attributes of the zombie will be improved by 100%. 5. 1 loyalty bracelet. After wearing the bracelet, if the target has unfavorable thoughts towards the host, the bracelet will paralyze the target's heart. Additional reward: for saving a girl for the first time, you will be rewarded with Thunderstorm and the passive, Complementary. Thunderstorm, lightning related ability. Mutual complementation: after the target wears the bracelet, both parties' main attributes will increase by 1 point every day. After reading these introductions, Shenyu jumped 3 feet high. With this system, he will be able to survive better in the apocalypse. Even if he encountered more than a dozen zombies at the same time, he would still be able to fight. Besides being excited, Shenyu looked at his personal information panel. Name: Shenyu. Age: 20. Height: 183 centimeters. Weight: 75 kilograms. Basic attributes: 150. Superpowers: Space, Thunderstorm, Mutual Complementation. Zombie favorability: 1%. Number of controllable zombies: 1. After reading this information, Shenyu knew that the average male's basic attribute was about 100. As for him, it is equivalent to a 50% improvement in all skills. This is not as simple as having half of yourself. After becoming stronger, Shenyu not only became stronger, but his punching speed and dodging speed, as well as his endurance and ability to withstand blows, also increased a lot. 3 or 5 strong men couldn't get close to him at all. Coupled with the incredible ability of Thunderstorm, he is now more than 10 times stronger than in his previous life. Retract your thoughts. Shenyu knew that he had to stock up on a large amount of food before it went bad, otherwise the space given by the system would be wasted. Thinking of this, Shenyu put on his clothes and walked towards the door with a kitchen knife. The weak Jiang Shuer panicked when she saw Shenyu was about to leave. I forced myself to sit up. Where are you going? As she spoke, 2 lines of tears slid down her face and dripped onto the wrinkled sheets. Alright, why are you crying? Weren't you so happy just now? Why are you pretending to be wronged now? Shenyu glanced at Jiang Shuer and said in a deep voice, the food is finished. I have to go out and look for food. After hearing this, Jiang Shuer said cautiously. Can I go with you? There are zombies everywhere outside, and I'm so scared here alone. Shenyu refused bluntly, no. It's too much trouble to bring you along as a burden. You'd better stay here honestly. Then, will you come back? Please don't abandon me. I was a little unfamiliar just now, and I really didn't mean to. I will serve you well in the future, no matter what you ask me to do. Shenyu still had some understanding of Jiang Shuer's behavior just now. Since she had no previous experience in this field, it was understandable that she was a little shy. If you behave well in the future, I don't mind taking you away from here as long as your safety is guaranteed. But if you dare to have any bad ideas, I advise you to feed the zombies on your own initiative. Because that will give you a quick death. Shenyu said with narrowed eyes, his eyes full of unquestionable majesty. If he didn't have the ability of complementing each other, he would have abandoned Jiang Shuer, who deceived him without hesitation. But now Shenyu does not intend to abandon Jiang Shuer. After all, keeping her by his side can make him stronger. Jiang Shuer felt much more at ease after hearing Shenyu's answer. She wiped her tears and said pitifully, don't worry, I will listen to you in everything from now on. My name is Jiang Shuer, and I don't even know your name yet. My name is Shenyu. It's the Yu from Yu the Great who controlled the floods. Then I will call you Brother Yu from now on. Jiang Shuer forced a smile. Shenyu thought about it and took out the loyalty bracelet. He would not easily believe other people's assurances. After all, the most untrustworthy thing in the end times is the human heart. Put it on. What is this? Jiang Shuer took the bracelet and asked in confusion. Stop talking nonsense, just wear it when I tell you to. Jiang Shuer didn't dare to ask any further questions and quickly put it on her hand. The moment the bracelet was put on Jiang Shuer's hand, it disappeared immediately. Hey, why is the bracelet gone? Jiang Shuer kept stroking her wrist, her face full of shock. It was also the first time that Shenyu saw a bracelet. However, he knew that the bracelet should have become one with Jiang Shuer's wrist. As long as she dares to have any thoughts that are detrimental to herself. Excuse me. Then I can only send you to see your grandmother. Shenyu did not explain about the bracelet, but went straight to the entrance door. Through the monitor, he saw that there were 4 zombies at the door. There is also a strongest zombie, who is not an accomplice of Jiang Shuer and others. They must be neighbors who were attracted by Jiang Shuer's beautiful voice. Shenyu chose the strongest zombie and tried to bind it. 1 second later. Congratulations, host, you have successfully bound to zombie number 1. After the system reminded him, a warm current rushed into Chun Yu's consciousness. At the same time, the strongest zombie outside the door immediately stopped moving. Chun Yu used his consciousness to control zombie number 1, making it attack a skinny zombie next to it. At first, the skinny zombie didn't react. It wasn't until one of its ears was bitten off that it realized something was wrong. But it was too late. Zombie number 1 had already pinned it to the ground and was almost biting its head off. Seeing this, Chun Yu activated his thunderstorm skill through the door. Chapter 4. This world is too crazy, zombies are becoming brides. The upcoming White Silk School Beauty. With a click, a beam of lightning as thick as a child's arm penetrated the iron gate and landed on another zombie. The unfortunate zombie was burned by lightning and instantly collapsed to the ground. At the same time, the smell of barbecue came in from the crack in the door. Chun Yu was overjoyed. He didn't expect his thunderstorm to be so awesome. However, it is better not to use thunderstorm lightly. This will prevent others from seeing you and causing you unnecessary trouble. It seems that at this stage, thunderstorm still needs to be treated as a life-saving skill and not used lightly. Chun Yu glanced at the monitor and saw that there was only one fat zombie left. After dealing with the thin zombie, zombie number 1 stood up and lifted the fat zombie up high. As expected of a strengthened zombie, its combat power is truly amazing. Chun Yu seized the opportunity, pushed the door open, and slashed the fat zombie's neck with a knife. The zombie's head was chopped off in an instant and rolled to the side with a gurgle. Blood instantly spurted out like a shower, covering half of the wall. It seems that no matter how powerful zombies are, they are afraid of kitchen knives. Chun Yu glanced at the fat zombie's head. Its mouth, covered in blood, was still biting, as if it was unwilling to give up. After a while, it became completely motionless. Chun Yu walked around the 3 dead zombies and let zombie number 1 lead the way, heading towards a nearby large shopping mall. When he was leaving the community gate, he saw an old man in security uniform chewing on the seat of his electric bike. "Fuck you, you're really looking for death." Chun Yu was immediately furious. "When I used to deliver food, this security guard would either stop me or lock my electric bike. The key point is that this community has no regulations preventing deliverymen from entering and leaving." Chun Yu looked at the old man with a cold gaze, and a hint of chill flashed in his eyes. "I didn't expect that this old bitch has turned into a zombie now, and dares to go against me. These two professions are both bullied. Is it necessary to confront each other like this?" The security zombie also saw Chun Yu. It seemed to have seen its old enemy, and it staggered towards Chun Yu. "Oh hoo, ho ho." However, before he could reach Chun Yu, he was knocked to the ground by zombie number 1. The old man was confused. This young zombie has no moral principles. Sneak attack on an elderly man like me? Chun Yu walked forward with a kitchen knife and cut the security zombie into pieces with more than 10 cuts. After dealing with the security zombie, Chun Yu let zombie number 1 sit on the back seat of the electric car. The zombie had poor balance and almost fell down. Chun Yu had no choice but to let it grab his clothes. The 1.8-meter tall burly zombie sat behind Chun Yu shyly like a young wife. That scene is really eye-catching. If other people saw this, they would definitely think that this world is too crazy, with zombies becoming people's brides. Along the way, Chun Yu encountered quite a few zombies. However, those zombies are not fast. He avoided their attack by moving his electric bike slightly. Despite this, Chun Yu still looked around vigilantly. If a bold zombie suddenly appears and you can't dodge it in time, you will be in trouble. When passing through an intersection, a completely dead policeman caught Chun Yu's attention. I subconsciously glanced at his waist. There are even electric batons and pistol bags. Now I'm rich. Chun Yu bent down and took the policeman's pistol bag. There was a Type 64 pistol inside. Chun Yu fumbled for a while and finally took out the magazine. There are 7 full bullets in the magazine. It seems that this policeman should be one of the first people to be infected, otherwise he would not have died without even firing a single bullet. In addition, there is a spare magazine in the pistol bag, which also contains 7 bullets. Chun Yu excitedly put the pistol and bullets into the space. This is his most powerful killing move besides thunderstorm. However, we can't shoot easily now. Firstly, he doesn't know how to use it very well, so he may not be able to hit the zombies accurately. Secondly, the gunshots will attract the attention of zombies and nearby residents. After Chen Yu put away his pistol, he set his sights on the electric baton. I don't know if this thing is useful against zombies. He thought about it, picked up the electric baton, and turned to look at zombie number 1. Come here. Zombie number 1 walked over obediently. Chen Yu turned on the electric baton and thrust it directly into the stomach of zombie number 1. Sizzle. Lala. Under the powerful electric current, zombie number 1 immediately began to tremble all over. After a while, he lay straight on the ground. Chen Yu shouted excitedly, "You know what, this thing is really useful." However, electric batons also have disadvantages. That is because it is too short, and it is easy to be bitten by zombies when using it. After a long time, zombie number 1 slowly stood up and looked at Chen Yu with resentful eyes. It was like he was saying, "Brother, why are you shocking your own people instead of other zombies?" Chen Yu seemed to guess what zombie number 1 was thinking. He patted the zombie's shoulder and said, "Don't blame brother Yu for being ruthless. The main thing is, what if I get bit by another zombie? My own zombies are still safer." If zombie number 1 could speak, he would have started cursing after hearing these words. After Chen Yu put away the electric baton, he continued to ride his electric bike. A man and a corpse staggered and arrived at the entrance of the mall a few minutes later. The entrance was relatively quiet, with only a large group of female zombies. When the female zombie saw Chen Yu, it was like a hungry person seeing delicious food. It ignored zombie number 1 and walked straight towards Chen Yu. Zombie number 1 suddenly pounced on the female zombie from behind when she was completely unprepared. Before the female zombie could react, she was grabbed by zombie number 1 with both hands and could no longer move. Roar, ho ho! The female zombie reacted, turned her head and yelled angrily. However, it was tightly grasped by zombie number 1 and could not move at all. In desperation, it lowered its head and bit the arm of zombie number 1. However, zombie number 1 felt no pain at all. Its hands remained motionless, and it even increased its control strength. Chen Yu took the opportunity to walk forward and stepped on the female zombie's hair. This way, it won't bite itself easily. Chen Yu looked at the zombie and sighed, "What a pity, such a good figure." Having said that, Chen Yu showed no mercy to women. The kitchen knife was like it was free and he chopped at the female zombie's neck. Puff! Puff! After 2 cuts, the zombie's head was cut off. After dealing with the female zombie, Chen Yu turned his head to look inside the mall, mentally directing zombie number 1 to explore the way ahead. Zombie number 1 obediently walked into the mall. Don't go, there are school beauties in the mall. Chen Yu and the zombies. Chapter 5, School Beauty Lu Shishir asks Chen Yu for help. Lu Shishir reference picture. It is being revised at an accelerated pace. It will be better if you release it in 2 days. Fortunately, more than 2 days have passed, and most of the zombies in the mall have probably gone elsewhere. There were only a few scattered elderly zombies on the first floor. Chen Yu rode the scooter directly into the mall. He had been to this mall before. The mall has 6 floors, mainly for food. There is a large selection of prepared food in refrigerators as well as fresh food ingredients. In addition, there are also many daily necessities and clothing. Chen Yu rode his tram back and forth on the first floor. Wherever it went, all kinds of goods and shelves were taken into the different space. When Chen Yu passed by the fire extinguisher box, he saw a fire axe inside. Without saying a word, he smashed the glass with a kitchen knife and took out the fire axe. This thing is much more useful than a kitchen knife. Basically, there is no zombie that cannot be killed with 1 axe. If there is, then give it 2 or 3 more axes or 4 or 5 more. However, those old zombies were simply too weak for Chen Yu. He chopped his way from the door to the fresh meat section without blinking. After dealing with all the zombies, Chen Yu turned his gaze to the meat in front of him. Fortunately, most of the meat was kept in the refrigerator and was not contaminated. Chen Yu decided to go all out and simply put the entire refrigerator into the space. This meat is enough for him to eat for several years. The moment Chen Yu finished collecting the meat, the warehouse door suddenly opened. Just see. A middle-aged man holding a bone-chopping knife crawled out from the door. When he saw Chen Yu holding a fire axe, he was stunned for a moment. Then he asked tentatively, "Young man, was I dazzled just now? How come the meat cabinet in front of me suddenly disappeared?" Chen Yu looked at the middle-aged man, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It seems that this man has seen himself using his spatial ability. He pretended to be nonchalant and replied, "I see you're injured. You must be hallucinating. So that's how it is. The middle-aged man said doubtfully, Young man, my legs and feet are not very convenient. Please take me to the hospital. Chen Yu looked at the middle-aged man warily and said in a deep voice, Throw away the knife first, or I won't dare to help you. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, and finally threw away the knife. Only then did Chen Yu step towards the man. Were you bitten by a zombie? The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then shook his head repeatedly and said, It wasn't bitten. I fell while running away. Is there anyone else in the warehouse? There was originally another young man in there. However, he had turned into a zombie, so I had no choice but to kill him. It would be best if there is no one. Chen Yu said calmly. Seeing that Chen Yu still didn't come to help him, the middle-aged man said impatiently, Don't worry about others first, take me to the hospital quickly, I'm almost dying of pain. Of course Chen Yu didn't believe that the middle-aged man was not bitten. He raised the fire axe and said coldly, Don't worry, I will help you get rid of it right away. Under the middle-aged man's shocked eyes, Chen Yu dropped the fire axe in his hand. Ah! The middle-aged man screamed and left this world peacefully. Chen Yu walked into the warehouse carrying a fire axe. There was indeed a young man inside, and he was now deader than dead. Chen Yu walked around inside and put all the uncontaminated materials into the space. Next, we'll move to the second floor. After a few hours, Chen Yu finally put all the things on the sixth floor into the alien space. During this period, he and zombie number 1 worked together to eliminate more than a dozen zombies. After dealing with the last zombie, a light cough was heard from the fitting room not far away, accompanied by the sound of running water. What's that sound? Is there someone else? Chen Yu stood up vigilantly. If his spatial ability were seen by others, there would be some hidden dangers. Maybe he would be taken away by scientists as a monster for dissection, which would be terrible. Thinking of this, Chen Yu couldn't help but stop. He gripped the fire axe tightly, then used his mind to control zombie number 1 to go and check the situation. Zombies are inherently stronger than ordinary people. In addition, zombie number 1 has been upgraded. The door of the fitting room was easily pulled open by zombie number 1. Ah! A scream came from inside. Chen Yu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Logically speaking, zombies wouldn't make such sounds. So, there should be a girl inside. Chen Yu slowly approached the fitting room with a fire axe. I saw a girl with long hair who was dressed very fashionably. After seeing zombie number 1 covered in blood, she tried her best to close the door. However, zombie number 1's hand had blocked the door and it couldn't be closed at all. Seeing this, Chen Yu asked the zombies to open the door wider. When he saw the girl's appearance clearly, he was stunned. Isn't this Lu Shishir, one of the 4 most beautiful girls in my school? Why is she here? Chen Yu and Lu Shishir have no intersection. I had only seen Lu Shishir's photo on the phone of Lu Yang, who was on the upper bunk in the dormitory. On countless quiet nights, Lu Yang would reward himself by looking at Lu Shishir's photos. Chen Yu also learned from Lu Yang that Lu Shishir is the goddess in the eyes of many boys. It's a pity that she is so cold. Lu Yang bought her a watch, but only had a meal with her. We didn't even hold hands. Chen Yu calmed himself down and said sternly, Shut the fuck up. If you attract other zombies, you'll die. Lu Shishir glanced at Chen Yu, then shouted, Then why are you still standing there? Come and save me. Chen Yu hugged his shoulders and said coldly, Why should I save you? I'm just a weak woman, what's wrong with you saving me? How can you not be a gentleman at all? Gentleman? Chen Yu couldn't help but sneer after hearing this. Gentleman is the most disgusting word I've ever heard. The country that first invented the word gentleman was once a country that committed all kinds of atrocities, including murder, plunder, and looting. After hearing this, Lu Shishir became even angrier. She accused Chen Yu, Are you still a man? If you are a man, come and save me. Hey, a female boxer? You're such a good fighter, why don't you go fight some zombies? After Chen Yu finished speaking, he directly controlled zombie number 1 to force the door open. Then, the zombie grabbed Lu Shishir's neck and lifted her up easily. Lu Shishir's pupils suddenly contracted, and her eyes were filled with fear. Her 2 long legs in white silk stockings were swinging helplessly in the air, and even one of her shoes was lost. Chen Yu walked up to Lu Shishir calmly and said softly, You can ask me to save you, but you have to agree to one condition first. Chapter 6, Save the White Silk School Beauty and Get Rewards Again. Lu Shishir's cheeks turned red. She kept kicking her long legs, but it was no use. She couldn't break free from the zombie's control. Chen Yu slapped his forehead and thought to himself, oh, I forgot she couldn't speak. Under Chen Yu's control, zombie number 1 let Lu Shirshir down. Lu Shirshir suddenly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Chen Yu walked over quickly and pushed zombie number 1 to the ground. Then he entered the fitting room and closed the door. He couldn't help but glance at the narrow fitting room. There were only some food packaging bags scattered on the ground. It seems that Lu Shirshir has been hiding in the fitting room and has not gone out these days. After a long while, Lu Shirshir finally recovered. She knew that forcing the issue wouldn't work, so she changed her tone and pointed outside the door and said, if we keep hiding in there, we'll be killed by zombies sooner or later. How about you go out and lure them away, and then I'll call someone to rescue you after the zombies are gone. Chen Yu looked at Lu Shirshir as if she were a mentally retarded person. No, how can you be so bold? Let me lead the zombies away for you, how can you be so optimistic? Seeing that Chen Yu was unmoved, Lu Shirshir said anxiously, it's fine if you don't want to lure the zombies away. How about we go out together? Chen Yu held his chin, looked down at Lu Shirshir and said, I just said, as long as you promise to be my woman, I will rescue you. Lu Shirshir looked at Chen Yu and said with some disdain, you're just a delivery guy, and you dare to hit on me? Do you know who I am? Chen Yu's eyes turned cold, aren't you Lu Shirshir from Dongshan University? How do you know my name? I don't remember seeing you before. Lu Shirshir asked in surprise. You and I go to the same school, so I naturally know the school bell. After hearing this, Lu Shirshir breathed a sigh of relief and said with her big, watery eyes blinking, since you and I are schoolmates, we should help each other. Chen Yu didn't waste any time talking to her and directly refused, I'm sorry, I don't want to team up with a burden like you. Lu Shirshir asked angrily, then what do you want to do? Anyway, I won't be your woman. Then there's nothing I can do. Lu did joke, I'm leaving now. You're on your own. After saying that, he opened the door and walked out. Of course Chen Yu didn't really want to leave. Why wouldn't you want to reward that S within your reach? He didn't believe that Lu Shirshir was tougher than him. Because no matter how tough a person is, he will become soft-hearted in an instant when facing death. After Chen Yu walked out the door, he gave zombie number 1 a signal through his consciousness. Zombie number 1's body twisted instantly, like a nearly scrapped robot, and walked towards the fitting room in a crooked manner. Ho, ho, ho! The zombies roared and bared their teeth, their faces looking hideous and terrifying. Especially the pointed teeth, which still had some meat scraps on them, giving off an unpleasant fishy smell. Seeing this, Lu Shirshir shouted anxiously, don't leave, what will I do if you leave? At this time, zombie number 1 had already arrived in front of Lu Shirshir. It lifted up Lu Shirshir and was about to bite her neck. Lu Shirshir pushed the zombie's head hard with her hands, and tears came out of her eyes due to fear. The slender white hands began to tremble as soon as they touched the head of zombie number 1, which was covered in blood and flesh. However, this zombie doesn't seem as strong as it looks. It was actually really blocked by Lu Shirshir. For some reason, after Lu Shirshir's feet left the ground, her intelligence seemed to take over again. Seeing that Chen Yu had no intention of staying, she shouted with all her might. Please don't abandon me. As long as you stop this zombie, I can do anything for you, even let me be your woman. Chen Yu stopped after hearing this. He smiled crookedly, then walked a few steps to the door of the fitting room and pulled out zombie number 1. Zombie number 1 bared its teeth and pretended to attack Chen Yu. As a result, he was kicked to the ground by Chen Yu. After falling to the ground, zombie number 1 struggled and pounced towards Chen Yu like a dedicated actor. Chen Yu was quick-witted and went straight into the fitting room and locked the door. At this time, Lu Shirshir was already crying. She wiped her tears with the corner of her clothes and sobbed, can you please not leave me here alone? I'm so scared. Chen Yu said without a trace of sympathy, stop pretending here. My time and patience are limited. If you procrastinate any longer, I don't know what will happen next. Lu Shirshir wiped away her tears, her face full of helplessness and humiliation, and finally made a decision that went against her ancestors. Okay, I promise you. But you must not lie to me. You have to take me away from here. Chen Yu replied very honestly, I only agree to let you follow me and take care of the zombies on the way. But if danger comes, I will definitely run faster than you. Lu Shirshir wiped her tears, stopped crying, and began to look at Chen Yu carefully. If we put aside his identity, Chen Yu can be considered a handsome man. It's not too bad that I fall into his hands. The most important thing is that he can defeat zombies easily. With him, my safety can be guaranteed to a certain extent. Thinking of this, Lu Shirshir felt relieved. Just as Lu Shirshir was about to undress, Chunyu took out a bottle of safflower oil from somewhere. Lu Shirshir was stunned for a moment, then said, "Why are you giving this to me? I don't have any injuries on my body." Chunyu didn't explain too much, but smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry, it will be there soon." After Lu Shirshir pondered for a moment, she finally understood what Chunyu meant. Chunyu couldn't help but look down at Lu Shirshir. At this time, she was wearing a student-style suit. She wore a JK short skirt with thin white stockings. On her feet, she wore a pair of small white shoes that contrasted beautifully with her white stockings. Chunyu pulled Lu Shirshir over without any mercy. More than an hour later, Chunyu heard the familiar lowly voice again. "Congratulations, host. You will receive the following rewards. 1. The space can accommodate 2 living zombies, and the number of zombies that can be controlled is 2. 2. Increase the main physical attributes by 50 points. 3. Zombie favorability plus 1, current favorability is 2 points. 4. Thunderstorm, attack power increased by 50%. 5. 1 loyalty bracelet." Chunyu was extremely happy. In just one day, he had strengthened himself twice in a row. Now he can be said to have many ways to save his life. He looked down at the exhausted Lu Shirshir and said calmly, "Come with me." Chapter 7, Binding the Second Beautiful Zombie. Lu Shirshir had already learned Chen Yu's name during the conversation. She said a little fearfully, "Brother Yu, I don't dare to go out. Why don't you go and see if the zombie outside has gone far away?" Chen Yu had a calm expression on his face and walked out with a swagger. What a joke, how could zombie number 1 possibly get far? Just now it was protecting Chen Yu. When Lu Shirshir saw the zombies outside the door, she immediately screamed in fright. Be careful of zombies. She was indeed a little worried about Chen Yu. But he was more afraid that Chen Yu would be bitten to death and he would suffer as well. After all, it would be impossible for her to defeat the zombies by herself. Chen Yu acted as if he didn't hear anything and walked straight towards the zombies. Just as Lu Shirshir was about to call Chen Yu, she saw something that made her jaw drop. The ferocious zombie actually lowered its head in front of Chen Yu like a docile puppy. How is this possible? Lu Shirshir, whose legs and feet were a little inconvenient, slowly walked up to the zombie and continued, "Why didn't it bite you?" Chen Yu said indifferently, "It's simple, because I have tamed this zombie." After hearing this, Lu Shirshir opened her mouth in surprise. She stared at the zombies for a long time and found that the zombies in front of her were indeed not as aggressive as the zombies she had seen before. It is more like a puppet controlled by others. After a brief thought, Lu Shirshir suddenly reacted. "In other words, the zombie that pounced on me and bit me just now was also controlled by you?" Chen Yu said with a smile, "Who said you have big breasts and no brains? I think you are actually quite smart." Lu Shirshir wiped her tears and cried, "You rascal, you actually used such means carrot." "Don't slander me, you did it voluntarily," Chen Yu said innocently. You. Lu Shirshir was so angry that she couldn't speak. But Chen Yu was not wrong. She did volunteer. Chen Yu looked at the time and found that more than 4 hours had passed since he came out. He looked at Lu Shirshir and asked calmly, "I'm going home. Do you want to stay here or go home with me?" "Humph, there are no zombies now. I want to go home by myself." "Well, good luck to you." Chen Yu turned around and left with zombie number 1. But he secretly thought in his heart, "I wonder how long you can hold on. If you encounter zombies later, don't cry." At this moment, the weather was good. A few more zombies came over from a distance. When they saw Chen Yu and Lu Shirshir, sparks seemed to appear in their eyes and they walked towards them excitedly. Lu Shirshir was frightened after seeing this. She shouted at Chen Yu, "Be careful of the zombies. Use your abilities to control them." Chen Yu shook his head helplessly, "I can only control 2 zombies at most now. So, you can only hope for the best." After saying that, Chen Yu set his sights on the zombies. Walking in front was a beautiful zombie wearing a Sanda uniform. Chen Yu was suddenly shocked. "Hey, isn't this the club's beautiful coach?" Chen Yu remembered the female zombie in front of him. She is the beautiful coach of the level 8 Gale Fighting Club downstairs. He is also the most combat effective coach in the club. Shen Yu had delivered takeout to this coach several times and had witnessed her skills. This person's fighting skills are so powerful that even ordinary strong men are no match for her. Without thinking too much, Shen Yu bound her directly and made her zombie number 2. It's rare to find zombies that know martial arts. Just when this group of zombies was only a few meters away from Shen Yu, zombie number 2, who was originally running in the front, suddenly changed direction. She swept her leg and knocked several zombies behind her to the ground. The zombies, who had little intelligence to begin with, now had their cerebellums completely atrophied. They don't understand why their own kind would attack them. However, they soon set their sights on Lu Shishir again and stood up and walked towards her. Lu Shishir was so frightened that she even forgot to run away. She looked at Shen Yu and shouted loudly, "Please don't abandon me. As long as you take me away, I will obey you in everything from now on." Shen Yu snorted coldly and couldn't help but sneered. "Lu Shishir, didn't you just say you wouldn't come with me? Do you think I'm a bootlicker who comes and goes at your beck and call?" When Lu Shishir saw so many zombies in front of her, she no longer had any arrogance at all. She was so frightened that her whole body went limp. She knelt down and said to Shen Yu, "I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Please save me. From now on, I will work like a slave to repay you. Why should I not trust you? I didn't lie to you, I swear to God." "Well, I hope you remember what you said," Shen Yu said in a deep voice. At this time, the zombies were almost in front of Lu Shishir, and it was too late to kill them with the fire axe. Shen Yu suddenly raised his right hand, and a thick lightning bolt was instantly grasped in his hand. Snap! Immediately afterwards, the lightning struck several zombies, electrocuting them and making them sizzle and ooze oil. The zombie fell to the ground instantly, twitching continuously. After a few seconds, the zombie was completely motionless. Lu Shishir was completely stunned, because she just saw clearly that the lightning fell from Shen Yu's hand. Her brain is running at 180 miles per hour. Shen Yu can actually use lightning abilities. This is simply unbelievable. Could it be that Shen Yu is a god descended from heaven? But looking at Shen Yu's appearance, he is clearly an ordinary person. How can he have any of the demeanor of a god? After a brief moment of unconsciousness, Lu Shishir ran to Shen Yu without any hesitation. She threw herself into Shen Yu's arms without saying a word and never wanted to let go. She has already witnessed Shen Yu's strengths in all aspects. She knew that if she wanted to survive, she had to rely on Shen Yu. Shen Yu pushed Lu Shishir away and said coldly, "Lu Shishir, if you leave now, I won't stop you. But if you do what you did just now again, I don't mind feeding you to the zombies." Lu Shishir's eyes were red, and she pleaded pitifully, "Brother Yu, I know I was wrong, and I won't dare to do it again. Okay, I'll trust you one last time. Put on this bracelet." As he spoke, Shen Yu handed the loyalty bracelet to Lu Shishir. "Brother Yu, is this the ancestral bracelet mentioned in the TV series?" As Lu Shishir spoke, she had already put the bracelet on her hand. However, when she saw the bracelet on her hand disappear, the expression on her face was as wonderful as Jiang Shui's. Shen Yu explained, "That bracelet is called a loyalty bracelet. If you don't have any bad intentions, that's fine. But if you dare to have any thoughts that harm me, your heart will stop beating." "Ah, really?" Lu Shishir kept stroking her wrist, as if she wanted to take off the bracelet. Shen Yu handed the fire axe to Lu Shishir and said jokingly, "Whether it's true or not, you'll know if you try it." Chapter 8, Take Lu Shishir back to the villa to find her school beauty bestie. Lu Shishir shook her head like a rattle. "I dare not try. I swear, I will listen to Brother Yu's words in the future." She wouldn't risk her life to verify whether the bracelet was real. Besides, even without this bracelet, she wouldn't dare to have any ideas about Shen Yu. God knows if Shen Yu has any other tricks up his sleeve. Shen Yu saw Lu Shishir's frightened eyes and said, "You are quite smart. Come with me." After Shen Yu finished speaking, he walked straight to his electric car. He pointed to the back seat and ordered, "Stop wasting time and come here quickly." Lu Shishir wiped her tears, sat down obediently, and hugged Shen Yu's waist. Looking at Shen Yu and his electric car in front of her, Lu Shishir felt mixed emotions. She once set a goal for herself: "I would rather cry in a luxury car than laugh in an electric car." I never thought that one day I would cry while sitting on an electric bike. It was still a shabby electric car that had been through who knows how many times. However, she knew that she was lucky enough to survive. How dare I ask for anything else? Besides, Shen Yu can control zombies and has lightning powers, which can give her a sense of security. Those unrealistic ideas are simply impossible to achieve in the end times. And Chen Yu is her only support now. Thinking of this, Lu Shishir took the initiative to use her soft body to stick tightly to Chen Yu. Chen Yu suddenly felt a strange feeling on his back. Don't say it, this feeling really can't be described. Chen Yu rode the scooter directly into the elevator and walked downstairs with Lu Shishir. After arriving on the first floor, Lu Shishir looked at the supermarket on the first floor and asked in surprise, "Brother Yu, have you noticed that all the goods on the 6th and 1st floors have been moved away?" "Really?" Chen Yu glanced at the first floor and said in surprise, "It's true. There's not even a hair left. These damn guys took away all the food. What are we going to eat?" Chen Yu interrupted Lu Shishir and said, "Okay, let's go back and talk about it later." "Ah, that's all we can do for now." On the way to Jiang Shuer's house, the two chatted casually. Chen Yu learned that Lu Shishir and her school beauty best friend Shen Bingxiao lived in a Yuan community near the school. This is a villa area, and the villas there are very expensive. Lu Shishir also warmly invited Chen Yu to her villa. Chen Yu thought about it and decided to stay in Lu Shishir's villa temporarily. After all, villas are detached and safer than buildings. However, living in a high-rise building has too many disadvantages and is not a good choice. For example, if you take shelter on the 20th floor, not to mention the zombies, the surviving neighbors will have 100 ways to kill you. Of course, the most important thing is that Lu Shishir's school beauty best friend also lives there. Chen Yu couldn't find any reason to refuse. So he turned around and rode towards the villa. When passing an intersection, Chen Yu saw a pharmacy. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. Pooh. With the idea that a fisherman never comes back empty-handed, Chen Yu stopped the tram and walked towards the drugstore with a fire axe. "Brother Yu, where are you going?" Lu Shishir asked nervously. "I'll go find some medicine. In the end times, medicine is a valuable commodity. I'll go with you." "No, just wait here." As he was speaking, Chen Yu and zombie number 2 had already arrived at the door of the pharmacy. Zombie number 1 stayed to protect Lu Shishir. Lu Shishir looked at zombie number 1 with some panic, fearing that it would suddenly lose control and bite her to death. Fortunately, zombie number 1 showed no signs of attacking her. Only then did Lu Shishir feel relieved. The other side. When Chen Yu arrived at the pharmacy, he found that the door was not closed. Inside was a beautiful zombie in a white coat, lying on the ground and eating a child. Most of the child's body had been eaten, and it looked horrifying. Chen Yu walked quickly towards the female zombie. The female zombie also heard the movement behind her and slowly stood up from the ground. Chen Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes and thought to himself, "This figure is too amazing." The female zombie's figure, coupled with the unbuttoned white coat, is simply full of temptation. However, Chen Yu will not show mercy to it. One blow of the axe split its head open. The female zombie fell to the ground in an instant and was completely killed. Seeing this, Chen Yu was shocked by his own bravery and couldn't help but say, "So after receiving 2 rewards, I have become so brave." Then he took a quick look outside and pulled down the shutter door. This way, no one outside can see you collecting the medicines. Next, Chen Yu put all the medicines in the pharmacy into the space without thinking twice. After putting away the medicine, Chen Yu took out a new set of clothes from the space and put them on. After all, this set of clothes has been worn for a few days and is stained with zombie blood. Then he walked out of the pharmacy with a fire axe. When Lu Shishir saw Chen Yu, she hurriedly greeted him, "Brother Yu, what took you so long? I was almost scared to death." Chen Yu glanced at zombie number 1 and said speechlessly, "What are you afraid of? Didn't I send you a bodyguard? It's because of it that I'm scared." Lu Shishir said, looking at zombie number 1 with some grievance. "It was right next to me just now. I was really afraid it would lose control and bite me again." Chen Yu looked at zombie number 1 and said with a smile, "Don't worry, this guy won't bite easily without my order." Then I feel relieved. Lu Shishir no longer had her former arrogance, but stood in front of Chen Yu very obediently. Glancing at Chen Yu, Lu Shishir couldn't help but praise him. "Brother Yu, did you get this clothes from the pharmacy? You know what, you look pretty handsome in it." Chen Yu twisted his mouth and then glanced around. Finally found a car with keys. Cars are everywhere and it is so hard to find a car with keys. Chen Yu took the delivery box from the takeaway truck and put it in the back seat of the car. After getting into the driver's seat, he gave Lu Shishir a look. Lu Shishir jumped onto the passenger seat obediently, while the two zombies sat in the back seat. A few minutes later, the two finally arrived at the villa rented by Lu Shishir. In front of the villa's gate, there was a male zombie who looked like a student, biting the iron gate hard. Its eyes were staring straight towards the villa. Even the arrival of Chen Yu and others did not attract its attention. When Lu Shishir saw the zombie, she said in surprise, "Huh, why is it him?" After hearing this, Chen Yu turned to look at Lu Shishir and asked, "Do you know this person?" Lu Shishir nodded. "His name is Huang Wenlong, and he's one of Shin Bingxia's suitors. In the past, this guy would come to bring Bingxia food every now and then. Sometimes he would also help with cleaning, flushing the toilet, and so on." After listening to Lu Shishir's explanation, Chen Yu understood. So this is a bootleaker zombie. Under Chen Yu's control. Zombie number 1 walked up to Huang Wenlong and punched his head against the iron gate. Although Huang Wenlong's dog head is very hard, it is not as hard as an iron gate. I was knocked to the ground all of a sudden and was completely stunned. Next, zombie number 1 gnawed at Huang Wenlong's head, killing him completely. Seeing this, Chen Yu couldn't help but sigh. A dog licks a dog, and in the end, there's no head left. After a few seconds of silence for the licking dog zombie, Chen Yu looked at Lu Shishir and urged, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and open the door. Let me see what your best friend looks like." Chapter 9 Love starts with the bell, and it is hard to calm down when the bell stops. Lu Shishir finally came to her senses, hurriedly took out the key from her pocket and opened the iron gate of the yard. Chen Yu took the takeout box from the back seat of the car and activated his spatial ability. A lot of vacuum-packed food and some milk instantly appeared inside. Then he walked into the yard with two zombies. After Chen Yu and the two zombies went in, Lu Shishir quickly locked the iron door. Chen Yu looked around the three-story villa and said jokingly, "Lu Shishir, I didn't expect you to be so rich." Lu Shishir replied somewhat proudly, "Brother Yu, I rented this villa. But I didn't pay for it myself. I paid for it with the red envelopes sent to me by those lickspittles." Chen Yu taunted, "It seems you have quite a few backups. Hey, how can they be considered spare tires? At most, they are ATMs." Chen Yu shook his head. He really couldn't understand why those boys were willing to spend money on goddesses. If they are in school, you may spend $10,000 but still not be able to even hold their hand. But when he went to certain clubs, 998 was able to have in-depth communication with them. What else more, the woman doesn't want a house, a car, a dowry, or even you. The feelings between the two parties are very pure. Love starts with the bell and it is hard to calm down when the bell stops. Of course, Chen Yu knew that he had no right to criticize others. In his previous life, he was killed by his goddess Xia Qing. While the two were talking, Lu Shishir had already arrived at the entrance door and opened the combination lock. On the sofa in the hall, there was a girl in lace pajamas, anxiously talking on the phone. It should be Shan Bingxia. When Shan Bingxia saw Lu Shishir, she immediately ran up excitedly. "Shishir, you're finally back? Where have you been these past few days?" "I'm stuck in the fitting room of the mall." Lu Shishir looked at Chen Yu behind her and continued, "Bingxia, he is our classmate Chen Yu." Afterwards, Lu Shishir introduced the girl in front of him to Chen Yu. "Brother Yu, this is Shen Bingxia, whom I told you about on the way. We are good friends." Shen Bingxia followed Lu Shishir's gaze and looked back, and saw the tall and straight Chen Yu. "Shishir, why are you two together? Brother Yu met me at the mall today and brought me back. Otherwise, I might have died." Shen Bingxia was just about to continue asking about the situation outside when she saw the two zombies covered in blood outside the door. "Ah! You're so careless. How did you attract zombies? Close the door quickly. I've read a lot of news about them these days. If you get bit by one of these things, you'll become like them." After hearing this, Lu Shishir did not show any panic. "Bingxia, don't make a fuss. These two zombies have already been subdued by Brother Yu." Shen Bingxia looked at the two zombies in disbelief. She found that two zombies were standing behind Chen Yu very docilely. That look makes me feel like I've been conquered. So he walked up to Chen Yu with half belief and half doubt and asked, Brother Yu, did you really subdue these two zombies?" Chen Yu nodded. Shen Bingxia couldn't help but screamed in surprise, "Brother Yu, do you have superpowers? You can actually control zombies. It can be considered as a superpower." Chen Yu said calmly. Although Shen Bingxia is a little bit brainless, she does have some intelligence. She immediately understood. At a time when zombies are rampant, if a big brother with superpowers appears in front of you, wouldn't you have to curry favor with him? Think of this. Shen Bingxia approached Chen Yu and said in a soft voice, "Brother Yu, Bingxia wants to follow you forever. I wonder if Brother Yu will dislike me." As he spoke, he winked at Chen Yu. She looked so affectionate, as if she was willing to be eaten up by Chen Yu on the spot. Chen Yu was a little confused. I didn't expect that Shen Bingxia would surrender on her own before I even did anything. Lu Shishir, who was standing by, opened her mouth wide, even wider than when she was in the fitting room. She couldn't help but complain in her heart, "What's wrong with Shen Bingxia? I didn't expect she didn't even know how to cover it up. In other words, I know her well enough to know that she is still a virgin. Otherwise I would have thought she was a casual woman." At the same time, she was also a little depressed. If I were as sensible as Shen Bingxia, how could I have suffered so much? Chen Yu looked at Lu Shishir, whose face was full of expression, and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with your best friend? Why doesn't she look like what you said she is?" Lu Shishir smiled bitterly and shook her head repeatedly. "Brother Yu, I don't quite understand her anymore. But I can assure you, she definitely doesn't have any other men." Shen Bingxiao listened to the conversation between the two and understood something. He sighed softly and said, "Brother Yu, now that things have come to this, I won't play along with you anymore. In fact, in the past 2 days, I made a lot of phone calls and read a lot of news, so I know what is happening outside. I also know that you are my only support now, that's why I was like that just now." After saying this, Shen Bingxiao was like a lamb to be slaughtered, waiting for Chen Yu to rescue her. Of course Chen Yu understood Shen Bingxiao's thoughts. The helplessness and despair in doomsday can indeed destroy a person's faith. What's more, she is a female college student who has never experienced any major ups and downs. Chen Yu looked at Shen Bingxia, who was looking expectant, and said calmly, "Shen Bingxia, as long as you behave well in the future, you can survive." After hearing this, Shen Bingxia excitedly jumped onto Chen Yu. "Brother Yu, you said it yourself. Bingxia is yours from now on. You can't abandon me." At this moment, Chen Yu's phone rang suddenly. After the call was connected, Jiang Shuer's crying voice was heard from the other end. "Woo woo, are you Brother Yu?" Chen Yu slapped his forehead, wondering how he could have forgotten about Jiang Shuer. "It's me. Are you still in the room?" Brother Yu is always joking. "Where else can I go if I'm not in my room? There are 2 zombies guarding the door outside. I'm so scared. Stay in the house and don't move. I'll send them to pick you up." "Really? That's great. Who are you sending to pick me up? Can they defeat these 2 zombies?" Chen Yu said with a firm tone, "Don't worry, we will definitely win. Because I sent 2 more powerful zombies." Jiang Shuer was stunned for a moment. Then she said coquettishly, "Brother Yu, please stop making fun of me. I lied to you before, and it was indeed my fault. But, haven't I already compensated you? Otherwise, I'll compensate you again when I see you again." Chen Yu laughed and said, "You misunderstood, I'm telling the truth. I'll take a picture of the zombies for you, and when these 2 zombies arrive, you open the door for them. They will bring you to me when the time comes." After Chen Yu finished speaking, he hung up the phone, added Jiang Shuer on WeChat, and sent her the photos of the 2 zombies. Then, he controlled the 2 zombies with his mind and walked towards Jiang Shuer's residence. Chapter 10. 3 beauties gathered together. Seeing this, Lu Shishir sensibly went to open the door for the 2 zombies. After the zombies left, she returned to the villa. Chen Yu glanced around the kitchen, frowned, and asked, "Don't you usually cook for yourselves?" Shen Bingxia shook her head and said, "How could we possibly cook for ourselves? Usually we ask others to treat us to meals, or ask other boys to bring us meals. No wonder you still have the energy to stand here. It turns out you ate the food Huang Wenlong sent you." "Brother Yu, how did you know that Huang Wenlong brought me food?" Shen Bingxia asked in surprise. "Isn't that the one at the door? But he has turned into a zombie and I just chopped off his head." After hearing this, Shen Bingxia couldn't help but sigh and said, "Although I don't like this person, his persistence in being a bootlicker does make me feel a little embarrassed." Chen Yu walked straight to the dining table, then took out some vacuum-packed braised beef and milk from the box and placed them on the table. When the 2 girls saw the food, their eyes widened and they couldn't help swallowing. At the same time, they stretched out their long legs and walked to the dining table in a few steps. Chen Yu tore off a large piece of beef and put it to Lu Shishir's mouth. Lu Shishir asked in surprise, is this for me to eat? What? You don't want to eat? Chen Yu pretended to retract his hand. I want to eat it, I want it so badly. Ah. Lu Shishir was quick-eyed and quick-mouthed, and she bit the beef in one bite, fearing that Chen Yu would go back on his word. Chen Yu quickly retracted his hand, frowned at Lu Shishir and said, Lu Shishir, you almost bit my finger. Why do you eat like a dog? Lu Shishir was not angry at all when she heard Chen Yu's evaluation of her. Instead, she called out in a very cute tone. Woof. Then, he continued to eat the beef in big mouthfuls. When Shin Bingxia saw Lu Shishir eating beef, she felt even hungrier. She had only eaten one meal in the past few days, and there was not much oil or water in her stomach. At the same time, Shin Bingxia saw that Chen Yu could not only control zombies, but also provide food, and her favorability towards him reached a new level. At the same time, she also understood how correct her choice was. She swallowed and stretched out her slender hand towards Chen Yu. Brother Chen Yu, please give me some food too? While speaking, Shin Bingxia blinked her big watery eyes at Chen Yu. That look can squeeze out tears. Chen Yu thought about it, then looked at Shin Bingxia seriously and said, Shin Bingxia, it's okay for you to want food, but you need to do the same thing as Lu Shishir. After hearing this, Shin Bingxia also called out playfully. Woof. After hearing this, Chen Yu was speechless and said, Who told you to bark like a dog? Shin Bingxia looked at Lu Shishir with some confusion. Shishir, what is he talking about? Lu Shishir bit her lip in shame and indignation and whispered, It's that thing. What on earth is going on? You're driving me crazy. Oh, think about it yourself. How can I say it? After Lu Shishir said this, she turned her head away shyly. After thinking for a moment, Shin Bingxia suddenly understood. She shook Chen Yu's arm and said softly, Brother Yu, wasn't what I said just now explicit enough? I've figured it out and will follow you well from now on. As long as Brother Yu says the word, I'll do anything. Chen Yu nodded, I'm going to make this clear to you in advance. Okay, eat something first, so you can get to work after you eat. After getting permission, Shin Bingxia grabbed the meat and milk in front of her and stuffed them into her mouth. That cherry-sized mouth can actually drink half a carton of milk in one gulp. Lu Shishir glanced at Chen Yu and asked expectantly. Brother Yu, how much food do we have left? You don't need to worry about this. Chen Yu said calmly, as long as you two do your part, there will be endless food in the future. Is there really still food? Then I won't be polite, ah. As she spoke, Lu Shishir stuffed another large piece of beef into her mouth. The cheeks on both sides are bulging, which looks very funny and cute. Fuck, eat slower, there's more. Chen Yu looked at Lu Shishir speechlessly and took out some chicken legs from the box. After hearing this, Lu Shishir didn't think twice and stuffed a chicken leg into her mouth. While eating, Shin Bingxia secretly observed Chen Yu and Lu Shishir. In the end, she knew what happened between Lu Shishir and Chen Yu from the way she walked when she entered the door and the implicit meaning of Chen Yu's words. After thinking about it, Shin Bingxia moved the stool closer to Chen Yu. At the same time, a soft and fragrant body leaned over. The good figure that could not be concealed by the black hollow pajamas was displayed in front of Chen Yu very clearly. Chen Yu couldn't help but take a few more glances. Seeing Chen Yu's eyes, Shin Bingxia picked up the tissue on the table and wiped her mouth, then said in a strangled voice, Brother Chen Yu, I'm almost done eating. After hearing this, Lu Shishir chewed her food and said vaguely, Bingxia, didn't you just say you were hungry? Shin Bingxia glanced at Chen Yu and said with a smirk, we have something important to do soon. Eating too much will delay things. Several people were eating and chatting. Chen Yu, who was eating with relish, seemed to have sensed something. He pointed at Lu Shishir beside him and said, Go open the door. After hearing this, Lu Shishir grabbed a piece of cooked beef and trotted towards the door. After a while, she brought Jiang Shuer into the villa. Jiang Shuer looked around the villa in surprise, and finally her eyes fell on Chen Yu sitting at the dining table. She was stunned at first, then ran towards Chen Yu regardless of her own safety and hugged him from behind. Brother Yu, woo-woo. I thought you didn't want Shuer anymore. Chen Yu pointed to the dining table and said, Okay, stop crying, sit down and eat something. When Jiang Shuer saw the table full of food, her eyes almost sparked. These past few days, she had only eaten half a portion of braised pork rice without the braised pork, and she was already starving. Even the chicken bones left by Chen Yu were eaten clean by her. At that time, she kept complaining that Chen Yu ate the chicken so cleanly, as if he had never eaten chicken before. Seeing a table full of delicious food, Jiang Shuer no longer cared about her image and just grabbed whatever she saw. Brother Yu, these are so delicious, so fragrant. Lu Shishir looked at Jiang Shuer and asked softly, you are Jiang Shuer's sister, right? Jiang Shuer nodded and squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. I'm Jiang Shuer, what's your name? My name is Lu Shishir. Lu Shishir pointed at Shin Bingxia beside her and said, this is my friend Shin Bingxia. I hope Sister Shuer will give me more guidance in the future. Please give me some advice, Sister Shuer. Shin Bingxia also echoed. Jiang Shuer was stunned and couldn't help complaining in her heart. It's only been less than a day, and Shen Yu has already found 2 more stunning beauties? This is too fast. Chapter 11 Shin Bingxia's Expectations. After Jiang Shuer chatted with the 2 beauties for a while, her mood gradually became complicated, and a sense of crisis spread in her heart. As soon as she entered the door, she secretly looked at Lu Shishir and Shin Bingxia, 2 beautiful schoolgirls. These 2 people are not only younger and more beautiful than her, but also have more outstanding temperament. Even the body shape is bigger and better looking. She was just afraid that Shen Yu would get tired of the old and fall in love with the new, and would prefer the 2 beauties, or even drive her away. But Jiang Shuer changed her mind and thought, if Shen Yu was really the kind of guy who wouldn't recognize people after putting on clothes, he wouldn't have gone to the trouble of picking her up. Thinking of this, I finally felt relieved. After eating his fill, Shen Yu took a sip of the slightly bitter red wine, turned his head to look at Lu Shishir and said, Shishir, get me a room with a private bathroom and a balcony. Also, find a room for Jiang Shuer. She'll be living with us from now on. Lu Shishir pointed to the largest master bedroom and said, Brother Yu, my room is the biggest, why don't you just make do with it for now? Sister Shuer and I live in the room next to yours. It just so happens that I have some questions I want to ask Sister Shuer. Shen Yu nodded, turned around and said to Shin Bingxia, come to my room later and have a good chat with me. Remember to take a shower. After saying that, he stretched and walked towards the master bedroom. Shen Bingxia quickly agreed, okay, brother Yu. Seeing that Shen Yu had already left, Lu Shishir whispered in Shen Bingxia's ear, Bingxia, don't blame me for not reminding you. It's best to ask brother Yu for some medicine for injuries in advance. Shen Bingxia was a little confused. Shishir, I'm not hurt. Lu Shishir said mysteriously, you'll know in a moment. I've been through this before. Shin Bingxia turned her head and said with some hesitation, Shishir, although I just said that in front of brother Yu, I am still a little conflicted about handing myself over like this. Lu Shishir chuckled. She took Shin Bingxia's hand and said, Bingxia, I had the same idea as you at first. But when I was about to be mauled to death by the zombies, I suddenly understood. In such an environment, being alive is better than anything else. Shin Bingxia nodded, Shishir, you are right. Now, whoever has food and can bring us a sense of security is the big brother. Jiang Shuer, who heard their conversation, also came over. She sat opposite Shin Bingxia and gently advised. I am 3 or 2 years older than you, and I have more experience. Bingxia, I think you shouldn't have any mental baggage. The 3 of us should thank brother Yu for giving us this opportunity. You know how many people want to earn food on their own, and they might even look down on them. Lu Shishir took Shin Bingxia's hand and whispered in her ear. Bingxia, it's normal for you to have some concerns. After all, I've been there too. But what I want to tell you is that you will definitely not regret it. Because brother Yu is really. Shin Bingxia's expression changed slightly, and she said with some excitement, Shishir, are you telling the truth? Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Well, now that you mention it, I'm really looking forward to it. When Jiang Shuer heard the conversation between the 2, she couldn't help but admire Lu Shishir. I didn't expect that her brainwashing skills were so unique that she would even deceive her best friend. In fact, Lu Shishir did not deceive Shin Bingxia. Because when Lu Shishir and Shen Yu came into contact, the latter's basic attributes had all been strengthened. They are completely incomparable. Seeing that Shin Bingxia had completely let go, Lu Shishir smiled slyly, Bingxia, go take a shower. I'll find you a sexy outfit that will definitely make brother Yu's eyes light up. Shin Bingxia blushed and said, then find out the clothes I only wear at home. Lu Shishir knew the dress was too much after she put it on. Lu Shishir's eyes widened, Bingxia, are you going to use your ultimate move? I'm afraid brother you can't handle this. Anyway, I'm going all out this time. The other side. When Shen Yu came to the bedroom, what caught his eye was a soft big bed. There were 2 light pink clothes scattered on it, with a faint body scent still remaining on them. A slight sniff is somewhat intoxicating. Chen Yu lay on the bed, took out his mobile phone and browsed the news. Because he wanted to know what was happening outside. Now, the top news on every app is all about zombies. Chen Yu casually clicked on the most authoritative news released the day before yesterday. Hello everyone, CCAV1 has issued a red alert. Around 12 noon on July 10th, the blue planet was covered by a mysterious cosmic ray. Under the influence of this ray, some humans on the entire blue planet turned into zombies. Afterwards, zombies continued to break out, and many people who did not react in time were bitten by zombies. It should be noted that people who are bitten by zombies will also become zombies. So everyone must protect themselves and stay away from these zombies. If they can't dodge in time, chop off their heads without hesitation. At present, the authorities are actively looking for ways to deal with this zombie crisis. Please trust us and keep an eye on the news. Chen Yu shut down the most authoritative news. Because most of the time this kind of news just contains empty words. Chen Yu then clicked on the city's news. The news reported by various media outlets were similar, mainly mentioning three things. First, it repeated the content of authoritative news. Second, most of the armed groups in the city have withdrawn, and a small number have been sent to important departments such as power plants and water plants, and they have no time to take care of ordinary people for the time being. The third is to tell everyone that if someone around you is bitten by a zombie, you should chop off his head immediately. Only in this way can we prevent this person from becoming a zombie. After seeing the news, Chen Yu realized that this life was the same as the previous one, and he could not rely on the authorities for the time being. Now I can only rely on myself. Other news mostly consisted of videos of zombies biting people taken by bloggers. This undoubtedly caused panic in every city. Chen Yu browsed some news from the outside world and then closed the news. In addition, he also browsed some group messages about the school. According to videos posted by some students, most of the students in the school have turned into zombies. Chen Yu's expression couldn't help but become solemn. Because according to the memory of the previous life, Xia Cheng and others should also go to the classroom where they were killed. Once they gather together, we can kill them all at once. Chen Yu tried his best to restrain his desire for revenge. Of course, there is another point. The opportunity to become stronger is at your fingertips, and it only takes a few hours at most. The safest way is to get another enhancement and then rush to the school. Thinking of this, Chen Yu gritted his teeth, closed his eyes and began to wait. I wonder if I can get a decent superpower this time. Chapter 12 Time Stand Still. Shen Bingxia reference picture. Shen Bingxia walked into the bathroom with firm steps. 10 minutes later, there was a knock on Chen Yu's door. Chen Yu, who had changed into pajamas, opened the door. What caught my eye was Shen Bingxia wearing extremely sexy clothes. She was wearing a tight white top that perfectly outlined her perfect figure. On the lower body, she wore hats with a short skirt. And the extremely thin high heels, which are as high as 15 centimeters, fit perfectly with those long, straight legs. Chen Yu's eyes wandered around for a while, and he said a little uncomfortably. Shen Bingxia, do you usually dress like this? Shen Bingxia bit her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth and lowered her head and said, Brother Yu, I have only worn this dress at home. You are the first man to see me wearing this dress. Shen Yu grinned, you are completely different now than you were just now. Shen Bingxia slowly walked up to Chen Yu and replied sensibly. Brother Yu, I just don't want to make any unnecessary struggles. And following Brother Yu is a godsend for me. How could I not grab such a good opportunity? More than 2 hours later, the lowly voice came again. Congratulations, host. You will receive the following improvements. 1. The space ability is upgraded and can accommodate 3 zombies. 2. Increase the main physical attributes by 50 points. 3. Zombie favorability plus 1, current favorability is 3 points. 4. Number of zombies that can be controlled, 3. 5. Loyalty bracelet, 1. Special reward, the host has performed a hat trick by saving 3 girls in a row. They are now awarded the title of 3 circles in a row and receive the bonus skill, Time Standstill. Time Freeze, temporarily freezes time within a certain area. The current range is 2 meters, and the duration is 10 seconds. The freeze duration and range increase with the host's ability. After hearing this, Chen Yu was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. Although the effect of Time Stands Still is limited now. But having this skill is equivalent to having an additional powerful life-saving skill. If you run into trouble, just set your sights where you are. Of course, this skill also has other uses. Chunyu set his gaze on Shin Bingxia, who looked exhausted. Time stands still. As Chunyu activated his skill, Shin Bingxia, who had just been sobbing on the bed, immediately became motionless. Even her heartbeat seemed to have stopped. Seeing this, Chunyu stretched out his hand and waved in front of Shin Bingxia's eyes, but Shin Bingxia did not move. Then he glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table. Oh shit! The second hand of the alarm clock stopped moving. Even the air around seemed to be frozen. This, time stands still, is too powerful, right? Chunyu asked Shin Bingxia to sit up, and then continued to pat every inch of her skin. However, Shin Bingxia was like a puppet and did not react at all. Oh no! How do I disable this thing? Can it just automatically disable itself after 10 seconds? As soon as Chen Yu's thought came to mind, Shin Bingxia recovered. Shin Bingxia was stunned, then said in surprise. Brother Yu, I was lying down just now, how did I suddenly sit up? Also, why is my body in so much pain? Chen Yu said calmly, nothing, I just activated my supernatural power on you. After hearing this, Shin Bingxia was stunned at first, then she lightly punched Chen Yu in the chest with her fist. Brother Yu, you are such a bad guy. I've been very well behaved, yet you still want to use this method to deal with me. Chen Yu stretched his body, turned his head slightly and said, I'm just not familiar with this ability, I'm just practicing on you. Using me as a training ground? Shin Bingxia was startled, then she leaned over and said in a flattering manner. I know brother you must be dissatisfied with my performance just now, so he punished me. Actually, I am just inexperienced and a little embarrassed. I promise to satisfy brother you in the future. After saying that, Shin Bingxia leaned over with her eyes closed. Chun Yu calmly put the bracelet on her. Lu Shishir and Jiang Shuer, who were lying on the wall next door, were suddenly speechless. Why can she score twice? Jiang Shuer, in particular, looked extremely surprised. She looked at Lu Shishir in disbelief and asked in a low voice. Shishir, when you were trying to persuade Bingxia, you said that brother Yu was very powerful. Is that true? Lu Shishir narrowed her eyes and smiled. Of course, you don't think I'm deliberately lying to Bingxia, do you? But Jiang Shuer looked into the room somewhat depressedly and muttered softly. Brother Yu is so impatient with me because he only treats me according to my age. No, I must find a chance to make brother Yu compensate me. At the same time, Jiang Shuer was secretly competing in her heart. I must not lose to Lu Shishir and Shin Bingxia, as this is related to my future family status. Happy times are always short-lived. Shen Yu leaned against the head of the bed and lit a cigarette. After smoking for a while, Shen Yu began to think about his next plan. Now, I have enough power to take revenge. It's time for some reckoning. You bastards, prepare to bear my wrath. The next day. When the sunlight came into the room, Shen Yu slowly opened his eyes. He was suddenly filled with emotion. If this had happened before the end of the world, he would never have dreamed of such a scene. Looking at the beautiful schoolgirl with skin as smooth as water in front of him, Shen Yu couldn't help but pinch her soft oval cheeks. Shin Bingxia was awakened by Chen Yu and slowly opened her eyes. When she was sure it was Chen Yu next to her, she asked doubtfully, Brother Yu, why are you pinching me? Nothing. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't dreaming. Life these days seems so unreal, like a dream. Shin Bingxia rubbed her red face and pouted in a feigned anger. Hate it, is it so real in a dream? After saying that, her soft body with body fragrance leaned over. That real feeling made Chen Yu certain that he was not dreaming. He gently rubbed Shin Bingxia's hair and said, Get up and have breakfast. After a while, Chen Yu changed into new clothes and walked out of the room. At this time, Jiang Shuer and Lu Shishir had already gotten up. When they saw Chen Yu, they immediately ran over. Brother Yu, good morning. Brother Yu, good morning. Chen Yu looked at the two people who had already put on their makeup in surprise and said, Why did you get up so early? Lu Shishir lowered her head shyly. We couldn't sleep because of the noise, so we got up a little early. By the way, do you have any ingredients in the takeout box? Sister Shuer and I will make you breakfast. Of course there are ingredients. Chen Yu walked towards the kitchen. With a wave of his hand, many fresh ingredients appeared in the kitchen. The three girls were stunned when they saw the fresh ingredients. Chapter 13 Shen Bingxia's cousin is the art goddess Xiao Qianyue. Xiao Qianyue reference picture. Jiang Shuer saw the dazzling fresh food and couldn't help but touch them. When she found out that the food was real, she looked at Chen Yu in astonishment. Brother Yu, are you performing magic? This is too amazing. Chen Yu pondered for a moment and said casually, I understand. Why do I feel like Brother Yu seems to have some kind of superpower? For example, a superpower similar to the ability to store space. Shen Bingxia hesitated for a moment and expressed her thoughts. Chen Yu couldn't help but look at Shen Bingxia. He didn't expect that her guess was so accurate. Lu Shishir thought of the shopping mall that had been completely cleared out, and suddenly realized. I understand, it turns out that all the goods in the mall were taken away by Brother Yu. I was wondering why all the goods disappeared in just 2 days. Brother Yu, is what Shishir said true? Jiang Shuer looked at Chen Yu, holding him tightly with her soft hands, and said excitedly, that's 6 whole floors of goods. Enough for us to eat for decades. But what if the food goes bad? Don't worry, the food won't go bad. Chen Yu saw that everyone had guessed it, so he just laid it out. After all, they would live together in the future, and sooner or later they would find out. And most importantly, he didn't worry at all that these women would betray him. Jiang Shuer pulled Chen Yu's arm and her tone became gentler. Brother Yu, from now on I'm handing everything over to you. Please don't abandon me. I'll definitely do my best to do my part. Please. The other two also expressed their feelings. At the same time, they feel they have followed the right person. With Chen Yu, 1T I have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of my life? Okay, it depends on your performance from now on. Chen Yu said lightly. Well, let me make you some breakfast first. Jiang Shuer walked into the kitchen happily, stuffing food into the refrigerator while picking out ingredients suitable for breakfast. Sister Shuer, wait for me. Lu Shishir was not willing to be outdone and hurried into the kitchen. Seeing this, Shen Bingxia, who was standing by, pondered for a moment, then dragged her tired body over. Sister Shishir, let me help you cook too. Lu Shishir smiled and looked at Shen Bingxia, saying softly, no need. You must be exhausted last night. Drink more water. I see your voice is a little hoarse. Shen Bingxia lowered her head embarrassedly and walked to the sofa with heavy steps. Looking at the two busy figures in the kitchen, Shen Bingxia couldn't help but think of Lu Shishir, who used to learn cooking whenever she had free time. It is always said, if you want to win a man's heart, you must first win his stomach. At first, Shen Bingxia didn't take it seriously. Now that I think about it, Lu Shishir was really foresight. She looked down at herself and couldn't see her toes at all. So she thought of another way to tie Chen Yu down. It seems that I need to learn more knowledge in the future. Knowledge changes destiny. We must learn by doing, and practice by learning, so that knowledge and action can be integrated. Half an hour later, a sumptuous breakfast was placed on the table. The four of them sat together, chatting and enjoying the food. In the past, the three girls would rather spend their mornings sleeping in or putting on makeup than eating breakfast. Now, after experiencing that unforgettable feeling of hunger, for the first time, they felt that being able to have breakfast was such a happy thing. Seeing that Chen Yu had finished eating, Shen Bingxia moved closer to him and looked at him with blinking eyes. Seeing her like that, Chen Yu couldn't help but ask, Bingxia, do you have anything to say? Shen Bingxia nodded, Brother Yu, I can't hide anything from you. My cousin is trapped in the school, and I want you to help me rescue her. After hearing this, Chen Yu narrowed his eyes and asked, who is your cousin? It's Xiao Qianyue from our school's art academy. After hearing this, Chen Yu smiled and replied, so she's our school's famous female star. Since you're relatives, why don't you live together? Because she's usually not in school. She's out doing small commercial performances or participating in talent shows. She came back to take exams a few days ago, and who would have thought she'd run into a zombie outbreak? Chen Yu had heard of Xiao Qianyue's name. She is the campus beauty of the art academy. But she is more famous than several other school beauties. Because she once won the championship of the college singing competition organized by the city with her good voice. Moreover, she has achieved many impressive results in dance. Relying on her excellent physical condition and talent, she became a well-known star in school. After thinking for a moment, Shen Yu said with a serious expression, then you should know the rules of entering this villa, right? Shen Bingxia was stunned for a moment, then nodded even faster than last night, Brother Yu, I know. Don't worry, I will try my best to convince my cousin. And... Having said that, Shen Bingxia put her hands on Shen Yu's shoulders, put her warm red lips to the latter's ear, and said softly. My cousin has never had a boyfriend and is still a virgin. Only then did Chen Yu feel a little moved. No, the opportunity to become stronger has come again. It can't be stopped. Chen Yu agreed, since you have been doing well recently, I will bring her back. I also have something to do at school. Now that I am strong enough, it's time to take revenge. Brother Yu, you are so kind. Shen Bingxia couldn't help but kiss Chen Yu and said expectantly, why don't I go with you? Maybe I can convince my cousin on the spot. Okay. Then, the two of them walked out of the villa. Chen Yu looked at the car and shook his head helplessly. This car is not strong at all and can be easily destroyed by zombies. Chen Yu searched around the villa and finally found a Hummer with keys. The car owner, who had turned into a zombie, was scratching the car window frantically in the cab. Chen Yu walked over and opened the car door. The moment the door opened, the car owner suddenly pounced towards Chen Yu. However, Chen Yu killed the car owner with just one axe. Then he got into the cab. Shin Bingxia and the two zombies also hurried into the car. When Chen Yu was about to shift gears, he suddenly found a sharp and long knife on the passenger seat. Ouch! It seems that the car owner also has road rage, and he might be the next Kunshin Longgu. Chen Yu also put the long sword into the alien space. This thing is lighter and more useful than a fire axe in some cases. The villa is not far from the school. A few minutes later, Chen Yu arrived at the school gate. There were several student zombies wandering around the door. Chen Yu didn't hesitate at all. He directly broke the railing and knocked the zombie away. Hiss, roar. The zombies screamed. But they are no match for the Hummer with a V12 engine. His head was smashed directly by the bumper. Shen Bingxia suppressed the nausea in her stomach and pointed in the direction of the school dance studio and said, Brother Yu, Xianyue is in the dance studio. She just sent another message saying that a zombie has broken down the door. Let's go save her. Okay, I understand. Chen Yu stepped on the accelerator and the car drove quickly towards the dance studio. After a while, the car stopped downstairs of the dance studio. Chen Yu opened the car door, let the two zombies lead the way, and then led Shen Bingxia quickly upstairs. As the two climbed the stairs, they encountered a dozen scattered zombies. But they were all easily killed by Chen Yu and the zombies he was bound to. Which classroom? Chen Yu asked after dealing with the zombies. In the dance studio on the third floor. Shen Bingxia said, pointing upstairs. Okay, follow me closely. The two of them climbed to the third floor in one breath. At the door of the dance studio, there was a naked female zombie roaring towards the door. There was a hole in the thin wooden door. The zombie was about to get in. There was a girl inside the door, screaming and pushing the zombies out with a stool. It seems that this should be the Xiao Qianyue that Shen Bingxia mentioned. Chen Yu walked quickly towards the female zombie. When the female zombie saw Chen Yu, she immediately stopped what she was doing. It opened its bloody mouth, tilted its head and roared as it pounced towards Chen Yu. Chen Yu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, What a pity, she has such a great figure. Then he chopped at the zombie's head without mercy. Just as Chen Yu was about to enter the classroom, he suddenly noticed something flashing between the zombie's eyebrows. Chapter 14 Meeting the Enemy Again. I exchange beautiful pictures for beautiful pictures, and laugh at who is not a man. Hey, what was that just now? Chen Yu approached the zombie's eyebrows and looked carefully. I saw a small particle emitting faint light between the zombie's eyebrows, which looked like the size of a grain of rice. Chen Yu's intuition told him that this should be a good thing. Chen Yu cut off the small particles with the knife he carried with him and put them into the space, then wiped the bloodstains on the eyebrows of the other two zombies with a clean cloth. There are also bright spots between the eyebrows of these two zombies. And it's bigger than the zombie just now. Could this be the legendary crystal? If you think about it carefully, ordinary zombie crystals are too small, and there is a lot of blood or dirt on their heads, so you can't find them at all without looking closely. While Chen Yu was studying the crystal between the zombie's eyebrows, Shen Bingxia lowered her head and shouted inside through the broken door of the classroom. Xianyue, open the door quickly. I'm Bingxia. The woman in the room heard a familiar voice and quickly opened the door, revealing a cautious little head. Sister, you're finally here. When Xiao Qianyue saw that Shen Bingxia was not scratched by the zombies, she hurriedly threw herself into the latter's arms and cried inconsolably. Shen Bingxia stroked her head and comforted her. Qianyue, don't be afraid, everything is fine. It took a long time for Xiao Qianyue to recover and stop crying. When she wiped away her tears, she saw Chen Yu and the two zombies behind him, and screamed in fright. Sister, there are two more zombies, zombies. Shen Bingxia patted Xiao Qianyue's shoulder gently and looked at Qianyu with a smile in her eyes. Don't worry, Qianyue. Those two zombies won't bite. They've been tamed by the brother in front of you. After hearing what Shen Bingxia said, Xiao Qianyue calmed down a little, but she was undoubtedly more confused. Even zombies can be tamed these days? She couldn't help but start looking at Qianyu. It seemed that the two zombies were very respectful to him and indeed seemed to be tamed. Xiao Qianyue smoothed her slightly messy hair and said with a smile. Hello, brother. I'm from the art college of this school. My name is Xiao Qianyue. Thank you for saving me. Qianyu waved his hands repeatedly, looked at Xiao Qianyue and said, Don't be in a hurry to thank me. I won't save you in vain. Xiao Qianyue was a little embarrassed. She quickly avoided Chenyu's gaze and turned to look at Shen Bingxia and asked. Sister, I didn't expect you to come and save me. The brother next to you is? Shen Bingxia's face changed, and she hesitantly said, Qianyue, this brother is called Chenyu, and he's our classmate. I'm able to survive thanks to him. From now on, we'll have to rely on him to protect us. Shen Bingxia briefly told Xiao Qianyue what had happened to her in the past few days. Even those sensitive topics that cannot be discussed in detail are not avoided at all. Xiao Qianyue was extremely shocked after hearing this and secretly looked at Qianyu. I didn't expect that this tall and thin boy in front of me is so powerful. He can deal with so many zombies by himself. The key is to make the zombies obedient. If I were with him, maybe I could really survive in this terrible apocalypse. Qianyu looked down at the time and interrupted their reminiscing. Okay, you two will have plenty of time to chat later, so come with me and do some business first. After saying that, Qianyu led the two zombies downstairs. At this moment, hundreds of ways to torture Xia Qing appeared in his mind. I really don't know which one to use. Shen Bingxia glanced at Qianyu's back, holding the frightened Xiao Qianyue's hand, and followed him closely. Not long after, the three of them arrived at classroom 444 in Building 7. There were two zombies walking back and forth in the corridor of the classroom, as if looking for a suitable target. Qianyu couldn't help but grit his teeth. There were so many boys in the room, but they were so scared by just two zombies that they didn't dare to go out. However, they were able to kill Qianyu. When the two zombies saw Qianyu and the others, they immediately rushed over with their heads tilted, and low growls came from their stiff throats, as if there was a sticky liquid on their vocal cords. Without Qianyu taking any action, his two younger brothers quickly dealt with the attacking zombies. Qianyu put the zombie corpses into the space, intending to study them carefully after he had taken revenge. After thinking for a moment, he put zombies number 1 and number 2 into the space, and then slowly walked towards the door of classroom 444. Inside the house, there were sounds of several people arguing. Stop eating, leave some for me. Fuck, this is our last food. Xia Qing, don't you have a lot of lickspittles? Hurry up and ask them to bring us food. Okay, I'll text that lickspittle Qianyu and ask him to send us some food. Hey, that lickspittle probably came running over here right after seeing your message. Of course, I can easily handle that guy. Hearing this, Qianyu put his hands behind his back, raised his foot and kicked the door open. Who? Inside the room, 7 people squatting at the back of the classroom suddenly turned around. Only after they saw Qianyu's face clearly did they feel relieved. One of the tall men calmed down and shouted angrily. Fuck, I thought it was a zombie, but it turned out to be you. This broken door at school is rubbish, it opens with just one kick. Qianyu, close the door quickly and don't let the zombies in. The tall man is named Zhang Jihao, and he is Chenyu's squad leader. Qianyu glanced at a few people and said excitedly, Fortunately, you are all still alive. After hearing this, Zhang Jihao said with an unhappy look on his face, Can you talk? If you are still alive, then of course we are alive. Then, he turned to look at Xia Qing and said, Xia Qing, Qianyu, and you are so in tune with each other. He came as soon as you sent the message. Could it be that he has been in a room near us all this time? I haven't sent the message yet. Xia Qing looked at the message that had not been sent and looked at Qianyu with some confusion. Chenyu's eyes met Xia Qing's, and he asked jokingly, Xia Qing, I just heard that you wanted to trick me here. What do you mean by that? You must have heard it wrong, I mean. Xia Qing stuttered and couldn't speak. Fuck, now that he's here, what's there to explain to this loser? Zhang Jihao walked towards the door and said viciously. Qianyu, did you bring any food? I brought some fresh 9-turn large intestines. Remember to eat them all. Suddenly, several pieces of pig large intestines appeared in Chen Yu's hands behind him and he threw them in front of the people. I found these in the refrigerator a few days ago, still raw and in their original flavor. It was because time was urgent, otherwise Chen Yu would have to give them some of the contents of the 9-turn large intestine. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Zhang Jihao was so angry that he couldn't speak. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and continued. Chen Yu, you lead the way and take us to find food. If you don't obey, I will fucking kill you, understand? At this time, the sensible Shin Bingxia stood up and said angrily, Zhang Jihao, who the hell are you? How dare you yell in front of brother Yu? After saying that, she gently touched Xiao Qianyue. Xiao Qianyue understood what he meant and echoed him, exactly. You little bastards, are you worthy enough to speak so arrogantly in front of brother Yu? They are both smart women and they know that it is time for them to show their abilities. Of course, they also knew that these boys were no match for Qinyu. If zombies can be tamed by Qinyu, what are these little karamis? Chapter 15 I won't let you die that easy. Zhang Jihao and others saw Shin Bingxia and Xiao Qianyue behind Qinyu, and they actually spoke up for Qinyu. I instantly lost my composure and even felt a little jealous. Fuck, did I hear that right? A school beauty and a school beauty are actually helping Qinyu scold us? That kid must have used some shady tactics. Damn it, my goddess, why would you help Qinyu scold us? Kill Qinyu and rescue the two goddesses. Even Xia Qing was slightly surprised and began to look at Qinyu again. Qinyu, who are these two girls to you? Shin Bingxia took a step forward and sneered, Xia Qing, can't you see? Of course, the two of us are brother Yu's people. Xia Qing couldn't help but sneered, you two are blind, right? What's so good about that loser Qinyu? Before Xia Qing could finish her words, Shin Bingxia slapped her. Xia Qing, watch your mouth. If you dare to scold brother Yu again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Xia Qing was stunned and stood there blankly, covering her swollen face. When did Shin Bingxia become so scary? And why does she protect Chen Yu so much? The person who felt the most uncomfortable among the crowd was Zhang Jihao. He licked Shin Bingxia for 2.5 years, but Shin Bingxia never even looked at him. Unexpectedly, she was completely conquered by Qinyu. Zhang Jihao was so angry that his teeth itched. He looked at Shin Bingxia and Xiao Qianyue and said, if he drugs you too with something like that, tell me and I will protect you. Shin Bingxia rolled her eyes at Zhang Jihao and said coldly, have you watched too many martial arts dramas? After being scolded, Zhang Jihao immediately felt humiliated. After a while, he smiled grimly and said, in that case, I will first beat Qinyu to a pulp, and then torture you two in front of him. When the time comes, don't beg for mercy. After saying that, Zhang Jihao raised his fist and hit Qinyu in the face. Qinyu did not retreat, but stood still. The fist was about to hit Qinyu's face. In a flash, Qinyu suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhang Jihao's fist. Snap! Zhang Jihao's fist was actually crushed by Qinyu, and blood and broken tissue fell to the ground, looking extremely tragic. Ah! My hand! Qinyu took half a step forward and came behind Zhang Jihao, grabbed the latter's belt and lifted it above his head. Fuck! Put me down now! Zhang Jihao lay on his back, struggling with his limbs like a flipping turtle. No problem, I'll put you down right away. After saying that, Qinyu threw Zhang Jihao to the ground. Zhang Jihao, who was completely stunned, hit his head on the ground and blood gushed out instantly. Qinyu squatted down, grabbed Zhang Jihao's big back hair, and lifted him up. Brother Yu, no. I have a headache. Don't worry, the headache will go away in a while. Qinyu grabbed Zhang Jihao's head and slammed it against the wall. Boom! Knock knock! Boom boom boom! No matter how hard Zhang Jihao's dog head is, it can't be harder than the wall. A minute later, his face was covered in blood and there was a dent the size of a bowl on his head. Qinyu threw down Zhang Jihao's body and looked at others with sharp eyes. Shin Bingxia suppressed the nausea in her stomach, pulled out a tissue with her own body fragrance from her pocket, took Qinyu's hand and said, Brother Yu, let me help you wipe your hands. At the same time, she was also glad that she had just shown her loyalty. Qinyu looked at Zhang Jihao's body on the ground and said, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for being too harsh. Letting you die like this is really too easy for you. I will be more careful next time. The crowd was deathly silent. Everyone couldn't help but murmur. Is this Qinyu still a human being? He could easily lift a person who was heavier than him. Even a strong man can only do this, right? What frightened them the most was that Chen Yu not only felt no guilt after killing a man, but instead felt a kind of morbid excitement. He looked almost insane, as if Zhang Jihao had a blood feud with him. While everyone was in a daze, a man with glasses came out and said with a smile on his face, "Brother Yu, Zhang Jihao really deserves to be punished. Even if Brother Yu didn't take action, I was going to punish him just now." Others reacted and echoed, "That's right, Zhang Jihao deserves to die for insulting Brother Yu. Don't stop me. I'm going to whip Zhang Jihao's corpse 800 times to relieve the hatred in my heart. Brother Yu is awesome, we will follow him from now on." Chen Yu snorted coldly, "You bastards. If it was me who was knocked down just now, I'm afraid I would be beaten to death by you, right?" After hearing this, the boy with glasses couldn't stop shaking all over. He fell to his knees with a plop. "Brother Yu, please spare my life, I won't dare to do it again." As he spoke, he glanced at the blood-stained pig intestine on the ground, hesitated for a moment, and then stuffed it into his mouth. "Brother Yu, this large intestine is so delicious, it's authentic." Although it was difficult to swallow, in order to make Shen Yu happy, he decided to bite the bullet and eat a piece of pig intestine. "Are you really going to eat it?" Shen Yu kicked the man with glasses, knocking him to the ground. Seeing this, the others knelt down and begged for mercy. "Brother Yu, this matter has nothing to do with me. Brother Yu, please spare my life. It's all the fault of that bitch Xia Qing." While talking, several boys grabbed Xia Qing's hair and pushed her to the ground. "You bitch, how dare you insult Brother Yu? Why don't you apologize to Brother Yu quickly?" Xia Qing no longer dared to be arrogant and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Shen Yu was indifferent to everyone's pleas for mercy. He released zombies number 1 and number 2 and said calmly, "Everyone, please rest assured. I won't let you die so easily. Let's have some fun with these zombies." When several people saw 2 zombies appear out of nowhere, they were so scared that their legs went weak. They quickly ran to the corner of the dormitory, picked up stools and took a defensive stance. Shen Yu controlled 2 zombies and pounced on the boys. "Ah, get out of here. Run. Don't fucking hide, hit them with a stool." However, how could these weaklings be a match for 2 enhanced zombies? Zombie number 2 smashed the stool in Little Glass's hand with one punch, and then lifted Little Glasses up. "Ah! Get out of here." Little Glasses tried desperately to push the zombies away, but was powerless. Zombie number 2 opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the face of the guy with glasses. First the nose, then the mouth, then the ears, eyes, and finally the face. After a few hits, the boy with glasses' entire head was covered in blood. "Ah, my face. Brother Yu, please forgive me. I am willing to be your slave." Compared to the physical pain, the fear of being eaten alive by zombies and being powerless to do anything about it caused greater harm to Xiao Yanjing. After half an hour, the little boy with glasses, whose facial features had been eaten away, finally stopped breathing. At the same time, zombie number 1 did the same thing and tasted another boy. The other boys tried to escape from the classroom while zombies number 1 and number 2 were busy. As a result, Chen Yu, who was blocked at the door, kicked the zombie a few times. "Everyone, don't leave, play with them for a while." A boy shouted sternly, "Chen Yu, we have no grudge against you, why are you so cruel?" "No grudges or hatred?" Shen Yu couldn't help but sneer, "Do I have to be killed by you before I can resist? I don't understand what you mean." "You don't have to understand. You just have to experience the pain of death." An hour later, the boys who killed Shen Yu in the previous life were all bitten to death by zombies. After eating and drinking, the 2 zombies seemed to become stronger. Shen Yu's cold eyes swept across the classroom. Xia Qing was the only girl left. Xia Qing, who was already frightened, crawled to Chen Yu's feet on her knees. But she still held onto a glimmer of hope and said in a trembling voice, "Brother Chen Yu, I knew I wasn't mistaken. You came here just for me, right?" Chen Yu sat on a chair and said jokingly, "Yes, I did come here for you. But it's to torture you to death." Chapter 16, Torturing Xia Qing. After hearing this, Xia Qing shuddered all over. However, she still suppressed her fear and said with blinking eyes, "Brother Chen Yu, I don't understand why you want to kill me." Chen Yu feigned surprise and sneered, "Hey, how come you call me brother now? Didn't you just call me a bootlicker?" Xia Cheng shook Shen Yu's thigh and said pitifully, "I'm sorry, I was just joking. Please forgive me." Bang! Shen Yu didn't give her any time to waste and kicked her to the ground. Then he leaned down slightly and said with some heartache, "I'm sorry, I was just joking with you just now." "Did I hurt you?" Xia Qing covered her stomach and said with a twitching mouth, "Brother Chen Yu, I was really joking with you, how about I slap myself a few times?" As he spoke, Xia Qing knelt respectfully on the ground, slapping himself in the face one after another. After more than 10 minutes, Xia Qing's mouth was bleeding, and she said affectionately, "Brother Chen Yu, are you satisfied with Xia Qing?" Although she said this, she hated Chen Yu in her heart. If it wasn't for her life, she would definitely not do such a desperate thing. Chen Yu raised his eyebrows and said with a playful look, "I'm not satisfied with you yet." As he spoke, Chen Yu took out a set of strange clothes from the alien space and threw it in front of Xia Qing. "Xia Qing, you should know what to do." When Xia Qing saw those things suddenly appear in front of her, the corners of her mouth twitched, and she thought to herself, "No wonder Chen Yu is so powerful. Does he have special abilities like the characters in the novels?" Even though he was extremely dissatisfied, he still obediently changed his clothes into the uniform on the ground. On her feet, she wore a pair of 15 centimeters black high heels. After changing her clothes, Xia Qing knelt in front of Chen Yu, as if begging for mercy. Chen Yu snorted coldly and said, "This outfit really suits your temperament." Xia Qing pretended to be shy and said, "Brother Chen Yu, I will wear whatever you ask me to wear. Even if you want to see me wearing nothing, I will be happy. Now, I am at your mercy." As she spoke, Xia Qing also struck several extremely seductive poses. Chen Yu lowered his head, approached the face that was somewhat stiff due to excessive tension and fear, and said calmly, "Xia Qing, you're going to have to feel the punishment I'm going to give you next. Please, don't die." Then, bursts of bone-deep screams were heard in the classroom. For the next 2 hours, Chen Yu tried every possible way to torture Xia Qing. He paid back double the pain he had felt in his previous life. Until Xia Qing lay on the ground dying, with no intact part of her body. Until she no longer had any self-respect. She had even lost her mind, and deep down she seemed to have completely accepted her current self. Xia Qing could no longer stand up in her high heels, so she had to hold on to the table to stand up. "Brother Chen Yu, Xinger knows she's wrong. Please punish me severely." Chen Yu couldn't help but curl his lips and sneered sarcastically, "Well, then I will give you the final punishment." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yu kicked Xia Qing on the head. Xia Qing flew out and hit her head heavily against the wall. Boom! That face, once exquisite enough to bring disaster to the nation, had become deformed. There was a hole the size of a bowl on his head, from which blood was gushing out. Even blood began to seep out of his eyes and ears. Chen Yu straightened his wrinkled clothes and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Revenge is more exciting to me than rewarding someone for saving someone. As for why not do something first and something else later? Joke. How could he possibly let this disgusting woman get away with anything? Besides, this woman has been trapped with several boys for so many days, who knows if she has contracted X?" Shen Bingxia and Xiao Qianyue were already stunned by Chen Yu's methods. When Chen Yu walked towards them, they both knelt on the ground almost at the same time and said tremblingly, "Brother Yu, I will definitely serve you well in the future. Brother Yu, I am also willing to serve you, and I will never betray you." Shen Yu patted both of them on the head. "They have offended me before, so I will kill them. As long as you have no second thoughts, I will not kill you. However, if you betray me..." Chen Yu narrowed his eyes and his gaze became fierce. After hearing this, the two of them shook their heads like rattles. "No, we will definitely be loyal to Brother Yu in the future. Brother Yu, please rest assured, we are not that stupid." Shen Yu nodded and said, "Everyone, get up." The two of them then stood up tremblingly. Chen Yu knew that these two people must have been completely conquered. Although he had a loyalty bracelet, he obviously didn't want to see a girl die because of betrayal. It would be better to destroy the hidden danger along with the cradle. Chen Yu took another look at the people on the ground, and after making sure they were dead, he said, "Let's go, follow me back." "Yes, Brother Yu." The two girls replied. The three of them walked quickly towards the car downstairs. Xiao Qianyue saw the nearly 5-meter-long Hummer and asked in surprise, "Brother Yu, is this your car?" Chen Yu replied casually, "It wasn't before, but it is now." Xiao Qianyue understood what Chen Yu meant. In the current situation, no matter how good something is, it will belong to whoever has the stronger fist. Even women are the same. "Qianyue, get in the car." Shen Bingxia pulled Xiao Qianyue and sat directly in the back seat. Two zombies also sat on it. After starting the car, Chen Yu drove recklessly across the campus. Some lowly zombies even tried to block the road. Finally, he was run over by the wheels of a car and turned into a pool of meat paste. Chen Yu shook his head slightly and thought secretly, I'm still not strong enough now. I can only bind 3 zombies, and the space can only accommodate 3 zombies. Otherwise, these zombies can be used as thugs. A few minutes later, the 3 of them arrived at the door of the villa. There are 5 zombies at the door. When they saw the car, they roared and pounced towards it. Court death. Shen Yu drove his car directly and knocked the 5 zombies away. Some of the zombies had their heads smashed. After Chen Yu got out of the car, he stabbed a few more times before opening the door of the villa. Bingxia, take Xiao Qianyue in first. Okay, brother Yu. Shen Bingxia immediately took Xiao Qianyue into the villa. Chen Yu controlled zombies number 1 and number 2 and asked them to smash the skulls of the zombies just now. After the skull was smashed, there was a small particle the size of a soybean between the eyebrows of each zombie. Chen Yu took out a handkerchief from the space and wiped the blood-stained particle again and again. I saw that the small particle was crystal clear, like a diamond. And it's shining. Could this thing be the crystal mentioned in Tomato's novel? Chen Yu usually likes to read apocalyptic novels and has some knowledge about zombies. Every zombie has a crystal of varying sizes in its brain, which is used to provide energy to the zombie. The larger and brighter the crystal, the more energy it can provide. Correspondingly, the zombies will become stronger. The zombies Chen Yu had encountered before were all weaklings. If you don't look closely, you can't even see the light between their eyebrows. Of course, sometimes the light emitted by the crystal will be covered by the bloodstains between the zombies' eyebrows and cannot be seen at all. After figuring this out, Chen Yu's gaze fell on the zombies that had been killed before. He held a long knife and approached a zombie he had killed yesterday. Hey, there's no light between the brows of this zombie. Could it be that there's no crystal? Chapter 17. The night is short, the dream is sweet. Chen Yu understood instantly. The crystals do not disappear immediately after the zombie dies. If a zombie dies for too long, the crystals in its body will slowly dissipate. Chen Yu excitedly put the 5 small crystals into the space. Then he directed zombie number 1 and zombie number 2 to deal with the bodies lying on the ground. Then returned to the villa. Inside the villa, the girls had gathered in the living room on the first floor. The thoughtful Jiang Shuer had already prepared a table of delicious meals for Chen Yu. There are not only top-quality Wagyu beef, Australian lobster, and hairy crabs, but also many exquisite-looking side dishes. Chen Yu sat next to Jiang Shuer and said with a little surprise, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. Jiang Shuer said with some pride, I also went to Lanxiang Technical School, and I'm a good cook. It's just that after graduation, I was too lazy to be a cook. Xiao Qianyue, who was sitting next to Shen Bingxia, couldn't help swallowing when she saw the table full of food. She blinked her eyes and looked at Chen Yu pitifully, and said in a coquettish voice, Brother Yu, I just had some snacks in the classroom these days, and I'm so hungry. Can you let me eat something? Not only Xiao Qianyue, but even Shen Bingxia began to plead for mercy. Brother Yu, I've already done a good job of convincing Qianyue, so you can rest assured. Besides, my cousin is a good dancer, and she will definitely satisfy you. Xiao Qianyue felt embarrassed to hear her cousin say such things in front of so many people, but she also knew that her cousin was doing it for her own good. Chen Yu nodded and said, Eat. Xiao Qianyue reached out to grab the lobster claws as if she had been pardoned. Qianyue, slow down. Drink some porridge first to whet your appetite. As she spoke, Shen Bingxia placed a bowl of meat porridge in front of Xiao Qianyue. Xiao Qianyue didn't even bother to use a spoon and just picked up the bowl to eat. She immediately became tearful. Is this really just an ordinary bowl of porridge? Why is it so much more delicious than anything I have ever eaten before? So delicious. After her stomach adapted, Xiao Qianyue began to eat a lot. She threw all the thoughts of maintaining her figure and being polite and reserved out of her mind. Seeing this, Shen Bingxia scolded in a low voice, Alright Qianyue, look at you, you are such a loser. Eat less, so you won't have a stomachache later. After hearing this, Lu Shishir couldn't help but say to Shen Bingxia, Bingxia, don't talk about your cousin anymore. We weren't much better than she was back then. That's true. Shen Bingxia sighed, and the scene of herself wolfing down her food 2 days ago appeared in front of her eyes again. Jiang Shuer glanced at Chen Yu and took the opportunity to say, "Sisters, we have food and drink now thanks to Brother Yu. Moreover, our lives were saved by Brother Yu. In the future, we must repay Brother Yu's kindness." "Yes, I will repay Brother Yu's kindness." Shen Bingxia expressed her opinion quickly. "Don't worry, I will do my part in the future." Lu Shishir glanced at Chen Yu with a face full of flattery and shyness. She could get enough sense of security and food, and also enjoy happiness. Why not do it? After eating and drinking, Chen Yu was thinking about his next plan. Although he has no worries about food and drink now, the food in the space is not inexhaustible. In just a few days, he saved so many girls. There should be an increase in the future. It seems that there is not enough food. While the food outside has not spoiled yet, it's time to go shopping for it for free. After making a plan, Chen Yu and Xiao Qianyue went into the bedroom together. After taking a shower, Xiao Qianyue changed into a thin black gauze dress, showing off her perfect figure without reservation. Chen Yu carefully looked at Xiao Qianyue and said with a devilish look on his face, "Don't they say that dancers don't grow up well?" Xiao Qianyue blushed and said shyly, "I don't know either. But it's a little inconvenient when dancing. The night is short and the dream is sweet." Early the next morning, after Chen Yu woke up, he woke up Xiao Qianyue as well. Xiao Qianyue opened her eyes sleepily. He said weakly, "Brother Yu, are you awake?" "Yeah. Get up now." Xiao Qianyue sat up and said shyly, "Brother Yu is so mean." Chen Yu said with a devilish look on his face, "Why, are you saying I'm bad now? Weren't you the one who insisted on showing off your difficult dance moves last night?" "Oh, I was just in a good mood at that time." "It's so embarrassing." Although Xiao Qianyue said this, she was not embarrassed at all. "Okay, hurry up and come out to eat." Chen Yu put the bracelet on Xiao Qianyue's wrist, then put on his clothes and walked out. At the same time, he was checking the improvement he had gained this time in his own consciousness. Basic attributes increased by 50 points. Time standstill, range and duration increased by 100%. Thunderstorm, power increased by 100%. Space for zombies, +1 currently 4. Can bind zombies, +1 currently 4. Zombie favorability, +1 currently 4. The improvement this time is pretty good. Although the basic attributes are small, the two superpowers have been enhanced a lot. At this time, a sumptuous breakfast was already set on the table. "Okay, let's eat together." After Chen Yu finished speaking, he sat down in his seat. The girls all took their seats, and the sumptuous breakfast was quickly devoured by everyone. Chen Yu wiped his mouth, looked at the girls and said, "I have to go out and search for supplies. I might have to stay out for a few days. The four of you stay in the villa for the next few days." The four girls were stunned at first, then nodded obediently. After hesitating for a while, Lu Shishir couldn't help but hug Chen Yu. "Brother Yu, we are all counting on you, please don't abandon us." Seeing this, the other three girls also gathered around, their faces full of worry. They are afraid of being abandoned. Chen Yu looked at them and said calmly, "Don't worry. If I wanted to abandon you, I would just tell you directly. There's no need to lie." After hearing this, the girls felt much more at ease. The facts are indeed as Chen Yu said. If he was truly a heartless person, there would be no need for him to lie. Jiang Shuer glanced at the dining table and said softly, "Brother Yu, bring all the food with you. It's good to have something hot when you're away from home." "Wait a minute, I'll go to the kitchen and get you some hot water." Chen Yu nodded and turned to walk towards the dining table. Although there was a lot of food in his space. But what could be better than these hot meals? After putting the food and hot water into the space, Chen Yu walked out of the villa, locked the iron gate of the yard, and then walked towards the car cab. Zombie number 2 sat directly in the passenger seat. Chen Yu glanced at it inadvertently. When this zombie was alive, she was indeed a city champion level beauty coach. His muscles are well defined, and although they are not as muscular as those of fitness experts, they look very comfortable. Especially the chest muscles, which are unusually full. Chen Yu couldn't help but sigh, it would be great if she wasn't a zombie. Zombie number 2 seemed to understand what Chen Yu said and chuckled at him, as if to say, "What's the matter, master, do you look down on female zombies?" Chen Yu collected his thoughts, took out his cell phone and entered the address of the Ginza warehouse in the suburbs. After more than 2 hours, we finally arrived at the Ginza warehouse. He parked the car and walked towards the warehouse entrance. 2 zombies protected him, one in front and one behind. The warehouse door was unlocked. Shen Yu controlled the two zombies and continued to walk inside. Chapter 18. Go to the Ginza warehouse for free shopping. It's reasonable to kill a few Japanese people to add to the fun, right? Upcoming police flower reference picture. There aren't many zombies in the warehouse. Shen Yu tied up two slightly stronger zombies to work as workers. Then he took 4 zombies and started a crazy slaughter in the warehouse. After more than 10 minutes, all the zombies in the warehouse were killed. However, the newly bound zombie was already dying. Shen Yu dug out all the zombies' crystals and turned his attention to the warehouse. The warehouse has almost all kinds of supplies. There are even live animals such as fresh king crabs, lobsters, turtles, bullfrogs, tilapia, and sea turtles. Fortunately, there was no power outage in the warehouse. Otherwise, these seafood would have turned into rotten fish and shrimp long ago. Shen Yu rested for a while and started collecting supplies. Just when Shen Yusho was having a great time, he suddenly heard some movement in an operating room not far away. Hey, are there still zombies? He hurriedly stopped collecting supplies and quietly walked to the door of the operating room. The main door of the operating room is 2 iron doors with a bolt inserted across the middle. Inside, there were the sounds of several men chatting. Shen Yu pricked up his ears and listened carefully, but found that he could not understand what they were saying at all. Because they don't speak Daxia language. However, Shen Yu, who had studied language with teacher Song, could still tell that these people were speaking the Japanese language. It's not surprising to see Japanese people here. After all, Ginzo itself is an island country's supermarket. Without hesitation, Shen Yu raised the fire axe and chopped the door bolt with one axe. Snap! The door bolt, which was as thick as a thumb, was broken by Shen Yu with just one axe. In the operation room, 5 men from the island country were eating hot pot. Several people were startled by the sudden noise. He hurriedly picked up the steel pipe, electric baton, samurai sword, etc. around him and prepared to fight back. After seeing clearly that Shen Yu was not a zombie, they finally felt relieved. The leading man in white asked in his broken Daxia dialect, "Who are you, and why are you destroying our gate?" Shen Yu said coldly, "I came here to see whether there were people or zombies inside. In the end, I found that there were actually a group of creatures." After hearing this, a short man said a little embarrassedly, "Sir, you are too kind. We are not cooking gods." The man in white looked at the smaller man and angrily scolded him, "I told you to learn some Daxia language, but you refused to listen. You couldn't even hear when someone was scolding you. This guy just called us raw animals, meaning we were just like the pigs, cows, and sheep you just put in the hot pot. Baga Yalu." The little man pointed at Shen Yu with some shame and anger and said, "You are not allowed to insult the students. Bah, you are not allowed to insult us with the word students." As he spoke, the little man came forward aggressively. Shen Yu didn't waste time talking to him. He just grabbed his neck and pushed him into the hot pot. "Tell me loudly, is it delicious?" Shen Yu tilted his head and asked sinisterly. "Gurgle gurgle." The little guy couldn't resist at all, and the screams from his throat were instantly drowned out by the boiling red oil hot pot. Bubbles the size of eggs emerged from the constantly rolling water surface. The others were stunned at first, watching their friends suffer. However, they quickly reacted and hurriedly looked for weapons to fight back. Court death. Shen Yu swung the little man and knocked the 4 of them to the ground, then stepped aside. The little guy finally caught his breath, covering his eyes and screaming. His entire face had been burned, his red eyes were turned outward and he couldn't close them even if he wanted to, looking very hideous. The 4 of them didn't bother to check the little guy's wound. They got up one after another and looked at Shen Yu angrily. "Boy, you're looking for death." Shen Yu snapped his fingers and said to the zombies beside him, "You too, play with them well and don't let them die too easily." The 2 zombies took stiff steps and rushed forward with roars. After a few days of observation, I found that this zombie was so obedient. But now is not the time to think, we have to find a way to get rid of these zombies first. One of the strong men took the lead, picked up an iron rod and swung it at the zombie's head. Bang! The iron rod hit the zombie's head like a brick. The strong man's arms were numb from the shock, and he couldn't help but say, "There's something wrong with this zombie." As he spoke, the burly man swung the steel pipe and hit the zombie a few more times. The zombie seemed to feel no pain at all and knocked the strong man to the ground in an instant. "Ah! What are you standing there for? Come and save me," the strong man shouted heartbreakingly. "I'm here to save you." A fat man picked up a samurai sword and was about to chop at the zombies. However, he didn't have much strength. The knife only left a shallow wound on the zombie's back. Another zombie ran over, grabbed the fat man's neck and lifted him up. Ouch! The zombie roared and brought the fat man to its mouth. Brother zombie, don't kill me. I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again. Yam Ida. The fat man kept begging for mercy. However, the zombies didn't buy his tricks at all and started to eat the fat man's head. Brothers, grab your weapons and fight them. After others reacted, they also joined the battle. Stand there and don't move. Chunyu activated time standstill and controlled everyone in place. After the zombies dealt with the strong man and the fat man, they continued to deal with the remaining two people who were stilled. However, Chunyu stopped the zombie, walked forward, unlocked time stop, took out an electric baton and used it on the two men. The two men were directly electrocuted and became incontinent, lying straight on the ground. Next, the two zombies started from the thighs and slowly tortured two of the Japanese people. In this kind of life, they must not die in too much pain. In the end, only the bloody little man was left. Although the little guy didn't see what happened, he had already heard his friend's screams. He knelt and crawled in front of Chunyu, begging for mercy loudly. Brother, we have no grudges against each other, please forgive me. Chunyu placed the long knife on the little man's neck and asked coldly, are there any other survivors in this warehouse? The smaller man quickly shook his head and said, no more. After the zombie outbreak, most of the people in the warehouse turned into zombies. Chunyu tilted his head and smiled sinisterly, then I'm relieved. Well, there's nothing for you to worry about. Go on your way with peace of mind. The zombie next to him raised his fist as big as a sandbag and smashed the little guy's head into pieces. He took out the brain and started eating it with relish. It seems that zombies really like to eat brains. It's a pity that these little devil's brains are too small and there's not enough food for them. After the two zombies dealt with a few Japanese devils, they stood respectfully in front of Chunyu. Chunyu looked carefully and found that the bright spots between the eyebrows of zombies number 1 and number 2 were more obvious. This means that they have become stronger again. This made Chunyu somewhat happy. He glanced at the operation room, put away the fire axe and electric baton, and continued to search the warehouse for supplies. Fortunately, Chenyu's mental strength has been greatly improved, and he can collect supplies faster. Otherwise, it would take several days and nights to collect these supplies. After several hours, Chunyu finally stored all the supplies into the space. With these supplies, no matter how many people there is no need to worry about having no food. Chunyu led the two zombies towards his car. A glance at the dashboard showed that the fuel level was almost low. So Chunyu started looking for a gas station. Fortunately, there is a large gas station nearby. After looting the gas station, Chunyu wiped the sweat off his face and prepared to drive away. However, at this moment, he saw a female zombie with a big belly not far away. The female zombie's movements were very stiff, and she walked towards him crookedly, but she did not show any aggression. Ha! Why is this zombie so weird? Chunyu couldn't help but be attracted to her. Chapter 19, Becoming a Father? Binding a baby zombie. Chunyu was slightly stunned. This guy's belly is so big, how many people must he have eaten? Without time to think, he took out his long knife and walked towards the zombies. Unexpectedly, the female zombie did not show any desire to attack. Instead, he suddenly knelt down in front of Chunyu. Chunyu stopped what he was doing and touched his head in confusion. Among his rewards, there is one called zombie favorability. Could it be that this zombie also has a liking for me? While Chunyu was thinking, the female zombie actually cut open her stomach with her bare hands. She fumbled around inside for a while, took out a baby, and held it in her hands. The baby is still moving. Only then did Chunyu understand. This zombie is a pregnant woman. Perhaps it was because of the baby in her belly that she retained the last bit of her sanity. Chunyu couldn't help but shook his head and muttered softly, I'm sorry, I can't help you. The only thing I can do is send you two on your journey together. In this end times, he will not help others raise children. The key is still the zombie children. Just as Chunyu raised the long knife in his hand and was about to send the mother and son on their way, a question suddenly occurred to him. Are zombie children human or zombies? If it is a zombie, can it be bound as zombie number 3? If this kind of zombie is infected with the zombie virus in the womb, would it be more powerful? He thought about it, took out a clean blanket from the alien space and handed it to zombie number 2. Zombie number 2 took the blanket and walked towards the pregnant zombie. When the pregnant zombie saw zombie number 2 walking towards her, she thought it was going to eat her child and kept roaring. The look on his face seemed to be saying, "Get away from me, stay away from my child." Chunyu immediately asked zombie number 2 to stay away from the pregnant zombie. It seems that the pregnant zombie in front of us can recognize the difference between humans and zombies. It doesn't dare to hand over its own children to its own kind. Chunyu calmed himself down and walked towards the pregnant zombie with a blanket in his hand. It stopped 2 meters away from the pregnant zombie. At this distance, he was sure to avoid any attack from the pregnant zombie. Chunyu threw the blanket to the pregnant zombie. Then he slowly said, "I don't know if you can understand what I'm saying right now. If you can, wipe the child clean with this blanket and throw it back to me." The pregnant zombie stared at Chunyu blankly, then looked at the blanket on the ground. After thinking for a moment, she began to wipe the black blood off the baby's body with stiff movements. It seems that this zombie has an extremely strong will. Even if infected by the zombie virus, he still retained the last bit of sanity. Chunyu couldn't help but look at the baby in the pregnant zombie's arms. The baby was completely white without a trace of blood. Its pupils are dark blue, and it has 2 pointy teeth. It looks like this is definitely not a normal human baby. Chunyu thought for a moment and began to try to bind the baby in front of him. After a while, a familiar voice came into his mind. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully bound to zombie number 3. It actually worked. It seems that this baby is really a zombie." Chunyu looked at the baby zombie and knew that he was gambling. Because he didn't know whether the baby zombie in front of him could grow up. If it could grow up, it might be much more powerful than ordinary zombies. Otherwise, it will be the weakest zombie and useless. However, Chenyu's system can bind multiple zombies, so he doesn't care about this one. Just as Chunyu fell into deep thought, the baby zombie was put to the ground by the pregnant zombie. The baby zombie actually struggled to sit up. The pregnant zombie kneeling on the ground pointed at Chunyu, then gently pushed the baby zombie with her mechanical arm. The baby zombie hesitated for a moment, then staggered towards Chunyu and stretched out his little hand to him. Chunyu also saw clearly that it was a baby girl zombie. He couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Am I becoming a father to a zombie?" He shook his head helplessly, took out a clean small quilt, bent down and wrapped the baby zombie. For some reason, this baby zombie is different from zombies number 1 and number 2. Zombies number 1 and number 2 are basically like puppets. Baby zombies, on the other hand, have their own consciousness. When Chunyu was not controlling the baby zombie, it acted according to its own ideas. However, this baby zombie did not show any hostility towards Chunyu. Chunyu couldn't wait to take out a tissue and gently wipe the center of the baby zombie's eyebrows. However, what surprised him was that there was not even a bright spot between the baby zombie's eyebrows. This left Chunyu speechless. Not even at level 1, how weak would that be? Chunyu took a deep breath and comforted himself. It may be that it is too small, so it cannot see the light emitted by the crystal clearly. Maybe one day, a crystal the size of an egg or even an ostrich egg will suddenly grow. The other side. The pregnant zombie stared at the baby zombie blankly, whimpering sounds coming from her mouth. After looking at the baby for a few seconds, a smile appeared on its face. However, the next second, its head hit the ground heavily with a thud. Its skull also shattered, as if it had been blown off by someone. The pregnant zombie died. Died by suicide. Chunyu couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this is the glory of motherhood. It was afraid that it would hurt the child if it completely lost consciousness, so it would rather choose to commit suicide. Chunyu waved his hand and a small bucket of gasoline appeared in front of him. He then poured gasoline on the pregnant zombie and ignited the gasoline. In the raging fire, the pregnant zombie turned into ashes. However, the baby zombie in his arms did not see what just happened. At this moment, it was blinking its big eyes and looking at Chunyu with curiosity. Chunyu thought about it, took out a box of manhwa milk from the alien space, poured it into a bottle and handed it to the baby zombie. After hesitating for a moment, the baby zombie began to gulp down the milk. After drinking, it lay quietly in Chunyu's arms and fell asleep. Chunyu couldn't help but secretly admire, this is much better than a human baby. At least this thing doesn't make any noise. He handed the baby zombie to zombie number 2 and drove on to continue searching for supplies. Nowadays, shops, warehouses and other places are basically unattended. Only in a few places were there still people hiding, as if they were waiting for rescue. At the same time, Chunyu found that some warehouses and supermarkets showed signs of being robbed. It seems that other survivors are also looting supplies. However, they do not have spatial abilities like Shenyu. Most people only took a small portion of the food. Shenyu tried his best to avoid places where people were present and kept searching for supplies. At the end of the day, Shenyu not only emptied several large warehouses, they also looted pharmacies, gas stations, etc. along the way. Shenyu didn't stop until it was dark. He was a little hungry, so he found a nearby store. Zombie number 1 and number 2 walked into the store one after another. Fortunately, there was no one inside. Shenyu walked into the store carrying the baby zombie and pulled down the shutter door. Chapter 20, encountering more than 100 zombie dogs, Shenyu went crazy killing them. At the end of the day, in addition to gaining a lot, Shenyu also discovered a big problem. You can hardly see any official people on the road. Even soldiers searching for food were rare. Even though a few uncles in hats who were searching for supplies saw Shenyu from a distance, they ignored him. It seems that they have not yet found time to save ordinary people. However, this is a good thing for Shenyu. After all, if the officials discovered that he had spatial abilities, they might treat him as a mobile warehouse. Shenyu didn't think about it anymore. He took out a mattress worth hundreds of thousands of dollars from the space and lay on it comfortably. A night of silence. The next morning, it was just dawn. Shenyu woke up from his sleep, opened the shutter door and walked out. Today's destination is Sanwon Port. This port is one of the largest ports in Daxia and is extremely rich in supplies. Shenyu drove for several hours and finally arrived at the port. The port no longer has the hustle and bustle of the past. There were only broken limbs and patches of blood that had not yet dried completely on the ground. In addition, there are a dozen zombies wandering around. Shenyu drove around the port and hit the zombies to death. The crystals of those zombies were dug out by the two zombies following behind. Only after confirming that there were no other living people in the port did Shenyu feel relieved. His eyes fell on the huge containers. After randomly opening a few containers, Shenyu almost laughed like a pig. It contains not only daily necessities, food, alcohol and the like, but also a lot of energy such as refined oil and smokeless carbon. Even imported engineering vehicles are made of titanium alloy materials. Shenyu directly put all the containers into the space. After several hours, Shenyu had basically stored all the containers in the port into the space. I can't finish all this food in my lifetime, I simply can't finish it, Shenyu said to himself excitedly. After basically clearing the port, Shenyu got into the Hummer and started his return journey. While passing through the suburbs, Shenyu accidentally discovered a large number of greenhouses of various types. Hey, what's that? He couldn't help but stop the car and look at the greenhouses. It turned out to be a modern breeding base. Shenyu pondered for a moment and decided to go and take a look. After all, a thief never leaves empty-handed. Then we drove towards the breeding base. The first thing that catches your eye is a cattle farm. When Shenyu got closer, he found that the cows were still alive and were eating the feed with relish. It turns out this is an automated cattle farm. Even if there is no one to supervise, the cattle can be fed with feed automatically by machinery. Shenyu decided to go all out and put all the cows into the space. By then, you can eat the freshest beef. Even killing them on the spot is fine. Then, Shenyu set his sights on other farms not far away. After half a day, Shenyu's space was filled with cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, geese, etc. The different space is very special. These animals can remain alive after entering the space. Even if you don't eat or drink, you won't die immediately. After harvesting a large number of animals, Shenyu's mental strength was almost exhausted. He walked towards the car with two zombie minions. At this moment, the sound of a motor was heard behind Shenyu. Subconsciously looked behind me. I saw an off-road vehicle roaring towards Shenyu. The driver was a man covered in blood. With red eyes, he shouted at Shenyu, "Huh, come on. I want to die together with you damn zombies." Shenyu couldn't help but sigh and said, "It seems that the man had just been bitten by a zombie and probably mistook me for a zombie." Then he raised his hand lightly and killed the man with thunderstorm. However, the off-road vehicle did not change direction, but drove straight towards an iron gate a few hundred meters away. Bang! The SUV knocked the door open and rushed into a large yard. As Shenyu was walking towards the car, bursts of barking came from the yard where the gate had just been hit by the car. Shenyu couldn't help but look towards the yard again. Suddenly, a group of dogs rushed out from the yard. Chen Yu frowned slightly, and hurriedly took out his pistol and shot at them, trying to scare them away. Bang, bang, bang. 7 bullets were fired in succession. Several dogs fell directly into a pool of blood. The other dogs didn't seem to be afraid of the gunshots. They continued to rush towards Chen Yu like mad dogs. When he got a little closer, Chen Yu discovered that the dog's hair had basically fallen off. Their eyes were red and their mouths and teeth were covered in blood. No! These aren't ordinary dogs, they're zombie dogs. Chen Yu did not dare to be careless. He quickly grabbed a bolt of lightning and threw it at the zombie dog. Sizzle! The 20 or so zombie dogs running in the front were electrocuted and fell straight to the ground. The zombie dog behind continued to run forward, stepping on the corpse of the dog in front. At a glance, there are more than 100 of them. Gradually, the zombie dogs came over. Chen Yu snorted coldly and couldn't help cursing, "You bastard, you're really looking for death." After saying that, he directly activated his time stop ability on the group of zombie dogs. The zombie dogs, which had just been like wild horses breaking free from their reins, suddenly stopped moving collectively. Even the drool flowing from the dog's mouth stopped in mid-air. Chen Yu took advantage of this opportunity and hid in the car with the 2 zombies. Just as they got in the car, the zombie dogs suddenly recovered. They continued running towards the Humvee as if they had pressed the play button. I wonder which is harder, your dog's head or your car's? Chen Yu didn't tolerate them at all. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and wanted to put his foot into the fuel tank. The car accelerated towards the zombie dog. Bang bang bang. Click, click. Some dogs were knocked away, and some were run over by the wide wheels. For a moment, the sounds of bones breaking and dog heads crushing could be heard one after another. Chen Yu went crazy killing. He drove the car around in circles, fighting with the zombie dogs. Half an hour later, except for a few injured zombie dogs, the rest were crushed into meat paste. Chen Yu changed the magazine and got out of the car with his gun. At the same time, he handed a fire axe and an iron rod to zombies number 1 and number 2. 2 zombie minions rushed to the zombie dogs with weapons and smashed their heads hard. Chen Yu walked up to a slightly injured zombie dog and tried to bind it. But after trying several times, I didn't succeed. Chen Yu shook his head speechlessly and said, "It seems that I can't bind to animal zombies yet." He had no choice but to kill all the remaining zombie dogs. These zombie dogs have crystals in their heads that are slightly larger than those of ordinary human zombies. Chen Yu put all these crystals into the space. Now, there are a large number of human crystals and zombie dog crystals in his space. However, he still doesn't know how to use these crystals. I can only save it in my space and use it when I find a way. Chapter 21 Policewoman, it's really a narrow road for enemies. Reference picture of C. Xiaoye Policewoman. Xuanlong Lake is the freshwater lake closest to Chen Yu. This lake is quite large, and the freshwater resources in it are enough for Chen Yu to use for several lifetimes. Several hours later, Chen Yu finally arrived at the lake. Fortunately, this place is relatively remote and the lake water has not been polluted by zombies. Chen Yu didn't dare to waste time and started to drag in suck water directly. In space, these lake waters can form various shapes according to Chen Yu's ideas without the need for any container. If Newton were still alive, he would definitely ask Chen Yu to take him into the space and study the structure inside carefully. It was not until late at night that Chen Yu collected all the lake water into the space. It's not safe to travel at night now. So he took out a medium-sized ship from the space and used it as a shelter. In this way, there is no need to worry about zombie sneak attacks. Chen Yu jumped onto the deck holding the baby zombie, then went into the cabin and locked the door. He left 2 zombies on the deck. The cabin is very spacious. It also has everything you need, including a kitchen, bedroom, and toilet. Chen Yu found a spacious bedroom and walked in. After putting the baby zombie on the bed, he took out the food made by Jiang Shuer and started eating it in big mouthfuls. At this time, the baby zombie, who had been hungry for a day, began to feel his stomach growling. Chen Yu put the milk powder into the bottle, poured warm water into it, and handed it to the baby. Fortunately, this little guy is not picky about food. After eating, it began to sleep on its own, without disturbing Chen Yu's rest at all. Chen Yu was bored and turned on his cell phone. Jiang Shuer and others sent him some encouraging pictures and messages via WeChat. Chen Yu admired the pictures for a while, replied briefly, and then began to rest. The next day. After Chen Yu packed up the boat, he drove back. When he was almost home, a police station caught Chen Yu's attention. Although he now has many superpowers. But using superpowers requires consuming mental energy. If you use a long knife, you need to get close to the zombies, which involves certain risks. If he encounters a large group of zombie dogs or zombies again, it will still pose a certain threat to him. Therefore, at this stage, he needs hot weapons to make the transition. Thinking of this, Chen Yu stopped the car. Then he took the two zombies and slowly walked towards the police station. The door to the police station was open. It seems that most of them were taken over by zombies. Chen Yu did not dare to be careless. He held the long knife tightly and followed the zombies cautiously. He even held a pistol in his hand. Just after Chen Yu entered the hall, 3 zombies in police uniforms pounced towards him. 2 of them were the people who had interrogated Chen Yu. 2 of the police zombies were knocked to the ground and bitten by zombies number 1 and number 2, while the other one had its head chopped off by Chen Yu. Chen Yu and his zombie minions quickly dealt with 3 zombies and began searching for guns in the rooms on the first floor. The rooms on the first floor are all offices. There wasn't much valuable in it. Chen Yu did a quick search and then took the 2 zombies directly to the second floor. The first few rooms on the second floor are also offices. However, when Chen Yu arrived at room 205, he found that the door was locked from the inside. His intuition told him that this room was unusual. Chen Yu calmed himself down and controlled zombie number 1 to the door. Boom! Zombie number 1 slammed the door open. However, the next second, Chen Yu broke out in a cold sweat. Because through the vision of zombie number 1, Chen Yu saw that there was actually an armed policeman in the house. Bang bang bang! After a few shots, zombie number 1 was shot in the head by the police and fell directly to the ground. The binding was automatically untied after zombie number 1 died. Chen Yu directly changed the baby zombie to zombie number 1, so that it would be easier for him to remember the number. At the same time, he knew that it was too late to explain to the policeman. If the police mistakenly think he is a zombie, his life would be in danger. Chen Yu sent 2 more police zombies to the door to gain a view of the inside of the house. Bang bang bang! After a few more shots, the people in the room emptied their magazines, and the 2 police zombies fell to the ground. Finally, Chen Yu sent zombie number 2 to the door. At this time, the police in the house were changing magazines. Now! Chen Yu suddenly rushed to the door and activated time freeze on the police inside the house. The policeman froze in place, unable to move. He ran to the police as fast as he could and snatched the gun away. Due to inertia, Chen Yu lost his balance and directly reached out his hand to the policeman's shirt. Ha! Soft! Only then did Chen Yu see clearly that the policewoman in front of him was actually a policewoman. The policewoman was wearing a blue shirt at this time. Perhaps because the size is too small, it is pushed up into an extremely exaggerated arc. Because of Chen Yu's carelessness just now, a button had already disappeared. Looking up again, there is a very delicate face. With a neat short hair, he looks more heroic. This face, I seem to have seen it somewhere. Chen Yu stared at the policewoman for a few seconds and finally remembered her name. Si Xiaoye. The memories before the end of the world reappeared before Chen Yu's eyes. The two met 2 months ago. Once, Chen Yu was delivering a takeaway. He had just finished delivering one order when he found that the rest of the takeaway had been stolen. He glanced around and saw that there was only an old lady pushing a cart nearby. Chen Yu ran up in a few steps and found that his takeaway was lying quietly in the cart. He stopped the old lady directly and argued with her. Who knows, in the process of theory. The old lady threw herself on the ground, rolling around and shouting. Someone come quickly, someone is beating up a kind old lady. Chen Yu had no choice but to call the police, and was then taken to the police station by Si Xiaoye. The final result was unexpected. The person in charge of the interrogation in the bureau concluded that Chen Yu had beaten someone without much investigation. After friendly negotiation with the old lady, Chen Yu paid 3,000 yuan in compensation. Although this matter was not judged by Si Xiaoye did not conduct any investigations nearby or retrieve surveillance footage when he arrested Chen Yu. Therefore, Chen Yu has always held a grudge against everyone involved in the case. Just as Chen Yu was recalling the past, Si Xiaoye suddenly took a few steps back. She asked fearfully, "How did you appear in front of me? And how did my gun end up in your hands?" Chen Yu snorted coldly, "You don't need to know what I did to you. Officer Si Xiaoye, you are still alive." Si Xiaoye was startled, then looked at Chen Yu's appearance. You are the student who delivered food? That's right. I didn't expect you to still remember me. Si Xiaoye stretched out his right hand and ordered in a cold tone, "Give me the pistol, and I won't pursue your illegal act of assaulting a police officer." Chen Yu was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter and said, "Officer C, you're too funny, aren't you? It's the fucking apocalypse, and you're talking to me about the law? Besides, why didn't you talk about the law before the apocalypse?" Si Xiaoye obviously did not expect that the boy who cried because he lost 3,000 yuan at the beginning seemed like a different person at this moment. Chen Yu looked at Si Xiaoye carefully and found that she had a bunch of keys hanging around her waist. Chen Yu pointed his gun at Si Xiaoye's waist and said, "Give me the key." Si Xiaoye looked down at the key on his waist, as if he had guessed what Chen Yu was going to do. She quickly protected the key and said, "I can't give you this key." A hint of murderous intent flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. He placed the bloody long knife in front of Si Xiaoye and said coldly, "Si Xiaoye, I'll only give you 3 seconds. 3. 2. Chapter 22, bringing the policewoman back to the villa. When Si Xiaoye saw that Chen Yu dared to insult her like this, she immediately became furious. However, she changed her mind. Chen Yu can avoid the zombies outside and has the ability to control people. At this time, you must never confront it head-on. Before Chen Yu shouted one, Si Xiaoye hurriedly raised the key. Chen Yu took the key with the blade of his knife and couldn't help but sneer, "So Officer C is also afraid of death? Humph, who isn't afraid of death?" Chen Yu brought the key to his eyes and continued to ask, "Where is the gun storage room?" In room 211. Chen Yu pointed his gun at Si Xiaoye and ordered in a deep voice, "Follow me." However, when Chen Yu looked down at Si Xiaoye, he found that the shirt with a missing button exposed her good figure. One size bigger than Shen Bingxia's. Si Xiaoye noticed Chen Yu's gaze and hurriedly looked down. Her face suddenly turned red to her neck. She hurriedly straightened her clothes and slowly got up from the ground. Chen Yu pointed his gun at Si Xiaoye and whispered, "Lead the way." "Okay." Si Xiaoye bit her lip, put one hand in front of her body and walked out the door. Just now, Chen Yu asked zombie number 2 to stay at the door so that he could observe the situation in the corridor for him. So Si Xiaoye didn't see any zombies. When she went out, she saw zombie number 2 and screamed in fear. "Ah, there are zombies at the door." Chen Yu said calmly, "Don't make a fuss. I tamed this zombie. You just killed one of my zombies. I'll settle this with you later." "Did you tame this zombie?" Si Xiaoye's face was full of surprise. However, when she saw that the zombie was standing there obediently, she believed what Chen Yu said. Under Chen Yu's coercion, Si Xiaoye reluctantly walked towards the gun storage room. After a while, the two arrived at the door of room 211. Chen Yu asked zombie number 2 to watch Si Xiaoye, and he pushed the door and walked in. Inside the house, there are 2 safes, each more than 1 meter tall and 2 meters wide. Chen Yu walked to one of the safes, raised the key in his hand, turned around and asked, "Which one?" Si Xiaoye gritted his teeth and said hesitantly, You'd better think it over carefully. Do you know that you have committed a crime? No, you really are brainless, aren't you? Do you think it makes sense to say this now?" Si Xiaoye certainly knew the general situation outside. She was just testing whether she could scare Chen Yu with her identity. Seeing that Chen Yu didn't buy her tricks at all, she changed her tone and said, "Then I'll open the safe for you, and you have to let me go." "Shut up. You have no right to negotiate with me now." Chen Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. This kind of woman deserves to be punished. "When we get back to the villa, I'll play with her again." Chen Yu took out the key and started trying to unlock the door. After trying a few times, the key finally went in. Click. The door is unlocked. When Chen Yu saw the weapon in front of him, he was immediately disappointed. Inside, there were all kinds of controlled knives, bows and crossbows, electric batons, homemade guns and cannons, etc. It seems that it was confiscated from the public. However, these can also play a certain role. Chen Yu waved his hand and put all of these into the different space. Seeing this, Si Xiaoye looked at Chen Yu in disbelief. That big mouth can fit an egg. Of course, Chen Yu didn't notice Si Xiaoye's expression. He walked over to another cabinet and tried to unlock it. This time Chen Yu was luckier and opened the safe after trying only 2 keys. Chen Yu glanced at the safe and was very excited. Inside the spacious cabinet, various guns and ammunition are densely packed. Shen Yu made a rough estimate and found that there were 7 pistols, 5 rifles and submachine guns, and 2 police sniper rifles. As for ammunition, there are about 5 or 600 rounds. There are also many grenades, smoke bombs, incendiary bombs, etc. In addition, there are bulletproof vests, blast shields, and tactical helmets, etc. Shen Yu directly put the entire safe into the space and then walked towards the door. When Si Xiaoye saw Shen Yu walking towards her, she couldn't help but take a few steps back. She didn't stop until her back rested on something soft yet firm. She turned her head and saw that zombie number 2 seemed to be smiling at her. She collapsed to the ground in fear, her voice trembling as she asked, "What the hell is going on? Why can you control zombies and make objects disappear?" Shen Yu said calmly, "You don't need to know so much." When Si Xiaoye heard this, his eyes turned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, she gathered herself together, regained her composure, and said, "It seems you've gained some kind of supernatural power, just like in apocalyptic novels. Coincidentally, I can use a gun, so I can be a good helper to you in the future." Shen Yu said with a hint of sarcasm, "Cooperate with you? Do you think you are capable of discussing cooperation with me? I can consider becoming my maid." "You?" Si Xiaoye was speechless. She thought for a moment, then said calmly, "I noticed you were hostile to me the moment you entered the house. Is it because I asked you to pay 3,000 yuan to the old lady?" Shen Yu did not deny it. Seeing Shen Yu like this, Si Xiaoye shook his head helplessly. "Shen Yu, you are a grown man after all, is it necessary to be like this?" Later my colleagues told me that they also guessed that the old lady was extorting money, but they just had no evidence. Besides, they don't want to make the matter too complicated, so you lose money. Because everyone thinks that if you spend 3,000 yuan to buy peace of mind, you won't suffer any loss. If you encounter an unreasonable old lady, you may be cheated out of tens of thousands of yuan. After hearing this, a hint of murderous intent appeared in Shen Yu's eyes. If Si Xiaoye and the others were incompetent and couldn't find evidence, it would be understandable. But in fact, they were unwilling to investigate in order to save trouble, and ended up paying themselves 3,000 yuan in compensation. Shen Yu walked towards Si Xiaoye and said bitterly, 3,000 yuan isn't enough? For 3,000 yuan, I need to work terribly part-time for a month. For 3,000 yuan, I need to endure the insults and cold stares of several unreasonable customers, and even deliver food to more than 20 floors in a neighborhood with a power outage. After hearing this, Si Xiaoye couldn't help swallowing. "You, don't get excited. At worst, I can compensate you." Shen Yu snorted coldly, "No need. Is money still useful to me now? So what do you want to do?" Shen Yu didn't say anything, just looked at Si Xiaoye, and finally his eyes fell in front of Si Xiaoye. Si Xiaoye was so frightened that his whole body trembled. Years of work experience have enabled her to judge the other party's intentions through their eyes. There was clearly a hint of murderous intent in Shen Yu's eyes just now. That murderous intent was much stronger than that of a serial killer. At the same time, she also knew what Shen Yu meant. "Apart from my body, is there anything else about me that can attract Shen Yu? What should I do? Should I really?" While Si Xiaoye was thinking, Shen Yu took out a rope from the space. He slowly walked up to Si Xiaoye and ordered, "Put your hands behind your back." Si Xiaoye knew that he could not resist at all, so he obediently put his hands behind his back. After Shen Yu tied up her 2 snow-white and slender hands, he tied up her body as well. And the way they were tied up gave me the feeling of something from an island movie. After doing all this, zombie number 2 took Si Xiaoye into the Hummer. Si Xiaoye was sitting in the car, with the baby zombie on the left and the fighting zombie number 2 on the right. She was so frightened that she didn't dare to move. Shen Yu stepped on the accelerator and drove quickly towards the villa. At this time, he thought of Jiang Shuer and others. "I've been out for 3 days. I don't know how Jiang Shuer and the others are doing." An hour later, Shen Yu finally drove to the villa. However, his eyes suddenly widened. Because at this time the iron gate of the villa had been pushed open by the zombies. There were several zombies constantly banging their heads against the glass of the villa. Those ordinary glasses shattered after being hit by the zombies a few times. Inside the villa, Jiang Shuer and the others were already crying out of fear. They held up mops, stools, etc., trying to drive the zombies out of the window. However, these girls were no match for the zombies. The mop in Jiang Shuer's hand was bitten off by the zombie with a crunch. Seeing this, Lu Shishir was so scared that she trembled all over. As she pushed the zombies out with a stool, she sobbed and asked, "Why hasn't brother you come back yet?" Doesn't he want us anymore? Chapter 23, Being a Wet Nurse to Zombies. Xiao Qianyue collapsed on the ground and gave up resisting. She wiped her tears and cried loudly, "How can these zombies be so powerful? We are no match for them at all." Shen Bingxia had also lost her fighting spirit and said with tears on her face, "Wow. Brother, you must have felt that we were a burden to him, so he left us here. It's over, today we will all become zombies' meals." Only Jiang Shuer was still resisting with half a mop. She turned to look at the girls and shouted, "Shut the fuck up. Bring everything you can use from home and push these zombies out until brother you comes back." After hearing this, several girls hurriedly took stools, iron rods, pots and pans, etc., and frantically dealt with the zombies. Just when everyone was feeling a little hopeless, Shen Bingxia's eyes suddenly lit up. "Look, that looks like Brother Yu's car." Lu Shishir wiped away her tears and shouted, "It's true. That's great. Brother Yu is here to save us." Even Xiao Qianyue, who had almost given up, stood up and said loudly with excitement, "Ha, it turns out Brother Yu didn't abandon us. We are saved." Seeing that the zombies were about to enter the house, Shen Yu did not dare to delay at all. He was 10 meters away from the zombies and directly activated the thunderstorm skill. Several zombies were struck by lightning in an instant, and their bodies started burning. In a short while, they were roasted into jerky and were deader than dead. Shen Bingxia was stunned. She said in disbelief, "Shishir, is this what you call sparks and lightning all the way? Brother Yu is so cool." Shen Yu asked zombie number 2 to guard the iron gate, and then carried the baby zombie into the villa. Seeing this, Lu Shishir hurriedly opened the door and came out to greet him. The other girls also ran towards Chen Yu without hesitation and threw themselves into his arms. "Brother Yu, you're finally back. If you had come back a little later, we would have become your zombie girlfriends. Wow, don't leave us behind next time. We're so scared." "Yeah, I just realized now that we can't survive without you." Shen Yu held the baby zombie in one hand and said, "Don't cry, I'm back now. I'll reinforce the villa later so that zombies can't get in." Several girls wiped their tears and nodded as if they had survived a disaster. Lu Shishir noticed the baby zombie in Shen Yu's arms and couldn't help asking, "Brother Yu, is this your child?" Shen Yu rolled his eyes at Lu Shishir and said unhappily, "Are you sick? What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly have a child just by going out? This is the zombie I'm bound to." "Ah." Lu Shishir hurriedly took a step back. "Are you saying this little guy is also a zombie?" "Yes." Shen Yu nodded and took out a baby carriage from the space. He put the small blanket containing the baby zombie into the car and opened the blanket. Several girls gathered around curiously. The baby zombie in front of me had skin that was incredibly pale, with some bloodstains that hadn't been wiped off. Its blue eyes kept looking at the people around it, as if it was looking for who was its mother. Looking at its appearance, it is very cute and does not look like the zombie that Shen Yu described at all. Lu Shishir squatted in front of the baby zombie and whispered, "It's a baby girl, so cute." Shen Bingxia also moved closer to the baby and couldn't help but reach out to touch her face. "Don't move." Shen Yu hurriedly stopped Shen Bingxia. "Brother Yu, what's wrong?" Shen Bingxia asked curiously, her hand frozen in mid-air. "I told you this isn't a baby, it's a baby zombie. Aren't you afraid it might bite you?" After hearing this, several girls immediately stood up and took a few steps back, all of them breaking out in cold sweats. Seeing this, Shen Yu laughed and said, "You don't need to run so far. I'm scared." Jiang Shuer glanced at the baby zombie and said in a low voice. Lu Shishir also said with a serious expression, "I'm afraid of it too. If I get bit by it and turn into a zombie, the thought of it makes me sick. If that day really comes, you must kill me immediately. Or, brother, you can just bind me directly." Shen Bingxia looked at the baby zombie and asked in confusion, "Brother Yu, where did you get this little zombie from?" Shen Yu picked up the baby zombie and told everyone about the baby zombie's life story. After hearing this, the girls all felt uncomfortable. Because their family members have turned into zombies. Now, Shen Yu is their last resort. They huddled close to Shen Yu, instantly feeling that any problem could be solved with him around. Shen Yu's gaze fell on the baby zombie again, and he slowly said, "This baby zombie is different from other zombies. It wasn't bitten, but rather contracted the zombie virus in its mother's womb. At first, I wasn't sure if it would bite you. Just now, when you were about to touch it, I could feel its thoughts. It has no hostility towards you guys, it seems to treat you as its mother. Jiang Shuer looked at the baby zombie and asked, does that mean she won't bite us? The zombies I'm bound to can only bite people with my permission. So I don't think it will bite you. Really? Shen Bingxia approached the baby zombie and put her trembling hand close to its smooth face. Just as Chun Yu said, not only did it not show any aggression, but it also started to giggle. Really? I want to touch it too. I want one too. Jiang Shuer and Lu Shishir couldn't help but touch the baby zombie's little face. After a while, Jiang Shuer held the baby zombie in her arms, looked at the girls and said, from now on, we'll raise her as a normal human child. Jiang Shuer looked at the baby in her arms and said, okay, no more jokes. How about we give her a name first? Lu Shishir pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, why not call her Chen Yenin? Her nickname is Inan, which means peace and safety. Shen Yu looked puzzled. The name is okay, but why the last name Chen? Lu Shishir covered her mouth and smiled, if the child doesn't have the father's surname, then does he have the mother's surname? Holy crap! Am I going to be a father already? Chun Yu frowned as he looked at the baby. She looks a bit like a zombie. People who know about this know that I adopted her, but those who don't think I had sex with a zombie. Ha ha! The child's father is decided. His name will be Chun Yenin. Hello Chen Yenin, hurry up and say hello to your father. As they chatted, the attentive Xiao Chenyuan noticed that one of the zombies Chun Yu brought back was missing, so she asked curiously. Brother Yu, didn't you take away 2 zombies? Why is there only one now? Chapter 24 Si Xiaoye, have you been wronged? After hearing this, Chen Yu's face instantly turned ugly. The other one was beaten to death. Alright, nurses, give the baby a bath. I have something to run. Several girls nodded and brought Chen Yenin into the villa. Chen Yu walked to a secluded place and submerged his consciousness into the space. In the past few days, he collected a lot of imported bulletproof glass and titanium alloy materials at the port. He took the materials out of the space and piled them in the yard. Chen Yu randomly picked 2 stronger zombies from around the villa and tied them up. In order to conceal his presence, Chen Yu also dressed all the zombies in clean clothes, hats, and masks. In this way, people at a distance basically cannot tell that they are zombies. Then, the 3 zombies started to reinforce the yard and villa together. After the reinforcement, even if more zombies attack, it will be difficult for them to enter the villa. After Chen Yu assigned tasks to the zombies, he walked straight into the Hummer. He pulled Si Xiaoye out and walked into the house. Several girls were surprised when they saw Chen Yu grab a female police officer. Chen Yu's taste is a bit too strong. Does he want to imitate Mr. Lu and watch the moon by the bed? Seeing the room full of girls, Si Xiaoye asked with some confusion, how could there be so many survivors in this room, and they're all girls? Chen Yu pushed Si Xiaoye to the ground and said coldly, Officer Si, you'd better take care of yourself. Then, he looked at the girls and instructed, this person's name is Si Xiaoye, and she has some grudges against me. Remember, no one is allowed to give her food or water without my permission. The girls looked at Si Xiaoye and nodded slightly. They knew that most of the police officers had turned into zombies. Therefore, Si Xiaoye's identity has no effect on them at all. Only Chen Yu is their only support. Jiang Shuer ignored Si Xiaoye and walked to Chen Yu and said, Brother Yu, you must be hungry, right? I just prepared a table full of food, but before I could eat it, I encountered zombies. Chen Yu touched his belly. You know what, I'm really hungry now. Chen Yu has been searching for supplies outside these days, and he has only eaten a few simple bites. When he saw the table full of delicious food, he realized that he was already starving. Jiang Shuer smiled slightly, took Chen Yu's arm and walked towards the dining table. I have to say that Jiang Shuer is not only good looking, but also a great cook. These delicacies look delicious. Chen Yu picked up the chopsticks and started eating with relish. Si Xiaoye, who was not far away, saw the table full of delicious food and couldn't help but ask, Chen Yu, can you give me something to eat? After Chen Yu stuffed the king crab meat that Jiang Shuer had peeled into his mouth, he asked, why should I give you food? What value do you have to me? Si Xiaoye swallowed his saliva and said quickly, I'm a police officer. I can protect you in the future. Chen Yu almost laughed like a pig. Do you think I still need your protection now? After hearing this, Si Xiaoye couldn't help but lower his head. The ability demonstrated by Chen Yu is really too strong. This has completely overturned Si Xiaoye's cognition. Of course she knew that Shin Yu didn't need anyone's protection at all. She looked at the girls and asked, "How can we get food?" Shen Yu put down his chopsticks and said slowly, "If you want food, you must first become my woman." After hearing this, Si Xiaoye frowned slightly, swallowed his saliva and said, "Let me think about it again." When Jiang Shuer heard this, she instantly became unhappy. She walked up to Si Xiaoye, crossed her arms and said, "Why, it seems like I've wronged you by letting you be Brother Yu's woman? If you weren't pretty, do you think you could have made it to this villa alive?" Si Xiaoye looked up at Jiang Shuer and whispered, "Don't you feel wronged?" "No, it's the end of the world, how can you still not see the situation clearly? We are so happy to be able to serve Brother Yu, how can we feel wronged?" Jiang Shuer looked at Si Xiaoye's stupid look and really wanted to kick him. She gathered herself and continued, "You're supposed to be a smart person. I think you've already figured out what to choose, but you just can't let go of your pride. Don't worry, the last thing we have right now is time. When you've made up your mind, remember to call me so I can prepare a sexy outfit for you." After saying that, Jiang Shuer smiled mysteriously, turned around and left. She walked to Chen Yu and immediately changed her tone and said, "Brother Yu, have you been tired these days? Why don't you go sit on the sofa for a while and let me massage your feet?" After saying that, Jiang Shuer gave Lu Shishir a look. Lu Shishir understood what he meant and hurried to the bathroom to get a basin of hot water. In the past few days, many girls seem to have regarded Jiang Shuer as the queen. It's not just because Jiang Shuer has arranged everything at home in order. Also because she taught every naive girl many ways to survive. Of course, the most important point is that she deserves this status. Because when the zombies came, she was the first to rush over and fight them. Shen Yu gave the sensible Jiang Shuer an approving look. Then he walked towards the sofa. At this time, Lu Shishir had already brought over a basin of warm water. "Brother Yu, let Shishir wash your feet." Shen Yu nodded without saying anything. After getting permission, Lu Shishir squatted on the ground with an excited look on her face to help him wash his feet. Lu Shishir raised her head and asked gently, "How's the strength?" Shen Yu lowered his head and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that the school beauty would know this." Lu Shishir pursed her lips and smiled. "I've never done a pedicure. In the past, people would ask me to do beauty treatments, massages, or foot baths every now and then. I learned this from memory." While washing his feet, Shen Yu suddenly felt a little more relaxed. He couldn't help but look down at Lu Shishir. At this time, Lu Shishir was wearing a lace-tight pajamas, which made her plump figure more perfect. Lu Shishir blushed when Shen Yu looked at her. She lowered her head, bit her lip and said, "Brother Yu, how about letting Shishir accompany you tonight?" Shen Yu nodded, and just as he was about to speak, Xiao Qianyue and Shen Bingxia walked over quickly from upstairs. Shen Bingxia glanced at Lu Shishir and pretended to be angry and said, "You are so good, Lu Shishir, you let Qianyue and I feed in. But you come here to show your affection to Brother Yu." "That's right." Xiao Qianyue also raised the corner of her mouth and said, "I heard everything you just said. It's okay for you to accompany Brother Yu tonight, but I can't let you reap the benefits every day. What should we do then?" Lu Shishir asked doubtfully. Chapter 25, Rain and Dew. Xiao Qianyue smiled mysteriously. "How about this, we each have one day from Monday to Friday. 2 will be randomly selected on Saturday and Sunday." "That's not right. Aren't there only 4 of us?" Xiao Qianyue glanced at Si Xiaoye who was lying on the ground and said with a smile, "There's still a policewoman. She won't last for a few more days. Of course, it doesn't matter if she doesn't agree. At worst, we can draw lots on Friday." Chen Yu shook his head and said helplessly, "Why do you guys look like capitalists now? It seems like I can't even get a day off." After looking at it, I decided to flip the card. Remember, my rules are the rules. Jiang Shuer covered her mouth and laughed, "Brother Yu is right. We have to follow Brother Yu's rules. However, you have to treat everyone equally from now on." Si Xiaoye, who was standing by, couldn't help but frown when he heard these conversations. I secretly thought to myself, "Shen Yu, you bastard. You want me to please you like those frivolous girls? Dream on. But I'm so hungry." At this moment, the stabbing pain in her stomach caused beads of sweat to appear on her forehead. She looked at the leftovers on the table and kept swallowing. To keep herself awake, she bit her chapped lips. At this moment, Shen Yu brought a few girls to Si Xiaoye. Si Xiaoye snorted coldly and turned his head to the side. "She just finished the last snack in the office yesterday. Although I am very hungry now, I can still bear it for a while." That's why she dared to treat Chen Yu in this way. But Chen Yu was not angry. Instead, he turned around and warned the other girls, keep an eye on Officer C. She's a very strong-willed woman who would rather starve to death than accept charity. Jiang Shuer covered her mouth and smiled, then said softly, don't worry, brother Yu, we will definitely respect Officer C's ideas. After Chen Yu finished speaking, he hugged Lu Shishir and walked towards the room. Jiang Shuer looked at the two figures, turned around and said to the girls, from now on, there will be two people to look after Anan every night. Who wants to look after her first tonight? Xiao Qianyue glanced at Shen Bingxia, then stood up and said, Sister Bingxia and I will take care of Anan tonight. Anyway, I can't accompany brother Yu tonight. Shen Bingxia patted Xiao Qianyue's shoulder gently, it's okay, isn't it our turn tomorrow? Let's make a deal first, I'll accompany brother Yu tomorrow, and you guys will come the day after tomorrow. Xiao Qianyue shook her head helplessly and said, that's not up to us. It's brother Yu who has the final say. Let's go, let's take turns looking after the child tonight. I heard that the baby cried several times all night, I guess we won't be able to sleep well tonight. They both sighed at the same time and walked towards the bedroom somewhat frustrated. However, when they saw Chen Yanyan in the room, they were stunned. I saw the little baby walking around in the house, seeming to be curious about everything. Xiao Qianyue looked at Shen Bingxia and said in shock, didn't brother Yu say that the child was just born? How could he die now? This. Shen Bingxia looked at Chen Yanyan and said slowly, is it because she is a zombie child that she is different from ordinary people? Perhaps. At this moment, a sound was heard from the next room. After hearing the sound, Shen Yanyan seemed to be attracted and staggered to the next room. She jogged and giggled hee. Xiao Qianyue was stunned for a moment, then shouted to Shen Bingxia, who was closer to the door, quick! Stop her! Oh well! Shen Bingxia reacted immediately, picked up the baby and closed the door. Xiao Qianyue found a Bluetooth headset and put it on her. The child quieted down when he heard the music. Xiao Qianyue put Chen Yan on the bed and let out a long breath. She said somewhat depressedly, this Lu Shishir, she will teach the child bad things again. After hearing this, Shen Bingxia smiled and said, your voice is much louder than hers. After hearing this, Xiao Qianyue lowered her head embarrassedly and said, oh, sister, please stop talking. Ha, we are all sisters, what's there to be embarrassed about? But having said that, we have to ask Sister Shuer to reallocate the rooms tomorrow. Whoever accompanies brother Yu will stay on the first floor, and everyone else will go to the second floor, so that they don't affect each other. Hee, you're really smart. Why don't we move to the second floor now? Okay. After that, the two of them took the child to the second floor. Unexpectedly, as soon as the three of them reached the second floor, the baby in Shen Bingxia's arms immediately became anxious and restless. Shen Bingxia looked at the baby in her arms puzzledly and asked, what's wrong? Why is she making a fuss? I don't know either. Wasn't it quite quiet just now? Are you hungry? Now that you put it that way, it's really possible. The two of them looked at each other, not knowing what to do. After all, babies are not like adults who can eat anything. Besides, this is a zombie baby. Shen Bingxia's gaze fell on Xiao Qianyue and she asked tentatively, how about you feed the child something? There is no milk in our refrigerator? Xiao Qianyue looked down following Shen Bingxia's gaze and finally realized what she meant. Oh, sister, what are you talking about? This is a silver-plated spearhead. It looks good but is useless. What should we do? We can't let the child go hungry all the time, right? Or, let's go find brother Yu and see if he has any baby food. Brother Yu is busy, isn't this a bad idea? What's wrong with that? If you don't go, I will. After Xiao Qianyue said that, she picked up the baby and walked towards Chen Yu's room. After a while, Xiao Qianyue arrived at the door of Chen Yu's bedroom. She calmed herself down and knocked on the door. Chen Yu, who was disturbed, walked towards the door angrily. After opening the door, he frowned and asked, what's the matter? Xiao Qianyue swallowed and said, Anan seems hungry. I want to see if you have any food suitable for her. Chen Yu's expression relaxed when he heard this. He waved his hand, and several cans of premium milk powder and a bottle appeared in front of Jiang Shuer. Give her this milk powder first. Remember, mix it with warm water. Xiao Qianyue quickly took the milk powder and smiled, I know. Also, if you need any help, just let me know. Xiao Qianyue, please get out of here. Okay, brother Yu, I'm leaving now. After saying that, Xiao Qianyue made a face, turned around and ran away. Chapter 26. Si Xiaoye surrendered. Chen Yu looked at Xiao Qianyue's figure and whispered softly, "Chen Nianan, you have to fight for your life. If you grow up to be just an ordinary zombie, I will lose a lot." Then, Chen Yu turned around and went back into the room. "Brother Yu, what's the matter?" Lu Shishir asked curiously. Chen Yu said casually, "It's okay, little Anan is probably hungry. I gave Chen Yu some milk powder and asked her to feed the child. That little guy Anan is quite easy to take care of. He can now drink milk from a bottle by himself. She is indeed different from ordinary babies. She can walk as soon as she is born." Chen Yu recalled the scene when he first met Anan and couldn't help but sigh. "Brother Yu, let's not worry about Anan for now," Lu Shishir said, blinking her big, round eyes. Chen Yu fell asleep quickly. "I slept until late at night." At around 2 a.m., Si Xiaoye had completely collapsed. Many days of hunger have completely broken the last line of defense deep in her heart. "I'm so hungry. I can't hold on any longer." Si Xiaoye, who was tightly bound, squirmed little by little and came to the bedroom door with difficulty. "Food, give me food." Because he had not taken in any water, Si Xiaoye's throat had already become hoarse and his voice was extremely weak. Chen Yu, who was sleeping soundly at the moment, could not hear any sound at all. After resting for a while, Si Xiaoye banged his head against the door. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Yu was awakened by a knock on the door. After he got up, turned on the light, pushed the door open and walked out. On the floor at the door, Si Xiaoye was looking at Chen Yu with a sallow face. That cherry-like little mouth seemed to be saying something. Chen Yu squatted in front of Si Xiaoye and asked, "What did you just say?" Si Xiaoye forced himself to sit up, swallowed his saliva, and said slightly, "I compromise. As long as you are willing to give me a bite to eat, I will agree to anything you want." She lowered her proud head, tears welling up in her eyes. Those big eyes that usually sparkled with energy were now dull and lifeless. Chen Yu couldn't help but look at Si Xiaoye. At this time, she was disheveled. The fair and smooth wrists were a little red and swollen because they had been tied with ropes for a long time. The most serious thing was the two calves that were only as thick as Chen Yu's arms. They had been worn out and were now oozing blood. However, there was no fluctuation in Chen Yu's heart. There is even a kind of inexplicable pleasure. He lifted Si Xiaoye's chin with his fingers and said coldly, "Why, you can't do that? When you locked me up, I didn't eat a single bite the whole day. Of course, I'm better off than you. At least I can drink cold water." Si Xiaoye said with tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry, brother Yu. Although I didn't lock you up personally, I'm also responsible. I was too self-righteous before. I'm willing to be your slave forever to atone for my sins." Chen Yu pinched Si Xiaoye's chin hard and said sinisterly, "Don't pretend to surrender. Otherwise, you will die miserably." Si Xiaoye's delicate body trembled, and she bit her cracked lips hard and said, "I'm speaking from my heart. I'm willing to do as you say, as long as you let me live." "That's right." Chen Yu waved his hand casually, and a bowl of steaming millet porridge appeared in his hand. This was done by the careful Jiang Shuer before Chen Yu went out. Chen Yu put it in the space and always forgot to eat it. Chen Yu put a spoonful of millet porridge to Si Xiaoye's mouth. Si Xiaoye held the spoon in his mouth like a hungry wolf. That light millet porridge seems to be a rare delicacy in the world. Even. She also licked the spoon clean with her soft pink tongue, looking extremely seductive. "Brother Yu, I still want to eat. Can I eat it by myself?" Chen Yu nodded, put the bowl on the ground, and untied Si Xiaoye's rope. "Who knows?" Si Xiaoye actually picked up the bowl and started eating the millet porridge in the bowl in big mouthfuls. He didn't even notice the porridge flowing in front of him. At this moment, Si Xiaoye no longer had the image of a policewoman. It looked like an obedient pet. Chen Yu gently stroked Si Xiaoye's head. "That's the way to behave." Si Xiaoye did not resist at all and let Chen Yu stroke her hair. After licking the entire bowl of porridge clean, Si Xiaoye finally regained some strength. Of course, Chen Yu didn't mean to humiliate her with porridge. "I was just afraid that she would overeat after being hungry and get sick again." This also shows that Chen Yu still has some humanity. But not much. After eating, Si Xiaoye gently raised her head and looked at Chen Yu lovingly. "Thank you, brother Yu. I will obey you from now on. It seems that Officer C is quite sensible. Shen Yu pointed in the direction of the bathroom. Go wash up. I'll see if you really know you're wrong. Si Xiaoye stretched her sore wrist and went into the bathroom obediently. Half an hour later, she changed her clothes and slowly walked into the bedroom. From the way she walked, it could be seen that her legs were still a little uncomfortable. After all, he had been tied up for too long. At this time, only Chen Yu and Si Xiaoye were left in the room. Si Xiaoye smoothed her hair, which was not yet completely dry, lowered her head shyly and said, Brother Yu, I'm done washing. I have to say, there is a huge contrast between the arrogant Si Xiaoye in the past and the well-behaved Si Xiaoye at this moment. Chen Yu was once thrown to the ground by Si Xiaoye, but now Si Xiaoye knelt down to pick him up and presented him with both hands. Cool. Really cool. More than an hour later. Not only did Si Xiaoye not have any hatred, but he had already accepted his identity calmly. After a while, she forced herself to stand up and said with a smile, Brother Yu, now you know that I really give in, right? After Chen Yu lit a cigarette, he said in a deep voice, I hope you take care of yourself. After saying that, Chen Yu lit a cigarette for himself, as if waiting for something. Chapter 27. Si Xiaoye, who knew how to survive, completely surrendered. After a while, the system reward finally arrived. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing a girl. You will receive the following rewards. 1. The space can accommodate 5 zombies. 2. The main attributes of the body increase by 50 points, and it can be immune to common bacteria and viruses. 3. Zombie favorability plus 1, current favorability is 5 points. 4. Number of zombies that can be controlled, 5. 5. 1 loyalty bracelet. At this time, Si Xiaoye leaned her soft head against Chen Yu, closed her eyes and recalled everything that had just happened. As usual, Chen Yu handed Si Xiaoye a loyalty bracelet. Unlike other girls, Si Xiaoye put it on her hand without any hesitation. She wasn't even too surprised when the bracelet disappeared. Chen Yu couldn't help but ask, Don't you want to ask what I just gave you? No need to ask. Si Xiaoye said with a smile, Whether you ask or not, I have to wear it, right? Since you didn't kill me, it means that the bracelet just now definitely won't kill me immediately. I guess it can restrain my behavior. I didn't expect you to have some brains. Shen Yu said. Si Xiaoye said calmly, I guess the other girls are wearing bracelets too. Even without them, those girls know they can only survive by relying on you. They won't betray you. I won't trust anyone. Si Xiaoye turned his head and replied with a relaxed look, Brother Yu, to be honest, I have now completely recognized my situation and have no other thoughts. From now on, I just want to be a little girl beside Brother Yu quietly. Chen Yu couldn't help but look at Si Xiaoye differently. Si Xiaoye is indeed smarter than other girls. And keeping her around is more useful than having other girls around. After all, Si Xiaoye can use a pistol. While puffing out smoke, Chen Yu was thinking about his current situation and future goals. Now, he has received 5 rewards, and his basic physical attributes are close to 400. Even if you are attacked by an ordinary person, nothing will happen. However, he still hopes to get 8 rewards as soon as possible. By then, maybe there will be some extra rewards after becoming a god. After smoking a cigarette, Chen Yu fell asleep. A night of silence. The next morning, Chen Yu walked out of the room and found that the sensible Zhang Shuer was placing food on the dining table. Brother Yu, good morning. Chen Yu glanced around and found that only Lu Shishir was in the kitchen. Shuer, where did they go? Zhang Shuer pointed upstairs and said, Shan Yue and Bingxia are cleaning the rooms on the 2nd floor upstairs. Chen Yu asked curiously, why are you cleaning the room on the 2nd floor? Zhang Shuer smiled mysteriously. From now on, the 1st floor will be Brother Yu's exclusive floor, and the 2nd floor will be the bedroom. This will save us from being unable to sleep after hearing any noise. Chen Yu nodded. That's fine. At least they didn't disturb each other. After washing up, Chen Yu sat down at the dining table. After a while, the girls from upstairs came down one after another. Chen Yu glanced at his bedroom and said indifferently, Get some food for Si Xiaoye. I guess she can't get out of bed anymore. After hearing this, Zhang Shuer took some food and walked towards the bedroom. Si Xiaoye had already woken up at this time. However, she was curled up in the quilt, seemingly thinking about something. Zhang Shuer placed the food on the bedside table and said gently, My name is Zhang Shuer, you can call me Shuer. Don't blame me for being rude yesterday. Si Xiaoye raised her pretty face and said softly, Xiaoye was at fault first. How could I blame Sister Schwer? On the contrary, I should be grateful to her for helping me recognize reality more quickly. I'm glad you understand what I'm thinking. Come, have something to eat. As she spoke, Jiang Schwer put the food on the bedside table. Thank you, Sister Schwer. Si Xiaoye sat up and leaned against the head of the bed while eating. There was no longer any arrogance in her eyes. Jiang Schwer looked at the bedsheet and asked distressfully, Xiaoye, does your body still hurt? Well, there's one more thing. Si Xiaoye finished a mouthful of food and said with a wry smile, I really don't know how brother you got so many tricks at such a young age. When Jiang Schwer heard the name brother you, she rubbed Si Xiaoye's head and said, Xiaoye, it seems you've really recognized your identity. This is a good thing, so you won't suffer. Si Xiaoye shook his head. Sister Schwer, I actually figured it out last night. Brother you punishing me like this is indeed my own fault. Jiang Schwer nodded and continued to ask, do you still blame brother you now? Si Xiaoye glanced at the food on the table and said with a satisfied look, in this apocalypse, brother you allowed me to survive. What else can I be dissatisfied with? Besides, although I was in pain last night, I also felt unprecedented happiness. Yeah, that's the right way to think. We eat and drink from brother you. If we don't have any value, why should brother you support us? Then Jiang Schwer left the bedroom. Jiang Schwer returned to the dining table and found Chen Yu concentrating on looking at his phone. She couldn't help but come forward and ask, Brother Yu, what's wrong with you? Chen Yu raised his head and said seriously, I just watched a video someone from our school sent asking for help. They filmed several zombies, one of which had 4 arms. What, a zombie with 4 hands? Jiang Schwer was shocked after hearing this. Ordinary zombies are scary enough, how much scarier would a zombie with 4 hands be? Jiang Schwer couldn't help but lean over and watch the video on Chen Yu's phone. In the video, a group of zombies are scratching the iron gate frantically. One of the zombies was obviously taller than the others. The key is that it has 4 arms. Jiang Schwer thought for a moment and asked, could it be that this person already had 4 arms before he was infected? Chen Yu shook his head and said, it's basically impossible. If there were someone with 4 hands in our school, it would have been a big news in the school long ago. Of course, it is unlikely to be someone outside the school. After all, a person with 4 hands is a very impressive presence in the entire daxia. Jiang Schwer continued to ask, could it be a mutant zombie? Very likely. At this time, Xiao Qianyue, who was standing by, took a look at the WeChat nickname of the person who posted the video and suddenly said in surprise, the person who posted the video is our school's dance teacher. She taught me how to dance. Your dance teacher? That on the bed. Bah! Isn't her dancing skill better than yours? Chen Yu suddenly became excited. Is this another reward for myself? Chen Yu took another look at the filming location in the video, then turned to Jiang Schwer and the others and said, take your time eating. I'll go to school. After saying that, he stood up and walked outside. Chapter 28 Double Happiness, Harvesting a Level 2 Zombie and a Beautiful Woman. When Chen Yu saw the 4-handed zombie, he already had his own plan. It is obvious that this 4-handed zombie is not an ordinary zombie. If it can be bound, it will be very useful. Seeing Chen Yu was about to go to school, Jiang Schwer frowned slightly and said, Brother Yu, you must pay attention to safety. Safety first, don't be too careful of those zombies. Lu Shishir also warned with a worried look on her face. Shen Bingxiao was even more direct. She stood on tiptoe and whispered in Chen Yu's ear, Brother Yu, you must come back soon. I'll be waiting for you at home in my underwear. When the time comes, you can do whatever you want. Xiao Qianyue was not to be outdone and said lovingly, Brother Yu, I've learned a few new dance moves. Let's practice them together when the time comes. You 2 little rascals are so shameless. Bring that Hey See here for me to check. Jiang Schwer pointed at the 2 of them and joked. Yes, you guys are really unscrupulous in order to win favor. Brother Yu, their clothes are not good looking, but I have prepared a set of uniforms. Lu Shishir said even more shamelessly. Chen Yu chuckled and joked, all of you just wait for me to come back. I'll deal with you one by one then. After saying that, he walked out quickly. Outside the villa. The 3 zombies bound by Chen Yu have now gotten into the Hummer. After Chen Yu started the car, he stepped on the accelerator and rushed to the video shooting location, the 2nd basement floor of the medical laboratory. 1 minute later. The car arrived at the medical laboratory building. Chen Yu jumped out of the cab directly. 7 or 8 zombies saw Chen Yu, walked towards him staggeringly, and opened their mouths full of blood and flesh. One of the zombies was wearing overalls and was tall and strong. Chen Yu directly bounded as zombie number 5. Zombie number 5 suddenly twitched and immediately used Iron Mountain Backbone to repel the 2 zombies. There were a few more zombies rushing towards Chen Yu. Chen Yu shook his hand, and a long knife appeared in his hand. He first chopped off the head of a zombie with a knife, then dodged and came behind another zombie. Just as the zombie was about to turn around and bite Chen Yu chopped it in half with a knife. The remaining zombies continued to roar and pounce towards Chen Yu. Of course, they were all dealt with by Chen Yu and the zombies he was bound to. Chen Yu took out the zombie's crystal and put it into the space. Then he replaced the long knife with a baseball bat and quickly arrived at the basement floor of the laboratory. There were no lights in the narrow corridor, only indicator lights emitting green light, which looked eerie. Chen Yu took out a high-intensity flashlight and arranged the zombies in front and behind him. Chen Yu felt safer when surrounded by zombies than when surrounded by beauties. There were no zombies on the first floor, so Chen Yu went directly to the basement floor. The second basement floor is similar to the first basement floor, and there are no zombies to be seen. That's strange, where did all the zombies go? Although he couldn't see any zombies, Chen Yu still didn't dare to be careless. As he carefully passed a door, a zombie suddenly jumped out from inside. This zombie is 2 meters tall. Moreover, it has 4 hands. The unlucky zombie number 5 was unable to dodge and was torn into 4 pieces by the 4-handed zombie. Chen Yu was overjoyed and said to himself, "I've been waiting for you, a 4-handed freak." After saying that, he used 30% of his strength to hit the zombie on the head with a stick. Bang! The 4-handed zombie's head was stunned by the blow, and he took several steps back before steadying himself. It should be thankful that Chen Yu didn't use a knife. Otherwise, it would have been torn apart by now. When Chen Yu saw that the 4-armed zombie hadn't been shot in the head by him, he shouted excitedly, "This thing's head is pretty tough. It's definitely tougher than the average zombie. Looks like I've found a treasure today." While Chen Yu was thinking, zombies number 3 and number 4 rushed forward and wrestled with the 4-handed zombie. But the 4-handed zombies are not at a disadvantage at all, but instead have a clear advantage. You know, the zombies bound by Chen Yu have been greatly improved. They were crushed even when they were 2 against 1. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes at the 4-handed zombie and thought to himself, could it be that this is a level 2 zombie? The 4-handed zombie fought with the 2 zombies for a while and became a little impatient. It lifted the 2 zombies beside it high up. Then it opened its bloody mouth and bit the 2 zombies to death. After throwing down 2 zombies, the 4-handed zombie ran towards Chen Yu again. At this time, zombie number 2 who was protecting Chen Yu rushed forward hurriedly. Although zombie number 2 is a female, she has fighting skills and is much stronger than other zombies. It bypassed Chen Yu and jumped up to kick the 4-handed zombie in the chest. However, the 4-handed zombie merely staggered and was not affected much at all. It raised 4 fists as big as sandbags and beat zombie number 2 like a 4-cylinder engine. Fortunately, zombie number 2 had practiced boxing before and could do Tyson's pendulum dodge. Even though the 4-handed zombie has 4 hands, it is still difficult to defeat zombie number 2. Okay, the inspection passed. Chen Yu was too lazy to continue playing with the 4-handed zombie, so he hit it with a thunderstorm. The 4-handed zombie seemed to be very afraid of electricity and actually started twitching. Chen Yu directly put the 4-handed zombie into the different space and began to tie it up. Not long after, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding a level 2 zombie. This zombie has automatically become zombie number 3 to fill the vacancy at number 3. Note, level 1 zombies can only evolve to level 2 by devouring humans. Level 2 zombies or higher can devour crystals from humans or other zombies to increase their level. After listening to the system's prompts, Chen Yu understood why there were only 4-handed zombies here. It turned out that the other zombies were eaten by the 4-handed zombies. Chen Yu felt that with so many zombies, it would be too confusing to remember them by number. After all, these zombies will suffer losses from time to time. So, he simply named them according to the characteristics of the zombies. For example, in addition to zombie number 1 Shen Yenin, there is also zombie number 2, the beautiful fighting coach, who is called the fighting zombie by him. Zombie number 3 with 4 hands is called the 4-handed zombie by him. After binding the 4-handed zombie, Chen Yu let it stand next to the fighting zombie to distinguish the difference between the two. Through careful comparison, Shenyu discovered that there were bright spots between the eyebrows of the two zombies. The difference is that there is only one bright spot when fighting zombies, and it is only the size of a soybean. You can't tell unless you look carefully. The second level four-handed zombie actually has two bright spots between its eyebrows. Moreover, each one is about the size of a red date and can be clearly seen. It seems that in the future we can judge the level of zombies based on the bright spot between their eyebrows. After subduing the four-handed zombie, Shenyu prepared to return to the villa. At this moment, he heard a woman coughing from a closed room next door. As we all know, zombies can't cough. Hey, are there any girls in the room who haven't been infected? Hee hee, God really has been kind to me. Let's see what kind of people I can meet this time. Besides being excited. Shenyu clenched the long knife in his hand, walked to the door calmly and kicked it. Chapter 29: A Chance Encounter with the Dance Teacher. Zhao Beibei reference picture. Ah! In the corner of the room, a woman let out a scream the moment the door was opened. Shenyu shone the flashlight on the woman. The woman was wearing a black blazer with a white shirt underneath. She was wearing a knee-length skirt, which perfectly exposed her snow-white thighs. She had several wounds on her knees and front. Shenyu gripped his long knife tightly, walked up to the woman, and asked in a deep voice, "Were the wounds on your body bitten by zombies?" The woman squinted her eyes and saw clearly that the person in front of her was not a zombie, so she was not so scared anymore. "The injuries on my body were caused by falling down the stairs." "Classmate, are you also from this school?" "Indeed. What brings you here?" The woman swallowed and spoke slowly. "A few days ago, I passed by the laboratory door. As a result, for some unknown reason, a few students on the road suddenly became like crazy and started biting anyone they saw. They saw me and came towards me together. I hid in this room because I was scared." Shenyu was surprised. "You haven't eaten or drunk anything for a few days, and you're still alive?" The woman smiled bitterly and pointed to a table in the room. "There are several bottles of glucose injection in this medical laboratory. I am alive because of them." After hearing this, Shenyu couldn't help but sigh that the woman in front of him was really blessed with a long life. Not only was he not discovered by the four-handed zombies, but he also got glucose to drink. Of course, the woman is not the only one who is lucky. After the woman recovered, she saw the zombies fighting behind Shenyu and couldn't help but yelled, "Zombie! Zombie, look, there's a zombie behind you." Shenyu knew she was talking about fighting zombies. He said calmly, "Don't be afraid, this zombie won't hurt anyone, I've tamed it." "Are you kidding?" The woman looked at Shenyu in disbelief. "I saw on the news that the authorities can't do anything about these zombies. How can you possibly tame them? If you don't believe it, just open your eyes and take a good look. Also, don't assume that everything the authorities say is right." The woman observed for a while and found that the facts were just as Shenyu said, so she felt relieved. She forced herself to stand up and asked weakly, "Classmate, can you take me away from here?" Shenyu was pleasantly surprised. Wasn't the opportunity to become stronger just coming to him? He looked at the woman with a wicked smile and asked bluntly, "Not only can I take you away, I can also provide you with food and shelter." "Really?" the woman asked excitedly. "Of course it's true. But I have a condition." "What conditions?" Shenyu didn't say anything, but looked at the woman. The woman immediately understood what it meant. She snorted coldly, "How could you have such an idea? I'm the dance teacher of this school. I don't care whether you are a dance teacher or a martial arts teacher. If you want to survive, you have to follow my instructions." Shenyu shook his head slightly and said unhappily, "I won't force you. If you don't agree, forget it. The door is broken now. Maybe some zombies will come and ask you to teach them how to dance jazz." After saying that, Shenyu turned and walked outside. At this moment, the roar of a four-handed zombie was heard outside the door. Shenyu kindly advised, "Listen, the zombies are nearby. It's so scary. I have to retreat." The woman swallowed and said in a trembling voice, "Come back. Please don't abandon me." "No, I don't want to die at the hands of zombies just to save you. Little brother, please save me, I'm still young and I really don't want to die." "Why, you agreed to my terms." I. The woman lowered her head hesitantly, biting her red lips with her pearly teeth. She looked like a young wife who had been wronged. Shenyu shook his head, "It seems that you still don't realize your situation. Now, time is life." The woman's heart began to waver. At this moment, she had no supplies left and would surely starve to death if she stayed any longer. If you rashly walk out of the laboratory, you will most likely be killed by zombies. Only by following Chen can you have a chance to survive. After a fierce mental struggle, the woman bit her lip and whispered, "I can agree to anything you ask. But you have to promise to take me to a safe place." Chen smiled slightly, "That's right. Okay, follow me." The woman stood up by holding onto the wall, tried to take a few steps, and finally fell to the ground. "I'm sorry, my leg was injured when I was running away 2 days ago. Can you hold me up?" Chen took a look at the woman's injured knee and found that the injury was indeed serious. He handed the flashlight to the four-armed zombie and walked over to the woman. He picked up the woman and walked quickly out the door. The woman felt safe in Chen arms. This was the first living person she had seen in these days. Chen supported the woman's buttocks with one hand and her back with the other. The softness coming from his palm made Chen think secretly in his heart. As expected of a dance teacher, she has a figure that Lu Shishir and the others don't have. Even Xiao Qianyue from the art academy is probably not as good as the woman in front of him. Chen gaze couldn't help but fall on the woman. Even though the woman was lying in his arms, she still looked a little arrogant. Chen made a simple comparison between her and other girls. In terms of appearance, she is not inferior to the two school beauties Shen Bingxia and Lu Shishir. In terms of body curves, only Xiao Qianyue, who has learned dance, can compare with her. In terms of body shape, she is the biggest among many girls. Well, the biggest one. A series of somewhat inappropriate images emerged in Chen mind. The woman felt a little embarrassed when Chen looked at her and quickly turned her head away. However, she saw the four-handed zombie following Chen like a younger brother. She immediately understood that the zombie's roar just now must have come from it. I was tricked. However, none of this matters now. The important thing is that she was saved. After a while, Chen came to the car carrying the woman. There are already quite a few zombies gathered here. After seeing the zombies, the woman hurriedly hugged Chen. Even her soft body was tightly pressed against Chen. Chen didn't care and commanded the four-handed zombies to move forward. The four-handed zombie is indeed a level 2 zombie. It walked over and actually lifted up 4 zombies at the same time. The 4 zombies were like children in its hands and had no ability to resist at all. The four-armed zombie threw one of the zombies to the ground and then raised his right foot. Then, with a crack, the zombie's head was crushed to pieces. The small crystal between the zombie's eyebrows and the surrounding flesh were grabbed by the four-handed zombie and stuffed into its mouth. Not long after, the rest of the zombies suffered the same fate. Chen couldn't help but look at the center of the four-handed zombie's eyebrows. I saw that the bright spot, which was as big as a red date, seemed to have grown a little bigger. And it's brighter. The woman in Chen arms was so frightened that she was stunned. She didn't expect that the four-handed zombie was so fierce and powerful. It was simply a strong man among zombies. Not only was Chen not afraid, but he was a little excited. Because this is a good thing for Chen. The more ordinary zombies a four-handed zombie kills, the more powerful it becomes. Fortunately, my former self had a pair of eyes that were good at discovering things, and I collected all the zombies' crystals into the space. Leaving these crystals to the four-handed zombie will definitely make it more ferocious. Maybe by then you'll be able to grow 3 heads and 6 arms. Seeing that the four-handed zombie had dealt with all the zombies, Chen walked to the front of the car and stuffed the woman into the back seat, preparing to take her back to have a good talk with her. The four-handed zombies have become stronger, so why should I be lazy? Chapter 30 Goddess Teacher Zhao Beibei. Immediately afterwards, the four-handed zombie and the beautiful fighting zombie appeared on the left and right, trapping the woman in the middle. The woman swallowed and said cautiously, can I sit in the passenger seat? Chen glanced at the woman and said, "Don't worry, they won't bite you." Although the woman knew that the 2 zombies listened to Chen, she was still a little frightened. She smiled and greeted the 2 zombies, "Hi, zombie brother and sister, hello." The 2 zombies seemed not to hear anything and stared straight ahead. The woman smiled awkwardly. However, when she saw that the 2 zombies really didn't bite her, she wasn't so scared anymore. After a while, Chen arrived at the door of the villa. Chen left the 2 zombies outside and walked into the house carrying the injured woman. In the room, a few people heard the door open and ran towards Chen excitedly. When they saw the woman burying her head in Chen arms, they were all stunned. How long has it been since Chen hooked up with another woman? Even if it was the only donkey in 10 production teams, you wouldn't play with it like this, right? After seeing the wound on the woman's knee, Lu Shishir couldn't help but joked, "Is brother you so fierce now?" Shen Bingxia also covered her mouth and joked, "That's right, and she even hurt someone." "What do you mean?" Shen Yu was confused. Lu Shishir didn't say anything, but gestured to the woman's legs and knees with her eyes. Shen Yu was at a loss for words. "It wasn't me who did this. She fell down by herself." "Why did you fall? Were you standing on the table?" "Lu Shishir, get out of here right now." Shen Yu scolded Lu Shishir angrily, then put the woman on the sofa. Only then did everyone see clearly that the woman in front of them was a beautiful woman about 30 years old. Her figure is even better than Lu Shishir and others. Especially the unique aura of a mature woman that she exudes, which is not possessed by other girls. In the crowd, only Xiao Qianyue kept staring at the woman who buried her head. After carefully examining the woman, she exclaimed in surprise, "Teacher Zhao, is that you?" When the woman heard someone calling her, she raised her head and smoothed her hair back. After seeing the woman's face, Xiao Qianyue ran to her side in 2 steps and said excitedly, "Teacher Zhao, it's really you?" The woman also recognized Xiao Qianyue and happily took her hand. "Qianyue, why are you here?" "I..." Xiao Qianyue was silent for a moment, then whispered, "A few days ago, I was practicing dancing in the dance studio. Then a zombie outbreak happened, and I was trapped in the studio. Later, it was Brother Yu who saved me." Xiao Qianyue then pointed at Chen Yu and said, "This is Chen Yu, a student from our school. He saved all of us." Then, she pointed at the woman and said, "Brother Yu, this is my dance teacher, Ms. Zhao Bebe." After hearing this, Chen Yu was also a little surprised and said, "I already knew she was a dance teacher. But I didn't expect that she was actually our school's goddess teacher, Zhao Bebe. Oh, actually, I should have thought of it earlier." Shen Yu had heard of this female teacher who was recognized as the most beautiful and best looking in the school. "It's just that we have never met." "What goddess or no goddess?" Zhao Bebe said shyly when she heard the word goddess. However, at this moment she felt a little proud. After all, being praised as a goddess is very enjoyable. Shen Yu couldn't help but glance at Zhao Bebe again and couldn't help saying, "I was in a hurry on the road just now and didn't have time to appreciate it properly. I didn't expect Teacher Zhao to be even more charming than the legend said." Then, he turned to Lu Shishir, Xiao Qianyue and the others and said, "Go prepare something to eat for Teacher Zhao." "Okay." Since Zhao Bebe has already agreed to Chen Yu's request, he naturally won't make things difficult for Zhao Bebe. Of course, Chen Yu was not worried that Zhao Bebe would go back on her word. After all, he has 100 ways to make Zhao Bebe obedient. After hearing Chen Yu's instructions, several girls who could cook walked towards the kitchen. Xiao Qianyue can't cook, so she stays to brainwash Zhao Bebe. She kept talking about Chen Yu's heroic experience of killing zombies in the past few days, as well as his many advantages and strengths. At the end, Zhao Bebe was no longer shocked. Xiao Qianyue's eloquence was so eloquent that even Shen Yu couldn't stand it anymore. He simply walked upstairs. Of course, Chen Yu had another purpose for going upstairs. He wanted to see if the baby zombie Chen Yenin, who was bound to him, could upgrade by swallowing crystals like the 4-handed zombie. "If I could upgrade, wouldn't that be a huge profit?" When Shen Yu came to Chen Yenin, he saw her playing with a Barbie doll. Shen Yu took out a crystal from the space and placed it in front of Chen Yenin. "Here, I'll give you something good to eat." Chen Yenin excitedly took the crystal, but only treated it as a toy and had no intention of swallowing it at all. Shen Yu found another very small crystal and put it into Chen Yenin's mouth. As a result, she spat it out. Chen Yu was speechless. This little guy is actually not interested in crystals. Looking at Chen Yenin's eyebrows, Chen Yu couldn't help but mutter to himself, "That's weird. Logically, if she can be bound by me, she should be a zombie. The lowest level of zombies should also have a level 1. Why doesn't she have any highlights? Is it because she is not even at level 1 now?" Seeing Chen Yu staring at her blankly, Chen Yenin thought Chen Yu wanted to play with her, so she shouted, "Baba, Baba." Chen Yu was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This little guy is growing too fast, isn't he? It's only been a few days and you can already speak? And judging from her body shape, she looks like she is already 7 or 8 months old. Chen Yu gently rubbed Chen Yenin's head. "Be good, go play." After hearing this, Chen Yenin was not angry. She happily sat on the ground and continued to play with her doll. Shen Yu looked at Chen Nianan with some satisfaction, and whispered to himself, if only human children could grow up so fast and be so well behaved. He thought for a moment, took out a few Barbie dolls from the other dimension, handed them to the child, and then walked downstairs. When Shen Yu arrived downstairs, several delicious stomach-nourishing side dishes were just served in front of Zhao Beibei. Zhao Beibei swallowed, tears almost coming out. As she devoured the food with big mouthfuls, she said gratefully, "Thank you so much. I've only been drinking glucose these past few days and I'm almost starving. These dishes are so delicious. Wow, so delicious." The other girls saw Zhao Beibei wolfing down the food, and they had no intention of making fun of her. After all, they all went through this. After Zhao Beibei had eaten and drunk her fill, Shen Yu took out some healing potions from the alien space. "Teacher Zhao, let me help you apply some medicine." Chapter 31, The Considerate Zhao Beibei. It wouldn't have mattered if Chen Yu didn't remind her, but as soon as he mentioned the potion, Zhao Beibei remembered that she was injured. There were also bursts of stinging pain in the wound. She picked up a handkerchief and wiped the food residue from the corner of her mouth, then said softly, "That I'll trouble classmate Chen Yu." Chen Yu smiled, picked up Zhao Beibei and walked towards the bedroom. For some reason, Zhao Beibei, who is already over 30 years old, actually has a strange feeling at this moment. Especially when she felt the youthful aura of Chen Yu, she couldn't help but pursed her slightly cracked lips. Chen Yu was completely unaware and put her directly on the bed. "Let me apply some medicine on your wound first." As he spoke, Chen Yu gently lifted up the clothes that were in the way. Zhao Beibei's face turned red all the way to her ears. Chen Yu took out a cotton swab, dipped it in the medicine, and said, "It might be a little painful for a while, just bear with it." Zhao Beibei said while biting her lips lightly. Chen Yu had no mercy on women and just applied it on the wound. Zhao Beibei whimpered in pain and couldn't help but frown. But she did not retract her thighs. Instead, she grabbed the clothes beside her and let Chen Yu apply the medicine on her. After a while, Chen Yu finished treating the wound on her leg and moved his gaze to the front of her. Zhao Beibei understood and freed the small suit that was almost torn apart. Chen Yu couldn't help but swallow and began to apply medicine to her wound. After applying it for a while, he couldn't help but complain, "The remaining wounds are quite tricky, it's hard to apply." It seems that having a good figure also has certain disadvantages. Zhao Beibei said shyly, "It's really hard to put it on. Let me take away the clothes that are in the way." Chen Yu only took a glance and then threw himself into Zhao Beibei's arms. "No, I fainted." Of course Zhao Beibei knew that Chen Yu was pretending. However, she did not refuse, but gently hugged the back of Chen Yu's head. She is in her 30s and has many suitors. But she has high standards and doesn't like any of them. Until the end of the world, she was alone. Just before today, she had thought she was going to die. Unexpectedly, before she died, Chen Yu saved her like a hero. Although she didn't say it, she felt inexplicably touched in her heart. Plus, she had just been brainwashed by many girls. She had made her choice before she even entered the house. After all, you reap what you sow. Without farming, there would be starvation. After a long time, Chen Yu began to think about the meaning of life. Zhao Beibei, who had recovered a little, said softly, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." "What's wrong, Beibei?" "Oh, you're so mean, calling me such a cheesy name so quickly." Chen Yu pulled Zhao Beibei over and said with a devilish look on his face, "Is that corny? There will be even cornier names in the future. By the way, aren't you a dance teacher? Does that mean you can do difficult dance moves that most people can't do?" Zhao Beibei nodded after hearing this. I have to say, Zhao Beibei is worthy of being a dance teacher. Her body flexibility is unmatched by any other girl. This almost beats 90% of girls. Of course, she knows much more than what I just mentioned. Zhao Beibei's face was filled with smiles, and she shyly buried her head in the pillow. Chen Yu thought about it and decided that although Zhao Beibei was more sensible, the rules could not be broken. So he took out the bracelet and handed it to Zhao Beibei. "Put it on." Zhao Beibei already knew the function of this bracelet from Xiao Qianyue. After hesitating for a moment, she finally put on the bracelet. After all, she is no longer a 3-year-old child and knows what she should do. Chen Yu sat aside and smoked a cigarette, and the pleasant lowly voice sounded again. "Congratulations, host. 1. The space ability has been upgraded and can accommodate 6 zombies. 2. Increase the main physical attributes by 50 points. 3. Zombie favorability plus 1, current favorability is 6 points. 4. Number of zombies that can be controlled, 6. Shenyu was excited, he felt that he had become much stronger. His basic attributes are more than 4 times that of an average person, and he has long been the ceiling of humanity. There is also a fighting zombie and a level 2 zombie as his subordinate. In addition, he also has the incredible thunderstorm ability and spatial ability. The food in the space is enough to feed 100 people for 8 lifetimes. Now, he has left ordinary people and ordinary zombies far behind. However, he also realized that he should bind more powerful zombies. This is the only way to snowball. Just as Chen Yu was thinking about his next plan, the phone on the table suddenly rang with a message alert. He took the phone nonchalantly. During this period, Chen Yu was busy collecting supplies and making himself stronger, and had no time to pay attention to this news. Now, he has made a huge improvement compared to before the end of the world. So I can breathe a sigh of relief. It's a good time to check the messages on the phone and find out what is happening in the outside world recently. First of all, the most common news is about doomsday. Chen Yu just glanced at it and then closed the news. Because these news are exactly the same as previous news and have no great value. Further on, there was a group message from my school. At this time, the school leaders had already pulled the surviving students into the same group. Chen Yu looked at the number of people and found that there were still more than 300 people. Chen Yu couldn't help but sigh, the zombies are too weak, why are there still so many of them? But then he thought, most zombies are level 1, they move slowly and have lower IQ. Ordinary adults can still defeat zombies if they work in a team or are armed. If someone is not killed by zombies when the zombie outbreak first occurs and there are not a large number of zombies around him, there is still a certain probability of survival. Chen Yu continued to read the messages and found that he had been pulled into a newly created group. Chapter 32 The Power Went Out. This is a group called Survivors. He thought about it and opened the group casually. By browsing the group announcements and messages, Chen Yu finally knew what this group was for. It turned out that shortly after the zombie outbreak, the street office contacted the survivors to create such a group. Everyone is sharing some information about the end of the world with each other. Or invite others to form a team and fight the zombies together. Chen Yu did not participate in their conversation. Because he would definitely not team up with these people, let alone tell others his location. After all, in the end times, anyone can pose a threat to you. Just when Chen Yu was about to close the group message, the director of the street office sent a message. My dear friends, let me tell you 3 very important things. First, it is said that a very small number of mutated zombies have appeared now, so everyone must be careful and try not to go out. Second, because of the food shortage, many people have run out of food. I hope that neighbors who have enough food can bring their excess food to me, and I will distribute it to those in need. Third, the authorities have not yet found a solution to the zombie apocalypse, so please try to deal with it on your own. The group exploded instantly and everyone started talking about it. What's going on? We couldn't defeat the zombies before, so why are there mutant zombies now? What are you leaders doing here? Hurry up and get rid of those disgusting zombies. I'm starving. Does anyone have any extra food? If anyone gives me a bite to eat, I'm willing to do anything for him. My upstairs neighbor stole my food and beat my husband to death. Is anyone doing anything about it? Seeing this, Chen Yu couldn't help but shook his head. These official announcements are too delayed. They only released the news because they had already subdued a level 2 zombie. Chen Yu also learned from group messages that the authorities still do not have the energy to care about ordinary people. He even suspected that the official people had already hidden in a shelter. Even the armed groups were sent there. Otherwise, how can we explain that after so many days, there is almost no news about official killing of zombies? Seeing Chen Yu staring at his phone, Zhao Beibei leaned over and asked, Xiao Yu, what are you looking at? Chen Yu handed the phone to Zhao Beibei. I'm checking group messages and the news. Zhao Beibei took the phone curiously. She was trapped in the laboratory these days and her cell phone ran out of battery. So she didn't know anything about the outside world. When she saw the people outside having such a hard time getting a bite to eat, she suddenly realized how right her decision was. Thinking of this, she looked at Chen Yu with eyes full of gratitude and said, Xiao Yu, thank you for saving me. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Chen Yu glanced at Zhao Beibei, smiled calmly and said, haven't you already thanked me? I don't think it's enough. Zhao Beibei said seriously, you saved my life. From now on, as long as I can help you, I will definitely do my best to help you. Although I can't help you now. Shen Yu stretched and yawned as he said, "Then you can be my pillow for now. I'm a little tired lately, so I need to catch up on some sleep." After saying that, Shen Yu leaned on the soft body next to him and gradually fell asleep. Shen Yu actually slept until the evening. He took out his cell phone and checked the time. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It's time for dinner. Shen Yu looked at Zhao Beibei, who was breathing evenly beside him. It seems that she is also exhausted. Shen Yu gently nudged Zhao Beibei and said softly, "Get up and eat." Zhao Beibei sat up sleepily and rubbed her eyes. The body, like the mist fading away, appeared in front of Shen Yu with incredible clarity. Zhao Beibei seemed to have gotten used to it and didn't hide it. "Xiao Yu, were you calling me just now?" "Yes." "Put on your clothes and come out to eat," Shen Yu said. Zhao Beibei shook her head slightly and said, "In order to maintain my figure, I usually don't eat at night. Besides, I can't move right now." Shen Yu looked at Zhao Beibei and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Zhao Beibei looked at Shen Yu resentfully. That look seemed to say, "You still have the nerve to ask why? Isn't it your fault? As soon as someone arrives here, you start chatting with them and the conversation never stops. Can people have a good rest?" Shen Yu suddenly understood. He stroked Zhao Beibei's head and said, "Okay, you can take a rest first." "Okay, I'll take a nap for a while." Zhao Beibei nodded gently and got back into bed. Shen Yu got up, put on a pajamas, and walked out of the bedroom. At this time, the table was already filled with a sumptuous dinner. Several girls sat quietly at the dining table, and no one picked up their chopsticks. Jiang Shuer saw Shen Yu coming out and greeted him happily. "Brother Yu, come over for dinner quickly." Shen Yu walked over and sat next to Jiang Shuer. Just as everyone was about to eat, the lights in the room suddenly went out. Several girls were startled and started talking. "Why did the lights suddenly go out? Is it broken? I don't know. What's going on?" Shen Yu glanced at the central air conditioner and said, "There must be a power outage. I see the air conditioner is also off." "Ah, there's a power outage. What should we do?" Lu Shishir couldn't help but ask. "Let's see what's going on first." Shen Yu took out a Xiaomi desk lamp with a battery from the alien space, and the room instantly lit up. He then opened the group message on his phone to see why the power outage occurred. Fortunately, the signal base station still has power and the mobile phone still has internet access. Not long after, the director of the street office in the survivor group sent a message. "Urgent notice. Because the nuclear power plant and the water plant have been attacked by zombies, the pressure on power and water supply has increased, so there is now a power outage in water supply. Starting from tomorrow, in addition to ensuring electricity supply in important places, ordinary households will have electricity and water supply from 2 to 3 p.m. every day, and there will be power and water cut off at other times. Please plan ahead to avoid any impact on your life." After hearing this, the people in the group couldn't help but complain. "Fuck, there's only 1 hour of water and electricity a day, what can we do with it? Damn it, are you going to let me live? I give up, I really can't live anymore. The important places you mentioned are where your official people live, right?" Because the group messages were too frequent, Shen Yu simply muted his phone and put it aside. He thought for a moment and thought to himself, "It seems that I have to get some generators tomorrow." Fortunately, when he was delivering food before, he knew that there was a generator manufacturing company not far from here. In his previous life, Shen Yu did not live to see the day when the power went out. So, he forgot to prepare the generator. Shen Yu couldn't help but laugh at himself. "Ah, you're still young after all. You've been so focused on improving your abilities that you've forgotten to make emergency plans." Chapter 33, Going Out and Meeting a Beautiful CEO. Beautiful CEO's life photos. Of course, the power outage cannot be entirely blamed on Shen Yu's lack of preparation. Apart from necessary living supplies and daily necessities, everything else is not a problem for Shen Yu. He can pick up items that do not deteriorate, such as generators, cars, energy, and machinery, at any time. After all, this isn't some kind of natural disaster like extreme cold or heat or torrential rain. Those mentally retarded zombies will not destroy the above items. Shen Yu put the lamp on the table and said, "Everyone, let's eat first. I'm going out to look for a generator tomorrow." The girls knew that it was pointless to think too much now, so they just started eating. After eating, the girls gathered around. Lu Shirshir blinked her big eyes, put her slender, white hands on Chen Yu's shoulders, and asked with a smile. Brother Yu, are you tired? How about letting Shirshir rub your shoulders? Brother Yu, let Chen Yuet and I help you massage your feet. Shen Bingxiao was not to be outdone, and pulled her cousin Xiao Chenyue to half squat on the ground. Since they were dressed very coolly at home, their seductive figures were perfectly displayed under the dim light, which made Chen Yu inexplicably excited. Brother Yu, please don't be partial, Shuer will warm your bed tonight. Jiang Shuer said without hesitation. Chen Yu laughed, why warm the bed in the hot summer? I see you didn't eat enough just now. Hate it, don't say it out loud. Jiang Shuer smiled coquettishly. She didn't expect that her little thoughts could be guessed so easily. Chen Yu was speechless. Why are these girls so proactive now? Especially Jiang Shuer, she almost had those two words written all over her face. No wonder the birth rate was so high in an era when electric lights were not yet widely used. There is no other entertainment in love. Tonight is destined to be another sleepless night. Chen Yu got up early the next morning. The thoughtful Lu Shirshir and Jiang Shuer had already prepared breakfast and packed some food in an insulated box for Chen Yu to eat on the way. After Chen Yu finished eating, he turned around and looked at Jiang Shuer. Shuer, I'll leave the house to you. Remember, make sure to close the doors and windows, and don't open the door to anyone. Don't worry, brother Yu, I will take good care of them. Jiang Shuer looked like an older sister, with a determined look on her face. Chen Yu nodded, stood up and walked out the door. This time, he only brought the four-handed zombies with him and left the fighting zombies at home. Because it is far worse than the second-level four-handed zombie. The role that one plays around oneself is limited. It's better to stay at home and prevent people from stealing your house. Chen Yu drove the Hummer with the navigation on, heading towards a factory 10 kilometers away. The four-handed zombies were leading the way. After devouring some of the crystals, it has regained some of its sanity. Smarter than the first-level zombies. Basically, Chen Yu doesn't need to spend much mental energy, it knows what to do. On the way, the zombies that blocked the way were basically killed easily by the four-handed zombies and became nutrients for its upgrade. Until the last four zombies could not eat anymore, Chen Yu had to dig out the crystals of those zombies and put them into the space. After more than half an hour, we finally arrived at the factory. At the factory gate, there were more than 20 zombies wearing dark blue work clothes. Chen Yu took out the long knife and killed the zombies together with the four-handed zombie, just as a practice. More than 20 zombies were quickly dealt with by Chen Yu and the four-handed zombie. Chen Yu also discovered that it was much easier to put the zombies' bodies into the alien space. Another point is that there is a limit on the number of living zombies that can be collected. But dead zombies are like objects, there is no limit on the number. And it consumes much less mental energy than taking in living zombies. Chen Yu decided that next time he killed a zombie, he would directly put the zombie's body into the space. When you have time, slowly take out their crystals. This way, you can save time and prevent zombies that are not completely dead from coming back to life and biting you. After dealing with all the zombies, Chen Yu walked into the factory. The huge factory is densely packed with different types of generators and electric motors. A rough estimate is that there are hundreds of them. Most of them are generators that use liquid fuel, which is a good thing for Chen Yu. But to his surprise, the generators were not perfect. They can only be used to generate electricity and do not have matching transformers or other devices. The electricity generated in this way cannot be used directly. Chen Yu searched the entire factory but couldn't find a generator with a transformer. He was suddenly speechless. Do I have to find a manufacturer that produces transformers? Chen Yu glanced at the motors, and without thinking twice, he put all the motors into the alien space. Then he walked out of the factory. Just as I was about to drive, a woman's voice suddenly came from a building next to the factory. Chen Yu looked up in confusion, and saw a beautiful woman in a tight black suit sticking her head out of the window, waving her arms and shouting at him. Help me! Hey! Help me! Chen Yu couldn't help but stop and look at the beautiful woman in the suit carefully. Seeing that Chen Yu had discovered her, the beautiful woman in a suit excitedly said, "Little brother, can you take me away from here? I am the president of this company. If you can rescue me, I can give you a lot of money." Chen Yu looked up at the beautiful woman in a suit and asked calmly, "Are you alone in the office?" "That's right, I'm the only one left here. They've all turned into terrible zombies." The beautiful president covered her head in pain, immersed in grief. "Have you been scratched by a zombie?" No, the beautiful CEO explained hurriedly, my office door is made of aluminum alloy. It's very strong. Those zombies can't get in. As she spoke, the beautiful CEO rolled up her sleeves, revealing two white and tender arms, as if to prove that she was not injured. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at the beautiful woman in a suit, then slowly said, I can save you, but you have to find a reason to convince me. I fell into the hands of a woman in my previous life. How can I be a good person in this life? After hearing this, the beautiful CEO froze in place, her eyes becoming hesitant. Although she hadn't gone out in the past few days, she had already learned about the situation outside from her mobile phone. Just now she was still holding on to a glimmer of hope and tried to use money to get Chen Yu to rescue her. Unexpectedly, Chen Yu didn't buy her trick at all. When the beautiful president saw Chen Yu's fiery eyes, even if she was stupid, she could understand what he was thinking. It's more like convincing rather than persuading. She was just about to pull with Chen Yu again when a loud crash suddenly came from behind her. The beautiful CEO looked back and saw a zombie with horns on its head had smashed the heavy iron door with its head. Moreover, it is still squeezing in little by little. Judging from the current situation, this zombie will come in sooner or later. Roar! Ho ho! The zombies seemed to become manic, roaring constantly, like hunters surrounding their prey. The beautiful president was already frightened, and she seemed to have anticipated what was going to happen next. Chen Yu, who had a keen sense of hearing, also heard the collision. He pretended to leave and said, I see you don't seem to realize your situation. I'm leaving. When the beautiful CEO saw Chen Yu was about to leave, she started crying anxiously. Woo woo! Please don't abandon me. There are zombies outside. As long as you can take me to a safe place, I will promise you anything. Chen Yu smiled crookedly and said, You did this voluntarily. I didn't break any rules. Then, his expression became serious and he ran quickly towards the third floor. This will save you from having the cooked duck fly away again. In less than a minute, Chen Yu arrived on the third floor. In a corridor just over 1 meter wide, there were 4 zombies blocking the door of the president's office. Chen Yu was too lazy to do it himself and directly put it into the different space. After collecting 4 zombies, Chen Yu discovered that another zombie had already stuck its entire head into the door. Chen Yu concentrated his attention and prepared to put it into the alien space. However, after trying, he found that he had failed. Number 34 Emergency Evacuation. After Chen Yu discovered that he was unable to put the zombies into the space, he immediately became alert. Although he had just consumed a lot of mental energy, it was not to the point where he had difficulty capturing a zombie. Could this also be a level 2 zombie? Chen Yu didn't have time to think about it and found a long sword from the alien space. Then he walked behind the zombie and aimed at a certain part of the zombie. Phew! The knife stabbed accurately into the zombie's body. Ouch! The zombie roared angrily, suddenly stuck its head back from the iron gate, and looked at Chen Yu hatefully. Only then did Chen Yu see the zombie clearly. This zombie has something like a rhino horn growing on the top of its head. It seems that it just used this horn to drill a hole in the heavy iron door. Of course, what surprised Chen Yu the most were the 2 bright spots between its eyebrows, which were larger than those of the 4-handed zombies. Chen Yu muttered to himself, it really is a level 2 zombie, and one that has evolved into a rhino horn. But why didn't it eat the 4 zombies just now? Could it be that humans are more attractive to zombies? The one-horned zombie looked at the long knife in Chen Yu's hand and felt offended. It opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Chen Yu. Chen Yu didn't have time to think anymore, and directly chopped at the horn of the one-horned zombie. When? The long sword chopped on the unicorn horn as if it was chopping on steel. It only left a shallow mark on it. Chen Yu couldn't help but be surprised. Although he didn't use his full strength, it shouldn't have left only such a small trace, right? It seems that this guy's horns are quite strong. The one-horned zombie did not hesitate and continued to push towards Chen Yu with his head down, as if he wanted to push a bloody hole in Chen Yu's body. Chen Yu waved his hand, and a steel plate more than 10 centimeters thick appeared out of thin air in front of him. Bang bang bang! The one-horned zombie kept using its hard horn to hit the steel plate in front of Chen Yu. However, it cannot break through the steel plate at all. Chen Yu took out the electric baton from the space, rolled around to the back of the one-horned zombie, and aimed the electric baton at the zombie's weak part. Sizzle! The powerful electric current caused the one-horned zombie to twitch all over, but the effect was far worse than that on a level 1 zombie. After adapting to the electric current, the one-horned zombie suddenly turned around and punched Chen Yu in the face. However, the electric baton remained on its body, continuing to discharge electricity into it. This slowed it down a lot, and Chen Yu easily dodged the attack. Seeing that the electric current was effective on it, Chen Yu snorted coldly and said, "Let me show you a more powerful electric current." As he spoke, a thunderstorm struck the one-horned zombie. The entire corridor suddenly became white. The one-horned zombie was electrocuted and was stunned. The area in front of it was electrocuted into a charcoal state. However, because Chen Yu restrained himself, the one-horned zombie did not die on the spot. It shook its head, ready to attack Chen Yu again. At this time, the four-handed zombie ran up and fought with it. Although the one-horned zombie is stronger, its combat effectiveness was significantly weakened after it was hit by the thunderstorm. In addition, two fists are no match for four hands, and the one-horned zombie quickly fell into a disadvantage. "I've been waiting for this moment. I'll kill you while you're sick." Chen Yu seized the opportunity and directly bound the one-horned zombie. The system's prompt sound soon reached Chen Yu's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully bound to zombie number 4. Zombie number 4 then stood in front of Chen Yu very pious, like a servant. After Chen Yu bound the one-horned zombie, he couldn't help but look at it. He couldn't help but think, this guy looks even more powerful than the four-handed zombie. He will be a capable subordinate in the future. But now is not the time to study it, let us go and see how the woman in the office is doing first. Chen Yu walked to the office door and looked up to see a few big words written on it, President's Office Yunlan. So the woman just now was called Yunlan. Chen Yu took a look at the damaged aluminum alloy door, reached his hand in through the hole, and easily opened the door lock. He couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, the second-level zombies have lower intelligence and only know how to use brute force but not unlock. Otherwise, Yunlan would have probably been in the stomach of the one-horned zombie by now. After entering the room, Chen Yu saw a girl shivering and hiding behind a table. "Yunlan, you weren't bitten, were you?" Chen Yu asked calmly. The beautiful CEO was stunned for a moment, then shook her head gently and said, "I didn't. I was scared to death just now. Fortunately, you arrived in time." She looked at Chen Yu, wiped her tears and asked, "By the way, where are those zombies at the door? How did you lead them away?" "I have already dealt with them." Chen Yuyun answered calmly. "You can actually handle so many zombies by yourself?" The beautiful CEO widened her watery eyes, a look of disbelief on her face. "Are you bragging? Just a few zombies, nothing to me." Chen Yu answered without any modesty. Yunlan certainly didn't believe what Chen Yu said. After all, that one-horned zombie pushed open a heavy iron door. The tall and thin man in front of him didn't look like he could kill zombies. As the two were talking, Chen Yu couldn't help but look at Yunlan in front of him. She was wearing a slim black suit with a white shirt underneath. It's because the shirt is of good quality that it didn't burst. She wore a black knee-length skirt, paired with heels and a pair of pointed high heels. It makes her straight thighs look even more slender. In addition, her appearance is not inferior to Lu Shirshir and other school beauties. She even has a more aloof temperament than them. What a coincidence. Brother Yu just likes cool and aloof CEOs. Seeing Chen Yu staring at her, Yunlan said in fear, why are you staring at me?" Chen Yu smiled evilly, "I've never seen a domineering female CEO before, so I don't want to take a few more glances at her." Yunlan lowered his head and said softly, "Don't worry, I won't let you work in vain. After these zombies are dealt with by the authorities, I will definitely thank you well. I will give you 1 million, no, 3 million as labor fees." Chen Yu raised his eyebrows. "Yunlan, what do you mean?" "What I mean is, I just lied to you to save my life. Teacher Zhang San said this is called emergency hedging." "Are you kidding me?" Yunlan smoothed her hair and said seriously, "I'm not kidding you. If I hadn't said this, you definitely wouldn't have saved me. I just said I would give you money. If all else fails, 5 million will be fine." Chen Yu's eyes suddenly turned cold. Then don't regret it." As he was speaking, the one-horned zombie at the door walked in. Yunlan was startled. She stepped back and pointed behind Chen Yu, saying, "How come that zombie is still alive? Didn't you say you'd kill it?" Chen Yu said calmly, "I never said I would kill it. It's still alive and well. It's just that I've tamed it now. Just now it was complaining to me about why I was trying to stop it." Yunlan couldn't help swallowing and asked, what do you want to do?" Shen Yu sneered, nothing, just want to give this zombie a good meal. As he was speaking, the one-horned zombie had already arrived in front of Yunlan. Chapter 35 Saving the Beautiful CEO. The one-horned zombie opened its bloody mouth and roared at Yunlan. There was still blood and a few pieces of meat on the sharp teeth, dripping onto the ground. No, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you. Yunlan was frightened and quickly stepped back. The four-handed zombie also walked in and blocked Yunlan's retreat from the other side. How could Yunlan outrun two level 2 zombies? A few seconds later, she was cornered by two zombies. The teeth of the two zombies were almost touching Yunlan's delicate face. Yunlan could even smell a rotten stench. Please let them go, I really know I was wrong this time. The fear of death has completely broken down Yunlan's inner defenses. She kept wailing and begging for mercy, her clothes wet with tears. Chen Yu looked at Yunlan in the corner, narrowed his eyes and said, I'll give you one last chance. If you dare to lie to me again, I'll turn you into a zombie, and then I'll be with you. Yunlan shook her head frantically, I dare not lie to you again. If I lie to you again, you can feed me to the zombies. I will have no complaints. After hearing this, Chen Yu asked the two zombies to walk behind him. When Yunlan saw the zombies leaving her, she instantly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. She couldn't stop shaking all over. Come here. Chen Yu ordered. My legs are weak and I can't walk anymore. Then think of another way to get here. Yunlan gritted his teeth and finally chose to crawl forward. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been high and mighty, admired by countless people, and has never suffered such humiliation. This huge gap was difficult for her to accept. But compared to the fear of death, this humiliation seems nothing. It was very inconvenient to move because I was wearing high heels and stockings. After taking a few steps, Yunlan's knees were already in unbearable pain, and even became red and swollen. However, she still endured the pain and came to Chen Yu. She raised her delicate yet humiliated face and whispered, Is this okay? I see you're still a little unconvinced. It's okay. I'm a specialist in curing all kinds of unconvinced people. Chen Yu paused, then raised his voice and continued, Now, stand up. Yunlan was startled by Chen Yu and stood up by holding the conference table beside her. Chen Yu pointed at the conference table and said, I don't need to teach you what to do next, do I? I know what I should do. Yunlan bit her lip and finally closed her eyes. 2 hours later, Yunlan sat at the conference table in a daze. Chen Yu was smoking a cigarette, as if waiting for something. Congratulations, host. 1. The space can accommodate 7 living zombies. 2. Increase the main physical attributes by 50 points. Note, the current body is immune to most bacteria and viruses, and is also immune to zombie viruses below level 2. 3. Zombie favorability plus 1, current favorability is 7 points. 4. Number of zombies that can be controlled, 7. 5. Loyalty bracelet, 1. Chen Yu became a little excited. Now, he has enough space to accommodate 7 zombies. This way, when a large number of zombies come, he can deal with some of them at once. Besides, he has only bound 4 zombies and can bind 3 more. Just as Chen Yu was immersed in joy, Yunlan's sobbing drew Chen Yu's gaze back to the conference table. At this moment, Yunlan was curled up on the conference table like a wounded little woman. She never thought that as a CEO, she would be treated like this one day. You know, in the past, so many rich second generations, including sons of presidents of listed companies, pursued her, but she rejected them all. She just wants to build her own career first and then consider matters of love and romance. Unexpectedly, the end of the world took everything away. Chen Yu glanced at Yunlan and said coldly, Why are you crying? If you hadn't lied to me, I wouldn't have been so cruel to you just now. Yunlan slowly sat up and said with some fear, You must keep your promise and take me away now. Don't worry, I will take you to a place where you will have enough food and clothing. Really? Yunlan asked excitedly. Chen Yu sneered slightly and said, Do you think I need to lie? Even if I kill you right now, who would know? That seems to be the case. Yunlan nodded and continued, Anyway, I have no other choice now. I can only follow you. She knew that she had no choice in front of Chen Yu. Her only hope now is that Chen Yu will not abandon her. Chen Yu looked at Yunlan and suddenly remembered the transformer. By the way, why don't your company's generators come with transformers? Yunlan was stunned for a moment, then explained, I saw you just came out of the workshop next door. That workshop is the first workshop, and the generators they produce don't have supporting equipment. For further processing, you have to go to the main workshop at the back. So that's how it is. Chen Yu said impatiently, take me to that workshop. Yunlan asked, because there was a power outage recently, do you want to get a generator to provide independent power? Of course. Otherwise, why would I be here? Well, I'll take you there and help you choose a suitable generator. After Yunlan finished speaking, he wanted to get up. However, days of hunger and the experience she had just had left her physically exhausted. Those 2 long legs in high heels were completely out of control. What's wrong? Chen Yu asked. Yunlan lowered her head and whispered, I'm so hungry, I can't walk anymore. Chen Yu didn't say anything. He took out the meat porridge that Zhang Shuer had prepared for him from the space and put it on the table. Yunlan asked in surprise, how did you do that just now? Just eat what's yours, and don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. After hearing this, Yunlan didn't dare to say anything more. It makes sense that this man in front of me can control zombies and perform some magic, right? But was that really magic? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Yunlan sat on the chair and stuffed a spoonful of meat porridge into his mouth. For some reason, she, who usually wasn't used to eating meat porridge, found it so delicious for the first time. The moment when the hot meat porridge touches the tip of your tongue. Yunlan suddenly felt that there was nothing more wonderful in the world than being able to eat a mouthful of hot meat porridge when hungry. Of course, except for what just happened with Chen Yu. She no longer cared about her image and began to eat the meat porridge in big mouthfuls. While Yunlan was eating, Chen Yu put the bracelet on her wrist. Yunlan was so focused on eating that she didn't notice the bracelet at all and thought Chen Yu was taking advantage of her. After she finished half of the porridge, Chen Yu collected the remaining meat porridge. That's enough. There will be plenty of food later. P.S. If you have something to say, check out the protagonist's attribute panel and the rescued survivors. I hope that everyone who passes by will support you and give you a good review and free love. Thank you so much. Dong dong dong. Chapter 36 The Red-Clothed Zombie That Can Discharge Electricity. As the saying goes, people can't be treated too well, and dogs can't be fed too much. If Yunlan is fed too much, it will be difficult to control her. So Chen Yu didn't let Yunlan eat too much. Yunlan did not complain at all, and even felt a little grateful. This man is so considerate. He must be worried that I haven't eaten for a long time, and suddenly overeating will be bad for my stomach. Thinking of this, Yunlan complained less. She even felt that she was wrong to deceive Chen Yu. The punishment Chen Yu just gave her was her own fault. Of course, Chen Yu didn't know that Yunlan's thoughts had changed slightly because of a bowl of meat porridge. He glanced at the table, took out wet wipes and a pair of clean underwear from the alien space and handed them to Yunlan. I'll take you downstairs after you change. Yunlan saw Chen Yu take out another piece of clothing out of thin air, and no longer had any doubts about his superpowers. She knew that Chen Yu was definitely not performing magic. Instead, there is something like a storage space. Of course, she didn't dare ask. For a person who has secrets, the most taboo thing is for others to ask his secrets casually. At the same time, she also knew that there were only 2 paths before her. Follow Chen Yu obediently, or die. Imagine if a stranger displayed a powerful supernatural power in front of you. Is he really stupid enough to reveal his cards so easily? No. Will he let you go easily? Won't. Because he is afraid that you will reveal the secret. So, once you have the idea of leaving him, you are not far from death. After Yunlan changed into underwear, Chen Yu held her in his arms and walked downstairs quickly. After stuffing Yunlan into the passenger seat, Chen Yu drove towards another workshop under her guidance. The 4-handed zombies and the 1-horned zombies were leading the way. In just a moment, the car arrived at the workshop at the back. Chen Yu glanced at Yunlan and the car and asked, "Can you leave now? I should be able to walk now." "I'll try." Yunlan nodded slightly. "Okay, then follow me closely." Even though she still felt a dull pain, she didn't want to stay in the car. If zombies come, this car won't be able to stop them. She quickly jumped out of the car and limped after Chen Yu. After a while, the 2 arrived at the factory. When more than a dozen zombies saw Chen Yu, they immediately pounced on him excitedly. 2 level 2 zombies rushed over quickly and crushed several zombies to the ground. A few fish that had escaped the net walked towards Chen Yu and Yunlan. Yunlan hid behind Chen Yu in fear and asked in a low voice, Can you handle them? Let's give it a try. Shen Yu took a step forward and killed those ordinary zombies with almost no effort. Then put it into the space. Yunlan slowly walked to Chen Yu and asked in surprise. You don't really have storage space, do you? You discovered all this? Chen Yu said half jokingly, keep it a secret. Otherwise, the consequences could be cruel. Yunlan didn't feel that Chen Yu was joking at all. She nodded even faster than she had just in the office. Shen Yu collected the bodies of the remaining zombies, then set his sights on the generator in the factory. Looking around, there are hundreds of finished generators in the factory. The output voltage values are also varied. Of course, it can still meet the 220V household needs. Shen Yu still followed the old rules and cleared out his inventory. Even though Yunlan had already witnessed Chen Yu's special abilities. Seeing those generators weighing several tons disappear out of thin air, he was so surprised that his mouth opened wide. That way, 2 eggs can be stuffed in. After Chen Yu collected the generator, he turned to Yunlan and said, let's go. Okay. Yunlan finally came back to his senses. Just as the two were about to leave, 3 zombies with electric discharges emitting from their bodies suddenly jumped out from the factory's logistics room. They are much faster than those slow-moving zombies. Chen Yu was stunned. What's going on? Can zombies discharge electricity? Looking at these 3 zombies that were cremating and lightning fast all the way, Chen Yu did not dare to be careless at all. He thought about it and decided to use his thunderstorm ability to find out the truth. So he held a beam of lightning in his hand and threw it at the discharging zombie. Under the stimulation of strong electric current, the 3 zombies fell to the ground one after another. However, they were not completely killed, but slowly stood up again. However, their speed has obviously slowed down a lot. Chen Yu couldn't help but frown. It seems that these zombies have a certain immunity to lightning-related abilities. Chen Yu concentrated his attention and bound the 3 zombies into zombies number 5-7. Bite. The system successfully binds zombies 5-7. The 3 zombies immediately looked at Chen Yu devoutly. Chen Yu couldn't help but look at the 3 zombies. Although they are only level 1 zombies, they are much stronger than other ordinary level 1 zombies. Perhaps their bodies have become stronger after being tempered by electric current. After binding the zombie, Chen Yu said with a relaxed look. Come on, follow me back to the villa. Yunlan was about to leave when she suddenly saw a zombie in the distance. She pointed behind Chen Yu and stammered. Behind you, there's another zombie. Chen Yu turned his head and saw a zombie in red running fast. He shook his head helplessly. The system could no longer bind to the zombie and could only kill it. Chen Yu controlled 3 electric zombies to move forward, ready to let them quickly deal with the red-clothed zombie. When the red-clothed zombie came closer, Chen Yu's eyes suddenly widened. Just now, the zombie in red was surrounded by electricity, and Chen Yu couldn't see clearly. Only at this moment did he discover that there were 2 bright spots between the eyebrows of the red-clothed zombie, which were bigger than those of the one-horned zombie. In other words, it was a more powerful second-level zombie. By the time Chen Yu reacted, it was too late. The zombie number 5 who was walking in front had his head blown up by the zombie in red with 2 punches. Even the crystal of zombie number 5 was swallowed by her. Chen Yu hurriedly recalled his 2 electric zombies. Because in front of the second-level zombies, they are simply not enough. Immediately afterwards, Chen Yu sent the 4-handed zombie and the one-horned zombie over. The one-horned zombie ran quickly and took the lead in attacking. When it was approaching the red-clothed zombie, it suddenly jumped up and charged into the red-clothed zombie. The red-clothed zombie was instantly knocked several meters away. But the one-horned zombie is even worse. At this moment, under the influence of the strong electric current, it fell to the ground and began to twitch. After lying down for a while, the zombie in red staggered to his feet and continued to run towards Chen Yu. Chen Yu didn't expect that although both were level 2 zombies, the one-horned zombie was so different from the red-clothed zombie. But then he thought again, the red-clothed zombie is stronger than the one-horned zombie. In addition, it has the support of electric current, so it is not impossible for the one-horned zombie to be defeated so quickly. Chen Yu did not dare to be careless, and hurriedly took out 4 wooden sticks from the space and handed them to the 4-handed zombie. Chapter 37, Beauty and Zombies. The 4-handed zombie held a wooden stick and hit the red-clothed zombie on the head. You know what, this method is pretty good. At least you won't get electrocuted. However, the situation soon changed. The zombie in red seemed a little angry and embarrassed. Ignoring the pain in its body, it grabbed a stick and stuffed it into its mouth. It actually bit off a wooden stick as thick as an arm. Next, the rest of the sticks were not spared. Seeing that the wooden stick was no longer useful, the four-handed zombie simply threw away the small half of it. Then he stretched out four hands and grabbed the zombie in red. It turns out that the four-handed zombies are even worse off than the one-horned zombies. Before it touched the red zombie, it was hit by a powerful electric current. The more hands there are, the more powerful the electricity will be. Those four hands were almost turned into charcoal by electricity. Finally, it lay beside the one-horned zombie and twitched with it. Shenyu didn't expect that the two level 2 zombies couldn't beat the red-clothed zombie. This is enough to show the difference between having superpowers and not having superpowers. At the same time, he knew that the red-clothed zombie was not afraid of lightning, and the effect of thunderstorm on it was not obvious. I can only think of other ways. Zombie number 5 was automatically untied after its death, and Shenyu tried to bind the red-clothed zombie again. At this time, the system's voice sounded again. It has been detected that the host has just consumed a large amount of mental energy, and the target zombie is close to level 3. Please try again after the host recovers his mental energy. Shenyu couldn't help but curse in his heart. Fuck. By the time I regained my mental strength, I'd already been fucking eaten by a zombie. However, now is not the time to criticize the system. We have to find a way to subdue the red zombies first. At this time, Yunlan, who was standing by, saw Chenyu's serious expression and quickly ran towards the car. Shenyu naturally took everything in. But he was not worried about Yunlan driving away. After receiving many rewards in a row, Chenyu's speed has become terrifying, even faster than that of a car. Besides, he still has the trump card, time stands still, that he hasn't used yet. So he focused his attention on the red-clothed zombie again. The red-clothed zombie stared at Shenyu for a while, then quickly ran towards him. Shenyu snorted coldly and said calmly, "Let me show you the power of time standstill." However, the zombie in red stopped 5 meters away from Shenyu. It lowered its head slightly and looked at Shenyu as if a little shy. After a while, it actually danced in front of Shenyu. Shenyu almost had cerebellar atrophy. What's going on? Why is this zombie suddenly dancing? He did remember that there was a dancing zombie in Plants vs. Zombies. But looking at this zombie, it doesn't look like one? After a brief thought, Shenyu understood. Currently, there is a 7% chance that zombies will develop a favorable impression of you and will no longer be aggressive. It seems that this zombie has developed a liking for me. Thinking of this, Shenyu suddenly became excited. I didn't expect zombie favorability to be so useful. So if you meet a more powerful zombie in the future and he likes you, wouldn't you be invincible? However, Shenyu didn't dare to gamble with his life. After all, favorability is a matter of probability. While Shenyu was lost in thought, Yunlan drove up to him and shouted, "Hurry up and get in the car. I don't think you can beat that red zombie." Shenyu looked at the red-clothed zombie and said with a devilish look on his face, "I don't know if I can beat it. But I can charm it to death." Yunlan followed Shenyu's gaze and almost dropped her jaw in shock. The zombie was actually dancing jazz stiffly. The most outrageous thing is that it would look at Shenyu from time to time, as if it was expressing its feelings with its eyes. Yunlan glanced at Shenyu and couldn't help but complain. "You're targeting both women and female zombies? By the way, what kind of drug did you give this zombie?" Shenyu rolled his eyes at Yunlan. "What nonsense! Do I look like a pervert like that?" "That's hard to say." Yunlan recalled the scenes in the office and said resentfully. Shenyu didn't waste any more time talking to Yunlan and focused on binding the red-clothed zombie in front of him to avoid any more trouble. The red-clothed zombie who had developed a liking for Shenyu seemed particularly easy to tie up. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to zombie number 5. Zombie number 5 was just killed, and the red-clothed zombie naturally took over. After being tied up, the red-clothed zombie came to Shenyu obediently. It has to be said that this zombie in red is the most handsome zombie Shenyu has ever seen. If she washes herself carefully, she will be almost as good as Lu Shishir and Shen Bingxia. In fact, the charm emanating from her body is much more charming than Zhao Beibei's. The most eye-catching thing is its body shape. The scenery that is vaguely visible under the torn red dress is so refreshing that it feels like a spring breeze. After being tied up, the red-clothed zombie's affection for Shenyu did not seem to disappear. She still looked at Chen Yu like a little woman, and in addition to submission, there was even a hint of admiration. Chen Yu's scalp tingled when he saw it. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. This guy wanted to kill me when he was far away, but when he got closer and saw my handsome face, he became like this. Of course, Chen Yu knew very well that he was just a little handsome, and could not compare with the earth-shattering handsomeness of the readers. After dealing with the red-clothed zombie in front of him, Chen Yu walked up to the one-horned zombie and the four-handed zombie. These two zombies were just electrocuted and temporarily lost their ability to move. He has recovered now and is fine. Chen Yu took them into a different space and let them eat the zombies' crystals to upgrade. After doing all this, Chen Yu turned around and looked at Yunlan, and asked with a smirk. Just now I thought you drove away, but I didn't expect you to come back. Are you completely conquered by me? Yunlan lowered her head and said embarrassedly. I wanted to run away, but then I realized I couldn't survive on my own. The only way I could survive was by following you. And since you didn't seem too nervous, I guess you had a backup plan. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes and said. You're quite self-aware. They say some women have big breasts but no brains, but there aren't many with big breasts and brains like you. Yunlan was amused by Chen Yu and said seriously. Even though you bullied me, that was the deal between us, and I never really blamed you. However, the reason I chose to come back wasn't because I was conquered by you, but because I knew that now I can only survive by relying on you. It seems you have a good understanding. Of course I'm not stupid. Okay, come back with me. Chen Yu opened the car and sat in the driver's seat. Yunlan walked towards the passenger seat, and just as she was about to open the door, a zombie in red walked over. Yunlan was startled and stepped back repeatedly. However, the red-clothed zombie did not harm Yunlan, but simply sat in the passenger seat. Yunlan looked at Chen Yu speechlessly and said, Since you won't let me sit in the passenger seat, then I'll sit in the back. That's none of my business. The red-clothed zombie has regained some consciousness. It wanted to sit here on its own. Chen Yu was also a little puzzled. Why was this zombie sitting in the passenger seat? Could it be that he really has some improper thoughts about me? Chapter 38, Independent Water and Electricity Supply, Zombies each play their own role. Chen Yu swallowed and slowly turned his gaze towards the red-clothed zombie beside him. From his perspective, a certain scenery of the red-clothed zombie just emerged. Its skin is not as white as jade like that of a normal girl, but a white without a trace of blood. There is a different kind of beauty under the sunshine. The red-clothed zombie also looked at Chen Yu and gave him a very strange smile. Chen Yu's scalp tingled when he saw it. Chen Yu directly put the red-clothed zombie and several other zombies into the space, and then drove towards the villa. Half an hour later, the car finally arrived at the door of the villa. Fortunately, there were fighting zombies guarding the house, and there were no other zombies at the door. After Chen Yu opened the gate, he drove the car into the yard. Several girls saw Chen Yu's car from the window and hurried out to greet him. They came to the gate of the yard happily, chattering. Great, Brother Yu is back. Brother Yu, we are all worried to death about you. Seeing you, I feel much more at ease. Yunlan was sitting in the car, stunned by what was happening. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, Are these all your girlfriends? Chen Yu smiled and said nothing. Aren't you talking nonsense? If she is not my girlfriend, whose could it be? He released all the zombies in his space. When several girls saw that Chen Yu's zombie brothers had increased a lot, they immediately felt that Chen Yu gave them a strong sense of security. Everyone else was desperately trying to avoid the zombies. Chen Yu, on the other hand, directly treats zombies as his subordinates. I just want to ask you if you accept it? The attentive Lu Shirsher looked at the zombies and couldn't help asking. Brother Yu, why did you get so many weird zombies this time? Chen Yu smiled and said, I would have killed the normal zombies long ago. I only kept these few because they are special and stronger. I see one with a rhino horn and a few that can emit electric shocks. What's going on? Chen Yu shook his head and said, I don't know either. Perhaps they mutated after eating a lot of people. Or perhaps they mutated at the beginning of the apocalypse. Oh, so that's how it is. The girl's eyes swept over the many zombies and finally fell on the zombie in red. Because it is so conspicuous. But she is much prettier than the average beauty. I didn't expect zombies could be so good looking. Just as several girls were staring at the zombies curiously, Yunlan slowly walked out of the car. All the girls looked at Yunlan at the same time. This girl, who looks like a CEO, is very outstanding in both appearance and temperament. Even if the two school beauties, Lu Shishir and Shen Bingxia, stood in front of her, they were a little inferior. The girls suddenly felt pressured and secretly competed with each other in their hearts. They don't want to lose to a newcomer. Shen Yu did not notice the girl's psychological changes. He pointed at the girl behind him and said, "This is Yunlan, the former young president of Dahua Company." Yunlan greeted everyone with a smile. "What's the use of being a CEO? Just call me Xiaolan. From now on, we're a family." The girls also gathered around Yunlan and briefly introduced themselves. At the same time, Yunlan also learned Chen Yu's name from other girls. Shen Yu closed the gate and turned to Lu Shishir and the others, saying, "You guys go inside first. Yunlan and I are going to install the generator in the basement." Shen Yu thought about it, then took out a gas stove and a few cans of fuel from the alien space and handed them to the girls. Several girls took the stove and said, "Then let's go prepare the meal first." Shen Yu walked towards the underground garage while instructing, "Make some delicious food to welcome our new member." After hearing this, Yunlan suddenly felt a warm feeling. She felt that her choice to follow Shen Yu back might be the right one. Thinking of this, she walked towards the basement with light steps. Yunlan is the president of Dahua Company after all. Installing the generator was no problem for her. In just a few moments, she installed several generators and supporting equipment. Then, the two men connected the electricity from the transformer to the villa. Mission accomplished. Shen Yu filled the generator with fuel and started it. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of the motor then began to sound, but because it was a silent motor, the sound was not loud. The lights in the basement also lit up instantly. Hee hee, it's finally done. Yunlan wiped the oil stains off his body, and his eyes turned into crescents. Shen Yu looked at the generator with satisfaction, then turned to Yunlan and said, "Let's go inside." Yunlan followed Shen Yu obediently and walked towards the first floor of the villa. When the girls in the living room saw Shen Yu, they said helplessly, "Brother Yu, we have electricity, but we still don't have water." Shen Yu slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, how could I have forgotten about this?" After the power outage, the water plant could no longer operate, and naturally there was no water. And there might be dead bodies in the tap water, which might infect people with viruses. Shen Yu once collected many water storage devices at the port. This will come in handy. So he began to plan. The first step involves placing some water storage on top of the villa. The second step is to connect the water pipes to the villa. The third step is to renovate the indoor water pipes. This is not a small project. Repairmen are hard to find. Some girls don't know how to do these jobs. Shen Yu's gaze fell on the 3 level 2 zombies outside the door. If they had a little bit of brains, they would be much better than the group of girls in the room if they could lend a hand. So he called the 3 zombies over. Shen Yu understands the principle of making the best use of people and things. A plan was born in Shen Yu's mind. After dark, Shen Yu began to act according to the plan. 4-handed zombies have many hands. Leave it to connect the water pipes and water storage devices. The horn of the one-horned zombie is extremely sharp and suitable for drilling. Shen Yu controlled it and climbed to the roof. The one-horned zombie turned head downwards, and with a street dance move, he directly made a round hole in the roof. Then it extended the water pipe made by the 4-handed zombie from the roof to the villa. Then use the leak-proof sealant given by Shen Yu to plug it, so that the roof will not leak anymore. Finally, other zombies cut off the original main water pipe in the house and welded new water pipes and filtration devices. In this way, the entire villa can have independent water supply. Shen Yu remembered that he had put Shuanglong Lake into his space. It just comes in handy now. Shen Yu climbed to the roof and poured fresh water into the water storage device. After finishing his work, Shen Yu called all the zombies to his side and stood in a row. During the day, he didn't pay much attention to the color of the bright spot between the zombies' eyebrows. Just when he was directing the red-clothed zombie to work, he discovered that there was a green light emanating from the center of the red-clothed zombie's eyebrows. This surprised him a little. Could it be that the red zombie is approaching level 3, so the bright spot is cyan? Shen Yu muttered softly. Chapter 39. The students are so dirty that the teacher blushes. Shen Yu set his sights on the first-level discharge zombies again. The bright spots in front of these first-level zombies are also blue. This also means that their crystals should be blue. Shen Yu felt that the color of the crystal might be related to the ability. Although the four-handed zombie and the one-horned zombie are both level 2 zombies, they do not have special abilities such as water, fire, and electricity, and their crystals are white. The rest of the zombies have lightning abilities. Even if it is only level 1, the crystals are blue. It seems that crystals of different colors may correspond to different superpowers. Except for white crystals, the upper limit of crystals of other colors should be higher. After all, there is still a big difference between having superpowers and not having them. After figuring this out, Chen Yu asked the zombies to patrol outside the villa again. And he returned to the villa. The lights in the villa were bright, forming a sharp contrast with the dark night around it. Chen Yu looked at the busy women and said seriously, "From today on, all the curtains in the house must be drawn 24 hours a day." Of course, the girls knew what Chen Yu meant, and they hurriedly climbed up and down to pull the curtains of the entire villa. Chen Yu went straight to the bathroom and took a shower. When he came out of the bathroom wearing only a bath towel, the table is already filled with a variety of delicious food. The women took their seats one after another. The newcomer Yunlan was placed in the last position by Jiang Shuer. Chen Yu knew that seating was based on first come, first served order. He doesn't care about such details. After all, this is a matter between women. As long as it's not too excessive, he doesn't bother to care. Just like the emperors in ancient times, they left the harem to the queen to manage. As soon as Chen Yu sat down, Jiang Shuer and Lu Shishir sensibly handed him tableware. Yunlan, who was sitting at the back, was already starving. She looked at the delicious food in front of her with shining eyes. But years of work experience have already allowed her to see the current situation clearly. If Brother Yu doesn't start eating, who would dare to start the meal? Only after seeing Chen Yu take the first bite did Yunlan dare to eat. She grabbed a chicken leg in front of her and stuffed it into her mouth. The others had been waiting for Chen Yu to eat, so they were also a little hungry. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much, chatting and laughing. Half an hour later, everyone was full. Chen Yu's gaze swept across the beauties who were looking expectant, and finally fell on Jiang Shuer beside him. I thought to myself, Jiang Shuer can be considered a founding hero. She usually managed her own diet, daily life, and harem in an orderly manner. Naturally, we cannot be neglected. Jiang Shuer's body trembled, and she naturally knew what Chen Yu meant. It seems that all the efforts made before were worth it. Jiang Shuer stood up, took Chen Yu's arm, and walked towards the bedroom. The other girls looked disappointed. Lu Shishir glanced at their backs and said helplessly, "There are more and more people coming to our villa. Our lives will be difficult in the future." Shen Bingxia whispered, "I think it's good to have more people. We can get some rest." I also think Bingxia is right. Lu Shishir said helplessly, "Brother Yu's physical fitness is much better than ours." After hearing this, Xiao Chenyue smiled evilly, "Since you all don't like it, just give me all the opportunities in the future. I'm not afraid." At this time, the other girls quickly refused. "Why should I give it to you? I was just saying that." "That's right, you wish for it. Honestly, I really doubt that Brother Yu is a robot. He is just too powerful." At this time, Si Xiaoye, who had been silent all this time, interrupted and said, "Well, I want to ask, has Brother Yu done anything excessive to you?" Xiao Chenyue glanced at Zhao Beibei and said with a smirk, "You'll have to ask Teacher Zhao about this. I remember she was exhausted when she first came." Lu Shishir nodded repeatedly, "It seems to be true. Later, when I went to bring food to Teacher Zhao, she couldn't move." Teacher Zhao, please tell us something quickly." Shen Bingxia also took Zhao Beibei's hand and said coquettishly, "A teacher's job is to impart knowledge and answer questions. You must have professional ethics and teach us students some knowledge." After hearing this, Zhao Beibei's face turned red. She is a relatively conservative woman, otherwise she wouldn't be single in her 30s. I never thought that one day I would be joked about like this by my own students. And judging from the expressions of these students, they didn't seem to find such words difficult to say at all. Are today's female college students so dirty? However, she couldn't resist the girls who kept pestering her with questions. Moreover, through spending time together, she has already become friends with these people. I'm not as shy as I was before. So, Zhao Beibei whispered back, "Would it count if I did some difficult dance moves? For example, like this." While speaking, Zhao Beibei also performed several difficult dance moves. The girls saw Zhao Beibei with one toe on the ground and the other pointing to the ceiling, and they couldn't help but complain, "Who can stand this? These two legs are almost 2 meters long, right? I've never seen such beautiful legs before, so thin, long, white and straight. As a woman, I can't help it. Seeing that everyone's words were becoming more and more outrageous, Zhao Beibei hurriedly sat back in her original seat. She couldn't help but say, no wonder girls' chats with their besties can't be spread outside. It turns out they're even more vulgar than boys' chats. Si Xiaodia looked at Zhao Beibei and shook his head, that shouldn't count. I'm talking about that kind of. Si Xiaoye told the girls about his experience. Fuck. Xiao Qianyue couldn't help but swear, is this a punishment or a reward? I want this kind of punishment too. Lu Shishir couldn't help but complain, so this is actually possible? I didn't expect brother Yu to be so good at playing at such a young age. Since the girls had no chance to accompany Qingyu, they could only chat while eating melon seeds. I have to say that small talk can indeed enhance the relationship between girls. Several girls not only exchanged their own stories, but also shared their experiences with each other. Even Yunlan, who had just arrived, quickly became familiar with the girls. The other side. After Jiang Shuer walked into the bedroom, she softly said to Chen Yu, who was sitting beside the bed, Brother Yu, let me wash your feet first. Chen Yu nodded in agreement. Jiang Shuer happily walked into the bathroom and filled a basin with warm water. Before leaving the bathroom, she deliberately pulled her collar down. Chapter 40. Will I become stronger by following Brother Yu? This kind of slightly exposed temptation is sometimes much more stimulating than full exposure. Jiang Shuer placed the basin at Chen Yu's feet, then knelt down to help him take off his shoes and socks. Chen Yu had been running outside all day and his feet were already covered in sweat. Even socks can stand up. However, Jiang Shuer didn't show any disdain at all. She gently picked up Chen Yu's feet with her soft white hands and put them in warm water. Chen Yu closed his eyes. I just felt a pair of soft hands caressing the backs and soles of my feet. A very relaxing feeling came over me. It swept away all the fatigue he had felt in the past few days. Seeing that Chen Yu was quite fond of it, Jiang Shuer said softly, Brother Yu, I have learned a set of foot massage techniques by myself. Would you like to try it? These days, Jiang Shuer and others had nothing to do, so they simply started learning various massage techniques. They had tried it on each other, but not on Chen Yu. Therefore, Jiang Shuer didn't know how good her massage skills were. Okay, let's try it. Chen Yu said with narrowed eyes. I just happened to be feeling a little tired. Before the end of the world, Chen Yu had never experienced 998, let alone 198. Now, things are different. Jiang Shuer massaged the acupoints on Chen Yu's feet in a very professional manner, making Chen Yu feel very relaxed and enjoyable. At the same time, looking down, you can still see those two round white knees. His knees were bouncing vigorously along with Jiang Shuer's massage movements, and it seemed like he was enjoying it very much. After more than 10 minutes, the water had become a little cold. Jiang Shuer also stopped the massage and picked up a clean white towel from the side to help Chen Yu dry his feet. Chen Yu pulled Jiang Shuer into his arms and said softly, Shuer, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Shuer raised her head and said lovingly, don't be tired, Shuer. This is what I should do. After saying that, she leaned over. Chen Yu smiled slightly and brought the pair of long legs wrapped in silk stockings in front of him. His eyes swept from top to bottom. At this time, an enchanting fragrance greets you. Chen Yu asked with a devilish look on his face, Shuer, did you put on perfume? Yes. Jiang Shuer blushed slightly. Anyway, I don't go out now, so I have plenty of time to dress myself up every day. So, I put a lot of effort into myself, just to make you look at me more. Then I have to take a closer look. 10 minutes later, Jiang Shuer bit her lips and asked softly. Brother Yu, there's a question I've been holding in my heart for a long time. Why didn't you talk to Shuer much on the day the apocalypse just started? Is it because you don't like Shuer? Chen Yu coughed lightly and said unhappily, isn't it because I'm afraid you can't bear it? You don't even know what's good for you. Jiang Shuer smiled mysteriously, really, Brother Yu, Shuer doesn't believe it. Unless you convince me sincerely. Chen Yu laughed and said, you're trying to provoke me, aren't you? But I'm going there even though I know there's a tiger there. The next day, when Jiang Shuer opened her eyes, she did not see Chen Yu. She stretched her muscles and couldn't help but mutter to herself, it seems that what they said is true. I thought they were lying to me. It really is true that practice makes perfect. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Lu Shishir and Shen Bingxiao walked in, sat down on the edge of the bed with a smirk on their faces, and looked at Jiang Shuer. Sister Schwer, now you believe what we say, right? Lu Shirshir said with a proud look on her face. I believe it. This time I completely believe it. Jiang Schwer said helplessly, brother, you is really like what you said. Lu Shirshir's eyes swept across the bedroom and finally landed on the strange clothes on the floor. You two really know how to play. I can imagine it. Shen Bingxia suddenly opened the quilt and said, since you can handle the clothes on the ground, let me see if Sister Schwer has a big figure? Jiang Schwer hurriedly grabbed the quilt, frowned and complained, oh, Bingxia, why are you so annoying? Hee, what are you afraid of? There are no outsiders here. You know what, Sister Schwer has a really great figure. As she spoke, Shen Bingxia covered Jiang Schwer with the quilt again. Aren't you two the same? Jiang Schwer said with a chuckle, speaking of which, brother, you is really good at choosing people. Look at the people he brought to the villa, every one of them is very good looking. Lu Shirshir jokingly said, I guess he wouldn't even look down on anyone who isn't pretty. That's true. Shen Bingxia nodded, looked at Jiang Schwer and said, okay, Sister Schwer, let's go eat. At this time, the food was already prepared on the table. Chen Yu sat at one end of the dining table in high spirits. Si Xiaoye was pouring turtle soup into the bowl in front of Chen Yu. While everyone was eating, Xiao Qianyue looked at the energetic Jiang Schwer and couldn't help asking, Sister Schwer, aren't you tired? I'm not tired. I feel refreshed now. Jiang Schwer replied casually. Xiao Qianyue asked curiously. Sister Schwer, don't you find it strange? Why do I feel like you're always energetic no matter how hard you try? It's like you're getting stronger all the time. After Xiao Qianyue's reminder, Jiang Schwer also felt something was wrong. Don't tell me, it's really a bit strange. I feel like my body seems to be stronger than before. The other girls also nodded. I also feel that my body is in better shape than before. That's right. I used to have excruciating pain during those days every month. But the day before yesterday, when I had my period, I didn't feel any pain at all. I can now climb up to the third floor in one breath without any effort. I thought I was the only one feeling this way, but it turns out everyone feels the same. What is going on? Could it be that we have superpowers like Brother Yu? Zhao Beibei, who noticed the clue, pondered for a moment and said doubtfully. Why do I feel like we can become stronger if we stay with Brother Yu? Chapter 41. It's the end of the world, and you still dare to use your status to pressure me? By sharing their recent changes, several girls discovered that everyone was different. People like Jiang Schwer, Lu Shirshir, and Shen Bingxia who came early can clearly feel the changes in themselves. For example, strength increases, reactions become quicker, and physical strength improves. For others who came later, the feeling was not so obvious. When I first arrived in Yunlan, I hardly felt any changes. In the end, everyone summed up their experience. The longer you stay with Chen Yu, the stronger you become. After listening to everyone's summary, Chen Yu nodded and said, it seems that you are not stupid. You actually discovered this secret. Xiao Qianyue picked up a kidney and put it in Chen Yu's bowl, and said with a chuckle. Then aren't we and Brother Yu a bit like the dual cultivation in novels? Dual cultivation? You know what, they really do look a bit alike. After several girls knew Chen Yu's ability, they all expressed that they would always stay with Chen Yu no matter what happened in the future. In this way, they can become stronger and improve their ability to survive. Of course, Chen Yu knew the little thoughts of these girls. That's why he didn't hide anything from these girls. Just as everyone was eating, they suddenly heard bursts of shouting. Judging from the voice, it seemed like he was calling Lu Shirshir. Chen Yu couldn't help but look at Lu Shirshir. Lu Shirshir also heard the shouting. She carefully identified the voice and said, Brother Yu, it should be someone from the villa to the north of us. Who lives in the north side of our villa? Chen Yu asked. It's Xia Lily, the president of our school's student union. Of course, Chen Yu had heard of the name of student union president Xia Lily. This female man is 180 centimeters tall and weighs more than 200 kilograms. He was completely black and had a beard as big as a boy's. If you don't know her, you might think she is a real man. Chen Yu turned to look at Lu Shirshir and asked, why is Xia Lily here? Lu Shirshir said, it seems that she doesn't have a good relationship with the people in the dormitory, so she lives alone. I'm not familiar with her either, we've only met occasionally. Chen Yu nodded and said, go and see what they are yelling. Afterwards, several people walked towards the north gate of the villa together. Xia Lily saw Lu Shirshir, who came out first, and shouted unhappily, "Lu Shirshir, why didn't you answer when I called you just now?" Lu Shirshir snorted coldly, "I didn't hear it just now. Besides, why should I agree to it?" In the past, Lu Shirshir was a little apprehensive about her position as the president of the student union. But now, she is not afraid of Xia Lily. After being humiliated, Xia Lily was a little unhappy, but there was nothing she could do. She cleared her throat and continued, "Lu Shirshir, I just called you because I have something to ask you. I saw the lights on in your villa last night. Do you have an independent generator?" After hearing this, Chen Yu couldn't help but frown. "I thought I was careful enough, but I was still discovered." Fortunately, he closed the curtains in time, otherwise he would have become the target of everyone's criticism. Because others only have electricity for 1 hour a day. His villa has an independent generator and has electricity 24 hours a day. Who wouldn't he be jealous? Thinking of this, Chen Yu's gaze fell on Xia Lily and the girl next to her. Either take these two girls to your own villa. Or, do them all. If they leak the news, it would definitely cause some trouble for Chen Yu. The girl behind Xia Lily is still somewhat useful, so you can consider bringing her into the villa. As for Xia Lily. He. Of course, Xia Lily didn't know what Chen Yu was thinking. She was about to say something when her eyes inadvertently fell behind Lu Shirshir. I was stunned. Behind Lu Shirshir were the two goddesses Shen Bingxia and Xiao Qianyue. There are also Jiang Shuer, Yun Lan, and Zhao Beibei, who are mature women with good figures. In addition, the woman who looks like a domineering female CEO has a different flavor. Xia Lily glanced at Chen Yu, who was surrounded by many women, and couldn't believe it. Who is this guy and how can he have so many beautiful women as his companions? She looked at Chen Yu carefully and found that he also looked like a student. So he raised his eyebrows and asked, "Hey, are you also from Dongshan University?" Chen Yu sneered and said, "So what? Then do you know who I am?" Xia Lily said somewhat conceitedly. "I really don't know." Chen Yu shook his head. At this time, the girl next to Xia Lily said, "You are blind, you don't recognize the real you. The person in front of you is Xia Lily, the president of the student union." After hearing this, Chen Yu looked at Xia Lily and said, "So you're the famous female man. I heard you're so strong that 3 or 5 people can't get close to you?" "That's right." Xia Lily said with a smug look on her face, "I advise you not to have any improper thoughts about me just because you covet my perfect figure. Sister, I don't like men like you. Don't worry, I like sows, but I won't like you." "You!" Xia Lily shouted angrily, "Damn it! I'm the president of the student union. Do you believe that once social order is restored, I'll make sure you can't stay in school anymore?" Seeing Xia Lily's frustration, Chen Yu continued, "What's so great about you being the student union president? Aren't you just the leader of the student union? What's there to be so crazy about?" After hearing what Xia Lily said, Chen Yu realized that she was not arrogant, but mentally retarded. It's already this time, and you're still using your status to pressure others? This is because he is used to being arrogant and doesn't know how to write the word deaf. Xia Lily had never suffered such an insult. She looked at Chen Yu and said viciously, "How dare you scold me? Just wait for me." She took off one of her shoes and threw it at Chen Yu. Unfortunately, she was too weak and the shoe fell to the ground halfway through the flight. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. He used his consciousness to control the 4-handed zombie and walked towards Xia Lily. Seeing that she hadn't thrown it to Chen Yu, Xia Lily pointed at the ladder and said, "Do you have any food at home? If you do, bring it to me right away. If you bring me food, I can spare you. Otherwise, I'll ask my dad's friend, Principal Fan, to expel you. I forgot to tell you, my dad is the director of the Education Bureau." However, Chen Yu did not continue to argue with her. Chen Yu didn't want to say anything more to such a disgusting person. He just wanted to end her life as soon as possible. Then he changed his tone and said, "Oh, Xia Lily, I didn't know your father was the director. Open the door first, I'll bring the food to you." After hearing this, Xia Lily looked around and said with a cold snort, "You're smart, kid. I don't need you to send me off. Hurry up and open the back door. I'll run to your house while there are no zombies around." She now also knows that there is strength in numbers. Wouldn't it be better to go to Chen Yu's villa and let others protect you? The back door of Chen Yu's villa was only a dozen meters away from the main door of Xia Lily's villa. At this time, the zombies around the villa had already been cleared out by Chinyu's zombie squad. There wasn't a single zombie to be seen within 100 meters. So even though Xia Lily ran as fast as an average person walked, she was fully confident that she could run to the villa opposite. Chenyu smiled evilly. Wait a minute, I'll open the door now. After hearing this, Xia Lily ran outside excitedly. Seeing that Xia Lily ignored her, another girl said anxiously, Lily, don't go. Wait for me. Xia Lily glanced at the girl and snorted coldly, then hurry up and catch up. Chapter 42 Zhangwan, don't take yourself as a human being. Just when the two girls were halfway there, a four-handed zombie suddenly ran out from the corner of the villa. Xia Lily said to herself, oh no, and suddenly felt a little panicked. At her speed, she would probably be caught by zombies before she even entered the villa. Xia Lily couldn't help but look at the other girl. At this moment, she suddenly remembered a sentence. If a tiger is chasing you and your friend at the same time, you don't need to run faster than the tiger. You just have to run faster than your friends. But the current situation is that Xia Lily is not as fast as the other girl. When the zombies come, she will definitely be the first to become their meal. Xia Lily hardened her heart and said to the woman beside her, Xiaowan, come to me quickly. The girl named Xiaowan did not notice the zombies and hurriedly ran towards Xia Lily. Unexpectedly, as soon as Xiaowan came to Xia Lily, the tall and strong woman grabbed her hair. Xia Lily kicked Xiaowan to the ground and stepped on her stomach and thigh twice. Then, ignoring Xujuan's screams, he ran towards Chenyu with all his might. Just imagine what it would feel like if a fat man weighing more than 200 pounds stepped on you with all his strength. Xiaowan just felt that her bones were dislocated. However, she still endured the pain and staggered out. Xia Lily ignored her and ran quickly towards the villa where Chenyu was. However, the door of the villa, which had just been opened, was closed by Chenyu. Xia Lily came to the door of the villa and knocked hard, saying, fuck it, open the door and let me in. Chenyu looked at Xia Lily quietly through the glass on the door. Xia Lily became anxious and kicked the door hard. But the gate had already been modified by Chenyu and was as strong as it could be. No matter how hard Xia Lily tried, the door remained motionless. At this moment, the four-handed zombie also ran over from a distance. However, the four-handed zombie ignored Xiaowan and rushed straight towards Xia Lily. When Xia Lily saw the zombies, she knew it was too late to return to her villa. She anxiously shouted to Chenyu and others, please open the door and let me in. Otherwise, someone will die. Chenyu was not moved at all and watched it all coldly. Didn't you just threaten to fire me? Why are you begging for mercy again now? The four-handed zombie soon came in front of Xia Lily. Xia Lily was so scared that she yelled, you bastards, hurry up and save me. If anything happens to me, I'll make sure you're in big trouble. Chenyu snorted coldly, and without hesitation, controlled the four-handed zombie to lift up Xia Lily, who weighed more than 200 pounds. Then he fell heavily to the ground. Bang! An oil print instantly appeared on the ground. The blood slowly dyed the ground red. Chenyu looked at Xia Lily, who was ignorant of the immensity of the world, and said coldly, do you still dare to bark in front of me? Xia Lily struggled to raise her head and begged weakly, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Please save me. Chenyu shook his head and muttered to himself, you don't know that you are wrong, you know that you are about to die. After hearing this, Xia Lily cried out heartbreakingly, save me. Save me. I'm still young and don't want to die. Woo woo. Chenyu tilted his head and said with a smile, it's okay, I will give you a quick death. As he spoke, the four-armed zombie opened its bloody mouth and bit Xia Lily's neck fiercely. Woo gurgle. Xia Lily's indistinct screams continued to ring out. She kept kicking her legs, which were as thick as buckets. However, no matter how she struggled, it was of no avail. I have to say that although this big fat guy has a lot of fat, he is quite nutritious. The four-handed zombies enjoyed their meal very much. The other girl was already terrified when she saw the scene. Ah, help! She shouted, limped into the villa, and locked the iron gate of the yard. However, they left in a hurry and the fingerprint lock on the villa's entrance door was already locked. However, her hands were sweaty and she couldn't open the lock at all. After dealing with Xia Lily, the four-handed zombie quickly ran towards the iron gate of the yard. It pulled hard with its two powerful hands. Crackle, bang! The lock on the iron door was pulled open by it. The zombie walked quickly to the girl, with some unswallowed meat scraps in his mouth, looking extremely hideous and terrifying. When the girl saw the zombies, she was so scared that she sat down on the ground. At the same time, a turbid liquid flowed down her skirt. No! No, the girl cried hysterically. Unexpectedly, the four-armed zombie did not hurt her. Instead, he grabbed her two plump thighs, lifted her up headfirst, and walked towards Chenyu. After a while, the four-handed zombie took the girl to the door and threw her to the ground. Chenyu opened the door and walked up to the girl. The girls were already frightened by the zombies. She crawled towards Chenyu, shouting, "Please, save me, I don't want to become a zombie." The marks on her thighs drew a map on the ground. Chenyu lowered his head and grabbed the girl's hair, looked at her carefully for a few times and said softly, "She is quite pretty." In the crowd, Xiao Qianyue looked at the girl and asked in surprise, "Are you Zhang Wan from the art college?" The goddess named Zhang Wan saw Xiao Qianyue and said excitedly, "Xiao Qianyue, it's you? Great! Hurry up and save me. This zombie can eat people." Chenyu glanced at Xiao Qianyue and asked, "Why, do you know her?" Xiao Qianyue replied, "I've taken dance classes with her a few times, so we kind of know each other." Aha! Did I mess with the dancers? Why are there so many dancers? Xiao Qianyue looked at Zhang Wan and said, "Zhang Wan, you're really courting death. You could have provoked anyone else, but brother you." "Oh, I forgot to tell you, the man standing in front of you is brother you. He tamed those two zombies." Zhang Wan found that the two zombies did seem to be tamed, and she felt relieved. However, the situation is still not optimistic, because the boy in front of him is obviously more terrifying than a zombie. After swallowing, Zhang Wan couldn't help but look at everyone in the room. The room is filled with goddess-level beauties. Compared to these beauties, I am inferior. Moreover, she had just insulted Chenyu, and it was already good enough that she was not killed on the spot by Chenyu like Xia Lily. If you want to survive, there is only one way. Thinking of this, Zhang Wan took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Brother you, please forgive me for my mistakes and let me go." Chenyu snorted coldly and laughed sinisterly, "It's really weird. Why do people who provoke me and find they can't beat me ask me to let them go? Every day I let this one go, let that one go. Am I a fucking leniency guy?" Zhang Wan's body trembled involuntarily and tears flowed down. Xiao Qianyue, who was standing by, saw this and said, hugging her chest, "Zhang Wan, since we know each other, I'll show you a way. Since you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended, apologize with the right attitude. You don't treat yourself as a human being now, so that you still have hope of survival. As for where I'm not a good person, you know." Chapter 43, Once They Shine, Half the Battle is Won. Zhang Wan reference picture. Zhang Wan could hear that Xiao Qianyue was trying to help her. But will Chenyu really let her go? She held on to the last bit of fantasy and crawled towards Chenyu. "I'm sorry, brother you. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. As long as you let me go, I will do anything. Even if it means being your tool." Chenyu looked at Zhang Wan lying on the ground and asked coldly, "Zhang Wan, why don't you ask your good friend Xia Lily to save you?" Zhang Wan thought of the scene just now and was suddenly filled with hatred towards Xia Lily. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment of life and death, Xia Lily would be so cruel as to use her as a scapegoat. However, now is not the time to think about that. You have to think about how to survive first. Even if it comes at a price. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Wan cowed out heavily. "I'm sorry, brother you. I just wanted to please Xia Lily, so I deliberately mocked you." Chenyu was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, "You are quite honest, but I hate evil as much as I hate evil." After hearing this, Zhang Wan approached Chenyu's feet without thinking. "Brother you, I know what I should do. As long as it makes you happy, you can punish me in any way you want. Even if the method is perverted, I can accept it." "Oh, really? It seems you are quite experienced." "I don't have no experience." Zhang Wan lowered her head and said softly, "It's just that I've heard a little about those things." Indeed, which female college student nowadays doesn't have some knowledge? The content of their nighttime chats is much more exciting and explicit than that of boys. Those who say they know nothing are just pretending to be innocent. Seeing that Chenyu did not attack her, Zhang Wan directly kissed Chenyu's shoes to express her respect. "So good." Chenyu said with satisfaction, "I didn't expect you to be so smart." Zhang Wan gave a bitter smile. "I know nothing I say will help. Right now, I just want your forgiveness." As she spoke, Zhang Wan knelt on the ground and buried her head. Seeing this, Shen Yu felt mixed emotions. Unexpectedly, one of the two people who had just insulted him was bitten to death by a zombie. The other one knelt down in front of him and apologized. He finally understood what it felt like when Principal Gu said, "I don't eat beef." In this end times, strength is everything. After a long while, Shen Yu tilted his head and said bluntly, "I won't let you go so easily. I'll see how you perform later. If you don't perform well, I'll still feed you to the zombies." Zhang Wan was delighted after hearing this and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Brother Yu, please rest assured. I will definitely perform well. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you must have seen a pig run, right? Even if you have no experience, you know generally what to do to please a man." At this time, Zhang Shuer walked up and said, "Zhang Wan, let me take you to the bathroom to wash up." "Thanks." Zhang Wan stood up stiffly and followed Zhang Shuer towards the villa. An hour later, Zhang Wan came out after taking a shower. Xiao Qianyue sat on the sofa and motioned Zhang Wan to come over. "Come, sit here." Zhang Wan obediently sat next to Xiao Qianyue. Xiao Qianyue looked at Zhang Wan and said jokingly, "Your foundation is not bad. You should be able to catch Brother Yu's eye." Zhang Wan took Xiao Qianyue's hand and said nervously, "Qianyue, do you think Brother Yu will really let me go? I saw him controlling the zombies and biting Xia Lily to death. I'm worried." "Are you worried that Brother Yu will kill you?" Zhang Wan nodded. Xiao Qianyue chuckled and said, "Don't worry, since Brother Yu has kept you, he won't kill you. Look, aren't all of us girls alive and well?" Zhang Wan felt relieved after hearing this. Just then, her stomach started to growl. "Why, are you hungry?" Xiao Qianyue asked. Zhang Wan nodded slightly and said, "I haven't eaten for almost 2 days. Qianyue, can you give me something to eat?" Xiao Qianyue said embarrassedly, "It's not that I don't want to help you. The food in this villa is all Brother Yu's. And there is an unwritten rule in this villa. Only if you become his woman, you are qualified to eat his food." After hearing this, Zhang Wan fell into deep thought. After thinking about it, Zhang Wan smiled bitterly and said, "I know what to do. But, will Brother Yu dislike me? I don't know either. Anyway, you have no other choice. Just give it a try." With Xiao Qianyue's encouragement, Zhang Wan finally made up her mind. "Then I'll give it a try. I have no other choice anyway." Xiao Qianyue leaned over to Zhang Wan's ear and whispered softly, "Xiao Wan, don't worry. Once you get through those 1 or 2 hours, you'll be able to live comfortably in the villa." Zhang Wan was stunned, swallowed her saliva and said, "What? It actually takes 1 or 2 hours. What I just said was a bit conservative. It could be 3 or 4 hours." Xiao Qianyue smiled cunningly. After hearing this, Zhang Wan began to tremble. At this time, Zhang Shuer and Shen Bingxia came over. Zhang Shuer sat next to Zhang Wan and whispered, "Zhang Wan, actually, we women were just as reluctant as you at first. But after thinking about it, we realized that living in such a safe and comfortable villa with endless food every day was something we couldn't be more satisfied with." Shen Bingxia also echoed, "Yeah, we still have tons of cosmetics and designer clothes. Look at the other people in our school, they're still fighting over a bite of food. Many have even been eaten by zombies." Zhang Wan also read a lot of news and group messages and knew that what they said was true. Not only do they look good, they are also well maintained. Even the clothes she wore exuded a faint fragrance. You can tell at a glance how leisurely their lives are. Thinking of this, Zhang Wan nodded gently and said, "Yeah, I know." Seeing that Zhang Wan didn't show much resistance, Xiao Qianyue stood up and said, "Xiao Wan, come to my room." Although Zhang Wan was a little confused, she still did as she was told. After the two came to the bedroom, Xiao Qianyue found several sets of clothes from the closet. Zhang Wan looked closely and found that they were all strange clothes. Although she had never seen these clothes before, she knew what they were used for just by thinking about it. "Is this for me to wear?" Zhang Wan asked doubtfully. Xiao Qianyue explained with a smile, "You offended Brother Yu just now, and I can't guarantee that he will forgive you. Wearing these clothes will give you extra points, and I hope it will calm Brother Yu down." "Qianyue, thank you. I know what to do now." Zhang Wan nodded and prepared to change clothes. Seeing the figure that was better than her own, Xiao Qianyue couldn't help but praise. "I feel like once you light them up, you're halfway there." Chapter 44 System Store. Zhang Wan lowered her head embarrassedly and picked out a sexy outfit to change into. After changing clothes, Xiao Qianyue led Zhang Wan to the door of Chen Yu's bedroom. Knock, knock. Xiao Qianyue knocked on the door gently, then said softly, "Brother Yu, do you have time now? Xiao Wan wants to apologize to you in person." "Come in," Shen Yu said indifferently. Xiao Qianyue patted Zhang Wan's back gently and said with a smile, "Xiao Wan, you have to work hard." Zhang Wan took a deep breath, opened the door and walked in. At this time, Chen Yu was leaning against the head of the bed. He looked up and saw Zhang Wan wearing a sexy tight outfit and couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. To be honest, Zhang Wan's appearance is not as good as Lu Shishir, Xin Bingxia and others. But it is also above average. Especially her figure, which she is most proud of, is slightly better than Zhao Beibei's. "Zhang Wan, did you figure it out so quickly?" Chen Yu was suddenly relieved. It seems that the girl's brainwashing skills have improved again. Since there are more girls in the villa, Chen Yu no longer needs to step forward to do ideological work for them. These concubines are quite sensible and know how to solve their own problems. Zhang Wan nodded. "Brother Yu, I didn't come here just because someone else told me to. This was my own idea. I know if I want to survive here, I have to prove my worth. Your thinking is more mature than some people. Well, after all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. If you want to survive, you have to pay a price." Zhang Wan lowered her head and slowly walked towards Chen Yu. "Brother Chen Yu, are you satisfied with the clothes I'm wearing?" Chen Yu carefully examined the dress and said, "It's quite nice. This dress outlines your figure perfectly. As long as Brother Yu likes it, I'll wear whatever Brother Yu wants me to wear in the future. You know how to compromise. Come here and let me take a good look at you." After hearing this, Zhang Wan bit her lip and sat next to Chen Yu, saying lovingly, "Brother Chen Yu, how about letting me admit my mistake later?" Chen Yu's body trembled. "Are you so direct? The end result is the same anyway, so I might as well let you leave a good impression on me." Chen Yu nodded and said, "Sensible." An hour later, the familiar lowly voice came to Chen Yu's ears again. "Congratulations, host. You will receive the following improvements. 1. The space ability has been upgraded and can accommodate 8 zombies. 2. Increase the main physical attributes by 50 points. 3. Zombie favorability plus 1, current favorability is 8 points. 4. Number of zombies that can be controlled, 8. 5. A loyalty bracelet. He was awarded the title of Super God for completing 8 rescue missions in a row. The system has been automatically upgraded and the system store has been opened. From now on, the host will receive 100 store points each time he completes a task. Points can be redeemed for merchandise from the store. In addition, due to the special changes in Zhang Wan's body, the host gained an additional superpower, dimensional space. After reading the introduction, Chen Yu was stunned. The scene of myself holding my child and fighting zombies 1 year from now seemed to appear before my eyes, and my scalp tingled just thinking about it. Chen Yu came back to his senses and looked at Zhang Wan, speechless. "What you fear will come true. I have been very careful and didn't expect this to happen. No wonder girls often say, everyone's physique is different. Turns out it's true. It's really a headache." After complaining, Chen Yu couldn't help but dive his consciousness into the space. In his space, there is a huge store. Chen Yu carefully observed the store and found that the panel at the door read, "Store level, level 1. Currently redeemable points, 100. Chen Yu looked at the goods in the store carefully again. He found that of course only some of the products had been unlocked, and most of the products were still unlocked. It seems that I still need to work hard to upgrade the store. Chen Yu glanced at the first level products and found that most of the items that could be purchased with 100 points were daily necessities such as food, clothing, housing, and transportation. These are of no use to him at all. There were some things that looked useful, but he couldn't afford them yet. Chen Yu was a little depressed. These points are just like the cash before the apocalypse, there's not enough to spend. Just as Chen Yu was about to leave the store, he suddenly discovered a product called Points Scratch-Off Lottery in the store. Chen Yu developed a strong interest in it. He walked closer to the scratch-off ticket and carefully read the product description. Points scratch off, consume 10 points each time to get a chance to win a prize. Shit, this thing isn't as rip-off as the lottery, is it? Chen Yu thought about it for a long time and decided to take a gamble. After all, you can't buy anything with 100 points now. It's better to take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, take a gamble and turn scrap metal into an aircraft carrier. So Chen Yu used 100 points to exchange for 10 scratch-off tickets. At the same time, he also discovered that among all the current products, there were only 10 scratch-off tickets. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Chen Yu suspected that this was a trap set by the system for him. But it has already been exchanged, so there is no point in thinking too much. Chen Yu started scraping directly. The first 5 consecutive pictures all say thank you for your patronage. Chen Yu was a little uneasy, and some tiny beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. When I scratched the 6th ticket, I actually got 20 points. Fortunately, it's not that bad. This gave him some comfort. As a result, the next 3 cards all said thank you for your patronage. Chen Yu looked at the scratch-off ticket in his hand and found only one left. Generally speaking, the probability of winning the jackpot is higher with the last ticket. What could it be? Could it be 1,000 points? Chen Yu suddenly became excited, swallowed his saliva, and began to scrape carefully. The first word is not thank you but hidden. Is it really the grand prize? This made him a little excited. Continuing to scrape, he saw the words invisible protective suit written on it. What is this? Just as Chen Yu was wondering, something like a gift box appeared in front of him. There were only a few big words written on it: invisible protective clothing and instructions for use. Invisible protective suit. After use, it can block all normal damage and can block 1 fatal damage. Please select whether to use, yes, no. Chen Yu thought about it and chose yes. Chapter 45, Wonderful Invisible Protective Suit. After Chen Yu chose yes, he felt as if something was attached to his body. But that feeling was fleeting, and then there was no feeling at all. The remaining 20 points can't buy anything. Chen Yu then dived his consciousness out of the space. To be honest, he was still a little excited about obtaining the points store. Because it means that he can get more means to save his life. Now he has 20 points and a set of invisible protective suit. Thinking of the protective suit, Chen Yu couldn't help but look down at his body. There seemed to be nothing on the surface of his body. And he didn't feel anything. Chen Yu wanted to try out this protective suit. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to try it with a gun. So he took out a baseball bat from the space and handed it to Zhang Wan. Hit me a few times with it and try it. Zhang Wan, who was already exhausted, was stunned. Brother Yu, what are you doing? Stop talking nonsense and do whatever you are told to do. Zhang Wan was frightened by Chen Yu and picked it up tremblingly. Brother Yu, I didn't expect you to be interested in this. I'm so sorry. As she spoke, Zhang Wan took the baseball bat and hit Chen Yu hard on the head. However, after being hit several times in a row, Chen Yu didn't feel anything at all. Stop. Zhang Wan swallowed and quickly put down the bat. The corners of Chen Yu's mouth curled up involuntarily. Although his current physical strength is different from that of ordinary people, it is not indestructible. Logically speaking, with the force of the blow just now, although he would not be seriously injured, he would not feel nothing at all. It seems that the invisible protective suit really works. Thinking of this, Chen Yu took out another knife. Seeing this, Zhang Wan knelt down on the ground. Brother Chen Yu, you asked me to hit you just now. I'm sorry I hit you a little too hard, please forgive me. Chen Yu glanced at Zhang Wan and said with a smile, you think too much, I'm not here to deal with you. As he spoke, Chen Yu pointed the knife at his thigh. Zhang Wan raised her head and saw the scene in front of her, and her cerebellum almost atrophied. Although she had seen on the news that some people had special fetishes. For example, AICAI self-harm. But someone like Chen Yu, who used real guns and knives, completely overturned her cognition. Only one thought flashed through her mind: if Chen Yu didn't have some evil taste, he must be crazy. Chen Yu took a deep breath, exerted 10% of his strength, and stabbed towards the thigh. As a result, it was as if there was an alloy shield on his legs, and the knife could not touch his skin at all. According to the store's introduction, generally non-fatal injuries to Chen Yu can be completely blocked by protective clothing. Even if it is a fatal injury, it can be blocked once. Chen Yu thought excitedly, does this mean that normal damage will not work on me at all? So, is a zombie bite considered a fatal injury or just a minor injury? Of course, Chen Yu didn't dare to try it easily. However, Chen Yu couldn't help laughing. Zhang Wan, who was kneeling on the ground, shuddered. Even her body began to tremble. Chen Yu glanced at Zhang Wan and said slowly, come here. Zhang Wan swallowed and sat beside Chen Yu, trembling all over. Chen Yu couldn't help but look at Zhang Wan again. If the two school beauties Lu Shishir and Shin Bingxia scored 97 points, then Zhang Wan in front of us has at least 92 points. It seems that the child born will not be ugly. Chen Yu patted Zhang Wan, who was a little restrained, and said with a smile, "What are you afraid of? I won't eat you. I am just a little worried that I won't serve you well and will be punished by you. Don't worry about it. Go to the bathroom and wash up, then come out to dinner with me." Ya Zhangwan nodded obediently, stood up and walked towards the bathroom. After Zhang Wan left, Chen Yu began to continue studying the newly acquired dimensional space. What kind of strange power is this? Chen Yu couldn't help but read the detailed introduction of dimensional space. Dimensional space, when this ability is activated, a separate space can be separated from the alien space. This space is called the dimensional space. The host or others can enter the dimensional space. The number of people a dimensional space can accommodate and how long it can last depends on the host's own abilities. Note, when the dimensional space is closed, the people in the space will return to their original positions. Shen Yu felt excited. With this special ability, isn't it like having an extra way to save your life? If you encounter danger, just run away. Shen Yu leaned against the head of the bed and smoked happily. After a while, Zhang Wan came to Chen Yu barefoot and looked a little awkward. Chen Yu glanced at Zhang Wan, who was as beautiful as a lotus emerging from water. Her waist is even slimmer and softer than those of Xiao Qianyue and Zhao Beibei, who have practiced dancing. That somewhat exaggerated thing is still tall even after being freed from its restraints. Shen Yu took her into his arms. "Xiaowan, it seems that you and Xia Lily don't have a good relationship. Why do you want to live with her?" Zhang Wan was stunned for a moment, then leaned on Chen Yu's shoulder and said, "Actually, the reason why I'm with Xia Lily is because I have no choice." "What do you mean?" Zhang Wan looked up at Chen Yu and asked softly, "Can you give me a cigarette?" Chen Yu thought about it and put out his cigarette in the ashtray. "You'd better not smoke now." Zhang Wan said nothing, and said with a hollow look in her eyes, "Let me tell you my story. Besides me, I have a younger brother who was 2 years younger than me. Growing up, all the good things in the family were left to my younger brother." Chen Yu said with a smile, "I understand. My brother ate the noodles while I drank the soup." Tears welled up in my eyes as I picked up the bowl. Zhang Wan was amused. She calmed herself down and continued. "At home, no matter what I do, I never get praise from my parents. They went out to work and I cooked a delicious meal, but they actually complained that I was wasting money. I swept the floor, and they complained that I didn't sweep it clean enough. My brother spilled the remaining milk on the floor, but they never scolded him for dirtying the floor. Instead, they warned him to be careful not to slip." Shen Yu was a little surprised when he heard this. Isn't this just some melodramatic plot from a TV show? Are there really parents like this in the world? He had indeed seen similar plots on TV. But I didn't expect that such a thing really happened in real life. Zhang Wan nodded. "Do you think that everything shown on TV is fabricated? In fact, many movies and TV dramas are based on real life. I know that no matter what I do, it's useless. So I put all my energy into studying. I thought that if I got into college, I could get rid of the harm my family caused me as soon as possible. However, I was wrong." Chapter 46. Teacher Zhao, are you here too? After hearing this, Chen Yu couldn't help but ask, "Why do you say that?" Zhang Wan continued to tell her story. "Half a year ago, my parents asked me to marry a man in his 60s. It's because the old man is very rich. I would rather die than obey them and tell them I would rather marry a dog than let them use me as a tool for trade." Chen Yu ruffled Zhang Wan's hair and asked softly, "So, you chose to live with Xia Lily as a way to escape?" Zhang Wan shook her head slightly and said, "Actually, at that time, I hadn't made a decision yet, I just stopped contacting my family. But I didn't expect that my parents came to my dormitory and forced me to go home. It was at this time that I met Xia Lily. She is a lazy person. She just sleeps and eats and sleeps, and does nothing else. At that time, I was working part-time to support my studies, so she asked me if I wanted to be her nanny and provide me with food and accommodation. So I agreed. Come to think of it, I should thank her." Chen Yu glanced at Zhang Wan and whispered, "So that's how it is." Zhang Wan lowered her head and whispered, "In fact, from the moment my parents asked me to marry that old man, my heart was already dead. As long as it allows me to escape from my original family, I would work like a slave." Chen Yu looked at Zhang Wan and said with a devilish look on his face, Don't worry, even though I'm not a good person, I can still take care of your meals. At this moment, Jiang Wan's stomach began to growl. Brother Yu, are you telling the truth? I'm a little hungry now. Chen Yu put on his clothes, stood up and said, let's go out for dinner. Jiang Wan was stunned, then followed Chen Yu obediently. The two had a heart-to-heart talk. In her heart, she was no longer so afraid of Chen Yu. There's even a hint of nostalgia for what just happened. The two of them walked out of the room one after another and came to the dining table. At this time, Lu Shishir and others had already prepared a large table of sumptuous meals. Because they knew that Jiang Wan needed to replenish her body at this moment. After Jiang Wan sat down, she looked at the sumptuous meal in front of her and swallowed involuntarily. Unexpectedly, while others were almost starving to death, Chen Yu and his friends could have so much food in one meal. Most of these foods are very precious and look very fresh. If those hungry classmates knew about this, they would definitely scramble to live in this villa. Yin Lan, who was standing by, glanced at Jiang Wan, handed her a pair of chopsticks and said, Jiang Wan, you must be tired just now. Come, have something to eat? No, not tired. Jiang Wan was obviously a little flattered. She quickly took the chopsticks and said, thank you, sister. However, she found that no one had picked up their chopsticks, so she suppressed her hunger and looked at Chen Yu. Chen Yu picked up the chopsticks and took a bite of food. At this time, everyone started to eat. Jiang Wan then realized that no one dared to start eating early until Chen Yu started eating. This should be considered some kind of established rule. This shows how high Chen Yu's status is. Yin Lan looked at the dazed Jiang Wan, put a piece of beef in front of her and said, why are you still standing there? Eat. After hearing this, Jiang Wan couldn't hold back any longer and started eating with big mouthfuls. Her eyes were also a little moist. After eating for a while, Chen Yu slowly said, let me tell you something. In the future, try not to let Jiang Wan do any heavy work, because she has a lot of things. Including Jiang Wan, many girls were stunned for a moment. Jiang Wan looked at Chen Yu and said with some doubt, Brother Yu, I do know some biological knowledge. It will take at least 10 days to detect whether there is something wrong, right? You want to take care of me, and I am very grateful. But this reason is really far-fetched. Chen Yu smiled mysteriously, I can test it on the spot. After hearing this, the girls' faces were filled with disbelief. But then they thought, Chen Yu is different from ordinary people, so it is not surprising that he has this ability. After hearing this, Jiang Shuer gently pulled Chen Yu's arm and asked, Brother Yu, what about me? Do I have? You? No. Chen Yu said firmly. The other girls asked in unison. Brother Yu, what about me? Brother Yu, please tell me, do I have it? Chen Yu was too lazy to answer them and just shook his head instead of saying 1,000 words. Several girls realized from Chen Yu's eyes that except Jiang Wan, no one else was there. This made them happy but also a little disappointed. The good news is that they finally don't have to worry about supporting their families in the apocalypse. What is disappointing is that they all know that a woman's status is also related to the size of her belly. If Jiang Wan were in an ancient imperial family, her status would have risen rapidly. I'm afraid she was directly upgraded from noble lady to imperial noble concubine. She is second only to Jiang Shuer and above all other women. Even Jiang Shuer's position was no longer secure. This is not groundless. Because several girls wanted to learn from Jiang Wan, they kept picking up food for her. Lu Shishir even stood up and poured water for Jiang Wan while asking, Xiao Wan, do you like the food I cooked? Jiang Wan smiled and nodded, Shishir, your cooking skills are really great. I want to learn cooking from you someday. Okay, I'll definitely teach you someday. We'll be sisters from now on, and I'll have to ask you if there's anything I don't understand. Jiang Wan replied, don't be polite. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. Lu Shishir leaned over to Jiang Wan's ear and whispered, Xiao Wan, I really have something I want to ask you. What's the matter? Jiang Wan asked puzzledly. It's not convenient now. Come to my room after dinner and I'll teach you some more about conversation skills. Jiang Wan looked at Lu Shishir with a smirk on her face and was a little confused. Any advice on chatting skills? At this moment, Zhao Beibei, who had woken up, also walked out of the house. Although she was only wearing a loose nightgown at this time, her perfect figure could not be concealed. The beautiful scenery that was looming in the distance was so beautiful that even the girls couldn't help but want to take a few more glances. It's not that Zhao Beibei doesn't care about her image, but she is already familiar with everyone, so she is no longer restrained. She glanced at everyone and said with a smile, "Hey, everyone is here? I'm hungry too, come over and have something to eat." After hearing the voice, Jianwan looked at Zhao Beibei in surprise and asked, "Teacher Zhao, why are you here too?" Chapter 47, Unkindness. Zhao Beibei also recognized Zhang Wan. "You are Zhang Wan? Why are you here?" Although Zhang Wan studied medicine, she once took Zhao Beibei's dance class. So the two knew each other. Zhang Wan glanced at Chen Yu and said embarrassedly, "Brother, you asked me to move in. By the way, why are you here too, teacher?" After saying this, Zhang Wan felt a little regretful. Is there any need to ask? Aren't all the people here brought back by Chen Yu? Zhao Beibei didn't feel embarrassed. She said without disguising the slightest bit, "Brother, you rescued me and brought me to the villa. From now on, don't call me teacher anymore. Just call me Sister Beibei. Because I'm just like you guys now." Zhang Wan couldn't help but glance at Chen Yu. Chen Yu was able to make Zhao Beibei, the goddess teacher who had been single for more than 30 years in the school, follow him willingly. It can be seen that Chen Yu is indeed not simple. At the same time, she also comforted herself, so many goddess-level beauties are willing to be Chen Yu's woman, what is there to be embarrassed about? Thinking of this, she felt completely relieved. Seeing Zhao Beibei standing there, Chen Yu greeted her softly, "Sister Beibei, please sit down and have your meal. Since you all know each other, I don't need to introduce you again." Zhao Beibei nodded and sat down. After a while, everyone was full. Lu Shishir and others cleaned up the dishes sensibly. Jiang Shuer only needs to cook and doesn't need to do these things. She walked over to Zhang Wan, took her hand and said, "Xiao Wan, you must have a good rest from now on." Zhang Wan smiled and said, "I'm not that delicate now. Better be careful." Jiang Shuer then looked at Chen Yu and said, "Brother Yu, can you please stop bullying Zhang Wan in the future? Come to me if you have any problems." "Ha, I heard what Sister Shuer was planning." Lu Shishir wiped her hands and walked out of the kitchen. "That's right, Sister Shuer. Although you are the first person that Brother Yu rescued, you can't keep it to yourself." Shen Bingxia pouted and continued, "We have to make a new plan later." Zhang Wan glanced at Chen Yu and said shyly, "Actually, as long as I pay a little attention, there will be no problem." Chen Yu frowned and said angrily, "I think I'm rebelling against you. Who I want to be with depends on my mood. Why do you seem to have the final say now?" Jiang Shuer came over and said with a smile, "Brother Yu has the final say, but Brother Yu, you have to treat everyone equally." She thought to herself that she must try Zhang Wan's method next time. This is the only correct answer to ensure her status as the empress. In the crowd, Shen Bingxia gave Xiao Qianyue a wink. Xiao Qianyue understood what he meant and came to Chen Yu with Shen Bingxia. "Brother Yu, you've been working so hard outside these days. Qianyue feels so bad for you. How about letting me give you a massage tonight?" "Yes, Brother Yu, let us two accompany you." Chen Yu waved his hands repeatedly, "No need, I have something to do tonight." After hearing this, the two girls retreated somewhat unhappily. Chen Yu was just about to go back to the house to rest. A few babyish cries came from upstairs. "Dad, I'm hungry." Chen Yu looked up and saw that it was Chen Nianen's voice. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Who of you will go and feed in some milk?" Jiang Shuer waved towards Yunlan and said, "Lanlan, why don't you come with me and learn how to make milk powder?" Although Yunlan was the president before, he is particularly obedient now. She followed Jiang Shuer upstairs without any hesitation. Zhang Wan thought about it and followed. It's a good opportunity to learn from experience. Si Xiaoye, who had been sitting in the corner and had been ignored by Chen Yu, bit her lip and said, "Brother Yu, how about I go up and take a look too?" Chen Yu replied indifferently, "Go ahead." Si Xiaoye smiled bitterly and slowly walked upstairs. Because she has never spoken to Chen Yu since she was conquered by him. Although the other girls did not exclude her, they were afraid that being too close to her would cause Chen Yu to ignore them. Only Jiang Shuer, the big sister, did not despise her and took good care of her. Just as the girls went upstairs, they heard a few car horns outside. Chen Yu couldn't help but frown. According to the system settings, the zombies bound to Chen Yu will indiscriminately attack other zombies. But if you want to attack a normal person, you need Chen Yu's permission. This is also to prevent the zombies from attacking Chen Yu and the people around him. According to the vision Chen Yu obtained from the zombies, several cars were approaching the villa. Moreover, those cars had slowed down, and it seemed that they were heading towards his villa. Although he didn't know who the other person was, Chen Yu knew that he had bad intentions. He thought about it, took out a few pistols from the space, put them in his arms, and then walked outside. These people could have been killed directly. However, he wanted to find out who these people were, how they found his villa, and whether there was anyone else who knew that there was someone in the villa. In order not to alert the enemy, he asked the zombies to pretend to be afraid of the car and hide behind a nearby building. Several girls who had nothing to do in the room saw Chen Yu walk out of the villa and followed him out. There were 5 cars parked outside the villa gate. More than a dozen people got off the car. Among them, most are old blacks. Chapter 48. Is it because you are old, or because you don't take a bath? The leading man with short braids said in fluent Daxia language, "This is where Lu Shishir and Shin Bingxia live, right? Call them out." Chen Yu was stunned. How do you know about Lu Shishir and Shin Bingxia? While the two were talking, the man with short braids saw several beauties walking out of the villa, and a hint of surprise and joy flashed in his eyes. Of course, there is also a trace of evil thoughts that is very easy to capture. The man with short braids found Lu Shishir and Shin Bingxia in the crowd and called out with some pride, "Lu Shishir, Shin Bingxia, hello. I'm an international student at Dongshan University." Of course, the man with short braids knew these two famous school beauties. At the same time, he thought that his status as an international student was superior to others. When these two school beauties hear my identity, they will definitely look at me with higher regard. They may even give it to you directly. Unexpectedly, Lu Shishir and Shin Bingxia were not interested in the man with short braids in front of them, but instead looked disgusted. At this moment, an old woman and 2 female classmates walked out from behind a group of international students. Everyone was a little surprised when they saw the old woman. Because she is the school principal Fan Mingming, also known as Mother Fan. One of the female classmates, Lu Shishir, is also very familiar with Shin Bingxia and others. She is Su Shinro, another school beauty. Another female classmate who dressed seductively was the school's socialite. The old lady surnamed Fan came forward and said with a serious expression, "You should know me, right? I'm your principal, Fan Mingming. Hurry up and open the door and let us in." Lu Shishir hugged her chest and said in embarrassment, "Oh, I'm so sorry. We don't have the final say here. How about you ask Brother Yu for help? See if he likes old-fashioned women." After spending these few days together, she has gotten to know Chen Yu quite well. I know that Chen Yu is unlikely to let the old and ugly Fan Mingming in. As for those international students, there is no chance at all. For so many days, not only men but even male dogs have to take detours within a radius of 100 meters. Seeing that Lu Shishir actually rejected her, Fan Mingming said with some dissatisfaction, "Lu Shishir, do you know who the hell you are talking to? Not only does he disrespect his elders, but he also fails to see the current situation clearly. There are zombies everywhere now. Do you think that the weak boy next to you can protect so many of you? If I want to survive, I have to rely on these strong boys behind me." Lu Shishir glanced at Chen Yu and said nothing. But she knew that Fan Mingming was probably dead. Let us observe a second of silence in advance for Mother Fan. Chen Yu snorted coldly and said to Fan Mingming, "Old woman, who the hell do you think you are? Don't think that you can shout here just because you look old. I didn't kill you just now, I just wanted to keep you alive for questioning." As he spoke, Chen Yu controlled his zombie squad to block these people's retreat from both sides. After hearing this, the corners of Fan Mingming's mouth twitched involuntarily. She pointed at Chen Yu and cursed, "You bastard, you're rebelling." The socialite standing next to Fan Mingming also pointed at Chen Yu angrily and cursed, "Hurry up and open the door, you stinking loser. I don't know where you got the courage to yell like that. If you're any later, I'll make sure you're in big trouble." Su Shinro also echoed, "Hurry and open the door, otherwise." Lu Shishir couldn't bear to listen any longer, so she ran over and interrupted Su Shinro's next words. "Su Shinro, you stinking idiot, if you don't want to die, shut up." Lu Shishir knew that if Su Shinro said a few more words, she might be killed by Chen Yu. Su Shinro was stunned for a moment, then immediately put on a flattering expression, "Shishir, please open the door quickly and let us in." Lu Shishir didn't respond, but gave Su Shinro a look that said, "Find out for yourself." At this time, 3 foreign students also came forward, looked at the beauties with lustful faces and said, "Why waste time talking to them? Just crawl in and have some sex. Then we can experience the beauty of Lyoda's campus bell." "Hee, it looks like tonight will be another sleepless night," said another very strong foreign student. The man with dreadlocks held his chin up and said with a lewd look on his face, "I have to say, they are much better than that old woman Fan Mingming. That old woman is as hard to drive as an old broken car." After hearing this, Fan Mingming, who was standing by, suddenly became angry. "How are you guys talking?" The man grinned and said coldly, "Old woman, we used to approach you despite our disgust just to get more subsidies. Otherwise, what would we want from you? Because you're old, or because you don't take a bath? You." Fan Mingming was so angry that his mouth twisted and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. However, she dared not say anything and could only sulk aside. The three foreign students no longer paid attention to Fan Mingming, but turned their attention inside the villa. Su Shinro, who had been standing next to Fan Mingming, couldn't help but look worried. She originally wanted to rely on Fan Mingming's identity to enter the villa. "I didn't expect that those international students who were usually as obedient as dogs would have such faces." At the same time, she also knew that once these international students took her into the villa, what awaited her would be hell on earth. By then, I'm afraid it will be difficult to escape. Thinking of this, Su Shinro couldn't help but take a few steps back, wanting to escape from here. At this time, a foreign student behind Su Shinro stopped her. "Student Su, what are you going to do?" "We're about to take over the villa. When the time comes, you have to repay us well, right?" Su Shinro's eyes were full of fear. But she knew that she couldn't escape now, so she had to stay where she was and look for an opportunity to escape. Inside the yard, the zombie squad completely blocked the road. Shenyu pulled out a pistol from his bosom and installed the silencer on it while saying with a cold look, "If I hadn't been so reluctant to use thunderstorm near home, you bastards would have died 800 times already." Several international students were stunned, and then burst into laughter. "Ha, who are you trying to scare with a toy gun?" "Exactly, where did you, a student, get a gun?" "You know what, this toy gun is quite realistic." After Chinyu installed the silencer, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he squinted his eyes and said, "Then let you taste the power of this toy gun." As he spoke, he raised his pistol. Bang! 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 After a few shots, the three foreign students fell to the ground. Fan Mingming ran up and hugged the three of them with heartache. "Are you three okay?" One of them clutched his chest in pain. "Ouch! Ouch! I can't take it anymore." The other two were even more decisive and just died without hesitation. Fan Mingming looked at Chen Yu with hatred and cursed, "How dare you kill someone? And the person you killed was an international friend?" Chen Yu said with disdain, "International friends? You call that an international friend? Well, today I'll show you what happens to people like that." After saying that, Chen Yu fired a few more shots, knocking down all the other international students who were about to escape. A foreign student who ran fast managed to dodge the bullets, but was bitten to death by the zombies that rushed over. Fan Mingming and Su Shinro were so stunned that they just stood there and even forgot to run. Of course, they probably knew they couldn't be faster than a gun. "I simply stopped running." Chen Yu bent down slightly and jumped in front of the two people in one step. Fan Mingming fell to the ground in fear and asked in horror, "What do you want to do?" Chapter 49. Three women willing to give everything. Chen Yu tilted his head and looked at Fan Mingming, shouting, "Tell me, how did you find your way here?" Fan Mingming swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, "Before the end of the world, I and these foreign students were doing experiments in the laboratory. As a result, a large number of zombies suddenly appeared in the school. We saw zombies everywhere in the school, so we hid in the laboratory. Later, we saw two female students get on an SUV and walk out of the school. Several international students recognized one of the girls as Shin Bingxia and knew she should be coming to this villa." Chen Yu asked coldly, "What do you want to do here?" "It's like this." Fan Mingming calmed down and said, "Actually, the purpose of our visit this time is to cooperate with you to fight against zombies. This will also reduce your burden, right? You shouldn't have killed those old black guys just now, because they have good physical strength and are good at killing zombies. My dear classmates, teachers always teach you that cooperation leads to win-win situations." "Shut up!" Chen Yu interrupted Fan Mingming's nonsense. "This old guy is about to die, and he still dares to talk about cooperation? If I were not as strong as I am now, I would have been brutally killed by them." Chen Yu thought for a moment and continued to ask, "How many survivors are there in the school?" Fan Mingming thought for a moment and replied hesitantly, "In the past few days, quite a few people have turned into zombies or starved to death. There should be less than 500 people left in total." Chen Yu glanced at Lao Hei on the ground and asked, "Besides you, does anyone else know we are here?" "There should be someone else who knows." Fan Mingming said hesitantly, "There are 7 or 8 international students hiding in the laboratory building. They said they would come back later." A hint of murderous intent flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. Seeing that Chen Yu didn't speak, Fan Mingming said in a low voice, "Classmate, you actually misunderstood those international students. They are all very kind, just a little bit hyperactive. I am only able to survive today thanks to the protection of those old black men." Chen Yu looked at Fan Mingming with some contempt. They say it's protection, but who knows what might have happened between them. Chen Yu couldn't help but sneer, "You two young men are so elegant, you're actually hanging out with a dozen black men?" Su Shinro hurriedly explained, "I wasn't with them before. Just now, when I was at school, I heard the roar of a car, so I ventured out of the dormitory and got into their car." The socialite tried to defend herself, "Brother, I was forced into this by them. I didn't want to be with them at all. They brought me here." The corners of Chen Yu's mouth moved slightly. "Fan Mingming, is that what they said? You'd better tell the truth, otherwise." Fan Mingming frowned and said hesitantly, "Su Shinro is indeed the one we just met. And Zhao Xiaohua took the initiative to hang out with those old blacks." At this moment, the zombie squad had arrived in front of everyone. When Fan Mingming and others saw the zombies running towards them, they screamed in fear. Shen Yu controlled the fighting zombies and several other first-level zombies to devour a dozen old blacks. Some of the black men were not hit in the vital parts by the gun, they just lost the ability to move and did not die immediately. They could only watch their thighs, arms and chests being eaten. "Oh, my eyes. My ears. Well." Screams rang out one after another. Those second-level zombies can upgrade by devouring other zombies. So Chen Yu did not let them enjoy the feast. Instead, he let them surround Fan Mingming and the other two, grab their heads and force them to watch the zombies eat. He wanted these 3 people to watch with their own eyes as those black men became food for the zombies. Su Shinro was already frightened out of her wits. She knelt down in front of Chen Yu and begged loudly, "Please, save me. I don't want to become food for zombies." Seeing Chen Yu remained indifferent, she shouted at Lu Shishir and Xin Bingxia, "Bingxia, for the sake of our friendship, please plead for me. Open the door and let me in." Lu Shishir said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Shinro, I don't have this right. Those zombies were actually subdued by Brother Yu who was standing in front of you. If you really want to live, please ask Brother Yu for help." Xin Bingxia also advised, "Su Shinro, let me advise you. If you want to survive, you must be prepared to give everything." Su Shinro wiped her tears and murmured to herself, "Give everything?" Of course she knew what Xin Bingxia meant. Her most valuable thing, of course, is herself. Even though she felt very unwilling. But there is no choice. After a brief thought, Su Shinro knelt down in front of Chen Yu and said pitifully, "Brother Yu, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have scolded you. Please save me. I don't want to be bitten to death by zombies. If you can save me, I'm willing to do anything." Chen Yu said calmly, "Let me ask you one question, are you still clean? I won't save a dirty person." Although Su Shinro's appearance is not inferior to the other 2 school beauties. But Chen Yu would not easily let dirty people around him to disgust himself. He is not a rag picker. Su Shinro quickly replied, "Brother, I haven't had a place to take a shower these days. As long as I take a shower, I'm still very clean." "Fuck, I'm talking about your body, not your body." Su Shinro was stunned for a moment, then said shyly, "Brother, please don't worry, I'm still very clean." Chen Yu said expressionlessly, "In that case, I'll spare your life. But if you dare to lie to me, I promise you'll die miserably. Now kneel behind me." Su Shinro wiped her tears and hurriedly knelt behind Chen Yu. Su Shinro, who was so arrogant just now, is now like a docile sheep. After hearing this, Fan Mingming hurriedly knelt in front of Chen Yu. "Brother Yu, I am also willing to give everything I have, even if it means giving up everything I have. Besides, I am innocent." The socialite also came to Chen Yu's feet and said in a low voice, "Brother, although I am not innocent, I am very obedient and sensible. As long as you are willing to spare my life, I promise that you will not regret it." As she spoke, the socialite deliberately let her suspenders slip down. Chen Yu couldn't help but feel nauseous. "Both of you are already old, and the mileage of each of you is over 1 million. Do you still want me to keep you? Isn't this treating me like a complete scapegoat?" Chun Yu really couldn't bear it anymore. So, he kicked Fan Mingming and the socialite to the zombie's mouth with 2 kicks. Chapter 50. The beautiful zombie is so beautiful after upgrading that brother you can't stand it anymore. Upgraded zombie fighting. Ah! The 2 women who were kicked to the side of the zombies screamed in pain. After the zombie team had dealt with more than a dozen people, a pleasant voice came to Chen Yu's consciousness. Bite! Congratulations host, zombie number 2 has successfully upgraded and has become a level 2 zombie. Chen Yu was overjoyed. Fighting zombie number 2 has been following me for so long and has finally been upgraded. This made him happier than when he directly harvested a level 2 zombie. After all, fighting zombies is considered Chen Yu's founding hero and has always followed him. Chen Yu couldn't help but take a look at the fighting zombies. At this time, there were 2 bright spots between its eyebrows. But compared to the other second-level zombies, its color is a little lighter. Chen Yu was also surprised to find that fighting zombies seemed to be more agile than before. Her face was not as stiff as before, and she could even manage some micro-expressions. Her skin was also smoother, without a trace of blood, and whiter than snow. It looks like there is a different kind of beauty. Chen Yu shook his head to sober himself up. He kept telling himself in his heart. Chen Yu, remember that you are a human being. Even if you don't want to be a human being, you still have to think about your own life. After all, the zombie virus is only a few nanometers. It is difficult to isolate the zombie virus with the offspring storage bag. After calming himself down, Chen Yu brought Su Shinro to the villa. Inside the villa, Chen Yu sat on the sofa and took out a cigarette. Jiang Shuer on the side hurriedly took out a lighter and lit it for Chen Yu. Behind him, Xiao Qianyue and Shen Bingxia gently rubbed Chen Yu's shoulders. Su Shinro knelt in front of Chen Yu with her head down, not daring to breathe. Lu Shishir glanced at Chen Yu, walked over and whispered a few words into Su Shinro's ear. After hearing this, Su Shinro's eyes suddenly became flustered. She lowered her head and walked in front of Chen Yu, biting her lip and said, "Brother Chen Yu, please accept me. I am no worse than the others. I am willing to stay here and serve you." Chen Yu looked at Su Shinro with a playful expression. "Why, didn't you scold me just now? Why are you calling me Brother Yu now?" "I'm sorry, Brother Yu. I was too short-sighted." Su Shinro's tears instantly flowed down. I have to say, it's a pity that Su Shinro didn't become an actor. She was so arrogant just now, but now she looks like a bullied little woman. That delicate look would confuse even a heartless person. Chen Yu originally wanted to use her to feed the zombies. But he thought about it and realized that although that would make him feel better, it was not the best way. Now he needs to continue to improve himself. So, he walked up to Su Shinro and said, "Su Shinro, I'll spare you this time. If you dare to do anything against me again, I'll tear you apart and feed you to the zombies." After hearing this, Su Shinro wiped away her tears and said excitedly, "Thank you, Brother Yu, for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely change my ways." Chen Yu put the cigarette in the ashtray. "Take a shower later and come to my room. Remember to wash yourself clean." After saying that, he walked towards the bedroom. Lu Shishir looked at Chen Yu's back and couldn't help but shook her head and sighed. It's only been a few days, and there are so many people in the villa. Shen Bingxia also joked, "How interesting. I didn't expect that 3 of the 4 most beautiful girls at Dongshan University are here. If Wang Xiaowei were here too, we would have all 4. After hearing this, Su Shinro shook her head and said, "Wang Xiaowei can't be here because she has turned into a zombie." After hearing this, the 2 of them couldn't help but feel sympathy for Wang Xiaowei. Although there were some minor frictions between them and Wang Xiaowei when selecting the most beautiful campus beauty. But when I heard that Wang Xiaowei turned into a zombie, I still felt a little sorry for her experience. Lu Shishir glanced at the frightened Su Shinro, patted her shoulder and said, "Shinro, let me remind you, there is only one rule in this villa, and that is you must obey Brother Yu. If you can't do that, I advise you to commit suicide." Shen Bingxia also advised Su Shinro with a serious expression, "Su Shinro, let me be frank with you. You must put away your little thoughts here and just do your job well. Otherwise, your fate will be no better than those old blacks." Su Shinro was slightly stunned. What kind of methods does Chen Yu use to make these beauties obey his orders? And it seems that Chen Yu not only has a gun, but can also control zombies. What is going on with this kid? Thinking of how she had bullied Chen Yu in the past, Su Shinro couldn't help but back down. However, she looked down at herself and immediately dismissed the idea. My own hardware conditions are no worse than those of Lu Shishir and Shen Bingxia in front of me. In some aspects, it is even better. Even if Chen Yu holds a grudge, won't he still fall at my feet? Thinking of this, Su Shinro walked into the bathroom confidently. Half an hour later, she walked towards Chen Yu's bedroom wearing only a bath towel. Knock knock. Brother Chen Yu, I'm Sister Shinro. Come in. Su Shinro pulled down the bath towel, pushed the door open and walked in. She glanced around the bedroom from the corner of her eye and quickly noticed some high-quality food sitting on the table. Oh my god, Brother Chen Yu, you are too extravagant, aren't you? As she spoke, she ran towards the food with shining eyes. Stop. Chen Yu yelled, did I let you eat? Su Shinro was startled and walked towards Chen Yu while suppressing her hunger. She half knelt in front of Chen Yu, took Chen Yu's hand and said, Brother Chen Yu, don't be so stingy. Just let Shinro eat something. Shinro is so hungry. Chapter 51. Su Shinro was completely conquered. Chen Yu said nothing, stood up and walked towards the food. Seeing this, Su Shinro had a barely perceptible smile on her lips. He seemed to have forgotten the scene where Chen Yu had just killed more than a dozen people. Even deep down in his heart, he couldn't help but despise Chen Yu. Isn't Chen Yu just like many other bootlickers? Although he is cruel to others, he becomes a different person when he meets a beautiful goddess. If I just say a few nice words to him, he will still run to get me food, right? I really don't know why Lu Shishir and Shen Bingxia, who are both school beauties, would listen to such a loseress words. After a while, Chen Yu walked up to Su Shinro with an iron basin and a piece of leftover steak. Just as Su Shinro was about to take the iron basin, Chen Yu threw it to the ground. Then he waved the steak in front of Su Shinro. Want to eat? Su Shinro swallowed. The days of hunger had already made her almost collapse. Looking at the food in Chen Yu's hand, she nodded repeatedly and said, Brother Chen Yu, I want to eat, give it to me quickly. However, Chen Yu did not give it to her, but threw the steak into the iron basin. If you want to eat it on the ground. After hearing this, Su Shinro immediately became angry and shouted, Chen Yu, what do you mean? I've already apologized to you, what else do you want me to do? I don't want to do anything to you. If you don't like it, you can just leave here. It just so happens that my zombies haven't had enough to eat yet. Su Shinro couldn't help but think of the scene that just happened outside the villa. Those black guys, Chen Yu just killed them. And it was done in an extremely cruel way. He is like a devil from hell. Su Shinro slowed down, then walked up to Chen Yu with her big, pitiful eyes blinking. Brother Chen Yu, I have already agreed to be your woman, why are you still torturing me? Chen Yu snorted coldly, because you insulted me. I'm not that magnanimous. Seeing that Chen Yu had no intention of giving in, she knelt down in front of Chen Yu unwillingly and reached out to grab the food. Wait. Chen Yu stopped Su Shinro, how can you eat it with your hands? It's so dirty. You must eat it directly with your mouth. Su Shinro shed tears of humiliation. She is pretty and has good academic performance. The people around her surrounded her like stars surrounding the moon. Now, her pride was ruthlessly trampled under the feet of Chen Yu. However, she knew that she couldn't blame anyone else. If I have to blame someone, I can only blame myself for being arrogant in the past. After Su Shinro pondered for a moment, she obediently began to eat the steak in the bowl. Because steak is difficult to eat, she often has to take several bites before she can eat a bite. Chen Yu felt very happy when he saw the school beauty in front of him compromising. He didn't expect that Su Shinro, who had just called him a watchdog, would now kneel down in front of him in this manner. It's strange. After Su Shinro finished eating, her mentality was completely changed. She was willing to accept any identity Chen Yu arranged for her. Even if it is this kind of role now. After wiping her mouth with a bath towel, Su Shinro slowly came to Chen Yu. Brother Yu, I understand. As long as you give me food, I'll do anything for you. Chen Yu shook his head, I'm a little tired tonight, let's talk about it tomorrow. Chen Yu remembered that he had not used the loyalty bracelet he got from Zhang Wan yet. So he put it on Su Shinro's wrist. Then he fell into a deep sleep. The next day at noon. Su Shinro, who had hardly slept a wink, sat by the wall, somewhat mentally broken. The tear marks on his face had dried completely. Chen Yu smiled crookedly and thought to himself, I didn't expect Su Shinro to be still alive. This also shows that Su Shinro really doesn't dare to hurt herself. Otherwise, she would have become a cold corpse by now. Chen Yu walked over and stood in front of Su Shinro. Su Shinro raised her head, hugged Chen Yu's thighs, and said with tears in her eyes, "Brother Chen Yu, I'm so hungry. Please give me some more food. I'm willing to do anything for you." Chen Yu lifted Su Shinro's chin and slowly said, "Do you know your identity now?" "Brother Yu, I understand." Su Shinro swallowed her saliva and said with red eyes, "I'm just a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy in front of you." Chen Yu took out half a piece of bread from the alien space and threw it in front of Su Shinro. When Su Shinro saw the bread, her eyes almost sparked. She grabbed the bread and was about to stuff it into her mouth. But the next second, she seemed to have thought of something and asked with some fear, "Brother Yu, can I eat it?" She looked at Chen Yu with tears in her eyes full of tenderness and flattery. Chen Yu even felt that he could do whatever he wanted to her now. Chen Yu snorted coldly and said, "Su Shinro, remember this, things change over time. Who knows, one day the person you insulted might be able to control your life and death." "Wow, I get it. I won't dare to do it again." Su Shinro burst into tears. She has truly realized her mistake. Chen Yu then softened his tone and said, "Eat the bread." After hearing this, Su Shinro grabbed the bread and stuffed it into her mouth. At this moment, she completely threw her shame behind her. Her only goal is to survive. Chen Yu looked at Su Shinro, who was eating like a vicious dog, and couldn't help but sneer. "I can't believe that the arrogant campus beauty of Sucha University has become a laughingstock now. Actually, I don't want to do this to you. Only the Chen Yu whose pride you trampled on will not agree." Chen Yu was telling the truth. If he let Su Shinro off easily, the insults he had suffered before would always follow him and torment him. He will be nailed to the pillar of shame forever by an invisible sword. Besides, why did you bully me when I was down and out? When I become strong one day, should I be generous and forgive you? Su Shinro didn't say anything, but just ate the bread in big mouthfuls. She regretted it deeply at this moment. If I had known that Chen Yu would become so powerful in the end times, I would never have insulted him no matter what. However, there is still room for maneuver. Because she still has one last killer weapon. Su Shinro quickly finished half a loaf of bread. Although I wasn't full, it was enough to provide energy for a while of chatting. She licked the crumbs left on her hands and even put her fingers covered with crumbs into her cherry mouth. That scene is simply full of temptation. Then, she crawled towards Chen Yu with a loving look. "Brother Yu, I was wrong before. Please be magnanimous. To express my apology, I am willing to repay Brother Yu well." Chapter 52, Everything analyzes glasses and sees through. Chen Yu couldn't help but look at Su Shinro. Putting aside her character, Su Shinro does have a beauty score of over 96 points. She is even prettier than top-tier stars like Yang Xiaomi and Doraba. Especially her plump figure and fair skin are extremely seductive. Chen Yu pulled her over and began to admire her carefully. Su Shinro deliberately said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Yu, Shinro has made up her mind. I will follow Brother Yu wholeheartedly from now on. I hope Brother Yu doesn't dislike me. Congratulations, host. 1. Get a loyalty bracelet. 2. You can bind an additional animal zombie, and there is no limit on the level of the zombie. 3. Earn 100 store points." Although the reward this time was a bit small, Chen Yu was a little surprised that he could bind animal zombies. After all, some animal zombies are much stronger than human zombies in some aspects. At the same time, he also understood why he was unable to bind the zombie dog last time. It seemed that he had not yet acquired the ability to bind to animal zombies at that time. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yu submerged his consciousness into the system store. At this time, the panel at the entrance of the store has changed. Store level, level 2. Currently redeemable points, 120. Chen Yu had already looked at the first level goods, and there wasn't much valuable there. He skipped the first level products and looked at the second level products. The first few commodities in the secondary category are supplies. For example, 100 points can be exchanged for 1,000 kilograms of pork, 2,000 kilograms of rice. For ordinary people, these are the materials they rely on for survival. But for Chen Yu, it is of little use at all. There is enough food in his space that he can't finish eating it in 10 lifetimes. After picking and choosing, Chen Yu's attention was attracted by something called everything analysis glasses. "Hey, what is this?" Chen Yu moved closer to the glasses and read its detailed instructions. Everything analysis glasses, worth 120 points. After purchasing the glasses, you can analyze relevant information about the target. For example, it can analyze a person's main attributes or weaknesses, as well as the level and abilities of mutants. Or analyzing the structure of an object. In addition, the glasses also have multiple functions such as perspective and night vision. Note, the more powerful the host, the more information can be analyzed, and the more complete the glasses functions. This one. Chunyu bought the glasses for analyzing everything without much hesitation. First, he looked at the items he could afford, and the only thing that was useful to him at the moment was these glasses. Secondly, he doesn't need to save points to buy better items right now. If he becomes stronger, will the points still be less? Of course, the most important point is that the most painful thing in life is that you die without spending your points. After buying the glasses, Chunyu felt as if something was attached to his retina. But soon, this feeling disappeared. Chunyu submerged his consciousness from the system store. His eyes couldn't help but fall on Su Shinro. At this moment, there were still some traces of tears on her face. However, Chunyu did not see anything unusual. Why isn't the information displayed? Do I have to activate it myself? As soon as Chenyu's thought came to mind, some information appeared in front of Su Shinro. Name, Su Shinro. Age, 20. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Body shape, excellent. Favorability, 45. Note, if the target's favorability towards the host exceeds 30, it no longer poses a threat to the host. Main attribute, 61 points. After reading the information, Chunyu came to a conclusion. The All Things analysis glasses need to be activated by yourself before they can be used. But this is not bad. Just imagine. When chatting with the girls, there are a bunch of data parameters in front of each person. Isn't it as frustrating as when you watch a learning video and see mosaics? After reading the relevant information about Su Shinro, Chunyu was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Su Shinro, who had been enduring the pain for the past few days, actually had a favorability level of 45 towards herself. This. While Chunyu was stunned, Su Shinro wiped her tears and kissed Chunyu on the right cheek. I'm sorry, brother you, just now Chunyu glanced at the bedsheet and said indifferently, it's okay, just be careful next time. How about I try again? Su Shinro asked cautiously and flatteringly. No, I have other things to do. After saying that, Chunyu put on his clothes and walked outside. At this moment, he couldn't wait to see the detailed information of the other girls. In the living room. The girls were sitting on the sofa, chatting while looking at Chunyu's room. Seeing Chunyu walk out of the bedroom, the girls hurriedly stopped their discussion and stood up to greet him. Chunyu walked over and sat opposite the girl, then slowly swept his eyes over the girls. Lines of dense information appeared in front of Chunyu. Of course, the information he mainly cares about is favorability. Because Chunyu had already visually estimated the other information. Among these girls, Zhangwan has the highest favorability, reaching 81. However, Chunyu was not too surprised. First of all, she has become different. Secondly, she was completely disappointed with her original family and regarded herself as the only support. However, what Chunyu did not expect was that the second highest was actually Si Xiaoye. 75. Logically speaking, shouldn't she hate herself? Why does the more you fight, the higher your favorability becomes? The favorability of other girls is also above 70. Chunyu couldn't help but feel lucky for these girls. Fortunately, their favorability levels are not lower than 30. Otherwise, the bracelets on their bodies would have caused them to die of heart failure. It has probably become food for zombies by now. In addition, Chunyu also activated the perspective function of the glasses. Hey, this feature is really good. Jiang Shuer saw Chunyu staring at them for a long time and asked with some doubt. Brother you, what are you looking at? Chunyu finally came back to his senses, squinted his eyes and smiled, I'm looking at what clothes you are wearing underneath. Jiang Shuer covered her mouth and smiled, brother you, are you kidding me? Then guess what color I'm wearing? Black lace. Jiang Shuer opened her mouth in surprise. Wow, you guessed it so accurately, and you even guessed the style. The other girls also chimed in, brother you, guess my. Guess what I. And me. Chunyu pretended to think for a while, then pointed at the girls one by one and said. Pink. White. Wow, Bebe's is so pretty, it's actually red. At this time, Xiao Qianyue, who had been silent in the crowd, stepped forward and said in a pretentious tone, "Brother Yu, if you can guess mine, I'll consider you awesome." Chen Yu glanced at Xiao Qianyue and said with a devilish smile, "You don't have to guess yours, you're not wearing any." Chapter 53 The Strange Chen Nianen. Xiao Qianyue blushed and said embarrassedly, "My period came today and I felt a little uncomfortable, so I only wore a small silk vest on my upper body." Chen Yu nodded, "Yes, that's true. It seems that you are still using octave." "Wow, you can even guess that?" "Of course. There's nothing about you that I can't guess." Chen Yu's guessing made several little fans admire him very much. At the same time, they also knew that they were not wearing any clothes in front of Chen Yu. That feeling is both shameful and exciting. After showing off his skills, Chen Yu calmed down and said, "Okay, that's all for today. Let's eat." "Okay." Several girls ran quickly towards the kitchen. After a while, some delicious food with good looks, aroma, and taste was brought to the table. Lu Shishir looked in the direction of the bedroom, then looked at Chen Yu, and after hesitating for a while, she said, "Brother Yu, do you want to call Su Shinro over to serve you dinner?" Chen Yu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Okay, stop playing word games with me and call her over to have dinner with you." Hee, I knew that brother Yu would not bear grudge against me." Lu Shishir put down her dishes and ran towards the bedroom. She and Su Shinro are friends, so she doesn't want the latter to suffer from hunger. Of course, the prerequisite is to ensure that you will not be the target of Chen Yu's anger. There was no way she would offend Chen Yu because of Su Shinro. After a while, Su Shinro, with red eyes, came out with the support of Lu Shishir. Su Shinro knew the rules and sat at the very edge of the table. After Lu Shishir sat down, she picked up some food for Chen Yu and said, "Brother Yu, how about trying this dish I made?" Chen Yu took a bite and then praised, "Shishir's cooking skills are excellent." Hee, it's because the ingredients provided by brother Yu are fresh." Lu Shishir glanced at Chen Yu, then looked at Su Shinro and gave her a look. Su Shinro understood what he meant, picked up a dish beside her and walked towards Chen Yu, saying tentatively, "Brother Yu, the dishes here are a bit far. Just tell me what you want to eat and I'll get it for you." Chen Yu shook his head slightly, "Don't bother, I can reach it myself." Su Shinro's expression froze and she walked back dejectedly. Si Xiaoye, who wanted to pick up some food for Chen Yu, gave up the idea. In fact, she received similar treatment to Su Shinro. They are all people who have offended Chen Yu. Moreover, these two people who shared the same suffering were both sitting at the very edge of the dining table. It seems out of place in this group. After everyone finished their meal, they cleaned up the table and prepared to go back to rest. Chen Yu thought about it and suddenly called Si Xiaoye. Si Xiaoye's body couldn't help but tremble. "Brother Yu, you called me? Come over." Si Xiaoye swallowed and slowly walked towards Chen Yu, dragging his shackles. "Sit down and take off your shoes." Si Xiaoye obediently sat next to Chen Yu and took off Ruren's slippers. There were several wounds on the ankles of those slender white thighs because no medicine had been applied. At this moment, it has become festered. Chen Yu took out some medicine for external injuries from the space and poured it directly on Si Xiaoye's wound. It's a pity to injure such beautiful legs. By then, the price will be greatly discounted. Si Xiaoye bit her lip, and the pain from the wound made her scream. "Bear with it," Chen Yu whispered. Although Chen Yu looked ferocious, Si Xiaoye was still moved to tears. She seemed to have forgotten who had caused her to be in this state. She only knew that Chen Yu saved her from the zombies. Give her food. Let her live in a safe and comfortable room. After Chen Yu applied the medicine, Si Xiaoye suddenly knelt in front of Chen Yu. "Brother Yu, Xiaoyi knows that I was wrong in the past. Please give me a chance to make amends. From now on, I will definitely serve you well. I only ask you not to ignore me." Chen Yu nodded. "Your punishment is almost over. From now on, you must take care of yourself." "Thank you, brother Yu, for your magnanimity." Si Xiaoye wiped her tears and forced a smile. Chen Yu couldn't help but complain in his heart. "This Si Xiaoye, I'm afraid she has forgotten the punishment I gave her those days." "What? Are you defeated by being beaten? This must be a disease. It seems to be called something like, for big buns monkey syndrome? What is that disease called? As long as it's not a threat to me." At this moment, Anan ran down the stairs and shouted loudly, "Dad, Mommy." Zhao Beibei, who was closest to the stairs, hugged her in her arms. "And why did you come down?" "Play," Chen Yenin said vaguely. It turned out that the little guy was bored upstairs and ran down. Chen Yenin glanced at something close to him and said pitifully, "I'm hungry." "Eat, eat." Zhao Bebe blushed and stammered, "This looks good but is useless. I'll make you some milk powder later." And didn't care about anything and just. Perhaps it was instinct that made this little guy very eager for breast milk. Zhao Bebe felt helpless. However, there was no one else in the room, so she didn't feel too ashamed. Besides, she felt very sorry for the little guy, so she just let him be. Chen Yu looked at Chen Yenin and directly activated his everything analysis glasses. Then several lines of text appeared in front of Chen Yenin. Name, Chen Yenin. Type, unknown. Level, unknown. Ability, unknown. Chen Yu closed his analysis glasses, looking puzzled. This Chen Yenin is indeed quite strange. Even the glasses couldn't analyze her specific information. Could it be that my current level is too low, so the glasses can't analyze it? Thinking of this, Chen Yu decided to go and see the zombies outside. At this time, several zombies were already waiting at the door. The first thing Chen Yu analyzed were the first level discharge zombies. The information is as follows. Type, ordinary zombie. Level, level 1. Superpower, electricity-related superpower. The second is the red zombie. Type, ordinary zombie. Level, level 2. Superpower, electricity-related superpower. The other 3 level 2 zombies do not have electrical abilities. Their basic attributes are slightly worse than those of the red zombies. Especially in terms of mental value, it is only slightly stronger than an ordinary first-level zombie. After the analysis, Chen Yu found that except Anan, all other zombies could be analyzed. Another point is that among all the zombies bound by him, only Chen Yenin has a name. The other zombies have no names. Shen Yu thought of Lu Shishir and the others, who also had names. Does this mean that Anan is between zombies and humans? What will Anan become when he grows up? One question after another suddenly appeared in Chen Yu's mind, making him start to look forward to it. After analyzing the basic attributes of Anan and others, Chen Yu turned and walked towards the villa. At this moment, a loud gunshot suddenly rang out from a distance. Chen Yu rolled over subconsciously. The bullet grazed his face and hit the wall behind him. Chapter 54, almost hit by a sniper rifle. Chen Yu did not dare to delay and quickly ran towards the villa and closed the door. He touched his face and felt a slight burning sensation, but no bleeding. Fortunately, he was protected by the invisible protective clothing and was not injured. Of course, even if the bullet hit his head, it would have been blocked by the protective clothing. However, that would render the protective suit useless. Several girls heard the gunshots outside and hurried to Chen Yu. Jiang Shuer asked with concern, "Brother Yu, what was that sound just now?" Lu Shishir heard it most clearly and said uncertainly, "It sounded like a gunshot." "Brother Yu, are you okay?" Chen Yu shook his head and said with a gloomy face, "I'm fine. I was shot just now and almost got shot." At this time, Si Xiaoye walked up to Chen Yu and said hesitantly, "Brother Yu, it sounded like the sound of a sniper rifle just now." After hearing this, Chen Yu's face suddenly changed. He used his mind to control several zombies to hide and let them observe their surroundings at all times. Then he began to think about the matter calmly. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he was attacked by a sniper rifle. It can be seen that the person hiding in the dark must have set his sights on him. Seeing that Chen Yu remained silent, the girls did not dare to make any sound, for fear of disturbing Chen Yu's thoughts. After a moment, Chen Yu came up with a solution. He looked at the girls and said with a relaxed expression, "Don't be nervous, it's just an accident." Jiang Shuer thought about it, then said, "Then what should we do? Will we never go out again? If there's nothing wrong, we definitely won't go out easily. However, I won't tolerate any thorns in my eyes." Chen Yu looked at Si Xiaoye and asked, "Si Xiaoye, can you use a sniper?" Si Xiaoye nodded and said modestly, "I'll only spend a few 100 million. Okay, follow me upstairs." After saying that, Chen Yu went straight upstairs. Si Xiaoye was stunned, then quickly followed. The two came to the top floor of the villa, the third floor. Chen Yu first opened the curtains on the third floor a little. Then he took out a police sniper rifle with a silencer from the space and handed it to Si Xiaoye. "I'll find the shooter's location later, and you take care of him." Si Xiaoye obviously didn't expect Chen Yu to trust her so much. Is this a test from Chun Yu? Thinking of this, Si Xiaoye didn't dare to take the gun for a moment. Chen Yu looked at Si Xiaoye, who was stunned, and asked in confusion, "Why, you don't know how to use this gun?" "No. No." Si Xiaoye hurriedly took the gun. "I just thought this was a test from Brother Yu." Chen Yu replied with a relaxed look, "Don't worry, I will be fine even if you shoot me a few times. Of course, you might die before you shoot me. If you are brave enough, you can give it a try." "Brother Yu, I dare not." Si Xiaoye didn't dare to try it. He took the sniper rifle with a wry smile. The young man standing in front of her was the devil who killed people without blinking an eye and did not do anything wrong. Moreover, Si Xiaoye remembered that she was wearing a bracelet. She knew that her fate was completely in Chun Yu's hands. Chen Yu said no more and began to carefully analyze the enemy's general position. Judging from the direction the sound came from, the enemy should be south of the villa. There are only a few buildings in the south of the villa that can be reached. Chen Yu activated the everything analysis glasses and started the perspective function. Looking around, everything in front of me seems to have clear layers. Chen Yu looked through his own villa and saw the tall buildings opposite. He can see various parameters of the people or objects in front of him at will. Take the first building you see as an example. It can analyze the settlement of the entire building, foundation, concrete structural components, steel structural components, etc. Chen Yu couldn't help but think secretly, if there were such glasses before the end of the world, a large number of developers in Dacia would have been sent in. However, these meant nothing to him. Chen Yu continued to observe the situation inside the building. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you do. In one building, a quarter of the people were still alive. But this makes sense. After all, these families don't like to stockpile supplies like students do. Basically, every household will store some rice, flour, grain, oil, etc. As long as you hide at home, you can avoid being attacked by zombies and will not starve to death in the short term. Chen Yu's eyes swept through the homes of the survivors, looking for the gunmen. During this period, Chen Yu also saw a lot of interesting things. But now he doesn't have so much time and energy to waste. After scanning the entire building, no suspicious persons were found. Chen Yu couldn't help but mutter, could it be that the man fired the shot and then hit himself? Chen Yu thought for a moment and rejected this view. Even if that person changes his position or hides, his sniper rifle should still be by his side. Because at this time, guns can give people a sense of security. A normal person would not let himself get too far away from a gun. Thinking of this, Chen Yu continued searching. When Chen Yu searched the fourth building, he finally made a discovery. In the north-facing bedroom on the 16th floor of Unit 1, Building 8. There was a man holding a sniper rifle, aiming intently at his side. On the sofa behind the man, two people were smoking and seemed to be talking about something. "Humph, I'm looking for you." Chen Yu carefully observed the man with the gun. The man had fair skin, a beard, and brown eyes. You can tell at first glance that he is an American. The sniper rifle in his hand turned out to be the world-famous Barrett sniper rifle based on its parameters. Chen Yu couldn't help but feel a little surprised. In the territory of Dacia, where gun control is so strict, an American with a sniper rifle actually appeared. This is simply incredible. Of course, it's also possible that he got it from a police station after the apocalypse. However, now is not the time to think so much. The most urgent task is to get rid of this American guy. Chen Yu turned to look at Si Xiaoye and said in a deep voice, "I found the location of that person." Si Xiaoye opened his mouth in surprise, even wider than that day. She asked somewhat puzzledly, "Brother Yu, you just faced the wall and thought for a while, and you found the enemy's position? Stop asking so many questions and get your gun ready." After hearing this, Si Xiaoye hurriedly stuck the muzzle of his gun out of the window gap and aimed forward. "Do you see Building 8, Unit 1, Floor 16? I see. Aim for the room on the left." Si Xiaoye quickly followed Chen Yu's instructions and aimed at that room. "Brother Yu, the window of this room is open, and there seems to be something similar to the muzzle of a sniper rifle sticking out. Right here. Can you see that guy?" "I can't see it. It seems like that person is always lying sideways." Chen Yu thought for a moment, then said to Si Xiaoye, "Keep an eye on him. I'll lure him out. The moment he shows his head, kill him. Don't worry, Brother Yu, I've trained with sniper rifles." At this time, Si Xiaoye was no longer so nervous. Instead, she felt that Chen Yu was like her superior. Chapter 55 Analysis: How does glasses match Barrett? Chen Yu went straight downstairs and walked out of the back door of the villa. At this time, there was a zombie not far away. After seeing Chen Yu, the zombies walked towards the villa excitedly. After the zombie approached him, Chen Yu directly bound it to his system. Then he brought the zombie into the villa and put his clothes on it. And put a hat on it. From a distance, this zombie looks like Chen Yu. After doing all this, Chen Yu controlled the zombies to walk out of the villa. He himself was observing the enemy's every move with analytical glasses. Not long after the zombies left the house, the American straightened his body. At this time, his body appeared behind the glass and Si Xiaoye could see him. The man took aim at the zombie and fired a shot. Bang! Bang! Almost at the same time, 2 sniper rifle shots were heard. A sniper rifle shot from a man in the distance. A sound came from the sniper rifle in Si Xiaoye's hand. The zombie's head was blown up directly. The American's entire shoulder had been broken. After being hit, the American fell to the ground and covered his shoulders. Chen Yu ran upstairs excitedly. Xiaoyi, I didn't expect your shooting skills to be so accurate. Seeing Si Xiaoye's contribution, Chen Yu unconsciously changed the way he addressed him. Brother Yu, I was a little short just now. I didn't shoot him in the head. Chen Yu praised, it's already good enough to make him lose his ability to shoot. Next, you continue to observe. If anyone else shows up, kill them without mercy. Yes, brother Yu. Si Xiaoye turned his head and continued to observe the situation on the opposite side. But at this moment, there was a hint of relief on her face. Chen Yu looked at the tall building opposite. At this time, the American who was hit was lying on the ground struggling in pain. The 2 Dasha people next to him helped him treat his wounds. It looked like they wouldn't be able to shoot again for a while. Chen Yu thought to himself, without the sniper, I wonder what else you can do. Now, Chen Yu can confidently send his zombie squad to defeat the opponent. Under Chen Yu's control, for level 2 zombies quickly rushed towards the opposite floor. Half an hour later, for level 2 zombies dragged 3 people in a box to Chen Yu's villa. Then he threw several people to the ground. Chen Yu swept his cold gaze over the 3 people and asked in a deep voice, why did you shoot at me? Fuck! The bearded man covered his shoulder and cursed. Chen Yu picked up a stool beside him and smashed it hard on the bearded man. Ah! Screams echoed in the villa. Chen Yu actually broke the bearded man's arm and leg. Chen Yu put down the stool and asked calmly, I'll ask you one last time, why did you shoot me? A fat man next to the bearded man hurriedly said, I'll tell you. The fat man swallowed and continued, actually, I noticed your villa some time ago. Chen Yu continued to ask, are you interested in my villa? The fat man nodded and said, because I found that your villa is not only very sturdy, but also has many beautiful women. To be able to support so many beauties, supplies are definitely necessary. Moreover, I saw you kill a group of foreigners with a gun, which means you have some weapons here as well. We were greedy for a moment, so... Upon hearing this, Chen Yu interrupted the fat man and said, that's not right. If you had targeted me earlier, why didn't you shoot me when I came out? The fat man glanced at the bearded man and explained, before, William hadn't come yet, so I didn't dare to act rashly. Chen Yu lowered his head and looked at the foreigner named William. Who is this foreigner? He. The fat man knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he continued, William is a retired U.S. Special Forces soldier. He came to Dasha before the zombie outbreak to assassinate a biological expert. Chen Yu exclaimed in amazement, this kid is quite capable. He was able to transport a sniper rifle to Dasha. This gun was disassembled into several parts and smuggled from several smuggling ships. The fat man looked at the other Dasha man next to him and continued. Lao Zhang and I are responsible for handling this matter and picking up William. Chen Yu raised his eyebrows and said sternly, so you are assassins and traitors. The fat man quickly said, young man, now that things are in such a mess, who still cares about status? I just told you everything to show my sincerity and strength. Young sir, we have quite a few people in our team who can all become your helpers in the future. I suggest you cooperate with us, so that we can better survive in the apocalypse. Chen Yu squinted his eyes and smiled, your suggestion is very good. However, I don't like to cooperate with Americans and traitors. People like you are only fit to be fed to zombies. As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, the 3 men were dragged out of the house by zombies. Then, bursts of screams were heard outside. Chen Yu glanced at the box on the ground. Inside the box was the Barrett sniper rifle. The model is M82A1. The dozen or so bullets in the box are longer than an adult man's middle finger. I have to say that this gun is indeed a powerful sniper rifle. Just by looking at it, it's much more powerful than the police sniper rifle. Thinking of the police sniper rifle, Chen Yu glanced at Si Xiaoye. Seeing this, Si Xiaoye hurriedly handed the police sniper rifle in his hand to Chen Yu. Chen Yu put the old police sniper rifle into the space and praised him indifferently. Si Xiaoye, you did a good job. It is Xiaoye's honor to share the burden with brother Yu. An unprecedented happiness appeared on Si Xiaoye's face. Just like a little kid being praised by his father. When the women saw the three men being dragged out, they came forward with tools and cleaned the blood-stained floor in the house. Jiang Shuer asked worriedly while mopping the floor, Brother Yu, do you think anyone else is targeting us? Chen Yu shook his head and said, I don't know. But we have to be more careful in the future. Yeah. Anyway, we have plenty of food here, so at worst we can just stay here. Besides, having us around is much better than being outside. Chen Yu smiled wickedly, indeed. With you all, everyday life is so full of variety. However, I can't make any progress if I stay at home all the time. Now I really want to improve myself. After hearing this, the girls didn't know the specific method Chen Yu used to become stronger. But they knew it must have something to do with the people in the room. They also know that the population of this villa will increase in the future. Chen Yu did not see the girls' micro-expressions. His eyes were fixed on the Barrett sniper rifle. It is said that a man remains a boy until he dies. Compared to women, Chen Yu is now more interested in this sniper rifle. He picked up the sniper rifle, looked at it for a while, and suddenly thought of his analytical glasses. If I turn on the analytical glasses, can I aim automatically? Thinking of this, Chen Yu excitedly raised his sniper rifle. Chapter 56 Watching the scenery by the window with Si Xiaoye. Chen Yu raised the Barrett sniper rifle and then turned on the glasses that could analyze everything. Suddenly, many parameters appeared clearly before my eyes. For example, the model of the gun, its weight, the caliber of the bullet, the range, etc. After fiddling with the sniper rifle for a while, Chen Yu looked at Si Xiaoye and asked, Do you know how to use this gun? Me? Si Xiaoye was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. I only know how to use it in general, but I've never touched this kind of sniper. That's right. Si Xiaoye is just an ordinary policeman. It's good enough for him to have access to an ordinary sniper. How could he possibly use a sniper rifle like the Barrett? Chen Yu thought about it and took Si Xiaoye to the third floor. Soon, he transformed the third floor into a simple training ground. With the help of analysis glasses, after a period of trial and error, Chen Yu finally learned how to use Barrett's method. At the same time, he also discovered that the sniper rifle and analytical glasses were a perfect match. After activating the glasses and aiming with a sniper rifle, the glasses will automatically analyze various factors such as the maximum shooting distance, distance to the target, wind speed, gravity acceleration, etc. Then, a virtual red crosshairs will appear in Chen Yu's field of vision. As long as you aim the crosshairs at the target, you will achieve a 100% hit rate. This made Chen Yu a sharpshooter. Chen Yu was afraid of attracting the attention of people around him, so he did not try to use the sniper rifle. Instead, he took out the crossbow from the space. After seeing the crossbow, Si Xiaoye whispered, Brother Yu, how about I teach you how to use the crossbow? Chen Yu thought about it and handed the crossbow to Si Xiaoye. He also hoped that Si Xiaoye knew as many long-range weapons as possible. After all, having someone who can use long-range weapons to help you can help you a lot. After Si Xiaoye took the crossbow from Chen Yu's hand, he loaded an arrow while giving instructions. Then he aimed at a target that Chen Yu had placed in the distance. Whoosh! The crossbow arrow flew towards the target quickly. Although I didn't hit the bullseye, I was pretty close to it. Si Xiaoye handed the crossbow to Chen Yu, squinting his eyes and smiling, How about it, Brother Yu, am I a good shooter? Good archery. Chen Yu praised sincerely. I didn't expect that Si Xiaoye could not only use a gun, but also shoot a crossbow so accurately. Chen Yu followed suit and installed the arrow on the crossbow. Then hold the crossbow across your chest. Seeing this, Si Xiaoye said with a bit of a smile, Brother Yu, that's not how you aim. You have to put it in front of your eyes and aim. If it weren't for Chen Yu's majesty, Si Xiaoye would probably have laughed like a pig. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you must have seen a pig run, right? Is there anyone shooting arrows on TV who doesn't aim with the arrow in front of his eyes? With your posture, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to even hit the edge of the target. Shen Yu did not make any adjustments. With a whoosh, an arrow was shot out. The arrow was caught in a gust of wind and flew out quickly. At the same time, a bang was heard not far away. Si Xiaoye looked closely and saw that the arrow hit the bullseye. Moreover, the target was pierced through and nailed firmly to the wall behind. She opened her mouth in surprise, looked at Shen Yu in disbelief and said, "No way, is this possible?" Shen Yu tried several more arrows in a row, and every arrow hit the bullseye. He put the crossbow aside and said in a pretentious tone, "Actually, I'm a sharpshooter. I've already achieved the state of unity between man and arrow. Now I don't even need to aim deliberately. I can hit the target with just a glance." Si Xiaoye didn't know that Chen Yu had glasses that could analyze everything. She believed Chen Yu's words without a doubt and couldn't help but praise him. "Brother Yu, I didn't expect that you not only have superpowers, but also shoot so accurately. You are so powerful, why don't you leave others a way to survive?" Chen Yu chuckled and said, "There are even more accurate ones." After hearing this, Si Xiaoye blushed and said, "Brother Yu, I don't believe it. I have to try it to know." "You're trying to provoke me, huh? But I'm the type who, even knowing there's a tiger in the mountain, will still go there." Si Xiaoye bit her lip, walked up to Chen Yu and said, "Brother Yu, tell me the truth. I don't know why, but when it's late at night and everyone is asleep, your shadow is always in my mind and I can't fall asleep. I am probably sick, and this is an illness that only you can cure." Chen Yu had just finished his work and wanted to relax. Then, he took out a set of nice clothes from the space and threw it in front of Si Xiaoye. "Put them on." Si Xiaoye was suddenly surprised and changed his clothes quickly. Chen Yu's eyes lit up involuntarily. The feeling of shock cannot be described in words. Si Xiaoye slowly walked up to Chen Yu and said affectionately, "Brother Yu, do you like Xiaoye's outfit?" "Of course I like it." Chen Yu looked at Si Xiaoye and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to be such a clothes hanger. Everything looks so good on you. From now on, Xiaoye will wear whatever Brother Yu wants her to wear. Even if it means wearing the emperor's new clothes, Xiaoye will agree." "Okay, I'll let you wear it from now on." Chen Yu unceremoniously carried Si Xiaoye to the window and enjoyed the scenery outside together. Si Xiaoye stood beside Chen Yu obediently. She raised her head and said pitifully, "Brother Yu, please promise Xiaoye that you will never abandon her, okay?" Chen Yu lit a cigarette and said slowly, "That depends on your performance." "Well, I will definitely perform well and will never let Brother Yu down." Chen Yu looked at the ground and sighed softly, "Luckily, I brought all the clothes back when I went out to loot supplies. Otherwise, it really wouldn't be enough." Si Xiaoye stood up and picked up the clothes thrown on the ground, gestured on her body and said, "Actually, you can still wear it next time." When Chen Yu saw the badly damaged clothes, he was stunned. "You know what, you can really continue to wear it. The battle-damaged version of the uniform seems to have a better effect." Just as Chen Yu was admiring it attentively, Jiang Shuer's voice came from downstairs. "Brother Yu, are you done? Do you want me to serve you the food?" "No, I'll be right down." Chen Yu walked up to Si Xiaoye, handed her a new set of clothes and said, "Change your clothes and come down with me to eat." "Okay, Brother Yu." Si Xiaoye quickly began to change into new clothes. The two walked downstairs together and started to enjoy their delicious meal. When Chen Yu saw Su Shinro in the corner, he knew that there was still one thing he had not done. Last time, before those old blacks died, they said that there were still some old blacks in the school laboratory and they were targeting them. In order to prevent trouble from coming to his door, Chen Yu planned to deliver it to the door directly. Of course, they will be the ones who get into trouble then. After all, in this end times, it is not enough to nip the danger in the bud, the cradle should be destroyed together. After eating and drinking, Chen Yu looked at Si Xiaoye and said, "Xiaoye, come with me to school later. There is one thing I haven't dealt with yet." "Okay, Brother Yu." Si Xiaoye nodded happily. Jiang Shuer was stunned after hearing this, and thought to herself, "Brother Yu will not be a hero and save the damsel in distress again when he goes to school this time, right?" There are more and more people in this room. However, she didn't dare to ask in the end. After all, she is a smart girl who knows that doing her part well is better than anything else. Chen Yu looked at Si Xiaoye, took out a combat helmet and a bulletproof vest from the space and handed them to her. "Put on this protective gear." Si Xiaoye took the equipment and put it on swiftly. Chen Yu also changed into a new set of equipment. Now, under the dual protection of invisible protective clothing and bulletproof vest, it is difficult to kill him with ordinary grenades. After changing his equipment, Chen Yu did not leave the villa in a hurry, but first turned on the perspective function of the analysis glasses. After inspection, there were no suspicious people in the high-rise building south of the villa. So Chen Yu turned around and looked behind him. After scanning several buildings, Chen Yu suddenly saw a middle-aged man looking around on the second floor of a villa in the northwest direction. Chapter 57: Killing Lao Hei and their study partners. Chen Yu carefully observed the man through the wall. At this time, on a building not far away. After observing the situation outside the window, a man in his 40s turned around and said to a beautiful woman behind him, "Don't just stand there, go out and find food." The beautiful woman kept shaking her head and refused. "I don't dare to go out. I'm afraid." "Fuck. What's the point of me raising you?" The man suddenly lost his composure, pounced on the woman, pushed her down on the sofa, and slapped her several times. There was a teenage girl next to the woman. When the girl saw the woman being beaten, she hurried over to stop the man. "Don't hit my mom. Go to hell, little girl." The final result was that both women were beaten unconscious. Chen Yu looked at the three of them, narrowed his eyes and smiled. "I'll deal with you three when I get back from school." It's not that he wants to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. The main reason is that Chen Yu does not allow any threats to exist around him. Of course, if it is convenient, he doesn't mind being a good guy and giving some warmth to the beautiful woman. Seeing Chen Yu in a daze, Si Xiaoye asked curiously, "Brother Yu, what are you looking at?" "Nothing." Chen Yu pulled down the goggles of his helmet and said calmly, "Let's go." The two came to the car in the yard. Si Xiaoye asked tentatively, "Brother Yu, how about I drive?" Chen Yu thought for a moment and nodded, "All right. This way I can focus on dealing with the zombies." He glanced at the zombie squad and finally kept the four-handed zombie. The rest of the zombies were brought with him. Afterwards, the two of them rushed towards the school with 6 zombies. When Si Xiaoye was halfway there, he couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yu, where are we going?" Chen Yu said calmly, "Let's go to the school's laboratory building." "Go to the laboratory building?" Si Xiaoye asked in surprise, "Could it be that there are surviving girls there?" Chen Yu rolled his eyes at Si Xiaoye and said unhappily, "Can't I, your brother Yu, think of something else besides girls? I want to go to the laboratory building and make sure those black men stop thinking about our villa." Hee, so that's how it is. Chen Yu never forgot that there was a group of black people in the laboratory who were always thinking about his villa. Although these people definitely can't get in. But there are potential risks in keeping them in the world. It would be bad if they attracted some powerful enemies one day. Under Chen Yu's command, Si Xiaoye quickly drove the car to the laboratory building. Chen Yu took out a crossbow and several arrows from the space and handed them to Si Xiaoye, and warned, "Be careful, don't let the zombies get close to you." "Don't worry, brother Yu, I know what I'm doing." Si Xiaoye took the crossbow and skillfully installed an arrow. Chen Yu couldn't help but look forward. There are obviously more zombies downstairs in the experimental building than in other places. It seems that zombies really like places with a lot of people. Just like cattle and sheep like places with lush grass. After seeing Chen Yu and Si Xiaoye, more than a dozen zombies excitedly pounced on them. Si Xiaoye raised the crossbow and shot directly at the head of the zombie in front. Phew! The sharp arrow pierced the zombie's head. At the same time, the 3 level 2 zombies controlled by Chen Yu were not to be outdone. They rushed forward and killed the dozen or so zombies with almost overwhelming advantage. Of course, the crystals in the zombie's body were eaten by the 3 zombies on the spot. After dealing with the zombies, Chen Yu took Si Xiaoye and climbed to the top floor. Because according to Principal Fan, the surviving old blacks were hiding in the laboratory on the top floor. After a while, the two of them quietly came to the top floor. There are many laboratories throughout the floor. The doors of the laboratory are made of thick iron plates, and ordinary zombies can't get in at all. No wonder these people are still alive today. Chen Yu was considering whether to open the doors one by one to check. Several women's voices were heard from a room not far away. After hearing this, Si Xiaoye couldn't help but blush. Because she knew what that sound was. Chen Yu snorted coldly and said, "I was just looking for you, but you exposed yourselves." As he spoke, Chen Yu came to the door where the sound came from. He raised his foot and kicked the iron gate hard. Bang! Chen Yu kicked the iron gate open. Inside the house, a group of men and women were frightened and panicked, frantically looking for weapons around them. However, when they saw clearly that the people in front of them were just a boy and a girl, their fear disappeared immediately. One of the old black men said angrily while putting on his clothes. You gave me a fucking scare. I thought it was a zombie. Are you looking for death? You actually pried open our door. They didn't know that Chen Yu kicked the door open, and thought that Chen Yu pried it open with tools. The other, the strongest, Lao Hei, stared at Si Xiaoye and said, Hey, it seems to be a woman. Damn it, they ruined our good thing. Tell me, how are you going to compensate us? Others echoed. How else can we compensate? Let that girl compensate us. Hey, that's a good idea. You know what, this guy is really lucky. The girls around him are prettier than these college students we have. Let's close the door first to avoid attracting zombies. Chen Yu's eyes swept over Lao Hei and some girls in the room. The girls showed no dislike for the old black man next to them. Instead, his face was full of admiration. He knew that those girls were probably the study partners arranged by the school for these black men. Except studying, I accompany you in everything. Chen Yu suppressed his nausea and asked, Were you guys with Fan Mingming before? The leader, an old black man, asked in surprise, How did you know? After Chen Yu confirmed that these people were the ones he was looking for, he didn't want to say a word to them. He directly controlled the zombies and pounced on the people in the house. The people in the house were so scared that their legs went weak when they saw several zombies suddenly appear at the door. They hurriedly picked up their weapons and prepared to fight back. However, the knives, iron rods, etc. in the hands of the people in front were electrocuted and started twitching all over as soon as they touched the zombies that discharged electricity. A girl behind saw this and hurriedly shouted. Oh no, those zombies can discharge electricity. Quick, hit them with a stool. However, before one of the black guys could lift his stool, he was pushed against the wall by a one-horned zombie running towards him. A hole as big as Lao Hei's head suddenly appeared on his chest. He is also not to be outdone in fighting zombies. It relied on its superb pendulum like dodging to easily avoid the attack of an old black man. Then, it knocked out Lao Hei with a heavy punch. After a while, everyone in the room was lying on the ground. 3 level 1 zombies were lying on the ground, chewing a few old blacks with difficulty. Although it is hard to swallow, they are willing to take the risk in order to upgrade. Seeing this, several surviving girls knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Chen Yu opened his analytical glasses and glanced at the girls. I discovered that every girl is a biochemical matrix. He shook his head and walked out of the room. Immediately afterwards, screams were heard from inside the house. After resolving the hidden danger, Chen Yu took a look at the zombies that were discharging electricity. At this time, they have all evolved to the 2nd level. This made Chen Yu feel a little excited. Just as Chen Yu was about to go back, heavy footsteps were heard downstairs. The sound sounded like some kind of animal jumping. Chapter 58, Capturing a Level 2 Charming Rabbit. After hearing the footsteps, Si Xiaoye asked nervously. Brother Yu, what's that sound? Chen Yu carefully identified the sound. All I could hear was the intermittent dong-dong sounds coming from the stairs downstairs. The sound came from far away. It was as if something was jumping towards the upstairs. Chen Yu took out a rifle from the space, handed it to Si Xiaoye, and said solemnly. It must be some kind of animal. Get ready for a fight. Okay. Si Xiaoye took the rifle and immediately started loading the bullets. The footsteps were getting closer, and they had already reached the stairs to the 2nd top floor. Chen Yu raised his right hand, ready to use thunderstorm at any time. After all, he didn't know what was coming. After a while, a furry white head suddenly appeared downstairs. Looking closely, it turned out to be a rabbit head magnified several times. Chen Yu was surprised and said, No wonder I heard the jumping sound just now. It turned out to be a big rabbit. Si Xiaoye pointed the gun at the rabbit's head and asked in a low voice, Shoot? Wait a moment. Chen Yu waved his hand and said cautiously, Let's test its weight first. Chen Yu thought about it and decided to let the red-clothed zombie go over and test it out first. After receiving the order, the zombie in red quickly walked down the stairs. When the zombie rabbit saw the zombie in red, it became a little excited and ran upstairs quickly. At the same time, it opened its bloody mouth, revealing 4 large incisors. That look is not only not scary, but also a bit funny. When the red-clothed zombie approached the zombie rabbit, he raised his electrified right hand and hit the zombie rabbit directly. Sizzle! A strong electric current instantly hit the zombie rabbit, singeing a small tuft of rabbit fur. The zombie rabbit barely put up any resistance and lay on the ground with its 4 legs up in the air, twitching constantly. Chen Yu and Si Xiaoye looked at each other, speechless. What's going on? You fell down before we even put in any effort? And it fell so completely. However, Chen Yu did not dare to be careless. Because rabbits are always cunning. There is a folk saying that a rabbit pretends to be dead and kicks an eagle to death. Chen Yu was afraid that when he passed by, the rabbit would do something like rabbit kicking eagle to him, which would be dangerous. So he let the fighting zombie stand in front of him, and then slowly approached the zombie rabbit with a long knife. This zombie rabbit was indeed severely electrocuted and was foaming at the mouth. After Chen Yu took a look at the zombie rabbit, he found that it was bigger than an adult Alaskan dog. It seems that they should be more powerful than human zombies. Chen Yu remembered that he could bind to an animal zombie, so he activated his system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to a level 2 zombie rabbit. After being bound, the zombie rabbit slowly crawled up from the ground and jumped to Chen Yu's feet. From time to time, it would rub its furry head against Chen Yu's thigh. Chen Yu looked at the zombie rabbit and said speechlessly, "Besides acting cute, do you know anything else?" Chen Yu even regretted binding this rabbit. Because it was so useless, it was knocked unconscious in an instant. But on second thought, the red-clothed zombie is close to level 3. It's understandable that he could kill this zombie rabbit in seconds. Chen Yu thought about it, took out some carrots from the space and handed them to the zombie rabbit. The zombie rabbit just sniffed the carrot and didn't eat it. Chen Yu took back the carrot and thought to himself, "Isn't it hungry?" At this moment, the zombie rabbit hopped towards the laboratory. Chen Yu realized that the zombie rabbit came here because it smelled the blood. Seeing this, Si Xiaoye asked hesitantly, "Brother Yu, have you tamed this rabbit too?" "That's right." Chen Yu looked towards the laboratory and said with a smile, "It seems that it has switched from being a vegetarian to a meat eater." After a while, a zombie rabbit with blood in its mouth jumped out of the laboratory. Looking closely, the rabbit has grown a little bigger. Chen Yu thought about it and decided to look at the detailed information of the rabbit to see if it had any special abilities. So he turned on his glasses for analyzing everything. Species, zombie rabbit. Type of supernatural power, psychic. Superpower level, level 2. Superpower, charm. Speed, 300. Strength, 150. Physical fitness, 150. Spirit value, 400. Chen Yu closed his analysis glasses and began to ponder the information just received. It was just shown that the zombie rabbit's special ability is charm. Could it be like Ari in League of Legends, who can confuse the enemy? If that's the case, it would be of some use. Chen Yu looked at the charming rabbit with some satisfaction and let it display its special abilities. After receiving the order, the zombie rabbit suddenly stood up on its front legs. Then, it squeaked at Chen Yu. Chen Yu suddenly felt dizzy. At the same time, the back of a woman in red appeared in front of him. After the red dress landed on the ground, the woman turned around with a beautiful smile. Just as Chen Yu was about to step forward, he suddenly realized that this was not true at all. He bit the tip of his tongue hard, forcing himself to wake up. That was a close call. Chen Yu was breathing heavily and looking at the zombie rabbit with lingering fear. Sometimes when masters compete, victory or defeat is often decided in a moment. If someone is confused by it in battle, they may be caught in the loophole and killed instantly. There was just one thing Chen Yu didn't quite understand. Why didn't this zombie rabbit charm the zombie in red just now? Is it because zombies are not affected? Chen Yu thought about it and called the one-horned zombie to his front. As a result, under the charm of the zombie rabbit, its eyes began to become blurred. It seems that the one-horned zombie has been enchanted for a longer time than himself. Chen Yu looked at the zombie rabbit carefully and finally understood. It turns out that this is a female rabbit that can only charm the opposite sex. No wonder the red zombies were unaffected. After figuring this out, Chen Yu walked over and gently patted the zombie rabbit's head, saying with a smile, "I didn't expect your ability to be so powerful." Si Xiaoye squatted down, stroked the zombie rabbit's head and said, "Little bunny, you're so cute. Since you're so white, I'll call you Dabai from now on. Dabai, follow brother Yu and I'll let you eat meat every day." Dabai seemed to understand and stood up and bowed with his front feet. It looked so funny that Si Xiaoye started covering her mouth and laughing. Chen Yu shook his head helplessly and put Dabai into the space. Because leading such a big rabbit in broad daylight is really eye-catching. After all, it is not like other zombies, which look not much different from humans from a distance. Then, Shen Yu began to walk downstairs. There are a few more zombies downstairs. Shen Yu controlled his zombie squad and easily killed them all and took out the crystal. However, Shen Yu also discovered a problem. The transition from level 2 to level 3 is like a huge threshold. As a result, the red-clothed zombie has been following him for so long, but has not yet reached level 3. We still have to find a way to upgrade it to level 3. Thinking of this, Shen Yu looked at Si Xiaoye and said calmly, "Come on, follow me to kill zombies." Kill zombies? Si Xiaoye was stunned. Combining what he had seen and heard recently, he said, "Is it true that if we take out the shiny things in the zombies' heads and feed them to them, they will become stronger?" Clever. Shen Yu gave Si Xiaoye an approving look. "Let's go kill the zombies," Si Xiaoye said with some excitement. Chapter 59: The sudden disappearance of Shen Yu and Si Xiaoye. Si Xiaoye hung the rifle behind him and asked while loading arrows into the crossbow, "Brother Yu, where are we going first?" Shen Yu pointed to a building in front and said, "Let's go to the teaching building first." He remembered that it was exactly 12 o'clock when the zombie outbreak occurred. That means the students just finished class at that time. So most of the students should be trapped in the teaching building. The two of them got into the car swiftly and drove quickly towards teaching building number 1. At the entrance of the teaching building, more than a dozen bodies were lying in a disorderly manner. Shen Yu glanced at the corpses on the ground and found that they had been dead for many days. It is estimated that the crystals in their bodies have also disappeared. Shen Yu stepped over the corpse and walked into the teaching building. He first let the one-horned zombie block the door, and then began to slaughter the zombies floor by floor. In the following time, a large number of zombies fell down. So much so that Shen Yu didn't have time to take off the crystal. You can only chop off the zombie's head and put it into the space, and then slowly take out the crystal later. After nearly an hour of killing, Shen Yu and others hacked their way to the top floor. At this time, Shen Yu was completely soaked. He took off his helmet and bulletproof vest and put them into the space. Most of the classrooms on the top floor are open. Only one classroom was locked. Shen Yu thought about it and kicked the door hard. Bang! The door opened with a sound, and the tables, chairs, and benches used to block the door fell to the ground. Behind the door, a dozen men and women were startled. When they saw that the person who kicked the door open was a living person, they felt relieved. One of the yellow-haired men stepped forward and cursed. "You're looking for death. We finally managed to block the door, but you kicked it open. I'm really fucking." At this time, a man with glasses behind Huang Mao patted Huang Mao on the back and whispered, "Brother Huang Mao, don't be impulsive. Since this guy can kick the door open, it means he has some skills." After hearing what the man with glasses said, the yellow-haired boy became a little scared. However, he refused to admit defeat and said, "Boy, leave the long knife in your hand and I will spare you. Otherwise, I will make you pay." Huang Mao relied on the fact that he had more people on his side and still looked down on Shen Yu. Shen Yu glanced at the corner of the classroom and found half a body lying on the ground. Combined with the blood on these people's bodies and mouths, it is easy to guess what happened in this classroom. He waved his hand, and Si Xiaoye and the zombies appeared at the door. Huang Mao and the others saw the zombies covered in blood and hurriedly shouted to Shen Yu, "Quick! Close the door quickly and don't let those zombies in." At this time, the man with glasses whispered, "Those don't seem to be zombies. Look, that girl is holding a crossbow in her hand and carrying a gun on her back. Have you ever seen a zombie use weapons? And the sister in red clothes, hugging her chest, doesn't look like a zombie at all. It's just that the hat on that man's head is a little strange, it's covered in blood." Huang Mao saw the lineup behind Shen Yu and knew that Shen Yu was not easy to deal with, so he smiled and said, "So it's not a zombie. You scared me just now." Shen Yu snorted coldly and said, "Why, you have the guts to kill people but not zombies." The yellow-haired man was startled, then he said with a specious reasoning, "So many of us are starving to death. Killing one person can save us all. There is no other way. I don't think he will blame me." A girl behind the yellow-haired man also echoed, "She's going to starve to death anyway, so we're just trying to alleviate her suffering in advance." Shen Yu thought of his past life and anger surged up in him. He gently waved his hand at Si Xiaoye behind him and said in a deep voice, "There's no point in keeping these people. Let's kill them all." "Yes, master." After hearing this, Si Xiaoye aimed his crossbow at the yellow-haired man without hesitation. The yellow-haired man was so frightened that he kept begging for mercy, Don't kill me, let me go. I am willing to be a slave." Whoosh! The crossbow arrow pierced directly into the yellow-haired man's chest. However, this arrow did not kill it directly. Si Xiaoye took the long knife from Chen Yu's hand and stepped forward to chop off the yellow-haired man's head. At the same time, the zombies rushed in and ate the people in the house alive. After dealing with these people, Chen Yu led everyone to the next building. Chen Yu searched almost every floor carefully. There were also some survivors in a few classrooms. As long as these survivors did something like cannibalism, Chen Yu would shoot them to death without mercy. After all, he had also endured the pain of being dismembered alive. By the evening, there was basically no living zombie left on campus. Chen Yu, covered in blood, drove back to the villa with a slightly tired body. After arriving at the yard, Chen Yu took advantage of the night to take out some materials from the space and prepared to build a simple nest for Dabai. The girls were shocked when they saw Chen Yu and Si Xiaoye covered in blood. How many zombies do you have to kill to get so much blood? Of course, the ones killed might not be zombies. Jiang Shuer endured the pungent smell of blood, walked out of the house and asked, "Brother Yu, how about I put some bathwater in the bathtub for you?" "Go ahead." Chen Yu didn't look up and was busy building the nest. Si Xiaoye and several zombies were also helping. In a short while, a sturdy and warm nest was built. In this way, outsiders cannot see the rabbit. Chen Yu patted the big white rabbit gently and said, "Dabai, this is your little nest. Don't come out unless necessary." Dabai seemed to understand and happily crawled into the nest. Squeak! After Dabai entered the nest, he barked happily and seemed to like this little nest very much. After doing all this, Chen Yu patted Si Xiaoye's shoulder and said, "Let's go and wash the blood off your body." After saying that, Chen Yu walked towards the bathroom on his own. At this time, the bathtub was filled with steaming water. Chen Yu took off his clothes and lay down. Ha! Suddenly, a warm current swept through his body, bringing relief to his aching limbs. 10 minutes later. Chen Yu approached Si Xiaoye and said with a devilish look on his face, "Close your eyes, I'll take you to a quiet place later." Si Xiaoye blushed, closed her eyes and asked, "Where are you going?" "Hee, you'll know when you get there." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yu and Si Xiaoye suddenly disappeared. Chapter 60. Chen Yu and Si Xiaoye descended from the sky, shocking the women. It turned out that Chen Yu had just activated his own dimensional space. This was also the first time he used this ability after obtaining it. Si Xiaoye was held in Chen Yu's arms. Although she closed her eyes, she could still feel that the surrounding environment seemed to have changed. She asked nervously, "Brother Yu, can I open my eyes?" "Can." Then, Si Xiaoye slowly opened his eyes and was stunned. Because she found that she was in a very strange world at this moment. It seems like there are no boundaries. In the open space not far away, a large amount of supplies were densely packed, stretching as far as the eye could see. There are countless foods and a wide range of daily necessities. There are even containers and giant ships. Faintly, I seemed to see the clothes I had worn. She hugged Chen Yu tightly and asked fearfully, "Brother Yu, where are we?" Chen Yu smiled slightly. "Don't be afraid, this is a mysterious space in my body." "Mysterious space?" Si Xiaoye asked in surprise, turning her head, still covered in water droplets. "Is it similar to the space ring described in novels?" "Almost. But this dimension exists within my body." "Exists within your body?" Si Xiaoye was clearly confused. "It's within you, and it can contain you." "It feels a bit like a Klein bottle, but not quite." Chen Yu shook his head and said, "I just acquired this ability, so I'm not very clear about it either." After hearing this, Si Xiaoye stopped asking further questions. However, she was still shocked by Chen Yu's strange space. At the same time, she was also a little excited. Before, she only knew that Chen Yu could take things out of thin air from somewhere, but she had never seen the space where these things were stored. Now, seeing this space with her own eyes made her feel both a little scared and a little relieved. "With such a space, can't we store a lot of food?" Her gaze towards Chen Yu became more gentle, and at the same time, there was more admiration. Just as Si Xiaoye was immersed in admiration for Chen Yu. Chen Yu put Si Xiaoye down and began to look around. At this moment, he was in a cube-shaped space. It's as big as 3 bedrooms. The walls of the space seemed to be made of transparent glass. Chen Yu walked up to the transparent wall and punched it hard. The transparent wall remained motionless. Chen Yu took out his long knife and chopped at the wall. With one slash, the long sword broke directly. Yet there was not a trace on the wall. "Is this wall so strong?" Shen Yu couldn't help but be surprised. You know, he is much stronger now than before. You can imagine how terrifying this wall is. He thought about it and turned on his glasses for analyzing everything. Information about this cubic space came one after another. Space name, dimensional space. Current size, 5M 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 size increases as the host's ability improves. Capacity, 3. Shen Yu carefully read the introduction about the dimensional space, and the smile on his lips was harder to suppress than an AK equipped with an 8-fold scope. If you encounter danger, you will just disappear on the spot. I'm afraid that others will not be able to find him even if they dig 3 feet deep. In his excitement, Shen Yu discovered something that surprised him. I just took out the long sword out of habit. The key is how the long sword came to be with him? Shen Yu looked through the wall and saw a bottle of water in the alien space. The next second, the bottle of water suddenly appeared in his hand. Shen Yu said with a smile. It seems that objects in the other dimension can freely enter and exit the dimension I am in. However, people cannot freely enter and exit the 2 dimensions. Before obtaining the dimensional space, Shen Yu had tried to put some living people into the space. But they all ended in failure. Come to think of it, if it were really possible to put a living person into space and allow them to stay there forever, that would be the ultimate ending. Si Xiaoye, who was watching Shen Yu draw water from the air, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "This space is really amazing." Oh, I forgot to tell you. Shen Yu approached Si Xiaoye and said mysteriously, "This is my first time entering this space, and I don't know how long it will last." The food had already been prepared, and the girls who were eating melon seeds and chatting in the living room were not focused on the conversation at all. He just responded to the other person in a perfunctory manner. However, the careful Jiang Shuer still found the problem. More than 2 hours have passed, and there is no movement in the bathroom. She thought about it and finally expressed her doubts. What are Brother Yu and Xiao Yi doing in there? Exchange, what else can we do? Xiao Qianyue said maliciously while doing her manicure. Xiao Ye is getting stronger and stronger, but her physique is much stronger than ours. But don't you find it strange? Jiang Shuer said in a low voice, why is there no movement at all? Shen Bingxia also interjected, that's true. I heard it clearly last time on the 3rd floor. This bathroom door isn't soundproof, so it's impossible not to hear it. Could there be an accident? Jiang Shuer said solemnly. After hearing this, several girls thought it made sense. Some time ago, Shen Yu connected the electricity himself. He thought the food cooked with electricity was not tasty, so he installed a liquefied gas tank himself. It is not impossible that there is a gas leak or electric shock. The girls looked at each other and ran towards the bathroom. The door is not locked. Jiang Shuer knocked on the door and asked softly, Brother Yu, I didn't mean to disturb you. It's been so long, I'm really worried about you. The room was quiet. Jiang Shuer knocked on the door a few more times and then opened it decisively. The women froze in place for a moment. Where are the 2 of them in the bathroom? Even the water in the bathtub was cold. Only the clothes scattered on the ground proved that the 2 people had been there. Where are the people? Yun Lan couldn't help but ask. Shen Bingxia glanced at the window and whispered, could it be that he climbed upstairs through the window? Lu Shishir couldn't help but say, you're stupid. How could someone get through such a small window? Where could that person have gone? Let's go look for him in another house. The girls split up and searched every corner of the villa. No one. Someone checked the surveillance footage and found that Chen Yu and Si Xiaoye did not leave the villa. Several girls felt like the sky was falling. Chen Yu's disappearance means that they will have to rely on themselves from now on. But can they really survive on their own? The girls gathered in the bathroom where Chen Yu last disappeared and started crying anxiously. And just as the girls were calling Chen Yu's name in great sorrow, 2 people appeared before them. Chapter 61 Name, Red. The women in the bathroom were stunned. Si Xiaoye was confused. Even Chen Yu was confused. Because it was the first time I used the ability, dimensional space. He had no precise idea of how long the dimensional space would last. This caused him and Si Xiaoye to suddenly fall out of the space. Chen Yu then remembered that the system had prompted, when the dimensional space is closed, the people in the space will return to their original positions. The bathtub, of course. At this moment, Si Xiaoye wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She closed her mouth, struggled to get out of the bathtub, lowered her head and ran outside. Seeing this, Zhang Shuer wiped her tears and said, "Brother you, we searched the entire villa but couldn't find you. We thought you had an accident. Who would have thought that you actually ran away to Xiaoyao? Woo woo." Zhang Wan also wiped her tears and said as if she had just survived a disaster, "Brother you, I'm glad you're okay." Zhao Beibei looked at Chen Yu, walked over, took his hand and asked, "Xiao Yu, what happened just now? Where did you go just now? Why did you suddenly appear in the bathroom again?" Chen Yu glanced at the loyalty of several girls, and then told everyone about his own dimension. After hearing this, the girls widened their eyes and looked forward to experiencing that dimensional space. Chen Yu shook his head and said, "Activating the dimensional space consumes too much mental energy. I don't have much mental energy left now, otherwise I wouldn't have suddenly appeared in front of you. I'll do it when there's a chance later." In fact, he could see the girls just now. Even their conversation could be heard clearly. However, he was not in a hurry to leave the space. However, people outside can neither see nor hear what is happening in the space. At the same time, Si Xiaoye couldn't see what was happening outside. Chen Yu now knows that only he can see everything in the outside world. This is another incredible ability for Chen Yu. You can hide yourself while always observing the situation outside. In this way, you won't encounter new danger when you come out of the space after having finally avoided danger. Of course, this was an accident. This experience gave him a general understanding of how long the dimensional space lasts. Chen Yu glanced at the girls and said with a smile, "Don't cry, let's go have some food together." After killing zombies for a whole day and studying the dimensional space for 2 hours, Chen Yu was already starving. Zhang Shuer had also recovered and said helplessly, "The food has been prepared a long time ago, but it's a little cold now. How about I heat it up again?" "It's okay, it's not winter." Chen Yu put on a bath towel and walked towards the dining table. At the dining table, the girls all felt like they had survived a disaster and ate their food with big mouthfuls. There were also a few girls who were secretly chatting about what they had just seen and heard. He also said that he wanted to ask Si Xiaoya how she did that. However, they can no longer seek advice in person. Because no matter how the girls called Si Xiaoya, she just didn't want to come out for dinner. In the end, Lu Shishir handed her some food through the door. After dinner, Chen Yu ignored everyone and went straight into his room and locked the door. He needed some time to calm down and think about his next plan. Of course, locking the door is to prevent wolves from entering the house. After all, a steady stream of water lasts forever. A night of silence. The next day, Chen Yu got up early in the morning. He called all the girls to the training ground on the 3rd floor, and then took out various weapons from the space. If these girls hadn't been wearing bracelets, he would never have let them touch these weapons. The women excitedly fiddled with various pistols, rifles, crossbows, etc. Chen Yu walked up to Si Xiaoye and said, "Xiaoye, what are you thinking about?" Si Xiaoye, who had been keeping his head down, was startled. She couldn't help but complain in her heart, "Brother Yu is really a forgetful person, what do you think I am thinking?" Although everyone knows this, it is still embarrassing to put it out in the open. If I hadn't been very familiar with these sisters, I would have been embarrassed to death. However, she still suppressed the resentment in her heart and whispered, "No. I didn't think anything." Chen Yu handed her a pistol and said seriously, "Next, you teach everyone how to use these weapons. This way, everyone will have the ability to protect themselves." Although now every girl has made some progress under the influence of mutual complementation. But it is still far from enough. At this time, long-range weapons are their biggest barrier. Only with long-range weapons can they help Chen Yu. Seeing that Chen Yu had assigned her a task, Si Xiaoya did not dare to slack off at all. Next, all the girls started training. Of course, Chen Yu has the everything analysis classes, so he doesn't need to learn how to use them. No need to learn how to aim. It seems that nothing in this world can stump him. Even if he were asked to make weapons, he might be able to do it. Of course, his current analytical abilities are limited. If you want to analyze something in more detail, you need to spend a lot of mental energy. Right now, he is still unable to truly analyze everything. While the girls were training, Chen Yu had nothing to do, so he called the red-clothed zombie into the basement. Of course, it's not what everyone thinks. When going to school yesterday, Chen Yu stored a large amount of crystals in the space. He wanted to experiment and give all these crystals to the red-clothed zombie to see if it could successfully break through to level 3. So, the table in the basement was filled with crystals. Some of them still had blood that had not yet completely coagulated. When the red-clothed zombie saw these crystals, his eyes lit up. After getting Chenyu's tacit consent, it put the crystals into its mouth one by one. However, the further you go, the harder it becomes to swallow. After swallowing the last crystal with great difficulty, the red-clothed zombie's body seemed to have undergone great changes. The aura it exudes is very different from that of other first and second level zombies. In terms of appearance, the previously pale thighs and arms seem to have more color. He even began to approach the skin of Jiang Shuer and others. Chenyu looked up in surprise. The extremely delicate face of the red-clothed zombie actually turned rosy at this moment. It can even make some simple expressions. And that long hair is no longer as boring as before. Instead, it becomes soft and bright, like a flexible silk ribbon. After a moment of distraction, Chenyu hurriedly turned on his analytical glasses. After reading it, Chenyu was so surprised that he just stood there in a daze. What surprised him was not the word level 3, but the first line of information. Name, Hongyi. Chapter 62 Red Dress Bathing. The information Chenyu saw was as follows. Name, Hongyi. Type, ordinary zombie. Level, level 3. Superpower, electricity-related superpower. Chenyu looked carefully at the first line of information and couldn't help but mutter to himself. That's not right. I clearly remember the first line of information about this red-clothed zombie was, type, ordinary zombie. How come there's an additional line now, name, red? He thought again that the first line of information of the baby zombie was also a name. Although these two names are not necessarily their real names. But that's not the point. The point is, what does it mean that zombies have names? Chenyu couldn't help but look at the red-clothed zombie again. It actually opened its mouth to reveal an awkward smile, and said incoherently, Master. Silver. Chenyu realized that it was calling its master. This zombie can actually talk? Chenyu frowned and asked, Do you know who you are? The red-clothed zombie had empty eyes and shook his head repeatedly, No. I don't remember. Then why do you call me master? The red-clothed zombie slowly regained his voice and said, Because I remember that I have always followed my master in battle, and there is a mysterious power that makes me submit to you and regard you as my master. Of course, the power that the red-clothed zombie referred to was the power of the system. Chenyu lit a cigarette for himself and began to think about the matter calmly. First, when the red zombie reaches level 2, it is more agile than ordinary zombies. Now that it has reached level 3, it is already somewhat close to humans. Moreover, it can speak. Does this mean that the higher the level of the zombie, the closer it looks to humans? The second point is that both Jiang Shuer and others who are with him, as well as these zombies, are gradually becoming stronger. Could it be that the purpose of the system is to allow me to complete the screening and evolution of the entire human race on the blue planet? When Chenyu thought of this, he felt inexplicably excited. Master, what are you thinking about? The red-clothed zombie asked blankly. Nothing. Chenyu turned his gaze to the red-clothed zombie and said with a smile, From now on, you can be called Hongyi. Since Hongyi has regained some human consciousness, she should naturally be treated as a human being. Hongyi? Hongyi seemed to like the name very much and smiled stiffly. Okay, master, I will be called Hongyi from now on. Chenyu looked at the time and it was almost noon. Okay, Hongyi, go outside the villa and remember to lock the iron gate. The man in red did not leave immediately, but said hesitantly. Master, can I ask you for a favor? I want to take a bath. After hearing this, Chenyu looked at the person in red carefully. At this time, her red dress was already in tatters, and was covered with blood, dirt, etc. And her body also emitted a foul stench. It's really time for her to take a bath. Otherwise, I will have to endure that unpleasant smell every day. Come with me. After Chenyu finished speaking, he walked towards the first-floor lobby on his own. After being allowed, Hongyi happily followed Chenyu. At this time, the girls were still training upstairs, and the hall on the first floor was empty. Chenyu pointed to the bathroom and said, The bathroom is over there. Do you know how to use it? Yeah. Hongyi nodded, except for my own name and experience, I still remember everything else. That's good, go by yourself. Chenyu felt relieved. If Hongyi can't take a bath by herself, I have to help her. In that case, if I go against the system's will again and the system takes back my abilities, I will be in trouble. However, Chenyu always had a feeling. If the red zombie continues to upgrade, it may completely break away from the role of a zombie. By then, it is estimated that it will not be restricted by the system. He felt that this day wouldn't be too far away. Thinking of this, Chunyu became a little excited. In the bathroom at this time, a red robe fell to the ground, followed by other small pieces of clothing. The woman in red stretched out her slender right hand and turned on the shower. The misty hot water slid down the red-clothed woman's smooth skin to the ground, splashing ripples. At this moment, the woman in red's perfect body was displayed without reservation. Her smooth and delicate skin, coupled with a figure even more exaggerated than Zhao Beibei's, is simply perfect. That slender waist that can be held in one hand is even more charming. An hour later, the red clothes were finally washed. However, the problem arises again. Hani's previous clothes were too dirty and it was inappropriate to wear them anymore. The bathroom door slowly opened. A head dripping with water popped out from inside. "Master, can you help me find some clothes?" Chunyu waved his hand casually, and a set of sexy clothes appeared in his hand. However, at this moment, he was somewhat unable to move, so he spoke directly. "Come and get it yourself." The man in red did not hesitate and came to Chunyu barefoot. Chunyu casually took out a bath towel and handed it to Hani. "Wipe yourself dry first." After Hani wiped off the water droplets and was about to change clothes, the girls who had finished training came down from upstairs. "Oh, I'm so tired. I didn't expect shooting to be so difficult. I can't even aim. I'm so hungry. I want to have a good meal later." The girls chatted and laughed until they reached the stairs between the first and second floors. But when they saw Chunyu and Hani, their eyes widened. Lu Shishir, who was walking in front, stopped and said without blinking, "When did brother you bring back another woman? So fast?" Shin Bingxia couldn't help but ask, "It took just a short while to get it?" Xiao Qianyue looked at the two people sitting on the sofa and whispered, "It seems that they didn't take it off. They just took a shower." "Fuck, isn't that the one in red? I almost didn't recognize her." Yun Lan said in surprise. "Should we go upstairs to take shelter?" Zhao Beibei suggested. Of course Chenyu heard their conversation. He waved at a few people and said, "What are you all doing there? Come down quickly. It's time to eat." The girls then walked down the stairs and began to prepare the meal. Fortunately, there were a lot of prepared meals in Chenyu's space, and he could just take them out and eat them. The man in red tactfully walked out of the villa and continued to guard everyone's safety. Chenyu did not invite her to dinner. After all, we still don't know whether eating food that has been eaten by zombies will cause infection with the virus. Just as everyone was about to eat, Lu Shishir suddenly received a text message. After clicking on it, it turned out to be a message from the landlord of a nearby villa. Chapter 63 Wife, go to Chenyu's house to ask for supplies. Lu Shishir handed the phone to Chenyu and said, "Brother Yu, this is a message from my landlord Zhang Hao, take a look." Chenyu took the phone and started checking WeChat. "Hello, Lu Shishir. Some time ago, I saw several people using various materials to reinforce Villa number 8 where you live. This means that there should be quite a few survivors there, right? Do you have any extra food? If you have any, please send some food to my wife and daughter. I won't take your food for free, I can transfer 2 million to you." Chenyu put his phone on the table and asked seriously, "Shishir, where does this Zhang Hao live?" Lu Shishir thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "Before I rented this apartment, I saw several other apartments in his family. I don't know which one he actually lived in. However, he usually lived in Villa 15. Where is Villa number 15? It's the one to our northwest." After hearing this, Chenyu suddenly remembered that day when he used his analytical glasses to see a man beating two women in a villa in the northwest direction. He muttered quietly, "So it's them." Lu Shishir asked in confusion, "Why, brother Yu, do you know them?" "I don't know him." Chenyu shook his head slightly. "I accidentally saw the man in that villa before, but I didn't know he was Zhang Hao at that time." "Is that so?" Lu Shishir didn't say anything else. And just then, another message popped up on her phone. It was still sent by Zhang Hao. "Lu Shishir, please reply when you see this message." Chenyu glanced at the message and said calmly, "Looks like we have to shut up Zhang Hao and his family forever to prevent them from spreading the news about us. Of course, not just them, but everyone nearby needs to be cleaned up." Lu Shishir was stunned for a moment, then said hesitantly, "Brother Yu, Zhang Hao really deserves to die. But, do we really have to kill his wife and daughter as well? That seems a bit." Chen Yu interrupted Lu Shishir directly. Have you forgotten what I said? I will not allow anyone around me to pose the slightest threat to me. Xiao Qianyue, who was standing by, read the message and said in a firm tone. I think Brother Yu is right. This man named Zhang Hao has set his sights on our villa. Maybe one day he will bring a group of people to cause trouble for us. Shen Bingxia also echoed, that's right. If we are too soft-hearted towards outsiders, we will be irresponsible to our own people. But, brother, you didn't seem to say to kill everyone, right? Lu Shishir was puzzled. To make them shut up forever, wouldn't that mean killing them all? Shen Bingxia smiled slightly. We also know Brother Yu's secret, but we are still alive and well, aren't we? Could it be that Brother Yu meant? Lu Shishir looked at Chen Yu, who looked calm, and suddenly realized. I understand. Bringing the mother and daughter to the villa will also ensure that they will never reveal any information about us to the outside world. Shen Yu did not deny it. After Lu Shishir came to her senses, she looked at Chen Yu and asked, then what should we do? Just say we don't dare to go out and let Zhang Hao get the food himself. Chen Yu's face flashed with a playful expression, and he continued. But I guess he doesn't dare to come. He will probably let his women come and ask for food. Lu Shishir nodded. Brother Yu, are you going to let the mother and daughter come to you automatically? Fine, I'll send him a message now. At this time. Inside Villa number 15. Zhang Hao was staring at his phone, nervously waiting for news. When he saw the message Lu Shishir sent back, his expression suddenly turned ugly. Fuck them. They are such cowards that they don't even dare to leave the house. As he spoke, Zhang Hao picked up the compound bow beside him and started playing with it. Next to him was a young woman with a very plump figure and still charming temperament. Looking closely, the young woman's appearance is no less than that of an average young girl, and she is even slightly better than Zhao Beibei. The woman pursed her lips and said cautiously, Zhang Hao, why don't you go to their house and ask for something to eat? Zhang Hao threw the compound bow aside and slapped the woman in the face. Ning Tian, don't you know that the guy in the villa has a gun? I think you want to kill me so you can find a random man. Ning Tian covered her face with tears on her face. At this time, a girl behind Ning Tian came forward and said angrily. Dad, why do you always hit my mom? Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, grabbed the remote control beside him and threw it at the girl. You silly girl, stop interrupting when the adults are talking. After venting his anger, Zhang Hao picked up the compound bow and walked towards the roof while shouting and cursing. Ning Tian hugged the girl. She stroked the girl's red and swollen forehead and said distressfully. Xin, does it hurt? Mom will go find some medicine for you right away. Mom, I'm fine. The girl shook her head and forced a smile. The girl's name is Zhang Kersen, and she is Zhang Hao's daughter. Zhang Kersen gently stroked Ning Tian's face and said, Mom, you've suffered so much for me. Ning Tian shook her head and said, Mom doesn't feel wronged. As long as you're well, everything Mom does is worth it. Ning Tian is 34 years old this year. She dropped out of school when she was less than 20 years old because her father was seriously ill. Later, when working in a garment factory, she met the boss's son Zhang Hao. Seeing that Ning Tian was beautiful, Zhang Hao began to pursue her. Ning Tian didn't like Zhang Hao, but the high amount of the bride price still made her heart beat. Because the betrothal gifts could cure her father's illness. After marrying Zhang Hao, Ning Tian discovered that Zhang Hao was not capable enough. So the two of them had in vitro fertilization and gave birth to Zhang Kersen. However, Zhang Hao always felt that the child born in this way was not his own. In addition, the fact that he gave birth to a daughter made him feel that he would have no descendants. So he took out his humiliation of not being able to be a man on Ning Tian and her daughter, beating and scolding them. In other words, Ning Tian is still a virgin. Just as Ning Tian and her daughter were saying comforting words to each other on the sofa, Zhang Hao walked down from upstairs. He seemed like a completely different person, and said softly, Tian, Kersen, I was wrong just now. I was just confused for a moment, which is why I got so angry at you. Ning Tian and Zhang Kersen looked at each other and thought, what's going on? Has Zhang Hao changed his personality? Who knew that the next second, Zhang Hao's true colors were revealed? He calmed himself down and continued, you and Kuxin should go to his place and ask for some food. He will definitely let you in. When the time comes, bring back more food. Chapter 64 Brother, we are here to ask you to take us in. Ning Tiantian, who had just been immersed in her fantasy, immediately said angrily after hearing Zhang Hao's words, "Zhang Hao, are you still talking like a human being?" Zhang Hao snorted coldly and said with a sinister smile, "I just asked you to get the food, I didn't say anything else. Besides, you are a normal woman. Do you dare to say that you can endure it forever? God knows if you have secretly found someone else." Bullshit. Ning Tiantian, who had never cursed before, couldn't help but curse. "If you don't believe me, you can check and see if I've ever done anything to offend you." After hearing this, Zhang Hao became even angrier. "Examine? What the fuck am I supposed to check? Aren't you clearly insulting me?" However, he finally suppressed his anger and said, "I'm not discussing this with you, I'm giving you an order." Ning Tiantian was completely furious. "Zhang Hao, are you still a man? You let my mother and I go out to find food. Aren't you afraid that we will encounter zombies?" Zhang Hao is a sensitive person. He hates it most when people say he's not a man. Although he knew that Ning Tiantian didn't mean that. But at this moment, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He looked around, picked up a thermos and smashed it on Ning Tiantian's head. "Ning Tiantian, you stinky cousin, how dare you insult me? I'm asking you one last time, are you going or not?" Seeing Zhang Hao hitting her mother on the head, Zhang Kersen hurriedly protected her and begged for mercy, "Stop, please stop." However, Zhang Hao showed no sign of stopping. The thermos cup hit Zhang Kersen's back hard as if it were free. Ning Tiantian, feeling disheartened, finally made a decision. "Zhang Hao, stop hitting Xinshin. I'll go, isn't it okay for me to go?" Only then did Zhang Hao stop. He threw the thermos on the ground and said viciously, "Go. Remember, take this money-losing item with you." Of course, he had thought carefully before letting Ning Tiantian take care of the child. Firstly, having children with you makes it easier for the other person to feel sympathy. Secondly, if Ning Tiantian was bitten to death by zombies, he would have no time to take care of his daughter. It would be better to let the mother and daughter be together neatly. This was the last thing he did for his wife as a husband. Ning Tiantian, who was lying on the sofa, tidied her clothes and walked out like a zombie. "Wait a minute." Zhang Hao called Ning Tiantian. Ning Tiantian was slightly stunned, thinking that Zhang Hao couldn't bear to let her go, so she turned around and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Go put on your has," Zhang Hao said, pointing at the wardrobe. When Ning Tiantian was changing clothes, Zhang Kersen ran to the kitchen and took a fruit knife. When passing by Zhang Hao, he glared at him fiercely. "Zhang Hao, I'm so disappointed to have a father like you." Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes and looked at his daughter without saying anything. Ever since he was crippled, his psychology has gradually become distorted. He was suspicious all day long, suspecting that his wife despised him and was betraying him. Especially since he saw through the pinhole camera that his wife had hidden in the room alone several times. This further strengthened his idea. Therefore, Zhang Hao usually beats and scolds Ning Tiantian, trying to completely control her. Not long. Ning Tiantian walked out of the room and took Zhang Kersen out of the villa. The two looked around through the gap in the yard gate, fearing that they might encounter zombies. After looking around, Ning Tiantian said in surprise, "This is really strange. There were quite a few zombies around here a while ago. How come there aren't any to be seen now? Maybe they all went somewhere else." Zhang Kersen replied, "Anyway, we still have to be careful." Zhang Kersen held the fruit knife in both hands and said with a firm look in her eyes, "Mom, don't worry, I will protect you." Ning Tiantian glanced at her daughter and said with some relief, "Xinshin, I only have you to keep me alive. So, I hope you'll be well. If you encounter a zombie, you must run away first." Zhang Kersen did not give her mother a direct answer. She glanced behind her and said angrily, "Mom, if the people in Villa number 8 don't kill us, we can stay there. Let's beg them nicely, even if they treat us as servants, it's better than going back to our own homes. I don't want to stay in that house for even a moment." Ning Tiantian was stunned for a moment after hearing this. But she had always been submissive for the sake of life and family, but after hearing her daughter's words, she seemed to be more determined in her original idea. Leave Zhang Hao. Although she didn't want her child to lose his father. But I don't want my child to have a heartless and ungrateful father. Thinking of this, Ning Tiantian held Zhang Kersen's hand and said firmly, "Xinshin, let's run forward together and don't look back." The two men opened the iron gate of the yard and began to run towards Chen Yu's villa desperately. Even Zhang Hao's instructions to close the iron gate were forgotten by the two of them. 10 minutes ago. After Chen Yu had his meal, he said to Si Xiaoye and the others, "You guys go check upstairs. If Zhang Hao doesn't come over within 10 minutes, I'll have to send zombies to find him." His analytical glasses are useful, but they can't be used for long periods of time. So this task was given to several girls. "Okay, brother Yu." Si Xiaoye and two other girls hurried upstairs. Not long. Si Xiaoye saw Ning Tiantian and her daughter running, and hurried downstairs to inform Chen Yu. The others continued to observe Zhang Hao's villa. "Brother Yu, someone is coming towards our villa." Si Xiaoye held his chest and said breathlessly. After hearing this, Chen Yu squinted his eyes and smiled. "That guy named Zhang Hao, has he come to my house so soon?" "It's not Zhang Hao, it should be his wife and daughter." "Huh?" Chen Yu was slightly surprised. He turned on his analytical glasses and looked towards the northwest of the villa. Through the analysis glasses, Chen Yu not only saw Ning Tiantian and the other person, but also saw all their information clearly, such as height, weight, size. Chen Yu grinned. Unexpectedly, the beautiful woman named Ning Tiantian turned out to be a top-notch beauty. Chen Yu directly sent all the zombies away. After a while, Ning Tiantian and her friend ran unimpeded to the north gate of Chen Yu's villa. Boom boom boom. Ning Tiantian raised her hand and knocked on the door several times, then asked, "Is anyone in the room?" Chen Yu opened the security door, leaving only a titanium alloy door made by the zombie squad. He pretended to be ignorant and asked, "Who are you?" Ning Tiantian whispered, "I am Zhang Hao's wife, and the one next to me is my daughter." "Are you here to ask for food?" Ning Tiantian hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to start. Zhang Kurson on the side looked around and said anxiously, "Brother, we are here to ask you to take us in." Chapter 65, Ning Tiantian had it planned? Hayes Ning Tiantian reference picture. Take you in? Chen Yu was obviously a little surprised by this answer. "Why are there only the two of you? Where's Zhang Hao?" "Don't even mention that Lao Dang," Zhang Kurson said angrily. "He's not worthy of being my father. It's so dangerous out there, and he actually asked us two to find him food while he hides at home like a coward." Chen Yu narrowed his eyes at the two of them and asked calmly, "What good will it do me if I let you in?" Ning Tiantian pleaded, "Young man, if you can take us in, I'm willing to work like a slave for you. From now on, I'll take care of all the housework, such as washing clothes, cooking, sweeping the floor, and cleaning the toilet." Chen Yu shook his head and refused. "Sorry, there are people doing these jobs, we don't need you." Ning Tiantian asked somewhat disappointedly, "Then how can we be taken in?" Chen Yu smiled with a complicated look in his eyes but said nothing. Seeing this, Ning Tiantian's body trembled involuntarily. After a moment, Ning Tiantian bit her lip and nodded at Chen Yu, indicating her agreement. During this period, Zhang Kurson was always vigilantly watching around to see if there were any zombies, and did not notice that the two of them had finalized the matter with a few small moves. Seeing that Ning Tiantian agreed, Chen Yu turned on his analysis glasses. He certainly wasn't looking for the point. It's not about looking at long, beautiful legs. It was to see clearly whether the two people were carrying any weapons. When Chen Yu's gaze swept over Zhang Kurson, he suddenly stopped. His expression changed slightly, and he asked in a deep voice, "Do you have anything that you shouldn't bring into the villa?" While Chen Yu was questioning, the fighting zombies and the one-horned zombies were already rushing here. Ning Tiantian was stunned after hearing this, and then shouted to her daughter, "Xinxin, quickly take out the knife you just put in your trouser pocket." "Oh." Zhang Kurson obediently took out the fruit knife. Ning Tiantian grabbed the fruit knife, threw it more than 10 meters away, and then explained to Chen Yu, "Excuse me, that knife is what my daughter used to fight zombies." Although Ning Tiantian was very calm, her legs couldn't help but tremble. Because she just saw murderous intent in Chen Yu's eyes. She was sure that if her daughters entered the villa with knives, Chen Yu would kill them without hesitation. Chen Yu saw that the two men had no other weapons except non-lethal weapons. He opened the door and said, "Come in." Zhang Kurson looked at Chen Yu in surprise. She didn't know why Chen Yu suddenly agreed to them. Could it be that he felt sorry for himself and his mother? This little brother is so nice. After the two entered the house, their eyes involuntarily fell on the dining table. At this time, the leftovers on the table are undoubtedly delicious in their eyes. Ning Tian Tian rubbed her shriveled stomach and asked cautiously, can we have something to eat? Chen Yu nodded, turned around and told Lu Shishir, make some hard dishes for them both. Okay, brother Yu. Lu Shishir replied. Ning Tian Tian was flattered and waved her hands repeatedly, saying, don't bother, we can just eat some leftovers. Of course, the so-called leftovers are already pretty good. How can that be? Lu Shishir said with a smile, this is your first time here, so I can't neglect you. Wait a moment. After a while, Lu Shishir brought some food. Zhang Kursen, who was already starving, pulled her mother to the dining table and started to eat with relish. Ning Tian Tian was no longer polite and started eating with big mouthfuls. Zhang Kursen picked up some food for Ning Tian Tian and said with a smile, Mom, these sisters are so kind. Especially that little brother, he took us in so readily. It's unbelievable. After all, there are dangers everywhere now, and no one dares to trust others easily. Ning Tian Tian smiled bitterly and said with a hint of helplessness, yes, they are so nice. But she complained in her heart, this old guy is so bad that he actually has improper thoughts about me, a middle-aged man looking for his mother. While the two were eating, Chen Yu began to look at them. At this point, the favorability of both of them has exceeded 60. Especially Zhang Kursen, who reached 65. TSK pure girls are so easy to fool. As for Ning Tian Tian, it seems that she still has her charm. The two were so focused on eating that they didn't notice Chen Yu's fiery gaze. After eating and drinking, Ning Tian Tian turned to look at Lu Shishir and asked with a smile, Miss, your name is Shishir, right? Yes, sister. Lu Shishir said. Can you help me find a room for my daughter and me? Lu Shishir thought for a moment, then said, the only vacant room is on the 3rd floor. But it hasn't been occupied for a long time, so it needs to be cleaned. The 3rd floor is fine, too much trouble for you. Ning Tian Tian then said to her daughter, Xin, go up and help clean the room. I'll go downstairs and see if there's anything else I can help with. Zhang Kursen nodded, yes. Mom, I'll go up first. After Zhang Kursen left, Ning Tian Tian slowly walked up to Chen Yu, smiled slightly, and said, excuse me, what's your name? Chen Yu. Mr. Chen, thank you for taking us in. Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised you. Chen Yu smiled slightly and said, you're welcome. This is just a fair trade. Let's go to my room. Ning Tian Tian asked in surprise, now? But I'm not ready yet. However, she knew that whether she could stay here or not depended on Chen Yu's words. So he quickly changed his words and said, okay, let's do it now. After saying that, Ning Tian Tian followed Chen Yu to his bedroom. At the same time, the fighting zombie and the one-horned zombie were already on their way to Zhang Hao's house. In the bedroom, Chen Yu sat on the bed and waved to the somewhat nervous Ning Tian Tian, saying, come sit here. Ning Tian Tian took a deep breath and walked towards Chen Yu. She crossed her hands on her legs and said with a blushing face, Mr. Chen, I hope you can keep today's events a secret for me. Don't let my daughter know about it. Chen Yu nodded and said, I can only promise not to tell her. But since we live under the same roof, she will find out sooner or later. I know that. When the time is right, I will tell her myself. It was the first time that Ning Tian Tian was so close to a strange man, and she felt a little helpless. Even my breathing became rapid. However, Chen Yu looked at Ning Tian Tian without changing his expression or heartbeat. At this time, Ning Tian Tian was wearing a white tights. Her lower body was a thin silk dress, but it was covered by a knee-length skirt. This outfit, combined with her good figure, is pleasing to the eye. Chen Yu couldn't help but complain, what kind of nice person would wear this to a strange man's house? Who is taking advantage of whom? Chapter 66 Zhang Hao, guess what Ning Tian Tian and I are doing? After admiring Ning Tian Tian for a while, Chen Yu pointed to the wardrobe next to him. There's a set of clothes inside, put them on. Ning Tian Tian obediently walked to the closet and took out the clothes. However, after seeing the clothes clearly, her face instantly turned red to her ears. Because it was a much sexier uniform. In the past, she was always under strict supervision by Zhang Hao. So I never wear clothes that are even slightly revealing. At most, I wore it a few times at home. If it weren't for Zhang Hao's coercion today, she would never have gone out wearing this outfit. Ning Tian Tian bit her lip and said with some difficulty, Mr. Chen, I. Chen Yu frowned and said in a deep voice, why, do you still need me to do it myself? Ning Tian Tian saw Chen Yu's raised eyebrows, but she turned her back and obediently changed her clothes. When she turned around again, Chen Yu was stunned. At this time, Ning Tiantian was wearing a pink and white student uniform. At this moment, it seems that there is no sense of incongruity. Further down, there is a slender waist that can be held in one hand. It's not like she should look her age at all. Of course, the most attractive thing is the short skirt. It further highlights her unique charm. "Come here," Shen Yu said with narrowed eyes. Ning Tiantian took a deep breath, then slowly walked forward on her silk-wrapped feet. Shen Yu said with a smile, "Ning Tiantian, you are already 34 years old, why do you look more shy than a 20-year-old girl?" Ning Tiantian was stunned and asked in confusion, "How do you know my name and age?" "I know more than that." As he spoke, he took her into his arms. Ning Tiantian couldn't help but tremble. However, facing Chen Yu's arms, she did not resist at all. Instead, he closed his eyes obediently. She is also a normal woman. So for more than 10 years, she has been deliberately suppressing herself. Sometimes, a cold shower is all that's needed to calm you down. If Zhang Hao treated her better, she would think it was no big deal. But who would have thought that Zhang Hao would doubt her, insult her, and even beat her from time to time? This made her feel very wronged. But now, Zhang Hao's words have come true. She actually sat next to a strange man. The key is still under the coercion of Zhang Hao. Although it was humiliating, it also gave her a different feeling. When the two were chatting enthusiastically, Ning Tiantian's phone suddenly rang. Chen Yu took the phone and found that it was Zhang Hao calling. After hesitating for a moment, he answered the phone, wanting to see what Zhang Hao would say. A rather feminine male voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hey, Ning Tiantian, did you find any food? What the hell are you hesitating about? Why haven't you come back yet?" Ning Tiantian took the phone and stammered out her decision. "Zhang Hao, I won't be going back." After a brief silence, Zhang Hao asked doubtfully, "I heard you seem to be running. Did you encounter zombies?" Chen Yu smiled slightly. "Zhang Hao, guess what Ning Tiantian and I were talking about?" Zhang Hao was stunned and then started cursing. "Ning Tiantian, I knew you were this kind of person. Just wait, I'm going to kill you sooner or later." Ning Tiantian heard Zhang Hao scolding and said angrily, "Zhang Hao, I've been with you for over 10 years. Not only have you beaten and scolded me and my child, you've also been constantly insulting me and saying I'm not a decent person. Since you've been wronging me, I'll just do as you wish." After saying that, Ning Tiantian put the phone directly next to the pillow. I don't know if Ning Tiantian felt wronged or wanted to take revenge on Zhang Hao for beating and scolding her on a daily basis. The content of her chat with Chen Yu was clearly transmitted to her mobile phone. She even called Chen Yu the two words she rarely said to Zhang Hao husband. Of course Chen Yu knew what Ning Tiantian was thinking. How could Chen Yu, who has a buff bonus, make Ning Tiantian feel disappointed? Ning Tiantian's tears flowed involuntarily. There is humiliation and excitement. There is self-blame and also the pleasure of revenge. Zhang Hao on the other end of the phone was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He threw his cell phone to the ground and then smashed everything in the house that could be smashed. "Damn it! I'm going to kill both of you." Although he said this, Zhang Hao didn't dare to step out of the room. Otherwise, he would not have let his wife and children go out to find food. Just as Zhang Hao took out a cigarette and prepared to calm down, the door of the villa suddenly slammed open. Immediately afterwards, something like a rhino horn broke through the iron gate. "What the hell, what is that?" Zhang Hao was so scared that he quickly took out the compound bow and put an arrow on it. Outside the door, the fighting zombie directly lifted up the one-horned zombie's legs and kept turning them like tightening a screw. Immediately afterwards, a hole was drilled in the door at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the one-horned zombie stuffed its entire head in. "A woo, ho ho." The one-horned zombie looked at Zhang Hao and kept roaring from his throat. "Get out of here." Zhang Hao took aim and shot an arrow at the one-horned zombie. However, the arrow hit the zombie's hard horn and was directly bounced away. What kind of monster is this? Zhang Hao trembled as he loaded another arrow and aimed it towards the door. The one-horned zombie was at the door of Yunlan's office last time, trying to use its hard horns to drill through the iron door. As a result, Chen Yu stabbed him from behind, opening his eyes. Since it was bound by Chen Yu, it has become much smarter. Without Chen Yu's control, it reached its hand through the hole into the door and opened the lock. Then the two zombies, one in front and one behind, ran towards Zhang Hao quickly. Zhang Hao shot the second arrow in panic. The arrow hit the one-horned zombie's chest. The one-horned zombie felt no pain at all. After pulling out the arrow, he continued to run towards Zhang Hao. Ah! Help! Zhang Hao dropped his compound bow and ran upstairs. Of course, the one-horned zombie didn't give him a chance to escape. It took 3 steps at a time and came behind Zhang Hao in the blink of an eye. The extremely hard horn directly pierced Zhang Hao's chest. Afterwards, the 2 zombies slowly devoured Zhang Hao completely, 1 bite at a time and the other in 2 bites. Chapter 67: Eliminating the Threat. And at this time, Shen Yu focused all his attention on Ning Tian. Ning Tian bit her lip and said worriedly, "Hubby, I'm a little scared." Shen Yu smiled evilly. "It's okay, I'll take you to a quiet place." After Shen Yu opened the dimensional space, he brought Ning Tian into the space. Ning Tian was so frightened that her face turned pale, because she found that she was in a very strange world at this moment. Looking into the distance, you can see mountains of various supplies. She hurriedly pressed her soft body against Shen Yu and asked in a trembling voice, "Husband, where are we?" Shen Yu smiled slightly. "Don't be afraid, this is a mysterious space in my body." Mysterious space? Ning Tian thought for a moment and asked doubtfully, "Is it similar to the space ring described in novels?" "That's about right." Shen Yu didn't explain too much. "This is so weird." Ning Tian was clearly confused. Other people's spaces can only hold items, but yours can actually hold people? Shen Yu shook his head and said, "I only recently acquired this ability, so I'm not very clear about it." After hearing this, Ning Tian stopped asking further questions. However, she was still shocked by Shen Yu's space. At the same time, she also understood why so many girls were willing to stay with Shen Yu. With such a space, you can live a life without worries about food and clothing. This is very rare in the doomsday. She suddenly felt that she had finally made the right decision. So, she couldn't help but hug Shen Yu tightly. More than an hour later, Shen Yu took a look at the information related to Ning Tian. Name: Ning Tian. Age: 34. Height: 168 centimeters. Weight: 50 kilograms. Favorability: 80. This was the fastest time that Shen Yu's favorability increased. At the same time, he asked curiously, "Ning Tian, I didn't expect that after all these years, nothing happened between you and Zhang Hao? Then how did your daughter come about?" Ning Tian leaned on Shen Yu and told him about her tragic experience. "So that's how it is." After hearing Ning Tian's story, Shen Yu's doubts were resolved and he felt a little more excited. Shen Yu had clearly earned 100 points, but he was too lazy to open the system store. It's not just that these 100 points can't buy valuable items. What's more, he is more interested in Ning Tian. This is also one of the few times that Shen Yu did useless work after receiving a reward. More than 2 hours later, Shen Yu and Ning Tian suddenly appeared in the bedroom. "What is going on? Why are we back in the room again?" Shen Yu said, "We came out of the space." Ning Tian thought for a moment and whispered, "Hubby, I have to go out, otherwise Xin will become suspicious." "Well, go ahead." Shen Yu sat at the head of the bed and started smoking. Ning Tian reluctantly got up and walked outside. After finishing a cigarette, Shen Yu began to think about his next plan. The Yuan community where he lives now is not very large, with only dozens of villas in total. The entire villa area is surrounded by high walls, with only a few gates for entry and exit. Villa number 8 where Shen Yu lives is at the southernmost end, close to a road. There is no one in the several villas to the north of villa number 8. Besides, during this period, the zombies bound by Shen Yu have gained some consciousness. When I have nothing to do, I just kill zombies around me. According to the vision obtained by these zombies, there are only a few survivors in the entire villa area. After much deliberation, Shen Yu decided to monopolize the entire community. This will make future activities more convenient and eliminate potential dangers. After all, after a long time, someone might set their eyes on this villa. And those zombies. Although Shen Yu always made them wear them very tightly. But if you look closely, you can still find that there are differences between them and humans. This can easily arouse suspicion from people around you. Therefore, the best way is to eliminate the threat. After figuring this out, Shen Yu walked out of the bedroom. Outside the house, everyone was sitting on the sofa, chatting around Ning Tian. I don't know why, but this group of girls can actually chat with Ning Tian, with no generation gap at all. Even Chen Yan'an liked Ning Tian very much and kept snuggling in her arms. Ning Tian is the only one among these people who has experience in taking care of children. When she had nothing to do, she took Chen Yan'an as an example and told everyone a lot of things to pay attention to. In the crowd, Zhang Wan leaned towards Ning Tian and asked in a low voice. Sister Tian, I want to ask. Is there anything I need to prepare for childbirth? We don't have a doctor here, and I'm really worried that it will be excruciatingly painful. When Zhang Wan said this, her face was full of worry. Well. Ning Tian blushed and stammered, actually, I'm not very clear about it either. Zhang Wan glanced upstairs and asked in a low voice, could it be that Zhang Kursen is not your biological daughter? She is my biological daughter, but not my biological daughter. After hearing this, everyone felt their brains were not enough. Ning Tian felt that this was not something to be ashamed of, so she explained to them that Zhang Kursen was a test tube baby. So that's how it is. Zhang Wan nodded. Chen Yu, who was standing by, heard the conversation between the few people and decided to find another doctor for the villa. Although there are countless medicines in his space, they are enough to treat common diseases. But if someone is seriously ill and needs surgery, or needs some work 10 months later, those medicines will not be very effective. Of course, it has to be a female doctor. Because Chen Yu cannot tolerate any sand in his eyes, he does not allow any men to enter the villa. Even male mosquitoes have to take a detour. But now, the first thing to do is to transform the villa area into his own base camp. In the crowd, Yun Lan saw Chen Yu at the door and stood up to greet him. Brother Yu, what are you thinking about? Come here quickly. Chen Yu came over and said to the girls. Pack your things these 2 days, we are going to move. Moving? Lu Shishir asked in confusion, Brother Yu, we're all fine here, why are you moving just like that? Chen Yu explained, our villa is at the southernmost end of the complex, so it doesn't have much privacy. Last time, we were almost sniped by someone in a high-rise building to the south. I plan to move to the center of the complex. Shen Bingxia nodded. The villas there are all 4-story, which is more convenient to live in. We'll go pack our things now so that you can store them in your space when the time comes. Chen Yu chatted with everyone for a while, and after dark, he controlled the zombies to clean up the villa area door to door. However, when Hongyi entered a villa, Chen Yu discovered something very strange through Hongyi's vision. Zhang Hao is actually in this villa. Chapter 68, completely kill Zhang Hao and obtain the substitute ability. At this time, in a villa not far from Chen Yu, Zhang Hao was eating some food he found in the kitchen. Some of the food has rotted and spoiled. However, Zhang Hao still wolfed down the food as if it were the most delicious food in the world. Beside him lay 2 corpses. A middle-aged woman in her 40s and a girl of 17 or 18 years old. It looks like it should be the hostess of the house and her child. Chen Yu controlled Hongyi to hide by the window and quietly observed the situation in the villa. After careful identification, it was found that this man was extremely similar to Zhang Hao except for the clothes he wore. Chen Yu felt that this matter was a bit strange, so he asked Hongyi to hide in a corner temporarily and observe the situation in the villa. Then, he looked at Ning Tian and asked, Ning Tian, does Zhang Hao have any brothers? Ning Tian shook her head after hearing this and said, he's an only child and has no brothers or sisters. Xiao Yu, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Nothing, just asking. After Chen Yu finished speaking, he went straight back to the bedroom. He couldn't help but mutter, Zhang Hao has no brothers, so who was that man just now? Could it be that Zhang Hao has come back to life? Just when he was at a loss, his glasses for analyzing everything suddenly rang. Oh, it's like riding a donkey to look for a donkey. Chen Yu excitedly opened his analysis glasses. After turning on the perspective function, he kept zooming in and finally locked onto Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's personal information panel appeared clearly in front of Chen Yu. Name, Zhang Hao. Age, 36. Superpower, stand. This Zhang Hao actually has supernatural powers? Chen Yu was surprised and began to analyze this special ability. Stand, ability analysis. Based on the analysis of this mutant's ability value, when using stand, you can automatically or actively select someone within a 50-meter range as your stand and exchange positions with them. Note, the person who activates stand cannot choose someone with higher abilities than himself as a stand. After reading the above information, Chen Yu finally understood what was going on. At that time, the one-horned zombie suddenly lowered its head when it was about to approach Zhang Hao, causing Chen Yu to obtain only the ground as an image from the one-horned zombie. At that time, Chen Yu had important matters to attend to and did not pay too much attention to Zhang Hao. After he saw a big hole in Zhang Hao's back caused by the one-horned zombie, he turned his attention to Ning Tian Tian. Now that I think about it, it was such a fucking waste of time. Chen Yu analyzed what happened while thinking about countermeasures. Got it. Chen Yu thought for a moment, curled his lips, and turned his gaze to the villa around Zhang Hao again. At this time, there was no one within 50 meters of him. God is really helping me. I'll see where you can escape this time. Chen Yu turned off his analysis glasses and controlled Hongyi to walk towards the door of the villa where Zhang Hao was. And he himself quickly walked towards Zhang Hao. Bang! The iron gate was kicked open by the man in red. Who? Zhang Hao, who had been feeling nervous, picked up a kitchen knife at hand. When he saw clearly that the person in front of him was a woman, he was stunned for a moment. However, he reacted immediately. This is definitely not an ordinary woman. Zhang Hao swallowed his saliva and said with forced composure, "Get out of here right now, or I'll chop you up and eat your meat." As he spoke, Zhang Hao waved his knife at the man in red. The man in red seemed not to hear anything and walked towards Zhang Hao without changing his expression. Damn it, you forced me to do this. As he spoke, Zhang Hao walked towards the man in red holding a kitchen knife. The woman in red was quick-eyed and quick-handed. When Zhang Hao was only 1 meter away from her, she suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhang Hao's wrist. Then he gave him an over-the-shoulder throw. Sizzle! A powerful electric current instantly swept through Zhang Hao's body, electrocuting him almost to death. Zhang Hao twitched a few times and cursed in his heart. Damn it! Why am I so unlucky today? What kind of creatures are these? They either have horns or emit electric shocks. Zhang Hao was anxious and angry. However, today at the critical moment, he has awakened his stand ability. He looked at the red-clothed man and snorted coldly. I can't beat you, but I can't outrun you? When I become stronger, I'll come and take revenge on you bastards. So, he closed his eyes, prepared to use the same trick again, and escape by relying on his stand ability. However, after activating his supernatural power, he slowly opened his eyes and found that he was still in the same place. How is this possible? Zhang Hao only knew that he possessed the standard ability, but he had no clear concept of the rules for using the ability. The man in red showed an evil smile. She stretched out her hands and grabbed Zhang Hao's neck. No, don't. With a look of horror on his face, Zhang Hao had his neck twisted by the man in red. Not long after, Chen Yu led 2 zombie minions to the villa. Only after seeing Zhang Hao's body did Chen Yu feel relieved. He thought about it, turned on his analysis glasses and analyzed Zhang Hao's body. One alien corpse. After storing the alien in the space and absorbing the energy in its body, you can gain its supernatural powers. Seeing this, Chen Yu said to himself excitedly, it seems that this trip was not in vain, and there are unexpected gains. As he spoke, he put Zhang Hao's body into the space. Suddenly, a weak trace of energy flowed out of Zhang Hao's body. After Chen Yu absorbed it completely, in addition to gaining the ability of substitute, he also increased his basic attributes by 50 points. In addition, Chen Yu was pleasantly surprised to find that the ability, standard, was useless on Zhang Hao. But when it comes to me, it is extremely against the will of heaven. Because of the powerful mental strength, when Chen Yu encounters danger, he can actively or automatically choose humans or zombies within a range of 1,000 meters as his substitute. As long as there are living people or zombies within a range of 1,000 meters, he will not die. This also means that he can almost never be killed. The restriction of only being able to choose targets weaker than yourself is almost equivalent to having no restriction. After all, Chen Yu has never seen anyone stronger than himself. Chen Yu released the body without any energy from the space and shook his head helplessly. It's such a pity that such a good ability is given to you. Then, he gave a look to the zombie brother behind him. The 2 zombies understood what he meant and pounced on the ground to eat Zhang Hao's body. As for why Hongyi was not allowed to eat together, it was because Hongyi was now able to eat some human food properly. Unless it is absolutely necessary, she will not eat people like other zombies. More importantly, such a delicate cherry mouth should not be defiled. By then, his face and mouth will be covered in blood, which will really ruin the viewing experience. Especially that little mouth with red lips and white teeth, I have to keep it. After dealing with the threat of Zhang Hao, Chen Yu returned to the villa with the 3 zombies. Chapter 69. The zombie wave is coming. Inside the villa, Lu Shirshir and Zhang Kursen have also cleaned the room. Seeing Chenyu, Zhang Kursen ran over excitedly. Brother Chenyu, I haven't formally said thank you to you yet. Thank you for taking us in. Zhang Kursen's face was filled with an innocent smile. This was the first time she felt an unusual warmth from a stranger. She had never felt this kind of warmth even from her father Zhang Hao. Chenyu glanced at Ning Tian and said helplessly, I call your mother sister, you should just call me uncle. No. Zhang Kursen said playfully, you are so young, I don't want to call you uncle. Let's talk about our own affairs. You call her sister, and I call you brother. After hearing this, Chenyu nodded and said, it doesn't matter. It's just a name anyway. At this time, Zhang Kursen walked over to Ning Tian and sat down and said strangely, Mom, why is your face so red? Is it hot? After hearing this, Ning Tian's face turned even redder. No, I'm just happy to see that the people here are kind enough to take us in. After hearing this, Zhang Kursen nodded repeatedly and said, exactly. These sisters and brother Chenyu are so kind. Not only did they take us in, they also gave us plentiful food. As she spoke, Zhang Kursen looked at Chenyu shyly. At this time, she was just ignorant. Sometimes a little touch of emotion can sprout in her heart. What's more, Chenyu saved her and her mother's lives. Chenyu did not notice the changes in Zhang Kursen's heart. He thought about it and took out the 2 bracelets. One of them was just obtained from Ning Tian. The other one was obtained from Zhang Wan. However, due to some special reasons, Zhang Wan's favorability towards Chenyu has exceeded 80, making it almost impossible for her to pose a threat to him. Therefore, Chenyu saved this bracelet for emergency use. After seeing the 2 bracelets, Zhang Kursen asked in confusion. Brother Chenyu, what is this? Chenyu smiled and said, these are 2 magical bracelets. After you put them on, as long as you stay with me, you can improve your basic attributes every day. Is it really that magical? Zhang Kursen took a bracelet and put it on her wrist without hesitation. No wonder Sister Shirshir was able to move the wardrobe by herself when she was cleaning just now. It turns out it was because of this bracelet. Zhang Kursen is right. Zhang Shuer and Lu Shirshir spent the longest time with Chenyu, so their changes were the most obvious. Ning Tian, who was standing by, hesitated for a moment before taking another bracelet and putting it on her wrist. After all, she has more social experience than Zhang Kursen and knows that wearing a bracelet is more like a restraint. Because she knew that she had no choice but to follow Chenyu. Seeing that both of them were wearing bracelets, Chenyu finally felt relieved. Having been reborn, he cannot afford to have any accidents happen to himself. Even if the probability of them posing a threat to oneself is only 0.001%, it is still very scary. Just imagine, if the probability that one person is a threat to you is 0.001%, then the mathematical expectation of 100,000 people is 100%. Therefore, Chenyu would never be careless. In the next few days, after Chenyu and his zombie squad cleaned up the entire community, they began to renovate Villa number 23 in the middle of the community. This is a 4-story villa that can accommodate more people. Things like hydropower transformation are already familiar to Chenyu. For other tasks, with the help of many girls and zombies that are far superior to ordinary people, work efficiency has been greatly improved. Of course, the most important thing is Chenyu's spatial ability, which is simply an incredible ability. For example, with a wave of his hand, he could block some extra large containers at the entrance of the community. Then fill it with water. In this way, neither zombies nor outsiders can come in easily. Even a bulldozer can't move it. Except for the south gate close to the road, all other gates were sealed by him. Of course, these special tasks need to be completed at night. After 4 days and 4 nights of hard work, Chenyu finally turned the entire community into his own exclusive shelter. After the girls moved to villa number 23, they immediately collapsed on the sofa. Especially the young Zhang Kursen, who was already exhausted and had back pain. Call. Zhang Kursen raised her head and exhaled heavily. Chenyu stood in front of Zhang Kursen, looked at her inadvertently, and was stunned on the spot. This is too unbelievable, right? Such a small person, actually. Chenyu turned on his analysis glasses and was about to explore carefully. On the road at the south gate of the community, a video of fighting zombies suddenly came. Chenyu quickly withdrew his gaze and shared the vision with the fighting zombies. Then he froze in place. Looking to the west, there was a large group of zombies at the end of the road, slowly walking towards him. A rough estimate is that there are several thousand of them. Chunyu thought secretly, why are there so many zombies? Generally speaking, zombies act alone. Even if zombies gather, there will only be dozens of them at most. This is the first time that such a large number of zombies have gathered together like today. Thinking of this, Chunyu quickly called Si Xiaoye over. After Si Xiaoye ran over, he asked with some confusion, "Brother Yu, do you have any instructions?" Chunyu took out all the hot weapons from the space. A large wave of zombies will pass by us soon. If any zombies try to force their way into our community, you and the others will shoot at them and make sure to stop them. Si Xiaoye chuckled and said, "Brother Yu, it's just a zombie, is there any need to make such a fuss?" Chunyu said seriously, "I'm not kidding you. It's not just one, it's a group, a whole group." Si Xiaoye put away his smile and asked, "Brother Yu, are you still afraid of those zombies?" "Why shouldn't I be afraid? There are thousands of zombies there. If they act together, I might not be able to resist them." "What, thousands?" After hearing this, Si Xiaoye and the girls next to her did not dare to be careless at all and picked up their guns and magazines honestly. "Zhang Wan, Ning Tiantian, Zheng Kursen, you three stay at home. The rest of you follow me," Chen Yu added as he ran out the door. "Remember, don't shoot unless absolutely necessary, so as not to attract the attention of people around you. Don't worry." A few minutes later, Chen Yu, the girls and the zombie squad arrived at the South Road. Even the charming rabbit who ate and drank for free all day was brought along by him. After seeing the zombies, the girls said in surprise, "Oh my god, why are there so many zombies? Can we defeat these zombies?" "Don't worry, Brother Yu is here and he can take care of them in minutes." Shen Yu ignored the girls and turned on his glasses to look at the group of zombies to the west. "Thank you all for the gifts, thank you so much." Bang bang bang, ah. Chapter 70, Fighting Against the Zombie Tide in Level 4 Zombies. Fortunately, at first glance, most of the zombies are level 1. Only a few dozen reach level 2. Only then did Chen Yu feel a little relieved. However, what surprised him was that the zombies walked towards Chen Yu in a daze, like puppets. They don't even look around. Chen Yu observed the zombies and muttered to himself, could it be that these zombies are controlled by aliens? His expression gradually turned ugly. If someone can control so many zombies, then this person's strength is likely to far exceed Chen Yu. After all, Chen Yu can only control 8 zombies at most now. Thinking of this, Chen Yu carefully observed the zombie army, trying to see if there were any mutants among them. However, the mutant did not see it, but he saw something that shocked him greatly. Among the dense crowd of zombies, there is actually a zombie that has reached level 4. Holy crap, there are still level 4 zombies? Chen Yu looked at it again and found that he was not seeing things. He thought again and felt that the appearance of level 4 zombies was not impossible. The reason why Honi is only level 3 is because her main task is to protect Chen Yu's safety. If she was allowed to level up freely and kill zombies everywhere, she should be level 4 by now. There was another thing that made Chen Yu feel strange. In theory, a level 2 zombie can increase its level by devouring other zombies. This zombie is already level 4. How could it be indifferent in the face of so much nutrients? And looking at the appearance of these zombies, they are a little different from ordinary zombies and seem to have no aggressiveness. Chen Yu squinted his eyes, thought for a while, and made a bold decision. He turned to look at Hongi and said, "Hongi, get in the car with me." "Okay, master." The man in red ran over quickly, opened the passenger seat and got in. The rest of the zombies followed. Chen Yu took a deep breath and suddenly stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Boom! The roar of the V12 engine exploded. The Hummer modified by Chen Yu drove quickly forward. However, Chen Yu did not dare to rush into the zombies, fearing that the car would be stuck in them. He aimed at the edge of the zombie swarm and crashed into it. Bang bang bang! Click click! The sound of collision mixed with the sound of bones cracking constantly stimulated Chen Yu's eardrums. Chen Yu gripped the steering wheel tightly and knocked away more than 100 zombies at the edge. Chen Yu's zombie team ran forward to finish off the knocked down zombies. Chen Yu drove the car to the tail of the zombie group, then turned around and rushed towards the zombies again. After doing this for more than a dozen times, the ground was densely packed with zombies with missing limbs. Some have even died. A rough estimate is that there are as many as 1,000 of them. However, the Hummer was severely deformed and even the windshield was shattered. Shenyu took out a long knife from the space, handed it to Honi and said, "Get out of the car. Follow me to kill zombies." "Yes, master." The man in red took the lead and rushed to the front. Shenyu followed closely behind and ran into the group of zombies. What surprised Shenyu was that the zombies would attack him when they got close to him. But most of the zombies continued to move towards the east without stopping, ignoring Shenyu at all. In addition, about 8% of the zombies developed a liking for Shenyu and could only smile foolishly. This undoubtedly made it easier for Shenyu to kill zombies. Shenyu aimed at the group of zombies and directly activated his thunderstorm ability. Suddenly, dozens of zombies died. Cool. So cool. Shenyu continued to use thunderstorm to deal with the zombie horde. In addition, he would occasionally activate his time stop ability to control nearly 100 zombies at the same time. This allows the zombie squad to carry out a one-sided massacre. Shenyu and the zombie squad became more and more excited as they killed, and they couldn't stop at all. In the end, thousands of zombies had basically lost their ability to move, leaving only the 4th level zombie walking towards the east on its own. However, Shenyu also suffered heavy losses. Except for the 4-handed zombie and 1 discharged zombie who died in battle, the rest of the zombies were also injured to varying degrees. Shenyu's eyes fell on the 4th level zombie and he tried to bind it. As expected, it cannot be bound. Sure enough, this zombie is too high level. Shenyu turned his gaze towards the red-clothed man beside him and said sternly, "Honi, use your electric powers with me." "Okay, master." As he spoke, the man in red ran towards the 4th level zombie. Shenyu raised his right hand and grabbed a thick beam of lightning. He didn't try his best just now in order to save his mental strength to deal with this level 4 zombie. In the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck the 4th level zombie. Click! The lightning instantly set the clothes on the back of the level 4 zombie on fire. Even its back had a burn mark. Just now, when Shenyu and others were fighting with other zombies, the level 4 zombies did not intervene. Now that it has been hit, it can no longer hold back. It turned its head angrily, as if looking for who was so bold as to attack it. The moment the 4th level zombie turned around, the man in red clothes, who was electrified, flew into the air and slashed at the 4th level zombie's head with a knife. The 4th level zombie hurriedly raised his right hand to fight back. Clang! The long sword broke with a sound. Shenyu looked carefully and found that the 4th level zombie's arm was covered with circles of rebar. It seems that this zombie is very smart compared to other zombies. I actually thought of using this method to protect myself. Seeing that his attack missed, the man in red hurriedly stabbed the 4th level zombie in the chest again with the half-broken knife in his hand. Of course, the level 4 zombie didn't give her a chance and grabbed the knife edge with one hand. Sizzle! Electricity rolled through the 4-handed zombie, causing it to twitch all over. The 4th level zombie was completely enraged. It endured the pain and punched the man in red. Bang! The man in red was knocked back and hit hard against a tree on the side of the road. Seeing this, Shenyu hurriedly controlled the remaining zombies and rushed forward. However, except for the fighting zombies who can dodge attacks with their flexible movements, the rest of the zombies are basically knocked away by a single punch from the level 4 zombies. Shenyu knew that it would be useless to continue fighting these zombies, so he let them retreat. Then, he threw a bolt of lightning at the 4th level zombie. This is the most effective attack against level 4 zombies. At the same time, Shenyu didn't dare to use his full strength, fearing that he would not be able to control the intensity and kill this rare level 4 zombie. That would be a big loss for him. At this moment, Honi had already climbed up from the ground. She rushed towards the level 4 zombie again with some reluctance. This time, the current in her body was stronger. The 4th level zombie was slightly surprised. It didn't understand why this zombie in red clothes attacked it one after another. Logically speaking, shouldn't he join forces with me to deal with that man? What is wrong with this world? Why are zombies acting as bodyguards for humans? After being attacked by the man in red many times, the 4th level zombie obviously didn't tolerate the man in red. It broke off a signpost from the roadside and slammed it towards the man in red. Chapter 71 Corpse General, Corpse King, Corpse Emperor and Corpse Lord. The man in red was unable to dodge and was knocked to the ground by the signpost. However, the moment the man in red came into contact with the iron plate, he released all the electrical energy in his body to the 4th level zombie. The 4th level zombie was electrocuted and almost fell to the ground. Even the few sparse hairs on its head stood up. After taking a break, the 4th level zombie raised the road sign high, ready to smash it at the man in red again. Seeing this, Shenyu hurried over. If this hit the red-clothed zombie on the head, it would definitely blow her brains out. Time stands still. With Chenyu's loud shout, the 4th level zombie's raised hand stopped in mid-air. Seeing this, Shenyu rushed forward and dragged the man in red over. He himself was trying to put the 4th level zombies into the space. Unfortunately, Chenyu's mental strength was still not enough to store it in the space. After a brief period of immobilization, the 4th level zombie regained its ability to move. It looked at Shenyu angrily and threw the road sign in its hand down. At this moment, the charming rabbit, who had not put in much effort, jumped over. It raised its front legs and squeaked a few times at the level 4 zombies. The 4th level zombie suddenly stopped what he was doing. Its eyes were blurry and a stiff smile was forced at the corner of its mouth. Now! Shenyu seized the opportunity and directly bound it to his own system. Then he let out a long breath and felt relieved. Dealing with such a high-level zombie consumed a lot of Chenyu's mental energy. Fortunately, the final result was quite satisfactory to him. After the 4th level zombie was bound, he stood respectfully in front of Shenyu and said, "Onar." Shenyu took a look at the level 4 zombie and blurted out, "Since you have a big head and a thick neck, I'll call you Big Head from now on." After that, he turned on his analytical glasses. At the same time, detailed information about the 4th level zombies emerged. Name, Big Head. Type, Strengthening System. Level 4 Corpse General. Controllable zombies, 10 can control up to level 2 zombies. Superpower, overgrowth levels up faster than normal zombies. After Shenyu closed his analysis glasses, he looked at Datu in surprise and asked, "What does Corpse General mean? Is it a title of rank?" "My lord." Data lowered his head and explained respectfully. Zombies have titles starting from level 4. From lowest to highest, they are level 4 Zombie General, level 5 Zombie King, level 6 Zombie Emperor, and level 7 Zombie Lord. Shenyu continued to ask, "How did you know these levels? Have you ever seen a Corpse King or even a Corpse Lord?" Big Head shook his head and said, "That's not the case. However, once zombies reach level 4, they will have a clear understanding of levels. This cognition is engraved in our consciousness. For example, when a level 4 Corpse General sees a level 5 Corpse King, he will choose to surrender without hesitation. Furthermore, zombies will try every possible means to reach a higher level." When Shenyu heard this, his doubts deepened. He glanced at the densely packed zombies on the ground and asked, "Then why don't you kill so many zombies weaker than you to increase your level?" "This is because I seem to hear a mysterious force calling me. To the extent that I don't pay any attention to the zombies around me." Big Head replied. "Mysterious power? What mysterious power? I don't know either." Big Head shook his head in confusion. "I just felt that the power was extremely strong, and I couldn't escape its control at all. If you hadn't forcibly awakened me, I'm afraid I would have continued walking towards that mysterious power." Shenyu couldn't help but frown. If such a power really existed, what level of power would it be? At least it is much stronger than a level 4 Corpse General. Could it be the Corpse King? Even the Corpse Lord? However, is it possible for a zombie to reach the level of a Zombie King in such a short period of time? Unless, when the apocalypse breaks out, some zombies have already reached a very high level. Thinking of this, Shenyu suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He looked at the many zombies around him and said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and take out all the zombies' crystals, otherwise the energy will disappear." The zombie squad hurriedly started to work. Shenyu turned on his glasses that analyzed everything and looked into the distance. This sight gave him a big shock. Just see. Except for a few zombies, most of the zombies around are moving towards the east. They are just like big-headed zombies, like puppets. Shenyu thought to himself, what kind of power is this that can control so many zombies at the same time? While Shenyu was lost in thought, the girls came running over. Lu Shirshir took a step forward and said excitedly, "Brother Yu, the way you killed the zombies just now was so cool." "Yes." Xiao Qianyue also said with admiration, "Today I truly witnessed how good Brother Yu's physical strength is. He killed so many zombies just by close combat." The other girls also gathered around Shenyu, their eyes full of admiration. Shenyu glanced at everyone and said seriously, "Now is not the time to chat. See Xiaoye, take them and take out the crystals from those zombies." I have something to take care of. Okay, brother you. Seeing Chen Yu's serious look, Si Xiaoye nodded in response quickly. Chen Yu then waved his hand and took out more than a dozen machetes from the space and placed them on the ground. Si Xiaoye picked up a knife, turned around and looked at the girls and said, "Everyone come here, I will show you how to remove the zombie crystal." Several girls almost vomited when they saw the zombies all over the ground. However, they still suppressed their nausea and picked up the knife on the ground. Because they also wanted to do something to help Chen Yu. Chen Yu did not stay here. He drove a new off-road vehicle and led the zombie team towards the zombies in the distance. They were busy until night, and Chen Yu and others killed more than 3,000 zombies in total and took out all their crystals. Also, because Chen Yu lost 2 level 2 zombies, one of the spots was given to Datu, so there was still one spot missing. So another level 2 zombie was bound again. Big Head, who has become a zombie general, controls 10 level 2 zombies. There were also 10 second level zombies who were tied up like dumplings by Chen Yu and tied to the back of the car. After doing all this, Chen Yu dragged his tired body and drove back to the community. After tying up the 10 second level zombies, Chen Yu glanced at the big-headed zombies and said solemnly, "Today's events are extremely bizarre. You must stay alert and keep an eye out for any more zombie waves." Big Head nodded repeatedly and said, "Master, please rest assured. We will protect your safety until our death." After Chen Yu gave Datu his instructions, he waved to Hongi and said, "Hongi, come back to the villa with me." "Yes, master." The man in red, covered in wounds, limped behind Chen Yu into the house. At this time, the women had cleaned all the crystals and placed them on the ground. Chen Yu put all the crystals into the space, then walked into the bathroom with Hongi. At this time, the man in red was already covered in wounds. Even the clothes were full of holes. Chen Yu took out a large number of crystals from the space, placed them in front of Hongi and said, "Eat them first. They will help you recover. I'll talk to you later." Chapter 72, Red Riding Happiness. Chen Yu had long discovered that after zombies devoured crystals, they not only became stronger but also recovered from their injuries. So he wanted to feed Hongi crystals to help her recover quickly. Seeing the crystals, Hongi nodded slightly and said, "Thank you for the gift, master." Then he picked up the crystals without hesitation and swallowed them one by one. At the same time, the wounds on her body were slowly disappearing. After swallowing 99 crystals, Red Cloak's injuries had mostly recovered. The wound has stopped bleeding. However, there are still some scars on the body, which will take some time to recover. After Chen Yu fed her 99 crystals, he stopped. This is because zombies cannot consume a large number of crystals in a short period of time. Otherwise, it is very likely to cause damage to the body. Chen Yu put away the remaining crystals and said to Hong Yi with a serious face, "Hong Yi, I forgot to ask you today. Can you feel that magical power?" Hong Yi shook his head and said, "Apart from the invisible power I can feel from you, I haven't noticed any other power." Chen Yu frowned slightly. Things turned out pretty much as he had guessed. Although that power can control most zombies, some zombies can break free from its control. For example, these zombies that are bound to you. Also, if you encounter dangerous zombies, you will temporarily lose control. In addition, Chen Yu also discovered that there were a small number of zombies who, although not of high level, were not affected by that power at all. Chen Yu deduced from this may mean that the power has a wide radiation range, but its control over a single unit is far inferior to his own system. Also, that power is like a fishing net and does not work on all zombies. After figuring this out, Chen Yu once again set his gaze on the man in red who was covered in blood. Then he took out a new set of red robes and underwear and said, "Take a shower and change into clean clothes, then come to my room." Just as Chen Yu was about to turn around and leave, Hong Yi suddenly said timidly, "Master, I'm a zombie. Isn't this a bit bad?" Chen Yu said seriously, "What are you thinking about? I asked you to come to me to get the crystal. So that's how it is." Hong Yi breathed a long sigh of relief. Chen Yu returned to his room, took a shower, and then leaned back on the bed, closed his eyes, and rested. At the same time, he submerged his consciousness into the space and began to count his gains this time. Today, he has obtained a total of more than 7,000 first-level crystals and more than 20 second-level crystals. If the zombies hadn't gathered together, he might not have been able to harvest so many crystals even if he spent more than half a month. There is also a powerful zombie general who can match hundreds of level 1 zombies. This zombie can also control 10 level 2 zombies. In this way, Shen Yu's zombie team's strength will be greatly increased. In addition, Shen Yu also captured 10 level 2 zombies alive. These are specially prepared for those in red. After a few days, when she breaks through to level 4, she will be able to control these zombies. These are the sources of his confidence. Even if someone sees you killing zombies today, there's no need to worry. After all, he has now regarded the entire community as his base camp. It is extremely difficult for outsiders to break through the zombies' blockade and reach the villa. And just as Chen Yu was thinking about his next plan, the man in red knocked on Chen Yu's bedroom door. "Come in." After hearing this, the girl in red walked in with her soft bare feet. Chen Yu slipped his consciousness out of the space and couldn't help but look at the person in red. At this time, the water droplets on the red-clothed body had not completely dried, and some were sliding down the scar on his chest. The red dress made her slender and straight thighs look even more perfect. Chen Yu calmed himself down, took out a box from the space, and filled it with crystals. "Hongi, take these crystals and share them with the other zombies. Come back to me after you've digested them. I hope I can see you reach level 4 in a few days." Hongi came over and nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, Master. I will reach level 4 as soon as possible. By then, I will be one of your generals." "Okay, take these away." After hearing this, Hongi took the crystals and left the villa. Just after Chen Yu settled down, the whole city underwent great changes. Because most of the zombies suddenly disappeared collectively. Now many people are trying to go out of their homes and look for food. There are also some people who unite to deal with various dangers. However, because more than half of the people have turned into zombies, and the official people have not shown up yet, it is impossible to restore social order. 5 days later. Early in the morning, there was a sudden knock on Chen Yu's bedroom door. He put on his clothes, stood up and walked out the door. Outside the door was Zhang Kursen, her face covered in sweat. When she saw Chen Yu, she said excitedly, "Brother Chen Yu, Sister Hongi is looking for you. She said she has something important to tell you." "Really?" Chen Yu seemed to have guessed what it was. He was too lazy to contact Hongi through his consciousness and walked straight out the door. In the lobby on the first floor. The moment Hongi saw Chen Yu, she couldn't help but say loudly, "Master, I feel like I'm about to reach level 4. "Great." Chen Yu excitedly took out some second-level crystals from the space, handed them to Hongi, and said, "Now, these transistors are enough to keep you going until you reach level 4. Hongi was not polite and ate the crystals one by one. When he ate the 20th one, Hongi felt that the energy in his body seemed to be about to burst out. "Master, please get out of the way. I think I'm going to rise." After hearing this, Chen Yu quickly moved aside. There were several girls sitting on the sofa in the hall. They were frightened by the appearance of the man in red and quickly hid far away. Hongi covered his head in pain. Thick lightning bolts were wrapped around her body. Not only her long hair, but also her red robe was flying all over the sky. After struggling in agony for more than 10 minutes, Hongi looked at Chen Yu and said word by word, "Master, I seem to be short of energy. Quick, use your thunderstorm." Chen Yu thought for a moment and raised his right hand. He knew that his thunderstorm ability would cause very little damage to the red-clothed man. However, the powerful electrical energy can effectively temper Hongi's physique and provide her with a large amount of energy. Chen Yu concentrated his mental strength and struck the man in red with a huge bolt of lightning. Boom! The red robe exploded. "Ah!" The man in red screamed and fainted on the ground instantly. Chen Yu walked over quickly to help Hongi up, and asked with some concern, "Hongi, how do you feel now?" Hongi looked down at his body and said awkwardly, "I'm fine now, I just feel a little cold." Chapter 73. The upgraded Hongi is almost becoming my sister-in-law. Reference picture of red clothes, can you handle it? Only then did Chen Yu realize that the woman in red was no longer able to cover her body. Even her skin was covered in black ash from burned clothes. He took out a new set of clothes and high heels from the space and handed them to Hongi. "Go wash them quickly." Hongi covered her chest with her hands, lowered her head and walked quickly towards the bathroom. Looking at the figure in red, Chen Yu suddenly muttered to himself, "Oh no, I forgot to check Hongi's information. But it's not too late now." As he spoke, Chen Yu turned on his glasses that could analyze everything. At this time, Hongi had already taken off her tattered clothes. Pieces of snow-white skin appeared faintly in front of Chen Yu, looking very sexy. Shen Yu calmed himself down and directly checked the information panel of the man in red. Name, Hongyi. Type, spell. Level 4 Corpse General. Controllable zombies, 10. Superpower, lightning imprisonment can launch a lightning bolt at a target remotely, temporarily imprisoning the target. After seeing this, Shen Yu showed a satisfied smile on his face. Unexpectedly, after Hongyi became a 4th level Corpse General, his supernatural powers also upgraded. It seems that lightning confinement belongs to the control type ability. If you encounter a powerful zombie again in the future, just imprison it and use your own thunderstorm ability or space ability. Perhaps the effect is not as simple as 1+1. Thinking of this, the corners of Chen Yu's mouth curled up involuntarily. It was harder to suppress than an AK with a 16x scope. In his spare time, he looked up and down at the red-clothed girl and couldn't help but sigh. This red dress is really a big improvement. When Shen Yu was watching intently, the women came over one after another. Lu Shishir stared at Chen Yu, who was lost in thought, and asked with lingering fear. Brother Yu, what happened just now? What did Sister Hongyi do wrong? Why did you suddenly hit her with a bolt of lightning? Chen Yu came back to his senses when he heard Lu Shishir's voice. With a slight smile, he explained, she did nothing wrong. She was just a little short of leveling up, so I used lightning to help her. I didn't expect Brother Yu's lightning could be used this way? Lu Shishir breathed a sigh of relief and continued, does that mean Sister Hongyi is even more powerful now? Of course. Now, one person in red is worth hundreds or even thousands of people. After hearing this, the girls all widened their eyes. They didn't expect that Hongyi would be so powerful now. At this time, Jiang Shuer suggested. Sisters, we have to train harder in the future. Last time, we didn't help at all. From now on, we can't just be vases. I agree. Yunlan clenched her fists and looked at Si Xiaoye and said. You say we're not as good as Xiaoye, that's fine, but now we're not as useful as the zombies that Brother Yu subdued. This makes me a little embarrassed. At this time, Xiao Chenyue looked towards the bathroom and said mysteriously. Have you noticed that Red's consciousness has slowly recovered? When I just walked in, she actually called out my name and greeted me. Moreover, her skin is getting better and better, and she is so big. I'm really worried that one day Brother Yu will lose control and do something to Hongyi again. Then our status will be even lower. Lu Shishir looked at Chen Yu and said. Just now, after the red-clothed man was struck by lightning, his robes were burned. Brother Yu's eyes never left him for a moment. Hey, Brother Yu has never looked at me so seriously. How about I turn you into zombies too? Chen Yu looked at the girls with a playful look on his face. After you become zombies, you might be even prettier than Hongyi. No. Brother Yu, I was just kidding you, hee hee. Lu Shishir made a face and said with a smile. While everyone was talking, the man in red opened the bathroom door with a creaky sound. Several girls couldn't help but look behind them. At this time, the scars on the red-clothed person's body had long disappeared, and his skin was as smooth and delicate as mutton fat jade. Those two straight and slender thighs are even better than those of Zhao Beibei, who has practiced yoga for several years. Wearing high heels makes her look even more graceful. Coupled with the bright red robe, she looks like a red elf from a fairy tale. Not to mention Chen Yu, even the girls were confused when they saw it. Shen Bingxia swallowed her saliva, stared at Hongyi without blinking and said. Brother Yu, if Hongyi becomes my sister-in-law one day, I won't be surprised at all. Tsk Tisk Lu Shishir shook her head and sighed, it's a shame that we're still called school beauties. In front of Hongyi, this title is simply a joke. At this time, the man in red had already arrived in front of everyone. She asked with some confusion, what are you discussing? Lu Shishir took Hongyi's hand and said with emotion. We are discussing when you can become Brother Yu's woman. After hearing this, a blush appeared on Hongyi's pale face. Shishir, stop kidding me. I'm just a zombie. How could the master possibly want me? Lu Shishir stood on tiptoe and whispered to Hongyi's ear. Hongyi, although I am young, I have summed up the way to survive with Brother Yu. If you are a human being, at certain times you should not think of yourself as a human being. If you are not a human being, you should treat yourself as a human being at certain times. Now, that's all I can tell you. Hongyi has regained consciousness and of course knows what Lu Shishir means. At the same time, she kept these words in mind. Chen Yu was not like Lu Shishir and others who only looked at the appearance of the man in red. He is now more concerned about Red's abilities. An eyebrow raised, and he said calmly, "Hongi, follow me." "Yes, master," Red replied meekly. Afterwards, Shinyu walked towards a villa in front with the man in red. This villa contains 10 level 2 zombies that Shenyu reserved for Hong-yi. After the two arrived at the villa, Shenyu pointed at the 10 zombies that kept roaring and said, "Hong-yi, try to see if you can control them." As the man in red spoke, he walked in front of the 10 zombies and activated his control ability. Then, the 10 zombies stopped moving like puppets. Shenyu took out a big axe and cut off all the chains on their bodies in no time. Then he said to the red-clothed man, "Control them to attack me." "Yes, master." After hearing this, Hong-yi began to control the zombies to attack Shinyu. However, these zombies did not listen to the man in red's command at all, and seemed to want to break free from his control. Even Hong-yi himself couldn't help but tremble, as if he was about to collapse. "Okay, Red, stop it." After hearing this, Hong-yi immediately controlled the zombies to stand aside. He was breathing heavily, as if he was about to suffocate. Shenyu looked at Hong-yi, thought for a moment and asked, "What did you feel when you controlled the zombies just now?" "Master, I feel like these zombies are very afraid of you and are not obeying my commands," the man in red said truthfully. Shenyu held his chin with his hand and said thoughtfully, "It seems that even though I can't directly control these zombies, they don't dare to harm me in the slightest. This might be what absolute suppression means." "It seems like that, master." Hong-yi wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with lingering fear, "If I hadn't gotten your permission, I would have been completely killed the moment I had the thought of hurting you." Shenyu looked down at the sweat-drenched Hong-yi and gently lifted her chin. Hong-yi's eyes softened and her heart beat faster. Shenyu smiled evilly and said, "Although I can't really play with you right now, it's still okay for me to do something casually." After hearing this, Hong-yi asked the zombies to leave the villa. An hour later, Shenyu stretched himself, rubbed Hong-yi's head gently and said, "Red, come with me outside to find some free labor. It's time to reinforce our neighborhood." Chapter 74. You don't understand the fun of Chow Thief. Hong-yi certainly knew that the free labor Shenyu was talking about were the survivors. Without Shenyu's instructions, he called the zombie subordinates he had just subdued to his front. Shenyu led the zombie squad towards the car. "Hong-yi, you drive the car and let those zombies follow closely." After giving some instructions, Shenyu went straight into the back seat of the car. "Yes, master." The man in red obediently sat in the driver's seat. On the way, Shenyu directly turned on his analysis glasses and observed the surrounding environment. This is just like using cheats in CF, which can directly penetrate all obstacles. He can even see clearly who his young wife is taking a bath. Don't you think that is powerful? Along the way, Shenyu also encountered many zombies. But these zombies were no match for them and were easily taken down. After walking for 7 or 8 kilometers, Shenyu finally saw a group of survivors. Parking. When Hong-yi heard the order, he hurriedly stepped on the brakes. Shenyu carefully observed a large shopping mall not far away. Through the wall, you can clearly see more than 100 workers in yellow work clothes inside. Judging from their clothes, these people should be workers from a construction team. It's perfect for hard labor. At this moment, they were carrying the few available foods in the mall. On the ground nearby, many bodies of survivors were lying in a mess. Some of the women were lying naked on the ground, their deaths extremely miserable. Even women and children are like this. It seemed that they were all toyed with by the workers and then brutally killed. There was also a middle-aged woman with a weak breath, lying on the ground, enduring the ravages of a man wearing golden glasses. The workers around were watching all this with great interest, and seemed to think there was nothing wrong with it. Shenyu closed his analysis glasses and said to the red-clothed man beside him, "Hong-yi, take the zombie squad and block the back door. Don't let anyone escape." "Yes, master." After getting out of the car, the man in red quickly ran towards the back of the mall with 10 zombies. Shenyu snorted coldly and muttered to himself, "Although you deserve to die, it's not too late to kill you after I've squeezed out every last bit of your value." I guess the capitalists would cry after hearing these words. After getting off the car, Shenyu quickly walked towards the main entrance of the mall. After killing the people, the group of workers took all the food and then slowly walked out of the mall. One of the men with dyed yellow hair was holding a spoon in his left hand and was struggling to dig food out of the can and stuff it into his mouth. After swallowing a mouthful of food, he said to the man wearing gold-rimmed glasses beside him, "Brother, even though the canned herring smells like old oysters, it tastes pretty good." how about having another bite? The man with glasses is named Wang Tianhai. He looks very gentle and is the eldest brother of this group. He sniffed and complained slightly. If you want to eat, go ahead and eat it yourself. I almost threw up my stomach after taking that bite just now. Let's go to another mall. I don't believe we can't find delicious food. I swear, I'll eat shit instead of canned herrings. That thing is sour and smelly, and even more disgusting. Huang Mao seemed to be recalling something painful. The corner of his mouth twitched and he changed the subject. Brother, if we can't find any food, we can just find some girls to play with. Those old guys just now can't compare to the juicy young ladies. Wang Tianhai adjusted his glasses and said with a sinister smile. After we're done playing, we still have to kill them all. I, Wang Tianhai, won't allow any threats to exist around me. After hearing this, Huang Mao was suddenly frightened and beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. He took a deep breath, leaned forward, and said with a smile on his face, "Don't worry, big brother. We will definitely follow you wholeheartedly. You are our leader, and we can't live without you." That's better. Wang Tianhai raised his lips and laughed. If I could catch a few beautiful wives later, it would be even more interesting. Huang Mao thought for a moment and asked doubtfully. Brother, there's one thing I don't quite understand. Why do you prefer married women in their 30s to 20-year-old girls? What do you know? Wang Tianhai closed his eyes and said with a look of enjoyment, how can you feel the fun in this? After hearing this, Huang Mao swallowed his saliva and grinned. Brother, I've read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and understand a little bit about it. In fact, I know a little bit about Chow Chow and other thieves. Besides, I also want to be Chow Chow. Oh, I didn't expect you and I to be the same kind of people. No, we think alike. Ha, we should thank Doomsday, otherwise we would still be a bunch of miserable workers. Now, we are the emperors. As they were chatting and laughing, they saw Chen Yu standing at the door. Wang Tianhai was slightly startled, then turned around and asked, Did you see clearly? When did that guy appear at the door? The yellow-haired man looked at Chen Yu and shook his head, saying, I don't know either. It looks like he just walked over. Kill him for me. Wang Tianhai said calmly. Huang Mao turned around and shouted, Brothers, come on, kill that guy. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen people rushed towards Chen Yu. Seeing that those people were getting closer, Chen Yu ordered Hongyi and others to rush in from the back door and surround those people. When everyone heard the noise behind them, they stopped and looked behind them. When I looked around, I found more than a dozen people who looked lifeless. It was Chen Yu's zombie squad. However, because they did not bite people like other zombies, Wang Tianhai and others regarded them as survivors. The yellow-haired man walking in front glanced at the zombies and asked fearfully, Brother, we've been ambushed. What should we do next? It seems that those people are not simple people. Wang Tianhai glanced at the zombie squad behind him, a ruthless look flashed across his face as he said, Are you fucking stupid? We have so many people and we all have weapons, why are you afraid of them? Huang Mao saw that his side had the advantage in numbers, and at the same time thought of the pistol in Wang Tianhai's pocket. He felt a little relieved. He mustered up his courage and said to the people behind him, Don't be afraid, everyone. Come with me and kill this guy first, then we'll deal with the others. Everyone responded, Yes, brother Huang Mao. Chen Yu snorted coldly and said speechlessly, I think you really don't know how to write the word death. Just as everyone was about to take action, Chen Yu quickly pulled out a pistol from his arms and shot Wang Tianhai on the head with lightning speed. His shooting skills are as accurate as a sharpshooter. Bang! Wang Tianhai fell to the ground in shock, and a gorgeous red flower bloomed on his head. Chapter 75 Preparing to build a super shelter. The more than 100 people behind Wang Tianhai were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that Chen Yu actually had a gun. Also, he's like a quick shooter. So much so that no one could see where he took out the gun from. In the crowd, Huang Mao glanced at Wang Tianhai, who was shot in the head, and said viciously, You bastard, you actually killed our eldest brother? Chen Yu pointed the gun at the yellow-haired man and said with narrowed eyes, Forget killing a little scoundrel. Even if I kill all of you, what will happen? Chen Yu's tone was calm, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Huang Mao looked at Chen Yu and said in a threatening tone, Kid, you only have 10 bullets left in your pistol at most. But there are more than 100 of us. Even if you kill 10 of us with perfect accuracy, the rest will tear you apart alive. Chen Yu was not moved at all by Huang Mao's threat. It doesn't matter. I just need to kill the few people in the front. If the rest of you have the guts, just kill me. Huang Mao's face couldn't help but twitch. He didn't expect that Chen Yu was not afraid at all when facing so many people. However, he also knew that even if he had more than 100 people on his side, no one would dare to step forward. Because no one wants to be cannon fodder in the front. This is human nature. Huang Mao almost didn't hesitate at all, and suddenly knelt on the ground and shouted, "Brother, I'm blind and ignorant. Please spare my life." Seeing this, the others also knelt on the ground and begged for mercy loudly. Chen Yu played with the gun in his hand and couldn't help but sneered. "Why, you just wanted to kill me, but now that you can't beat me, you want me to spare you? How can such a good thing happen in this world? If you want me to spare you, then give me a reason not to kill you." Huang Mao thought about it and said with a smile on his face, "Brother, we are still valuable. We can protect your safety." Chen Yu pointed at Wang Tianhai, whose head was swollen. "You guys also told him something like that, right?" The corners of Huang Mao's mouth twitched involuntarily, and his brain was spinning rapidly. After a long while, Huang Mao forced a smile and said, "Brother, we can work for you like slaves, and we beg you to spare our lives." Chen Yu looked at the workers and asked casually, "What did you do before?" Huang Mao pointed to his work clothes and said, "We used to be from Langao Company. We were mainly responsible for demolishing old buildings and building shelters." Chen Yu thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Well, how about this? If you can do me a favor, once I'm happy, I might consider letting you go." Of course, it was impossible for Chen Yu to let them go. But it's still possible to let them make some contributions before they die. This can also be considered as recycling of waste. "Brother, how can I help you?" Huang Mao asked hurriedly. Chen Yu said, "The residential complex I live in isn't very sturdy. Please help me turn it into a super shelter. Also, the entire complex needs to be surrounded by high walls and barbed wire." Huang Mao swallowed his saliva and said helplessly, "Brother, even a good cook cannot cook without rice. Our materials and tools are all in the company. Otherwise, can you let us go back to the company? Are you stupid or am I? If I let you go, won't you run away?" Chen Yu said speechlessly, "Tell me the location of your company and the materials you need, and leave the rest to me." As he spoke, Chen Yu took out a pen and paper from his pocket and threw it to Huang Mao. Huang Mao hurriedly wrote the information on a piece of paper, then ran over respectfully and handed the paper to Chen Yu. After Chen Yu took the note, he looked at everyone and ordered, "All of you, turn your backs and lie on the ground with your heads in your hands." The workers did not dare to disobey Chen Yu and all lay on the ground with their heads in their hands. Chen Yu moved his mind, and a large number of ropes appeared on the ground. Then he gave Hong Yi a look. The man in red understood what he meant and led the zombie team to tie up every worker tightly like a dumpling. Seeing that everyone was under control, Chen Yu looked at Hong Yi and said, "Hong Yi, take these people to the empty villa and keep an eye on them. If anyone disobeys, just shoot them dead." "Don't worry, master." The man in red brought the zombies to the workers. Huang Mao took a look at the zombies, his eyes widened, and he said in a trembling voice, "These are not humans, they are zombies." Chen Yu sneered, "You found out about all this? You better behave yourself, or I'll turn you into zombies." Everyone knew from Chen Yu's majestic tone that he could really do what he said. Never dare to have any small thoughts again. Afterwards, more than 100 workers were escorted to a Yuan community. Chen Yu locked the workers in an empty villa and sent Datu to guard them strictly. Then he drove towards the red-clothed man again, raised his eyebrows and said, "Hong Yi, come out with me." "Yes, master." The man in red obediently got into the cab. The two drove quickly towards Langao Company. Along the way, there were very few zombies left. So many people have already come out to participate in the activities. This is not a good thing for Chen Yu. Because there were many zombies outside in the past, people didn't dare to go out easily, so they wouldn't disturb Chen Yu's life. At the same time, those zombies can also become nutrients for the promotion of zombies such as red clothes. Now, the number of zombies has been greatly reduced. Upgrading has become very difficult. Fortunately, Chen Yu killed more than 7,000 zombies before they left. He also obtained a zombie general and more than 20 second-level zombies, and thus accumulated a fortune. Langao Company is not far from a Yuan community. More than an hour later, the two arrived at the company. At this time, there were no living people in the company, only a few zombies were still wandering around casually. Chen Yu and Hong Yi went forward to kill the zombies and took out the crystal. It's not Shin Yu's fault that he can't distinguish between priorities. It's hard to find level 1 crystals nowadays, so the more you can have, the better. After all, fly legs are also meat. After dealing with the zombies, Shin Yu went straight to the company warehouse. When I opened the door of the warehouse, I saw that it was full of special materials and tools. For example, titanium alloy plates, thick and bulletproof glass, exterior wall insulation materials, anti-gas filters, cameras and infrared sensors, etc. There are also various construction vehicles, etc. Relying on his spatial ability, Shin Yu easily stored various tools and materials into the space. Afterwards, the two returned to a Yuan community. By this time, it was already dark. Shin Yu thought about it and took out all the necessary materials and vehicles from the space. Using spatial abilities during the day is always less safe than at night. Unless it is necessary, you should try to avoid using spatial abilities in front of outsiders. Of course, he was not worried about being seen by Huangmao and others. The dead will not reveal secrets. After settling everything, Shin Yu just returned to the villa when Ning Tian came to him in panic. Xiao Yu, something bad has happened. Something seems to have happened to Anin. Chapter 76. Brother Yu, did you cure Anin to death? At this time, Ning Tian's clothes were a little messy. A few buttons had not been buttoned yet, and a large area of white was exposed. It seemed that Chen Yan'an treated her as his mother again. However, Shin Yu didn't bother to think about these things and asked hurriedly. Take me to see what happened to Anin. I don't know what happened to her. Ning Tian recalled as she ran upstairs. Just now, when she was eating, she suddenly broke away from me like crazy. I wanted to go over to check on her, but she kept rolling on the ground, making a sharp noise. Besides, her body was very hot. I didn't know what to do, so I came to you. Okay, let's go take a look first. As they were talking, the two of them had already reached the second floor. At this time, the girls were surrounding Chen Yan'an at a loss, wanting to hug her but afraid that she would bite them. Get out of the way. Shen Yu shouted and began to control Chen Yan'an with his mind. Chen Yan'an felt a little better and was no longer as crazy as before. However, at this time, she was already bleeding from all 7 orifices. There were tiny cracks on the delicate skin, and blood was slowly oozing out. Even on the ground, there were large patches of blood. From this we can see what kind of pain Chen Yan'an went through. Even at this time, Chen Yan'an's movements were not as large under Chen Yu's control. But he was still breathing rapidly and his whole body was shaking. At this time, Lu Shishir stepped forward and asked with lingering fear. Brother Yu, could Anin be sick? Shen Bingxia glanced at Zhang Wan and suggested, Xiao Wan, aren't you a medical professional? Why don't you check her out? Zhang Wan shook her head helplessly and said, with the little I've learned, I can't tell what's wrong with Anin. Chen Yu looked at Chen Yan'an lying on the ground and began to worry. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. There were all kinds of medicine in his space, but he had no idea where to start since he couldn't find the cause of the disease. At this moment, he suddenly thought that with his recent enhancement, the functions of the analysis glasses had also increased a lot. This includes checking human body parameters. How about we see if the analytical glasses can find the cause? Chen Yu stared at Chen Yan'an lying on the ground and turned on his analytical glasses. He filtered out the invalid information and checked the most important physical parameters. Body temperature, 50 C. Heartbeat, 200. Breathing, 130. Degree of capillary damage, 35%, 36%, 37%. Skin damage degree, 23%, 24%, 25%. Blood loss, 20%, 21%, 22%. Chen Yu was shocked after reading these parameters. If Chen Yan'an wasn't a zombie, she would have died long ago. However, these parameters only indicate that Chen Yan'an's body seems to have reached its limit. But I still don't know what happened to her. But I could see that the little guy's condition was getting worse and worse. The wounds on his body were getting bigger and bigger. If we delay any further, I'm afraid the situation will be disastrous. When Shen Yu was at a loss, he suddenly remembered that he had given Hongyi some crystals after she was injured. Then her wounds slowly healed. Moreover, when Red Clothes upgrades, his body parameters are far beyond normal. Could it be that Chen Yan'an is also going to be upgraded? Thinking of this, Shen Yu took out several crystals from the space. However, as soon as he put the crystal to her lips, Shen Yu began to hesitate again. She is so young, can she digest those energetic crystals? What if I can't bear it anymore? Never mind. Try to save the dying horse. Chen Yu no longer hesitated and whispered to Chen Yenin. Don't be afraid, and open your mouth and it will feel better in a while. Chen Yenin was still conscious and opened his mouth obediently. Chen Yu directly put the whole crystal into her mouth. You know what, the method Chen Yu came up with is pretty good. Chen Yenin, who had just been struggling in pain on the ground, immediately stretched out his legs and stared after swallowing the crystal. Shortness of breath also improved. I just stopped breathing. The room suddenly became silent. All the women turned their eyes to Chen Yu. In the crowd, Lu Shishir swallowed and whispered. Brother Yu, did you kill Anan? Anan, are you okay? Ning Tian was shocked when she saw this, and squatted down to pick up Chen Yenin. Seeing this, Chen Yu hurriedly stopped her and said, Don't move. Just let her stay on the ground. At this time, Chen Yenin was still relatively fragile, especially his blood vessels were severely damaged. If you pick up the baby rashly, it may cause secondary injuries. After hearing this, Ning Tian had to step aside and look at Chen Yenin worriedly. Although Chen Yu looked calm, he was actually sweating inside. Because he didn't know whether this method would work or not. However, he finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Chen Yenin's physical parameters began to improve. In just a moment, Chen Yenin regained his breath. And it was obviously not as urgent as just now. This method really works. Chen Yu thought about it, took out more crystals, and fed them to Chen Yenin one after another. After feeding 100 crystals, Chen Yu quickly stopped. Even someone as strong as Hong Yi couldn't bear to eat 100 crystals. No matter how strong this baby is, he can't be stronger than the one in red, right? However, Chen Yenin didn't seem to have eaten enough. She sat up directly, pointed to her mouth and said, Anan wants more. Chen Yu said helplessly. You can't eat anymore. If you eat any more, I'm afraid you'll burst again. No, Anan is okay. Chen Yenin said with anticipation. Chen Yu looked at Chen Yenin's physical parameters and found that they were indeed normal. Okay then. If you feel unwell, tell me. Chen Yu took out more crystals. Chen Yenin swallowed the crystals one by one as if he had seen a delicious delicacy. He ate more than 200 pieces in a row before stopping. Burp. Chen Yenin burped and rubbed his stomach. Chen Yu hurriedly closed her body parameter panel and opened her personal information panel. Name, Chen Yenin. Level 1. Superpower, mental piercing can cause mental damage to the target across up to 3 levels. The lower the target's mental value, the greater the damage. Chen Yu closed his analysis glasses and looked at Chen Yenin with complicated eyes. I didn't expect that this little guy actually possessed psychic abilities. The difference from Charm Rabbit is that her psychic ability is not mind control, but direct mental attack. Having her and Charming Rabbit work together is a perfect match. However, when Chen Yu saw that Chen Yenin had eaten more than 300 of his crystals before reaching level 1, he suddenly felt a little distressed. You know, these crystals are enough to upgrade ordinary zombies to level 2. Of course, this also shows that Chen Yenin's upper limit is much higher than other zombies. Chen Yu was about to pick up Chen Yenin from the ground when he suddenly seemed to think of something. He turned to look at the disheveled Ning Tian and asked seriously. By the way, Sister Tian, did Anan bite you there? Chapter 77, Fighting Zombies and Charming Rabbits. After hearing this, the girls around Ning Tian subconsciously took a half step back. If Ning Tian was really bitten by Chen Yenin, she would also turn into a zombie. No. No. Ning Tian said with a red face. Anan is very sensible. When she knew she couldn't control herself, she let go and then bit her hand tightly. Chen Yu looked at Chen Yenin's arm. As Ning Tian said, there were a few shallow teeth marks on it. Even though she ate so many crystals, she still didn't fully recover. It shows how much pain she was in at that time. I don't believe it. Chen Yu said seriously, I won't be sure unless I take a look. Sister Tian, don't blame me for being ruthless. I have to be responsible for others. Jiang Shuai knew what Chen Yu meant from his eyes. However, she still pretended to be scared and said, Sister Tian, just let brother Yu take a look. That way, we can confirm whether you were bitten or not. If you were really bitten, if they find you in time, maybe there is still a way to save you. Ning Tian said somewhat awkwardly, Shuai, how about you come with me to the room and help me take a look? I wouldn't dare. Jiang Shuer waved her hands repeatedly. Sister Tian Tian, what if you have a tantrum and bite me? Then let me do it. I'm not afraid. Zhang Kursen volunteered. Xinshin, you can't do that either. Jiang Shuer explained, don't blame me for being harsh. What if Sister Tian Tian really gets bitten, and you cover for her? Ning Tiantian's face turned even redder. She glanced at the women and said firmly, Shuer is right. Only by letting brother Yu check can we put everyone at ease. Chen Yu said with a smile, let's go to my room and help you check it out. Ning Tiantian lowered her head and walked quickly towards the room. Chen Yu followed closely behind, turned to look at the other girls and said, go cook, and remember to make more hard dishes. After saying that, he walked straight into the room. After a careful examination, Ning Tiantian was indeed fine. Of course, Chen Yu already knew this would be the result. If Ning Tiantian was really bitten by a zombie, it would not escape his eyes at all. Ning Tiantian saw that Chen Yu had finished the examination and whispered, Xiao Yu, now you should be relieved, right? Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief and nodded slightly, I'm glad you weren't bitten. Then I'll leave? Don't be impatient. Chen Yu said with a wicked smile, since you're here, why don't you leave later? But there are so many people waiting outside. It's okay. Did you forget that I have a dimension? After hearing this, Ning Tiantian instantly became excited. After all, Chen Yu has been too busy recently. She hasn't seen Chen Yu for a long time. The two can only see each other when they eat. But most of the time, it was young girls like Jiang Shuer and Lu Shishir who talked non-stop to Chen Yu. Ning Tiantian didn't have a chance to interrupt at all. At the same time, she is older than other girls and cannot take the initiative to pester Chen Yu like younger girls. Thinking of this, Ning Tiantian looked at Chen Yu with watery eyes. Chen Yu entered the dimensional space with just one thought. The next day, Chen Yu and others temporarily moved back to Villa number 8. This way, the workers won't disturb them when they renovate Villa number 23. In order to prevent accidents, Chen Yu put shackles on all the workers and asked the zombie team to monitor them closely. In addition, the women also kept guarding these people with guns. Of course, Chen Yu was not idle either. He called the fighting zombies and the charming rabbit Baymax to Villa number 8, and then took out a pile of crystals. Chen Yu originally wanted to give all the crystals to Hongyi to see if she could break through to the 5th level of Corpse King. But after consuming more than 100 crystals, Chen Yu finally gave up. Thanks to Chen Yu's analysis glasses, he could now see the progress bar of the zombie upgrade. These more than 100 crystals only upgraded the red clothes by 1%. In other words, it would take 10,000 first-level crystals for her to reach the next level. And the last 10% is even harder to complete. Even if secondary crystals are used, hundreds of them are required. Even if you give her all the crystals, she still can't reach level 5. Unless, the big one is killed too. However, the big head is still useful, and it would be a pity to kill it now. So it would be better to upgrade the other level 2 zombies as well. When Fighting Zombie and Dabai saw the crystal, their eyes were about to spit fire. The red-clothed man is now level 4, while they are still only level 2. This makes them a little jealous. Another point is that the zombies' desire for upgrades is engraved deep in their souls. If it weren't for Chen Yu's intervention, they wouldn't mind devouring their teammates for upgrades. Chen Yu pointed at the crystals and said, you too should eat these crystals until you level up. Because of their special identities, they usually receive special care from Chen Yu. At this time, the progress bar has reached more than 90%. Fighting Zombie and Baymax got permission and immediately started eating the crystals one by one. The progress bars on them are also changing slowly. 92%, 93%, 94%, 99%. Finally, the zombie fighting level broke through to level 3. Her temperament seemed to have changed a lot. Chen Yu looked at the information panel for fighting zombies and was slightly surprised. Looking at the data, if you rely solely on physical combat, fighting zombies can trade a few moves with Big Head with their rich combat experience. Of course, there is still a certain gap between her and Big Head. In addition, the careful Chen Yu also found that after the upgraded zombie fighting game, his skin became better. Especially the muscle lines on her body, which are not as exaggerated as those of fitness experts. Instead, it is full of beauty. After fighting the zombies and leveling up, he glanced at the elegant red-clothed man, then glanced at his own embarrassed self, and said with some embarrassment, Master. Can you let me take a bath? Chun Yu looked at the zombie fighters and said helplessly. Well, you do stink, and I don't even dare to ride in the same car with you. I didn't expect a zombie like you to be so clean. Once this rabbit is upgraded, I'll take you to the villa. Thank you, Master. The fighting zombie's level is still a bit low, and he can't speak as fluently as the red-clothed zombie. Chen Yu asked the fighting zombie to stand aside and set his eyes on Dabai. He was full of anticipation for this charming rabbit. Last time it was at level 2, it was able to charm Big Head at level 4. Although it was only a few seconds, it was enough. It seems that psychic abilities are indeed far superior to ordinary abilities. After consuming twice as many crystals as he did fighting zombies, Baymax is finally about to break through to level 3. Chapter 78. Dabai, who is popular with both men and women. Chun Yu stared at Dabai without blinking, fearing that something unexpected might happen to it again. After all, this rabbit is quite useful, and it would be a pity if it died. After eating a large amount of crystals, Dabai's temperament suddenly changed drastically. And its size has also become much larger. It looked as big as a leopard. Did it succeed? Chun Yu was overjoyed and hurriedly checked its basic information. Name, Dabai. Type, Psychic. Level, Level 3. Superpower, Charm. At this moment, Dabai jumped in front of Chen Yu and rubbed his thigh very obediently. Chen Yu bent down and stroked the rabbit's ears, then said with a smile, Dabai, show us your special abilities. Dabai nodded, then suddenly looked at the man in red and the fighting zombies. At the same time, the two of them stood there blankly as if they had lost consciousness. However, the girl in red was only bewitched for less than 3 seconds before regaining consciousness. But fighting zombies is not so lucky. I haven't been able to get rid of Baymax's charm yet. Chun Yu looked at Dabai with some disbelief. Unexpectedly, it can now not only charm the opposite sex, but even the same sex. Chen Yu looked at Dabai with admiration. Okay, Dabai, stop now. After hearing this, Dabai stopped. The fighting zombie that broke free from control was gasping for breath, as if it had experienced a terrible nightmare. After thinking about the difference between the man in red and the one fighting zombies, Chen Yu understood what was going on. When Dabai is only at level 2, he can charm the level 4 Big Head for a few seconds. Fighting zombies is only level 3, which is a whole level lower than Big Head. In addition, after Dabai was upgraded to level 3, his charm ability has become much stronger. That's why they are completely defenseless when fighting zombies. As for why Red is more difficult to control than Big Head. On the one hand, because she is a woman, the charm effect is relatively weaker. On the other hand, Hong Yi, who possesses magical powers, has mental strength far exceeding that of D2, who only relies on his physical body. This further weakened the charm of Baymax on her. However, if you encounter other zombies at the level of 4th level corpse generals, you may not be so lucky. After figuring this out, Chen Yu bent down and stroked Dabai's rabbit ears, smiling faintly and saying, Dabai, please go outside first. I'll find you later. Dabai nodded and jumped away. Chen Yu stood up and looked at the two people in red clothes and said, Red clothes, fighting zombies, didn't you two say you wanted to take a shower? Now there is nothing for you to do, go quickly. Fighting zombie was stunned for a moment, then asked in a low voice, Master, I want to ask, why is her name Red Clothes, and I'm called Fighting Zombie, such an ugly name? After fighting the zombies and regaining consciousness, he actually felt a little inferior. This zombie was also bound by Chen Yu, and he was wearing bright red clothes. Not only was he wearing tattered clothes, but he also smelled bad. Isn't this discrimination too obvious? Even the names are so different. One is the nice-sounding red-dressed one, and the other is the earthy zombie-beating one. No, it's fighting zombies. Thinking of this, the fighting zombie looked at Chen Yu with some resentment. I have followed Chen Yu for longer than Hong Yi, and I can be considered a founding hero. Shouldn't I have a higher status? Chen Yu looked at the fighting zombie with a wronged look on his face and said helplessly. You're a zombie, so what can't you call yourself? It's just a name. After hearing this, the fighting zombie lowered his head and dropped his hands to his sides. Her fingertips seemed to touch a card. Hey, what is this? The fighting zombie reached into his trouser pocket and pulled out a business card. The picture on the business card was exactly her own. After taking a look at the business card, the fighting zombie excitedly ran to Chen Yu with the piece of paper. Master, I know my name now. My name is Dong Wuxuan. Chen Yu took the wrinkled business card, glanced at it, and said with a smile, well, from now on I'll just call you Dong Wushuang. Go take a shower, because you two have to go out with me later. Chen Yu looked at Dong Wushuang carefully. Then he took out a set of sports bra and a pair of yoga pants from the space. Of course, it's not because Chen Yu likes this. But it's because Dong Wushuang is a zombie who specializes in close combat. If during a fight, performance is affected because clothes are too loose, wouldn't that be a safety hazard? Therefore, hidden dangers must be nipped in the bud. Dong Wushuang excitedly took the clothes and thanked him repeatedly, thank you, master. Then, he took Hongyi's hand and walked towards the bathroom. After the two left, Chen Yu submerged his consciousness into the space. Among the supplies collected some time ago, there were quite a few cold weapons. So he picked some out and put them on the floor. These can be used as weapons for Hongyi and Dong Wushuang. After choosing his weapon, Chen Yu looked at the time and saw that more than 10 minutes had passed. Why haven't these two finished washing it? Will there be any accidents? No, I have to take a look. Although Chen Yuming knew that there was no possibility of an accident happening to these two people, he still took the attitude of better safe than sorry and turned on the perspective function of his analysis glasses. At this time, Hongyi and Dong Wushuang were having a great time washing. They even rub each other's backs. Chen Yu looked at the backs of the two people, his eyes almost popped out. They both seem to have their own merits. One is as white as snow, and her skin looks smooth, delicate, and tender. The other one has healthy wheat-colored skin, without a trace of fat on his body, and without exaggeratedly large muscles. The two of them look really pleasing to the eye. Just when Chen Yu was immersed in the beautiful scenery, the door of the villa suddenly opened. It's Jiang Shuer and Lu Shishir. Jiang Shuer saw Chen Yu and asked in surprise, Brother Yu, why are you back to the villa? Chen Yu closed his analysis glasses and replied calmly, this is not Dong Wushuang, the former fighting coach zombie who wanted to take a shower, so he came back. So that's how it is. Jiang Shuer walked forward and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she changed the subject and asked, by the way, Brother Yu, let's get some ready-made meals from you. We girls won't be back at noon and will continue to supervise the workers. After hearing this, Chen Yu took out a lot of self-heating food from the space. Let's just eat something simple first. Okay, Brother Yu, these are already very good. As they were talking, Jiang Shuer and Lu Shishir were about to pack the food into boxes. At this moment, Hongyi and Dong Wushuang pushed open the bathroom door and walked out. Chapter 79 The Red Clothes Are Zombies, Brother You should be careful of the zombie poison. After hearing the sound, Jiang Shuer and Lu Shishir looked towards the bathroom. I saw a tall woman in red wearing a hot robe and walking towards them barefoot, like a stunning ice beauty. Dong Wushuang, on the other hand, was wearing a short and compact fitness outfit that perfectly outlined her perfect figure. Clean and neat yet with a hint of sexiness. It's over. Jiang Shuer looked at Lu Shishir and said self-deprecatingly. You said I'm not as good as you school beauties, and now I can't even compare to zombies. If Brother Yu doesn't like me anymore, I might as well let a zombie bite me. Maybe I can become prettier. Lu Shishir looked at Hongyi and said with envy, let them bite me too. It would be best if I can still maintain my consciousness. After hearing this, Chen Yu helplessly interrupted the two and said, what are you mumbling about? Hurry up and deliver the food. Lu Shishir looked back and smiled, then approached Chen Yu and said, Brother Yu, don't blame me for being nosy. I feel the need to remind you. You must hold on. If you get poisoned, all the girls in our villa will be finished. Jiang Shuer glanced at the two people in red not far away and added with a smirk, it doesn't necessarily mean they're poisoned. Maybe Brother Yu will. Chen Yu immediately understood what Jiang Shuer meant and said unhappily. Hurry up and do what you need to do. Look how obedient the red clothes girls are. If all else fails, I'll just turn you two into zombies too. Okay, let's go now. Jiang Shuer picked up the food, walked quickly to the door, and said with her little head exposed, remember what I said. Chen Yu's slippers couldn't help but spin and flew out the door. Seeing this, Jiang Shuer quickly retracted her head and ran away quickly. After the two left, Chen Yu called Hongyi and Dong Wushuang to his side. You two, pick a weapon that's convenient for you. Yes, master. The red-clothed man's eyes swept over the various weapons and finally landed on a compound bow. She picked up the compound bow and looked at it carefully, then said with satisfaction. I want this compound bow. I'm not good at close combat, so this bow is more suitable for me. Moreover, I can attach my lightning binding to the bow and arrow, so I can attack the enemy from a longer distance. Dong Wuxuan also kept looking at those weapons, and finally picked a long sword. I want this long sword. It will kill the enemy cleanly and efficiently. Seeing that the two men had chosen their weapons, Chen Yu took out some food and placed it in front of them. Eat something, and then come with me out to kill zombies. After saying that, Chen Yu started eating his food. Now, he has stabilized and has a relatively strong zombie team. But this is far from enough. Chen Yu had a premonition that perhaps one day, a zombie army even more powerful than before would return. At that time, there might be zombies at the level of Corpse King or even Corpse Lord. This will undoubtedly pose a huge threat to Chen Yu. In addition, according to the news these days, everyone knows that there are not as many zombies outside as before. Many people have left their homes to look for supplies. Some people also go out in groups. For example, the workers caught by Chen Yu. These people also pose a certain threat. Of course, what worries him most are those official organizations. They have a lot of heavy weapons. One day, a powerful armed force might cause trouble for him. If I don't look for opportunities to become stronger now, what's the point of staying in the community? Become the community god of war? Or is it just for fun to broadcast your food in various groups, so that people nearby will come to you with their mouths drooling? Or argue with your neighbors for hours and then kill them? Chen Yu was not interested in these. He just wants to make himself stronger and stronger. After dinner, Chen Yu took the two women out of the villa. He thought about it and took Dabai and the two ordinary level 2 zombies with him. After Dong Wuxuang regained consciousness, he was able to drive. Chen Yu became a hands-off boss, sitting in the back seat and observing the situation in the city with analytical glasses. Seeing Chen Yu asking Dong Wuxuang to drive straight ahead, Hongyi couldn't help but ask. Master, I see there are quite a few zombies near our neighborhood. Why do we have to run so far away? Chen Yu narrowed his eyes and stared at a place in the distance, and said calmly. As the saying goes, even rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. It's best to keep the zombies near our community and use them as a natural barrier. As a result, the neighbors around here are afraid of zombies and don't dare to go out easily. So that's how it is. Hongyi replied thoughtfully. Chen Yu's eyes swept across the tall buildings around him. There are many squares where fights between people are taking place. Even cannibalism. He sighed softly and said, in the apocalypse, sometimes humans are scarier than zombies. This is because zombies have cannibalism written on their faces, while beneath the smiling faces of humans, there might be thoughts even scarier than cannibalism. After more than an hour's drive, Chen Yu and others arrived at a community where zombies were relatively densely populated. Parking. Dong Wuxuang heard Chen Yu's order and stepped on the brakes. Several people got out of the car one after another and looked around vigilantly. Dozens of zombies around saw Chen Yu and others and immediately rushed over excitedly. Chen Yu discovered that although these zombies were only level 1, they were faster than ordinary level 1 zombies and looked more ferocious. The most obvious thing is that they have more mental strength. Without waiting for Chen Yu to speak, Dong Wuxuang rushed forward with a knife and chopped off the heads of the zombies like cutting melons and vegetables. Hongyi saw that the zombie in front of him was only level 1 and it was not worth using his skills at all. So he asked Chen Yu for a knife and rushed forward. The other two level 2 zombies have not yet fully regained consciousness and are not very good at using knives. They relied on their own bodies to rush into the zombie group. In the end, only Dabai and Erday were left squatting on the ground watching the show. Chen Yu didn't say anything. After all, this guy can deal with a level 4 corpse general. It is indeed a waste to use the charm skill on a level 1 zombie. After a while, Hongyi and others came to Chen Yu with dozens of crystals. Chen Yu handed some towels to Hongyi and others and asked them to wipe the bloody crystals clean. After wiping a crystal, Hongyi said in surprise. Master, this crystal, the color seems a little off. Chen Yu looked carefully and found that those crystals were indeed different from those of other first-level zombies. Ordinary crystals are white. But the one in the red-clothed man's hand was transparent. At this time, Dong Wuxuang also raised the crystal in his hand and said, Master, mine is also transparent. After seeing this, Chen Yu said anxiously, Quick, clean the other crystals. At the same time, Chen Yu also took out the crystals he obtained when he went to Langao Company yesterday. At that time, he was busy with important matters and did not pay attention to the crystals. When all the crystals were wiped clean, Chen Yu was stunned. I saw that every crystal was transparent. Chapter 80 Beta Crystal, allowing Chenyu to successfully break through to level 2. Chenyu hurriedly took out the crystal he had obtained on the day he subdued Datu. These crystals, as well as those obtained earlier, are all white. Only the electric discharge zombie that died in battle had a blue crystal. But it has been swallowed by the red-clothed one. Chenyu thought about it and called the tall level 2 zombie he had just captured to his side. Then throw the transparent crystal to it. The tall zombie took the crystal and swallowed it as Chenyu instructed. Who knew that the next second, the zombie would start twitching all over? It didn't recover until it spat out the transparent crystal. Chenyu was stunned. This transparent crystal cannot be swallowed by zombies? So what's the point of taking out their crystals? Chenyu placed a transparent crystal in front of his eyes and looked at it carefully. This crystal looks even larger than the white crystals. And when you hold it in your hand, you can seem to feel its surging energy. Chenyu turned on the analysis glasses and carefully analyzed its parameters. Crystal type, beta crystal. Crystal level, level 1. Purpose, to increase the level of mutants. After reading the information, Chenyu took out an ordinary white crystal and observed it. Crystal type, alpha crystal. Crystal level, level 1. Purpose, increase zombie level. After reading the message, Chenyu was so excited that he couldn't calm down for a long time. Those transparent crystals can actually help me improve my level. This is much better than using it on zombies. Chenyu connected all the recent events together and suddenly solved some confusion. It seems that there are different types of zombies. And the crystals in their heads are of different types. The previous white crystals could only help zombies upgrade, not mutants. Now we know that this transparent crystal can only help mutants upgrade. This also explains why some zombies are not attracted by that force. Because they are useless to that power. Chenyu put a transparent beta crystal to his mouth. I saw some white and red stuff on it that had not been wiped clean. It just feels a bit hard to swallow. How about trying to absorb it in space? Then, he put the crystal into the space and concentrated on absorbing it. As a result, after a short while, the crystal disappeared completely. It really works. At the same time, Chenyu checked his personal information panel and found that each attribute had increased by 10 points. Especially the spirit value, it increased by 20 points. Now, you don't have to worry about your body being drained. In addition, 10 store points were earned. This is equivalent to spending a night with 1/10 of a beautiful woman. Chenyu didn't bother to think and put all the crystals into the space. Those transparent crystals turned into powder one by one. When the 8th crystal was absorbed, a pleasant voice came from Chenyu's consciousness. Congratulations to the host for successfully reaching level 2. Speed, 1000 plus. Strength, 1000 plus. Physical fitness, 1000 plus. Spirit value, 1200 plus. Store points, 180 points. Chenyu had no time to be happy and continued to absorb the remaining crystals. Chenyu didn't stop until he had absorbed more than 30 crystals. He glanced at his attribute panel. Drink. The general basic attributes have reached more than 1,300 points. The spirit value even reached a terrifying 1,600 points. He discovered that he was much more powerful at level 2 than the red-clothed man at level 4. This may be because inhumans of the same level are inherently much stronger than zombies. Chenyu turned on his analytical glasses and finally set his sights on a shopping mall not far away. There are quite a few zombies in that building. Chenyu became more active this time and shouted, "Follow me." Then he rushed to the front with a knife. Hani and Dong Wuxuan looked at each other and immediately followed. The other 2 level 2 zombies were looking for scattered zombies nearby. After Chenyu entered the lobby on the first floor of the mall, 3 zombies ran straight towards him. Their speed is much faster than those first level zombies that were just killed. It looks like it's close to level 2. Chenyu rushed forward and killed 3 zombies with 1 arrow, chopping off their heads at the same time. Hani and Dong Wuxuan also rushed over and immediately joined the battle. In a short while, all the dozen or so zombies on the first floor were killed by Chenyu and his 2 companions. After Chenyu took out the crystal, he rushed to the second floor. After clearing out the entire mall, the harvest was quite rewarding. A total of more than 30 beta crystals were harvested. This has exceeded Chenyu's expectations. After taking the last crystal, Hani walked up to Chenyu and asked, Master, where are we going next? Chen Yu glanced around and finally set his eyes on the hospital in the distance. You and Wuxuan come with me to the hospital. There are more zombies there. Yes, master. After Chen Yu put all the crystals into the space, he took the two of them and walked quickly downstairs. The two level 2 zombies downstairs only killed 5 zombies. However, we can't blame them for this. After all, there are too few zombies outside. This shopping mall was probably crowded with people when the apocalypse broke out, and most of them turned into zombies, which is why Chen Yu got lucky. Of course, most of the zombies are probably alpha zombies and have already run away. Dong Wuxuang started the car, drove it in front of Chen Yu, looked at the two level 2 zombies and said, Master, are you still going to take them? Chen Yu thought for a moment, shook his head and said, it won't be very useful to take them with you. It's better to let them walk. They can still kill a few zombies on the way. Afterwards, Chen Yu and the other two drove towards the hospital. Half an hour later, the car finally arrived near the hospital. But the area around the hospital was already jammed with crooked cars. It seems that when the apocalypse first broke out, some people who had just been bitten and had not yet turned into zombies tried to come to the hospital for treatment. Chen Yu and the other two opened the car door and got out, looking around vigilantly. Just as Chen Yu passed by a car with its windows open, a zombie suddenly stuck its head out of the window and tried to bite Chen Yu. Chen Yu was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and he dodged the zombie's attack by just turning sideways. Then, he chopped off the zombie's head with a knife. He was too lazy to take the crystal and just threw it to Dong Wuxuang behind him. After passing one car after another, the three finally arrived at the lobby on the first floor of the hospital. Chen Yu glanced at the glass door and was slightly surprised. Because the door was locked from the inside with an iron chain thicker than a thumb. This made Chen Yu cautious. It would be fine if the people inside turned into zombies. If he doesn't turn into a zombie, it will be a little troublesome. Chen Yu turned on his analysis glasses and began to scan each room. When the scan reached an operating room on the top floor, Chen Yu suddenly stopped. After carefully observing the situation in the room, a serious look appeared on his face. Because there are not zombies in the house, but a group of survivors.